abrogation of the commitments that they had made in the context of those talks.
So just to be clear, when you were talking about suspending, you were specifically only talking about that U.S. offer of potential military coordination with Russia. That's off the table. That's not being revisited. But we can still talk about Russia, about other diplomatic initiatives in Syria.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
Well, obviously, Russia is going to have to be a part of any sort of UN process because they sit on the Security Council. Russia is a member of the International Syria Support Group. That is another multilateral institution that we have, or another multilateral venue where the United States has tried to find a solution. Russia has been a part of those as well. We've never indicated that we were shutting off all diplomatic ties with Russia, but we did make clear that Russia had too often and repeatedly violated the kinds of commitments that they had made that made it unnecessary or unworkable to continue to pursue that specific approach. But there are a variety of other ways in which Russia is involved, and they will continue to be. But the kind of arrangement that we had envisioned of getting Russia to play a constructive role in reducing violence in exchange for closer Russian-U.S. military cooperation going after extremists is an agreement that never materialized, unfortunately.
When you said the U.S. has no interest in escalating the violence in Syria, were you specifically in response to the question about Russia's sort of bellicose statements lately? Were you basically saying you've got nothing to worry about? I mean, the U.S. won't be using any kind of military force in any form or fashion?
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not going to be in a position where I'm taking options off the table for the Commander-in-Chief. I think I've discussed in some detail, and the President's discussed in some detail, why military action against the Assad regime to try to address the situation in Aleppo is unlikely to accomplish the goals that many envision now in terms of reducing the violence there, and is much more likely to lead to a bunch of unintended consequences that are clearly not in our national interest. But I'm not going to take any options off the table, and I think what I'm articulating is a desire to de-escalate the situation inside of Syria, to de-escalate the conflict, to reduce the violence, and try to bring some much-needed humanitarian assistance to those who need it, who need it the most. Okay, John.
Thank you, Josh. We have questions first, and I hope I'm saying the name right. Dr. Zahir Sahul of the American Relief Committee for Syria. We appeared on the France 24 debate on Tuesday night, said that what is happening in Syria was reminiscent of Sarajevo, Srebrenica, and he called it ethnic cleansing. Is that the administration's official opinion of what is happening in Syria, ethnic cleansing as well?
I've not seen that label be used in this particular situation. Obviously, we have been deeply concerned about the widespread violence that's been perpetrated against innocent civilians. In some cases, that violence has been motivated by religious differences, and that's deeply troubling. You've heard the State Department talk about how the increased violence in the region has fueled extremism and has created a situation where there are populations that are at risk of genocide. So the situation inside of Syria is a deeply troubling one, both because of the actions, both as a direct consequence of the actions of the Assad regime, but also the second and third order consequences of their actions that have only contributed to a sense of chaos there, that's fueled extremism, that has worsened the kind of sectarian conflict there that has cost too many innocent lives already. And we're deeply concerned about the potential of further escalation in violence.
The question is, does the administration agree with former President Clinton that the Affordable Health Care Act needs tinkering and fixing?
John, the very day that the president signed the Affordable Care Act into law, he indicated a commitment, a willingness to work with Democrats or Republicans on Capitol Hill who had good ideas for further strengthening the law. The Affordable Care Act has provided enormous benefits. 20 million Americans have health insurance that didn't have it before the Affordable Care Act went into effect. Millions more Americans benefit from the consumer protections associated with not being discriminated against because they have a pre-existing condition, not being charged more because you're a woman, not being dragged into bankruptcy court because somebody in your family gets sick, not getting kicked off your health insurance because you get sick. These are all consumer protections that are available to tens of millions of Americans. These are consumer protections that weren't available before. So the Affordable Care Act has had an enormously positive impact on the country. But if there are other things that we can do to further strengthen the Affordable Care Act, the President's talked about the idea of adding a public option that could make state-based marketplaces even more competitive and give consumers even more options. That obviously would be one way we could strengthen the law. But ultimately, it requires congressional action, and we'll have to see if Republicans in Congress are willing to consider anything other than just repealing the law, which would repeal all those consumer protections that I just talked about. So the president strongly opposes the idea of repealing the law, but he's willing to work with Republicans if they're prepared to work with him to strengthen it.
So he agrees with President Clinton on that it needs some fixing, and he's willing to do it.
Considering that President Obama said it 6 years ago, I think it'd be fair to say that President Clinton agrees with President Obama about that.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Pam, I'll give you the last one.
Okay, the Trump campaign put out a statement calling the Paris Climate Accord just another bad deal, saying it will cost the American economy trillions of dollars, impose a higher electricity costs for Americans, and gives China an edge because it allows China to keep raising their emissions for a dozen years. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, the benefits associated with the international agreement, the historic agreement to cut carbon pollution, are significant for the United States, both in terms of the impact they'll have on the environment, but also in terms of the impact it will have on our economy. China, for the first time, because of tough principled diplomacy on the part of the United States, agreed for the first time to limit their emissions. You'll recall that Republicans' chief criticism of any effort to undertake a reduction in carbon pollution by the United States was that China would never go along with it. They were wrong about that. We just needed somebody who was tough enough to go and negotiate a smart deal with the Chinese, which is exactly what the Obama administration did. And as a result, that catalyzed the international community to also make commitments that, again, will have a positive impact on reducing carbon pollution and have a positive impact on the health of the planet. What this will also do is send a very clear, unmistakable market signal to entrepreneurs in the clean energy sector. 196 countries have now made a commitment to reduce their carbon pollution. That means they are on the market for figuring out how to produce energy and reduce their carbon pollution. That is a wide open market for people who have an innovative approach to solar energy or wind energy, hydroelectric energy. That is an open market to people that are ready to take to market new battery technology or other forms of improved energy efficiency. That's no longer a niche market. That is now a global market. And the president is determined to make sure that the United States is at the cutting edge of that market. And that's why the U.S. government, in the context of the Recovery Act, supported so many loans to the clean energy sector. And it's why the United States is now poised to benefit from the kind of commitments that countries are making all around the world are making. And that's a good thing. And that's why this agreement is one that isn't just good for our planet. It's going to end up being a really good thing for the U.S. economy.
And one more, NOAA says that there have been 12 weather events so far this year that cost $1 billion. Any concern about the impact on the economy of these kinds of weather events or the government's ability to continue funding disaster assistance? And there have been a string of small earthquakes in California raising concern about a big one coming. Have there been any special preparations for that?
I'm not aware of any earthquake preparations that are underway. I think I'd refer to officials at the U.S. Geological Service or in California about that. As it relates to the potential economic impact of the storm, that's something that we're always mindful of. And some of the cities and the potential path of the storm have large populations. And displacing large populations can have a negative impact on the economy. So we'll certainly watch that. But we're also prepared to mobilize significant financial resources to help those communities recover as quickly as possible and get life back to normal as quickly as possible. So we've done a lot of preparation in advance of that, and we intend to work closely with state and local officials to make that happen. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, guys, so that was the White House briefing that I kept live in the upper right-hand corner while we wait for President Obama to arrive. President Obama honoring the 2016 Stanley Cup winners, the Pittsburgh Penguins. You may notice here on News Now periodically that we have various athletes, sports teams that are honored at the White House. We show them as they make their White House visits live here on News Now. Most recently, we actually had a NASCAR driver, Kyle Busch, and his team honored at the White House just last week or the week before. So this week we watch as President Obama honors the National Hockey League team, the Pittsburgh Penguins, who won the 2016 Stanley Cup. We should be getting this live feed in. Well, we are getting this live feed in. Rather, President Obama should be taking the stage with the team momentarily. I know this event was scheduled to begin about 12 minutes ago, so stay tuned. We will bring you that info here on News Now. In the meantime, while we wait for President Obama and this event to kick off, there's also another event taking place right now in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. We know that Governor Mike Pence holding a town hall. Let's listen in.
Today, and you don't leave here today feeling like I went and heard a speech. I hope you leave here today and say, I heard something, I got to go tell somebody else. Because it's going to come down to all of you. How about slide your hand in the air? If you share with me your first name, I'd be very honored. Who's got the microphone here? We got somebody out there, don't we? One of our young people. How about this gentleman right here? And then I'm going to him next. Yes, sir. Share with me your first name, if you would.
I'm Walter from Gettysburg, and I'm a veteran of post-Vietnam through Desert Storm.
Thanks for your service.
You're welcome, Governor. One of the things that really frustrates me with the current administration is the lack of accountability by people who are either failing or doing wrong. We have a VA system that years ago they discovered was failing systems with corruption, with people dying online. And yet today we wake up to the news that it's still going on in the first hot spot where it was found, not to mention all the other up and down the executive branch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Donald Trump's administration, I want to hear that they're going to hold people accountable for what they promised to do.
All right, guys, looks like this event at the White House is starting. Let's go ahead and listen in full.
ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by Gary Bettman, Mario Lemieux, Ron Burkle, and Sidney Crosby.
Welcome, everybody. Please have a seat. It is wonderful to be here. Welcome to the White House. And we are here to celebrate an extraordinary achievement. Phil Kessel is a Stanley Cup champion. Hey. We've got some special guests in the house. Some big fans who are members of Congress. We got NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman. Gary, I have to say I respect Lord Stanley, but I'm going to need you to explain to me how something called the President's Trophy is not the highest award a team can win. But we're actually making some history here today. I'm proud to be the first president to welcome to the White House 8 Cup-winning teams, all of whom are based in the United States. I reminded the Canadian Prime Minister, Trudeau, who we had a state dinner here, about that not too long ago. And that, of course, includes this year's outstanding champions. Let's give it up for the Pittsburgh Penguins. So this is a nice bookend to my presidency, because the first year, you guys won the Cup. Now you're coming back for my final year. A lot has changed during the interim. Back in 2009, my hair matched the color of the puck more than the ice. Sid the Kid was actually a kid. And Gino was still snapping pictures with his flip phone. But what I like best about this team's victory is that no one thought they could pull it off. I obviously sympathize with that. They said the same thing about me. Mike Sullivan started the season coaching the minor league team in Wilkes-Barre and Scranton. That's Biden country. And Casey country. In late December, the Pens were closer to last place than first. Spirits were low, and when the team designed its 50th anniversary logo for the upcoming season, it referenced the franchise's 3 cups because no one imagined they were about to win a 4th. And then GM of the Year, Jim Rutherford, got to work. He was smart enough to see that Sullivan had coached in the Blackhawks organization, so he knew. He knew Sullivan brought a lot to the table. Goalie Matt Murray, a rookie, was a brick wall. The HBK line, none of whom were on the team last year, were so dominant that they earned their own sandwich at Primanti Brothers. The Pens went 14-2 down the stretch to finish second in the East. And then, don't worry, I don't have any more bad jokes, that poor thing. It's like, oh, these are so corny. Yeah, I know. And then they powered through 3 rounds, each tougher than the last, before taking care of the Sharks in 6 games. One of the most remarkable turnarounds in the history of the NHL. Of course, leading the way was my fellow lefty, Sidney Crosby. Last time he was here, I took a cheap shot at Sid for his size. I wasn't the first one, on or off the ice. Of course, since then, he's won 2 Olympic golds, a world championship, a World Cup MVP, a playoff MVP, another NHL MVP, a mountain of other postseason awards, even won an Emmy. And of course, he hoisted this trophy right here, his 2nd Stanley Cup, to match his mentor, Super Mario. So, Sid, what an extraordinary thing. And obviously nobody has to tell you his extraordinary achievements on the ice, but here's something worth mentioning. During the playoffs, defenseman Trevor Daley's mom was battling cancer, told him that she was going to keep fighting so she'd see her son lift the cup. The captain always chooses who gets it second. It's a big honor. Sid surprised everybody, including Trevor, by handing it to him. Trevor's mom, Trudy, got to see her son skate around with it on a broken ankle, and then passed away a few days later. And that's a testament to the kind of person Sid is, but also the kind of team this is. All summer, these players shared the cup with their families. Nick Bonino brought it to his grandparents' place, where they ate his Nana's famous tuna fish pasta out of it. He let his infant daughter, Maisie, sit in it. A cup celebration spanning 4 generations. To paraphrase the legendary Badger Bob Johnson, that's a great day for hockey. And of course, the people of Pittsburgh love their Penguins, including their outstanding mayor. Bill, where are you? I heard he's here. Here he is. Double doodle. 400,000 people welcomed them home from San Jose, the largest crowd for a sports parade in the city's history, which is saying something for the city of champions. Pittsburgh also appreciates this team, as do I, for what they've done in the community. A bunch of the players brought the cup to Children's Hospital. In fact, it was Ian Cole's very first stop. Inspired by Michelle's Let's Move initiative, the Penguins Foundation started Project Power Play to get more kids exercising, and now it's helping to restore city and county parks across Pittsburgh. The foundation's also raising awareness about concussions for young athletes. And the Pens have been leaders in the Green Sports Alliance, making their facilities more energy and water efficient, lowering their carbon footprint as they travel. I want to thank Commissioner Bettman and the entire NHL for leading the way in environmentally sustainable sports, because we want to continue to have ice so that we can play hockey. You guys are champions because of your persistence, because of your teamwork, the faith you have in each other. You've set a great example for the city and for the league. Keep up the great work on and off the ice. Have a great season. And once again, let's hear it for the world champion, or at least the NHL champion, and we're going to call him the world champion, Pittsburgh Penguins. Hey. That's a good look. That's good looking. That's not bad. All right, let's strike the podium so we can get a good picture with everybody. Come on.
Go Pen!
Congratulations, everybody.
right, guys, you just watched as President Obama honored the Pittsburgh Penguins live at the White House after their 2016 Stanley Cup win. Obama got a little bit nostalgic, remembering that the Penguins were the team to win the Stanley Cup during his first year in the White House. Alright guys, we're going to switch gears and give you an update on Hurricane Matthew. Now all eyes are on Florida as this Category 4 hurricane is set to hit Florida. Speaking of which, it looks like we're just getting in a live feed from the coast of Florida. They just made the announcement right now, so you can see the coastal waters and the movement there. Again, live images coming in from Florida. Earlier this morning, the governor of Florida spoke, gave a press conference. You could sense the fear as he spoke, the serious threat of this hurricane. He's been giving periodic updates throughout the morning. This update is his most recent update, this update he gave in just the last hour or hour and a half. So I'm going to go ahead and play this in the corner while we continue to look at live images coming in from Florida.
Stick me right up under one of his armpits.
Thank you for your service.
No, I heard his aide saying where he's got to be, but I didn't. He just told me.
We're waiting on the governor. He should be here in just a minute. He's just right around the corner. And I'll introduce him in just a minute. Governor, we're pleased to have you here in Martin County, and we're going to turn this over to Governor Scott here in just a second. Let me just say this real quickly. I've been on the phone with Governor Scott. He has been absolutely focused on Martin County. I explained to him that if one of the big counties get hit to our south, we can get lost in the melee. And he's actually putting somebody right here in our EOC. So, Governor, thank you so much. We know there's a lot on you, and you're in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
The most important thing is we keep everybody safe. But you're right. We're going to send an individual down to sit right here in EOC to make sure if there's any issues, we resolve them quickly. I just finished with a briefing with the state meteorologist. If you're watching and living in an evacuation zone, you need to leave now. So if you're in an evacuation zone, get out. This is not something you should take a chance with. Time's running out. Leave. There's no excuses. The roads are open. You should get out. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. Our number one priority is protecting everyone's life. We don't want to lose one life. Our number one priority is to protect everybody's life. Matthew is strengthening near the northwestern Bahamas. It is forecast to be a Category 4 as it approaches Florida. It is located about 250 miles southeast of West Palm Beach with winds of 125 miles per hour. On the forecast track, the eye of Matthew should move very close to the east coast of Florida Peninsula tonight through Friday night. These are hurricane warning. There are hurricane warnings and watches along the entire east coast. Tropical storm watches are in effect for Florida's Gulf Coast. Let's all remember, this is serious. 125-mile-an-hour winds, and is expected to strengthen. Only a small deviation in the forecast track to the left or to the west could bring the core of a major hurricane on shore within the hurricane warning area. With a small deviation to the right, it could keep the hurricane force winds offshore. A small movement could mean a lot. It can mean the difference between life and death. That's why we have to prepare for a direct hit. So, if you're in an area that's low-lying, you're a barrier island, you're in an evacuation zone, there's no reason to wait. If you wait, that's when the lines happen, that's when we have problems with fuel, and this is life and death. Again, protecting life is our number one priority. The impacts of Hurricane Matthew could be as follows. Heavy rain. It's expected to produce rainfall of 4 to 8 inches and even up to 12 along the east coast, and the Keys 1 to 3 inches. Now let's think about this. If you look at prior storms, when there's a band that goes out there, it can be way more rain than that. With rain, then you have flash floods and things like that. Strong rip currents, beach erosion, the possibility of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, storm surge. Now think about this. There's storm surge of 5 to 9, not inches, but feet. 5 to 9 feet. Feet. From Sebastian Inlet to the Florida-Georgia line. 3 to 5 feet from Deerfield Beach to Sebastian Inlet. And 1 to 3 feet from the Upper Keys to Deerfield Beach. Now these are heights above ground. 5 to 9 feet. Now think about that. On top of that, you're going to have waves crashing. So you have storm surge, and on top of that, you're going to have significant waves crashing.
I just want to know about picking up this cable, Michael.
Do not surf. Do not go on the beach. No one should be on the beach doing anything. Remember, all these things are projections, and it can get worse. We are preparing for the worst, we're hoping for the best, and we should not be taking, no one should be taking any chances. Based on the continued strong tracks with Florida, I'm announcing that I have activated an additional 1,000 members of the Florida National Guard. That means 2,500 members are now activated. We have another 4,000 members that are ready to be activated if we need it, but we have 2,500 activated now. I have directed the National Guard to help with evacuations and with sheltering. National Guard members will also make sure those who have waited until the last minute to evacuate can do so as safely as possible. But don't take a chance that somebody's going to be there to make sure if you wait to evacuate. Last night I suspended all tolls in the affected areas of the state. This includes the entire Florida Turnpike, Alligator Alley, Central Florida Expressway Authority, and the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority. Again, there is no reason not to evacuate. About 1.5 million Floridians and visitors are under evacuation orders. Right now, we're very focused on Palm Beach going north. This is the first big area that will be hit, and conditions will arrive in just a few hours. This is game day. This is when this is going to hit. Intercoastal bridges have already been locked down in Palm Beach County. If you're on the East Coast from Palm Beach northwest, you will likely see winds between 100 and 150 miles an hour. Just think about that. 100 to 150 miles per hour. These catastrophic levels can completely wipe out well-built homes and destroy neighborhoods. You're going to lose power if you're on the East Coast. There's no question you will lose power. You're going to lose power. We just don't know how long. I've been talking to the utility companies. I just got off a conference call with the utility companies with the goal that they pre-position assets around the state, and then if they know of any needs, they tell us as early as possible. We're going to stay up with them every day, make sure we share resources as much as possible to get everybody their power back as quickly as they can. We are going to lose power. Millions of Floridians will be without power. Go inland to a friend's home. Go to a shelter or find an accommodation. Partners like Airbnb are making rooms available for free. Go to Visit Florida and Expedia. They also have listings of open hotels. If you live on the west coast of the state, call your friends on the east coast and offer them a room. If you're concerned about safe routes, please visit fl511.com, fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns, accidents, anything you need to pick the best route. So our Florida Department of Transportation is tracking all the different evacuation routes. We have people ready to go, make sure our evacuation routes are open. Again, no excuses, get out. Floridians and visitors can go to floridaevacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter the location and see shelters available in their area. As of last night, there were 58 shelters open. Today, 84 more will open. We have doubled the number of available shelters. No one wants to sit in a shelter, but it's way safer than a lot of the homes that we would be sitting in. So even though it might not be the best accommodation, it's way better to sit in a shelter and protect your life. We have individual gas stations that are seeing temporary outages of fuel, but they're being quickly refueled. We have plenty of fuel in the state right now. The current fuel supply in the state will last for 6 days, even if all the ports are closed. Remember, take the fuel you need, leave fuel for the next person. Take this fuel as much as you need so everybody has a chance to get as much fuel as they need. We're evacuating hospitals along the East Coast. There are no reported issues at this time. Back in 1992 under Andrew, I was running a hospital company. We evacuated 2 hospitals in Miami, and the hurricane turned south and hit a hospital we had evacuated 2. We had to hand vent patients. We had 154 patients in. All the windows blew in because of Andrew. So we're going to do everything we can to evacuate the right facilities. But just remember, this storm can change on a moment's notice. Last night, I requested President Obama to declare an emergency declaration in 26 counties. I've also requested direct federal assistance to meet pre-landfall critical emergency needs of our communities. This includes resources from the federal government, including food, water, and tarps. That's what we need now. We'll need more later. I hope the President approves it as early as possible this morning. I'd love to get it done early today. We will continue to be making requests to the federal government for assistance. Text FL Prepares, one word, to 877, FL Prepares to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares, one word, to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. This could be life-saving information. If you think someone's making a bad decision and they're not evacuating, call them. Plead with them to do the right thing. Don't let a family member, don't let a friend do the wrong thing. Let them know this is dangerous. Just think about the winds, the storm surge, the waves, all these things that could happen, the potential of tornadoes. Our number one priority, keep everybody safe. To the press, I want to thank you. You've done a great job getting the information out. Anything more you can do to let people know the risk of the severity of this, please do. Our next briefing from the National Hurricane Center is going to be at 11:15. I'll be glad to take any questions anybody has.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks.
Be safe. We'll take care of business.
Teamwork.
Oh, yeah.
Teamwork. All right, guys, that was the governor of Florida speaking this morning about the hurricane threat, encouraging Florida residents to get out. If you're in an evacuation area, get out. Do not go swim. Do not go surf. Don't do anything. Just get out. He encouraged residents to take the fuel they needed and start driving away from the threatened area. The governor will be making updates throughout the day. The governor made that update about 2 hours ago, so hopefully we'll be getting a live broadcast from him momentarily. Just wanted to share that with viewers who may have missed it. may have been getting ready for work. You may have still been sleeping when that feed came in live. Another press conference we got in the last couple hours comes from Broward County officials, including a mayor there, speaking out about the hurricane threat. Let's listen in on what was said during that press conference.
What we're asking for you to do is, if you force winds sometime Well, hello, I'm Broward County Mayor Marty Kerr, and with me I have our Emergency Management Director, Miguel Ascaruz. We also have the Fire Chief of Broward County, who's going to speak in a moment, Chief Fernandez, and I also have my friend and colleague, Commissioner Beamfer, who serves on the County Commission with me. Right now, this is the day of the storm. And your preparations should be in place. I know that Broward County has taken this very seriously. Our residents have taken this very seriously. And so now you need to finalize your preparations for this storm. And what we're asking all of our residents now is to stay indoors. If you're going to a shelter, please go to one of the shelters. If you're staying in your home, please stay in your home. We're asking that you please get off the roadways and go to your home because hazardous conditions will come very soon. We expect that heavier winds will begin this mid-afternoon sometime, early afternoon, and there's a potential for hurricane force winds sometime around 6 or 7 p.m. tonight. And so that's why it's very important that folks stay in their homes, stay in their shelter at this time. Again, we have 11 shelters that are open, 7 general shelters, and 3 special needs shelters, and 1 pet-friendly shelter. If you'd like to know what shelters they are, please go to broward.org, and at the end of this press conference, I'll list them one more time. You can also call 311 for any questions that you have with regard to the storm. That is the county's informational hotline. If you want to go to a shelter, please call them. If you have other questions, please call them. FP&L, Florida Power and Light, has predicted that there will be widespread power outages throughout Broward County, and but they have also indicated that they've employed an additional 10,000 people of workers here to Florida stationed throughout the state, and they're ready to assist our county any which way that they can. If you have a power outage and you're able to utilize a phone, you can call 311 to report that as well. Again, our airport, it will be closing at 10:30 a.m. No flights will be going in, no flights will be going out. And I also want to mention another issue that is an important issue that I've been asked to address once again, and that's with regard to bulk trash and trash that is outside people's homes. As you know, the 31 cities are responsible for trash pickup and bulk trash pickup. There are a number of cities that were supposed to have bulk trash pickup over the last few days. However, the cities and also the waste hauler have suspended service. And what we're asking for you to do is, if you have bulk trash in front of your home or near your home, please either secure it or bring it inside, because once the winds start picking up, those can be projectiles that can be dangerous to our residents. I also want to mention we've also had, as I indicated last night, a number of calls from our hoteliers and also the visitors here in Broward County. Again, we have 15 million visitors that visit us each year, and there are a significant amount of folks that are visiting us now. And I just want to reiterate the fact that our visitors' health and safety is just as important to us as our residents' health and safety. So if you are in a hotel and you feel safe, stay there. If you're going to one of our shelters, go there. If you have a friend or a family member here, go there. And the last thing I want to reiterate one more time is that now it's time to hunker down for this storm. Please get into a shelter. Please get off the roads. Please go into your home. And that is the best way to protect yourself, your family, our first responders, and the other residents and folks that are here visiting in South Florida. So with that said, I'm going to bring up now the Fire Chief of Broward County, Chief Fernandez, to say a few words to our residents.
Thank you, Mayor Kerr. On behalf of Sheriff Scott Israel and the BSO Department of Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Fire Rescue, our deputies and firefighter paramedics are prepared and ready to meet the challenges brought about by Hurricane Matthew. Everyone should have finished their protective storm preparations by this morning. Your storm panels should be in place. You should have cleared the area around your home and secured everything. You should have sufficient food, medicine, and supplies for each member of your family and for at least 3 days that include your pets. You should stay inside in a safe place starting this morning. Get with family or friends and hunker down as conditions are expected to deteriorate as the day progresses. Heed the advice and stay off the roads. Before, during, and after the storm, high winds, flooded areas, and downed power lines can be deadly. Most injuries and deaths occur after the storm. Hold off on sightseeing or venturing out until the storm has completely passed and it's absolutely safe. The emergency rooms have shown a great uptick in injuries. As we get stressed and rushing to complete things, we start to make errors. So please plan your time, take a deep breath, and we can avoid many injuries that don't have to happen. The priority of the Broward Sheriff's Office is to protect lives and property. Our deputies and firefighters will brave weather conditions to provide emergency services to those in need. However, worsening weather conditions may prevent us from responding until it's safe enough to get to you. The Broward Sheriff's Office is asking for the public's help in keeping everyone, including our first responders, safe from undue harm. We're your safety net, and we want to be there for you regardless of what the issue is. So working together as a community, we can maximize our ability to keep each other safe. Do not call 911 unless it's an emergency. If you need non-emergency assistance or have questions, you should call Broward County's 24-hour hotline at 311. Here are some more safety tips before and after the storm. Have flashlights and plenty of batteries in case the power goes out. Do not use candles for light. Wind or other accidents can knock down an open flame and start a fire, and you end up with a much bigger problem than you started with. Also, with the use of many of the things that we've come to learn that are alternatives during storms, the use of charcoal grills indoors, they give off carbon monoxide, which is odorless and colorless and is very dangerous and can cost you your life. The same thing applies to the use of generators. Various injuries can come from using generators, and there's a lot of them out there, so you have to understand that when they're hot, if you go to refuel them, you can start a fire. You have to wait for them to cool off. And also, it's very important as far as where you place the generators. If you place them close to a window or any pathway where the carbon monoxide can get into the house, you can end up with the same situation. So if you are using any of these devices, also it's critical that you have smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. That will prevent you from, if there's an accident of any of those gases going into the house and you not being aware. After the storm, if you get cabin fever or you just might be curious, but it's important to hold and stay inside. Wait for the messages from local government, from the Weather Service and emergency managers. Downed power lines and standing water are both dangerous to your health and life safety. Power lines can go down, they can appear de-energized, and they can re-energize. So don't take anything for granted when it comes to standing water and power lines. For more information and storm updates, follow Broward Sheriff on Facebook and Broward Sheriff on Twitter. There's also a host of safety information at www.sheriff.org. As the fire chief, under Sheriff Scott Israel's leadership, I can assure you the men and women of the Broward Sheriff's Office stand ready to protect the lives and property of all Broward County residents and visitors. We're working very closely in lockstep with the Broward County Emergency Operations Center and Broward County. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And there's one more thing that I want to stress that's very, very important. We still at this time are strongly encouraging our residents who are in the areas of either a mobile home, low-lying areas, or our coastal areas to voluntarily evacuate. You still have time to do that. If you evacuate those areas, you will help ensure that you and your family are protected. You can go to one of our shelters. You can also go to a friend or a family member's home. There is a place for you. And so now before I read the shelters, I would like to bring up Miguel Ascaruns, who is our Emergency Management Director here in Broward County.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning. Matthew, as you know, we've been all watching it on the television through the National Hurricane Center's messaging. Continues to be a very dangerous storm. It's intensifying to possibly a Category 4 as it approaches the South Florida region. So right now, our number one priority here at the Emergency Operations Center in Broward County is the public safety. And in coordination with Broward Sheriff's Office and over 100 agencies, we transitioned to a Level 1 EOC activation this morning at 7 a.m. That means over 300 personnel representing different agencies are now here to address life safety issues, power issues through the Florida Power and Light. At this point, as the mayor and the fire chief address the community, everyone should be hunkered down in their homes with their shutters up throughout the storm. Right now we're at a state and local emergency declaration, which triggers additional resources that may be needed throughout the state of Florida if we need additional resources from the state or the federal government. So that is in place. This morning, we've also want to encourage our public and our residents, if you do have damage throughout the day, the Broward County has a home damage assessment program, and this is a graphic of it. You can also find it on our website, broward.org/hurricane or /emergency, or you can call 311. Basically, this program provides us a graphical display here in the Emergency Operations Center of where the major damage is throughout the county, whether it's water or from wind. And there are pictures on the website, and you can hit Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, or Level 4. And that way, that information gets it here, and we can have a better idea of where the damage is throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I read the shelters, does anybody from the media have any questions that they would like answered? Yes. Oh, sure. Can we? Well, sure. Well, can we go over here and we'll come over to you? Yes, and then Amy, right behind you.
Tommy, you tweeted out that the special needs shelter was closed. Can you elaborate on that, or what people should do to make open arrangements?
Sure. I'll let Miguel Ascaruz address that.
One more time, can you repeat?
County Twitter page said the special needs shelter was closed, so what should people do to make open arrangements? Will the other shelters be able to handle that?
No, because those are people with additional medical needs. We can confirm that, but at this point, it looks like they are closed due to the winds that we're looking at receiving shortly here, even by noon possibly.
And with that, we do, however, encourage folks, if somebody does have a special need and they're concerned, please contact 311, and we'll make every effort to try to help you. Amy.
Yeah, of the 10,000 extra FPL workers in Florida, how many are going to be specifically for Broward? So in total, how many FPL workers will we have in our county?
Sure. It's my understanding, and I'll let Miguel confirm this, that it's in 4 sections throughout the state, and I believe one of the sections is South Florida. Miguel, do you have any other specific information with regard to it? No additional, but FP&L has taken this very, very seriously, and they've indicated that they'll have a sufficient amount of workers to be able to combat and fix any problems that may occur.
And what's the shelter population this morning? And
Sure. Last night it was 2,200. This morning, this is the general population shelter. It's approximately 1,900 people, and we have a capacity of about 7,700 people. Brittany.
That's what I was going to ask.
That question.
And for the fire chief, he had said that emergency rooms show a great uptick as people are preparing for the storm. Are you talking about what they've actually seen this time, or are you talking about in general in past storms?
Yes, in speaking to the few of the ERs in the last 24 hours, I know one particularly in West Broward had more than 30 cases of minor injuries, cuts from trying to apply panels, trip and falls, minor trauma. So those are those preventable injuries that if we take a deep breath, we plan what it is we're going to do, we can really lighten up the load on the ERs and prevent injuries that are really something that we can avoid, hopefully, for everyone by taking your time at doing these things.
Did any of them have deaths that they attributed to the storm?
Not that I'm aware of, but I didn't do a full canvassing of all of them. It was just a general uptick of minor trauma injuries, lacerations, bruises, things of that nature. general uptick. Lo voy a tratar, estoy fuera de práctica un poquito, pero el Departamento de Bomberos y Rescate del Broward Sheriff's Office está preparado para responder a todas las cosas que el público necesita. Si los vientos llegan a un nivel que es peligroso salir, entonces los jefes deciden cuál es el riesgo y el beneficio y respondemos. Pero todos los servicios que tenemos normalmente están en fuerza y también tenemos más personas en los camiones de bombero y rescate para más llamadas si sube el nivel de las llamadas. No por estrés, pero hay muchos lesionados que están tratando de arreglar las casas, prepararlas y tienen accidentes, cortadas, cosas así. Lesiones menores, pero cosas que se pueden prevenir mientras que planee bien y hagan lo que tengan que hacer despacio y calmado. Okay.
Well, yes.
Are we past the point now where any sort of mandatory evacuation would or even could time-wise be ordered before the storm arrives?
You know, right now we're still waiting on information. You know, we are strongly encouraging folks to voluntarily evacuate. But you know, for us, everything's still on the table. We'll have our next advisory that comes in. But generally, you have a mandatory evacuation when you have a strong threat of a storm surge. And both the state and the National Weather Service have indicated that we don't have a strong threat of a storm surge. And that's why we haven't had a mandatory evacuation. But we are strongly encouraging folks to evacuate the coastal communities, the mobile home communities, and also low-lying areas. But everything's still on the table based on the information that will be coming in.
What's the chance now of hurricane force winds versus tropical force winds in Broward, and around what time for both of those?
Sure, it is, I believe it's still stayed approximately the same. We have an 80% chance of tropical storm force winds that are sustained, and also from my understanding, a 20% to 25% chance of hurricane force winds that could be sustained later this evening. The National Weather Service asked us not to give specific times because things could fluctuate, but our residents should expect tropical storm force winds sometime early this afternoon and potential hurricane force winds later on this evening, but early evening.
Do you have any idea how many people used the buses last night to get to the shelters?
Miguel, do you have the answer to that? No, I don't. We don't, but we can find that for you, and I can get you that information. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Do you know anything about when the airport might reopen?
It's basically, it's closing at 10:30 a.m., and we'll keep it closed until we determine that conditions are safe for airlines to operate once again and for our residents to travel. So it all depends on the conditions. It's basically open-ended at this time.
We don't know, sometime tomorrow, there's still no when?
I'm reluctant to say for sure when we'll do it, but it will be when we determine that conditions are safe. So definitely it won't be open today. It'll likely be open tomorrow, but again, that's based on what the conditions show.
For travelers that might be stuck there, have they been taken to shelters or in the process? What happens with people who have a connection that's now canceled?
Well, Miguel, are you able to answer that question? It's my understanding.
They make their own.
Right. It's my understanding it closed at 10:30 a.m. and all the folks that are there have the option and had the option of going to our shelters or going to stay with family and friends, so we've made a number of options out there for them, and I believe that a number of them have taken that. And I just want to mention one more thing with regards to that. If any of our visitors need any further information for changes in their travel planning, the Fort Lauderdale Convention and Visitors Bureau is really working on this, and so please visit the website sunny.org and click on travel planning section, and that will provide more information to our visitors as well. Does anybody else have any other further questions? Well, we're going to have another press conference at 2 o'clock at that time. So we invite everybody back at that time. Thank you all for watching this. And again, we just encourage our residents to now hunker down and keep themselves and their families safe. Thank you all very much.
Again, guys, that was an update from the mayor of Broward County in Florida. Broward County is where Fort Lauderdale is in Florida. Obviously, all of Florida bracing for this Category 4 storm, Category 4 hurricane that has already hit the Bahamas and is on its way to Florida. Right now, you're looking at live images coming in from the Miami area. This is a live view from Miami, and we also have this other view. Let me go ahead and pull this up for you. This view coming in from Sebastian Inlet, Florida. It looks like there's a reporter there, a reporter who's about to do a live hit with Fox News Channel. So let's go ahead and watch and listen in on what this reporter has to say.
That's exactly right, Amy. It has picked up within the last 20 minutes as we're starting to get these feeder bands or those squalls starting to come in here. I am on Wabasso State Park. It's right just south of Sebastian Inlet, right between Vero Beach and Sebastian, Indian River County. Where I am right now, well, you can just tell the ocean obviously behind me, but this was a mandatory evacuation zone beginning at 8 a.m. this morning. This is a barrier island, and of course we are in between Cape Canaveral and we're in between Orlando and West Palm Beach, but we're also in between Cape Canaveral and the Palm Beaches, and all these barrier islands along A1A are mandatory evacuation to get out, and they're expecting here anywhere from a 5 to 9 foot storm surge, and we've seen some people who have come out here to sort of enjoy the sights as Floridians do, because frankly we haven't been through a major hurricane in more than a decade. But I think what we're starting to see is fewer and fewer people. It was a handful, now it's one or two that are kind of coming in, and as the winds are starting to pick up and people are starting to get the idea. The police here tell me that they're going to close the bridges along here in the Sebastian Inlet and the Wabasso State Park area. As soon as those winds hit 39 miles an hour plus, they are going to close those bridges, and that's of course bad news for anybody that decides to stay in these areas where they have been saying over and over again to evacuate, because the last thing you want to do is put emergency personnel and others in harm's way during a storm. There is no guarantee they can come and save you. So of course that is a big concern here. We've also spoken to some tourists who have come out here, and they talked to some Floridians who told them, you know, during hurricanes they told us to come by the water and take a look. And when one man came from Texas and told me, well, I don't see anybody here. And I said, well, that's because this is a major storm. This is a different situation. You can't say this enough. This is a different storm than what we've gone through in the last decade. I mean, and plus, I mean, this could be a very serious storm, catastrophic. And he said, okay, and he packed up his car and he was going to head west to Tampa. And I think he got out enough time. But again, at this point, the barrier islands are only a few people that are coming in just to take a look at the sites. Most people seem to have evacuated. The shutters are up. The conditions are deteriorating. They have been all morning. Not a lot of rain, but again, I think the storm surge, as is in most hurricanes, is a big thing, and the storm surge here along the Sebastian area and Vero Beach is going to be the big concern as well. Guys? We have seen a few people, it's a good question, we've seen a few people on surfboards probably 2 or 3 hours ago. The water wasn't quite as rough as this, but even then, a couple of police officers walked up, but they said nothing to them. There's not much they can do. Again, when they're in the water, they're in the water, and the surfers, luckily, thankfully, have left. We haven't seen anybody get near the water at this point. But earlier they were, and again, that's your own decision, but officers weren't necessarily coming out here and trying to get them out. It's really up to you at that point. It gets to a point where it's your decision, and a bad decision could cost you. The governor has been saying that all day. Charles? Thank you, appreciate it. Orlando, you guys cool with that?
All right, guys, so you just heard from a Fox News reporter live in Florida. He did a hit not too far from Palm Beach. Want to go ahead and give you guys another live look at a different part of Florida. This is in Miami-Dade County. This is just north of Miami Beach. And for those of you interested in seeing what our weather graphics look like right now, there is a look at the satellite and radar. Again, Category 4 hurricane set to hit Florida in the next 24 hours. We also got an update from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. They held a brief press briefing this morning. So let's go ahead and show you what they had to say this morning.
Regardless.
Absolutely. We're going to get impacts here in South Florida from the storm, regardless of whether it shifts a little bit to the east or of course, if it shifts to the west, even more so. So we need to be ready for, at the very minimum, tropical storm force winds, which are reflected in the yellow here across much of the Florida Peninsula. And as we go up the scale here to orange, red, and purple, we have an increasing threat of wind, with the purple areas an extreme wind threat from the Palm Beaches all the way up to north of Cape Canaveral.
And note, even inland areas of Miami-Dade County could experience some strong winds.
Absolutely. And the red areas are hurricane force wind potential. And that covers most inland areas, Lake Okeechobee, even all the way up through Orlando and Jacksonville. So this is what people should be preparing for the potential of these winds occurring.
And again, got to emphasize the core of a major hurricane, perhaps Category 4, perhaps coming on shore in the hurricane warning area tonight. Now, it's not just a coastal event, it's not just a wind event. Let's talk about the water hazards.
Storm surge is a big concern from the Palm Beach County area northward. We're expecting, or the possibility of surge exceeding 3 feet inundation. That's life-threatening, so we certainly want folks to heed the evacuation orders that are already in place for much of the coast.
And if you are being told to evacuate farther north due to storm surge or anywhere due to being in a mobile home and local authorities telling you to evacuate, you need to leave now. This is a serious situation. Also, evacuation instructions are being issued up in the state of Georgia and then into South Carolina. The effects could be felt as the days go on. More to come here live from the National Hurricane Center with Rob Morieta. I'm Dr. Rick Knabb. Good.
Very good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to show that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, man.
Yeah, if we do this again later, we'll set up a surge graphic on the surge graphics.
Okay.
Are, pretty nice as well.
Okay.
Show nice as far as showing.
Yeah,
the impacts.
it's with the system. It's hard to switch between too many graphics. But if we do, let's do a 2 p.m. one and do your surge graphic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
You are good. You're ready.
Okay.
To go
Thank you.
I forgot to add the tornado statement in the public.
About what?
The tornado statement. We can add it in the intermediate.
Yeah, put it on the intermediate. It'll be fine. Okay. And I can start saying it anyway. I'll start saying it anyway. Yeah. Almost. Well, hold on.
Oh, he's got, Rick, you got to plug in.
Okay, hang on. I got to get the IFB in there.
If you hit refresh on your phone, it should be there now.
Yes, I do.
All right, guys, so that was another update. Want to go ahead and show you guys these weather graphics once again. Joining me in just a couple minutes will be Fox 10's Andrew Hasbin, who was actually covering Hurricane Katrina a decade ago. He's going to share his hurricane expertise with us in just a second. All right, joining me now is Andrew Hasbin. Andrew, we are showing the viewers a live look just outside of Miami. This is a live look there. Florida going to be hit by this Category 4 hurricane in the next 12 to 24 hours.
Scary.
It's so scary. I know they haven't been hit by a major hurricane in more than a decade. It's scary to live in that region, I imagine.
Well, if you look at that live picture, you can kind of see the water going right up to the seawall there.
Mhm.
Did you see it? That's the danger right there. The winds are destructive, no question about it. But what really causes the most damage is the storm surge. And that's what my experience was back covering Hurricane Katrina. I wasn't on the Mississippi coast. I was inland. I was working in Jackson, Mississippi at the time for a TV station there. And they got a 30-foot storm surge, I believe it was, that came in and pretty much wiped entire cities off the map. I went down to the coast about, I'd say, maybe a year later, and all you could see were just slabs of concrete. All the wood structures were just gone, washed away. And anything that was made out of steel that had kind of a steel frame, all that was left standing was the steel frame. And everything else had just been washed out. The straight line winds are rough. And I think in Arizona, and I don't know where people are watching, but at least I can speak here in Arizona, we get wind gusts.
Right.
When we have a big storm, it blows in and it stops.
Well,
and
we
it
see what the
blows in
dust
and it
storms can
stops.
do.
Yeah,
They can
exactly.
knock down trees.
They come in quick. Now
Yeah.
imagine those strongest dust storm winds, those strongest, microburst winds, and have them sustained for hours on end. That's what we're talking about with a hurricane. They say, maximum sustained winds of 120 miles an hour. Because we don't experience that here in Arizona and in most of the West, you just don't really fully appreciate the power of that. Imagine those winds just all day long for hours on end, all night long, the kind of damage and destruction that they can cause. And those winds push the water up. And I remember going down to the coast, and there was casinos on the Mississippi coast there. And the storm surge would pick up the boats, because they had to be on water. That was the law. So they were boat-based casinos. It picked up the boat and moved them onto land. It was crazy.
insane.
It was. I have some of the old newspapers here that I saved. It's from the Clarion Ledger. This is the main newspaper in Mississippi, and this is the shot of the paper from the day before, or the morning of the arrival of the hurricanes. This is August 30th as it's coming in. Unimaginable Category 5 storm to hit. And on the bottom, you can kind of see there's like another news article there. People were obviously paying attention, but it wasn't dominating the
I don't think
news.
anyone knew how crazy it was going to be.
No, they didn't. And there's a lot of lessons learned, and we can talk about that in a second. And this was the next day, the headline, decimated. 80
Wow.
dead, just
Wow.
absolute destruction.
And by the way, any viewers at home who have any questions for Andrew, feel free to leave them in the YouTube chat or the Facebook chat. I'll go back and read them, and Andrew, you'll be able to answer some of the viewer questions.
Yeah, this is the day, 2 days after the storm rolled in. Epic destruction, and then I'll show you just some of the pictures so you get a sense of what kind of they were dealing with there. There we go.
Wow.
I mean, look at that. That is from just the storm surge and the winds. It literally it obliterated everything in its path. And as you went north, where I was in Mississippi, in Jackson, which is about, I'd say, 100 to 200 miles north.
Right.
What is that video there?
This is video from Katrina.
Oh, this is the video from, I believe it was from the television station that I worked for at the time. And so you can kind of see the the lots that are left. All that was left is just the slab
Wow.
foundation. Everything else was just washed out and gone. That is the power of the storm surge. Yeah, it was just awful. It was really sad. There's really no other way to describe it. The amount of destruction and loss was just absolutely devastating. And, you know, I remember being there at the time, and all the warnings to evacuate came out. The Governor Haley Barbour at the time, urging people to evacuate, please get out, please get out. But so many people felt like, you know what, I've been through so many hurricanes, I can handle it.
Right.
I can handle it. My home stood all these other hurricanes over the years.
I'll be fine.
We'll be fine.
It's all hype.
We'll be fine. Yeah, we'll be fine. And then, obviously, we know what happened. And
Right.
there were a lot of people who evacuated at the last minute. And when they got to Jackson, Mississippi, which was the largest city north of the Mississippi coast, there was nowhere to stay. There were hotels were full because of so many people were evacuating
Right.
New Orleans and the Mississippi coast. There was nowhere to go. They didn't have any hotels, so they opened up it was the Mississippi Coliseum. We have something very similar here at our state fairgrounds. It's
Right.
the big amphitheater, the big concert venue and event venue at the fairgrounds. They opened it up and told people just go on in.
Wow.
There were no blankets, no preparation. It was the shelter of last resort.
So
is
you're
what they
saying
called
this
it.
whole area
So if you're looking at the map, this whole area of New Orleans, Gulfport, Biloxi,
just completely.
they were just obliterated.
and then you have Jackson
Jackson's
all the way
up there.
here.
So people mostly were evacuating New Orleans coming up to Jackson, and some people evacuating Gulfport and Biloxi and headed north. But the storm came right in, and the storm surge just
here.
battered Biloxi
This
and
area.
Gulfport. And this video that you were just looking at from the helicopter is
go ahead
from
and pull
that,
that back.
is from that area.
Yeah, wow. So this video, again, from 11 years ago.
So you can see how the storm surge came up and just went basically, if not over the homes, it went right through them. And some of the homes that were built a little taller survived because if you go down to that area and you look around there, a lot of the homes are built up. They're on, I wouldn't call them stilts, but their foundations are higher
Look at
up.
that damage. It's so crazy.
And so the idea is, so when there is a hurricane, the storm surge just goes right by them and doesn't take the house with them. It just goes
Right.
right under the house.
Right, they take that into account.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking like 10 to 15 feet above ground level.
Brandon commenting on YouTube saying he was in Alabama during Katrina. I mean, it is scary to to experience a hurricane firsthand. I was living in New York for Hurricane Sandy. And as I was listening to the Florida governor this morning emphasize to people, the residents in the area, you will lose power. This could kill you. I still remember being in a high rise, 28 floors up, power completely out, and I couldn't leave. I couldn't go down the elevator, couldn't do anything because, first of all, you don't have power. There's no light. Secondly, you don't want to go outside because it creates a sort of aura of fear in a way.
Yeah, it does. And I'm reading some of the comments here, and someone just wrote, I would write it out. You're not alone in thinking that.
Right.
But you're taking such a risk, especially if you're close to the coast. If you're inland a little bit, you're going to deal with the winds and a little bit of flooding. But if you are on the coast, like some of these places in Florida, you risk that storm surge taking everything out.
Right. It's not worth it.
It's not.
Right. I want to read some of the comments. Zackle Dreams wants to know how strong this hurricane is. It's a Category 4. Could this happen again like 11 years ago? Could the same sort of devastation happen?
I think that Florida has gone through this so many times, and they're so prepared
Right.
that I would be really surprised if we had a Katrina-like event there. Plus, we've learned so much since Hurricane Katrina that I don't think that anyone wants that to happen again.
Right.
But you never know. I mean, if people weren't expecting the disaster in Hurricane Katrina because they didn't expect the levees in New Orleans to break.
Right.
When the levees broke, that's what caused the major damage in New Orleans. The hurricane caused the major damage in Mississippi as it was going through.
Right.
So you just never know what can go wrong, what can fail. I mean, if you look at that seawall right now, from the live picture.
Right, that is
I
live
mean,
out of Miami.
What would happen right now if that seawall failed? Doubtful, because those are pretty fortified. But what would happen right now? All that water would come pushing into the city.
Right. We have a question from Homeboy Chris. Are you safe if you're in a car on high ground away from too many trees and possible debris?
I would think so. I'm no expert. I'm just speaking from my own experience. But if you're anywhere around trees during these straight line winds, you are no question in danger. In your car, I think you might be okay, but it's just you're better off being in your house than your car. That's for sure. Oh, and another thing too that I should mention is my experience in covering Hurricane Katrina and living there at the time.
Right.
Power was out for over a week. And that may be a very similar situation in Florida because, there's such a wide area that all the power lines above ground are exposed to the elements and the wind. And if you lose a huge transmitter or something like that, all over the area, they were down. So that's a huge effort to get the power back online. I was without power for over a week.
And that was in Jackson?
That was in Jackson, Mississippi, and that was 200 miles inland from the coast.
Wow.
The people at the coast, I mean, you saw what happened there.
Yeah.
200 miles inland, and we had no power for over a week. The station was lucky in that they were in a spot where they weren't too affected by it.
So what do news reporters that work in markets that are in evacuation zones do?
We work 24 hours a day.
So
7
let's
days
say
a
you're
week.
let's say you were working in Biloxi, Mississippi. I mean, you're in that event. Like, as I listen to the governor speak, if you're in evacuation zone, you must get out. You must get out. I keep thinking about well, what if you work for the local news there? Are you evacuated at that time? I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Well, I don't really know. Because we didn't have an evacuation order in where I was in Jackson, Mississippi.
Right.
We had crews on the coast that went in to work and cover the damage and cover the hurricane.
But
coming
after.
in. I think it's really a personal choice.
Interesting.
I mean, no one can force you to stay.
Right.
But as a reporter, you know that the stuff that you do in those times of crisis really do count, and people do depend on the media, and especially in those times, television and radio.
Right.
Because
absolutely. The internet too now.
Well, yeah, if you're lucky to have phone service.
You're
After
right.
Jackson, the hurricane in Mississippi, cell phones weren't working because cell towers were flooded
And that was
destroyed.
2005.
And that was 2005.
But even in
the technology hasn't changed.
Well,
We're still putting phones on
Hurricane
towers.
Sandy, I experienced that in New York in 2012, and power was out. There was no cell phone service in Lower Manhattan.
So you can't sit there on your phone and email and text.
Or even tune into News Now and get an update.
Absolutely. And so I had trouble using my cell phone. The only way to really get out was through a landline back then in 2005 because the cell phone circuits were so jam-packed.
Right.
Towers were down everywhere.
Right.
So I would have to go to the station to make phone calls and use the landline.
Wow.
And in those times, TV and radio are super important because they're still broadcasting, and you don't necessarily need an internet connection to be
Right.
able to get it. You use your antenna on your TV, or you use the antenna on your radio, and that's how a lot of people got word of what to do, where to go, and get the emergency alerts out. It was a really crazy time. I would say
So
it was
crazy.
it was the biggest story that I think I've really biggest natural disaster for sure that I've ever covered and been a part of. And I learned a lot, and it was really sad and
I know.
overwhelming and scary.
Looking at those images again from Hurricane Katrina out of Mississippi. It's a crazy sight to see.
And if you remember Senator Trent Lott from Mississippi, do you remember him? He had a house down there in that area, and there was one of the news crews, I believe it might even have been our news crew, was down there and saw him walking through his own debris of his own house.
So
These things spared
no one.
nobody, and it's
Right.
such a wide area, and it just takes everything out in its path, especially the storm surge more than anything else. I just hope that these headlines like this don't happen again. Decimated. I hope we don't see this kind of stuff, because the process to rebuild cannot be understated. How long it took, and how much money and effort it took to rebuild that area. And Biloxi and Gulfport, Mississippi aren't huge cities.
Right.
They're not Miami. They're not West Palm Beach. And it took
Lauderdale.
years to rebuild, years, to even get remotely close to back
Right.
to where they were.
I just pulled up our weather graphic again for those of you who want to see the satellite and radar. We also have this interesting image, this video that came in from NASA. A satellite animation showing Hurricane Matthew moving through the Bahamas. I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for our viewers.
If you remember Hurricane Katrina was a Category 5 storm, and it just before it made landfall, it lowered to a Category 4. But the ocean was still
Right.
churning like it was a Category 5.
I mean, this is a big storm. I mean, look, I'm going to move our lower third so viewers can actually get a better view right here. Look at that. Look at just how big that is.
I'm going to show you another photo from the newspaper here. See if I can get it framed up properly. There you go. So the storm surge was so powerful that it literally lifted bridges and just removed them from where they were.
Right.
It just took them out completely. And so that was another major aspect of the rebuilding process is that, and if you've ever driven through the South, like around New Orleans and those areas,
Right.
they're not bridges like you would, like a Golden Gate Bridge style San Francisco huge bridge. They are pretty low to the ground.
Mhm.
They're more, basically to get over low-lying swampland type
Right.
areas. But when that storm surge comes in, it floods everything.
Right.
And so all those low overpass type freeways just were gone. They were just ripped apart.
Such a crazy experience.
It really is a crazy
I
experience.
mean, I guess it just comes with the territory of living in that region.
Mhm.
You know, people think, oh, when you live in California, for example, you just have to get used to earthquakes. If you live in this area, you have to get used to hurricanes. If you live in Tornado Alley, you gotta get
You
used
gotta
to
get
tornadoes.
used to it. If you live in Arizona, you gotta get used to monsoons,
Monsoons
and heat.
and dust storms and the
Yeah.
heat, and then you live in the Northeast, you have to get used to huge like winter storms and blizzards. So really, I mean, you kind of have to deal with some sort of
Well, and I think that's
natural.
part of the reason why there was so much destruction and loss of life in Hurricane Katrina is because people got so used to dealing with it that they didn't appreciate how strong and how devastating it could be.
Right, they didn't pay attention to the warning.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, that last hurricane was nothing," and they're like, get out," and you know what? It was fine.
Right.
And then they're afraid of their property being left unattended
Right.
and looters coming in, and that was a major problem. And so they just kind of let their guard down and they say, "Oh, we'll be fine." And if the loss of life from the hurricane, especially in Katrina in Mississippi,
Right.
wasn't because something fell on them. I mean,
Right.
sorry to sound a little bit morbid, but it's not because a tree fell. It's because they drowned in the storm surge.
So awful.
Mm-hmm.
So awful. Well, Andrew, thanks for giving us this update, sharing
Sure.
your experience covering Hurricane Katrina from Mississippi.
I still have these in my desk. I forgot about them for a while, but when I saw this today, I thought, I think I still have these.
Wow. Thanks for the update.
You got it.
And
Thank
guys,
you.
it looks like we're going to get another update from a Fox News reporter on the coast. So we'll take you there live momentarily. Right now you're looking at live images from the Miami area, specifically North Bay Village. North Bay Village, just outside Miami Beach. Then here is a live look at a reporter who is live in the Palm Beach area. Hopefully you'll be doing a update soon and we'll be able to hear that live here on News Now. In the upper right-hand corner is going to be video from Haiti. Haiti already hit by this hurricane. You're looking at video of the recovery efforts. All right, guys, looks like we have an update from the reporter out.
Underwater, and at least getting flooded. People losing things. It's really just deadly serious out here. If I have my photog over here move to his left, you'll see some of the buildings do have shutters on them. There are other resorts like the Walt Disney Resort that's here that does not have shutters on it. But of course, this area has been evacuated. Mandatory evacuations all along from Palm Beach all the way through Jacksonville along these barrier islands, which we're standing on right now, possibly the worst place you could be during this storm. And so the mandatory evacuation began at 8 a.m. this morning. People were told to get out of here. And again, it's already past time when you really should be getting on the road, because come 5 or 6 o'clock tonight and into even 8 o'clock tonight, it's just going to get worse and you can't be on the road. They are pleading with people to leave. We've seen less and less people that have come out and kind of taken a look at the sites, which is good news. It seems that US 1 and A1A or US 1 seem to be have a lot of traffic earlier, so it looks like people are heeding the warning. But again, the conditions and the wind are just starting to pick up here on what could be a 9-foot storm surge here overnight, guys. Part of it is strategic. Our photog is extremely courageous and brave, and we've been out here on the water all day, and we've had those shots walking. That happens to be a little bit strategic based on, because we're live all the time right now, so that's pretty much it. But we're going in and out depending on where we got to go, and we're taking a look at it. But we've been on the water, we've been walking in it, and we're heading up to Daytona Beach in about 2 hours in the Melbourne area. So we're in it for the long haul. We'll be with you guys when needed. But it's going to be a long 2 days. I'm a South Floridian. I'm from down here. I live in New York now with the Fox News Channel, but I know what it's like, and I know that I've never been through a hurricane like this, and we'll see what happens. And I know that that's how many people are feeling. I went through Wilma, and we all went through Wilma, and Francis and Jean, and this feels different. Nice, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, that was another update from our Fox News reporter out there near Palm Beach, in an area threatened by Hurricane Matthew. Again, Category 4 hurricane. Expected to hit Florida in the next 12 to 24 hours. The governor urges evacuations, saying that, quote, this storm will kill you. So to take these evacuations incredibly seriously. Speaking of evacuations, we have video of Cuban residents returning following the storm. This video out of Cuba.
Estaban evacuados y cuando amaneció el día de hoy que yo vine estaba este desastre aquí ya en mi casa. Y me puse a recoger las cosas y me fui para esa casa ahí que de mi cuñado está virada, pero bueno, ahí estamos hasta ver.
Sí tenemos afectaciones con las cosas materiales y esas cosas, porque ya eso se llamó de allá y se informó todo el daño que había ocasionado.
We also have video from Governor Mike Pence reacting to the pending hurricane. Let's listen in.
Well, sometimes with the Clintons, even the truth happens. And Bill Clinton said what millions of Americans have known for years, and that is we need to repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel. Donald Trump and I are committed to doing that. We're committed to working to re-elect.
And it sounds like he's talking about Obamacare, even though this clip was labeled Mike Pence hurricane prep reaction. Maybe he'll say something about the hurricane. Let's hear.
The size of government. But I mean, for Bill Clinton to point out that this is a crazy plan that has resulted in premium skyrocketing around the country and people.
Nope. He's still talking about Obamacare. Looks like these clips were labeled to mislead us.
Represents an extraordinary moment of candor, but it's a great contribution to Donald Trump's message that we've got to repeal Obamacare, and we'll do that once.
And looks like we are going to now play Mike Pence talking about the hurricane.
Our hearts and our prayers go out to the people of Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches, and frankly the loss of life in Haiti and across the Caribbean is so grievous to us. I know Governor Rick Scott well. He's a great leader. I know he and our other governors up the eastern seaboard are preparing for a tough several days, and I think every American should keep them in our hearts, in our prayers, and also look for ways to support efforts like the Red Cross that I know are going to be called upon to come alongside these communities and families.
All right, so that was Governor Mike Pence sharing his thoughts on the hurricane prep. We also have Josh Earnest, the White House press secretary, speaking about Hurricane Matthew. He spoke this morning. Let's hear what he had to say.
Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all. A couple quick things before we get started, just a logistical announcement. I know that the call time for the President's event with the Pittsburgh Penguins is in about 45 or 50 minutes here, so if you need to excuse yourself to participate in that event, I will not be personally offended. Second, weather forecasters at the National Hurricane Center and at NOAA now anticipate that the impact of the storm in the United States is likely to be quite significant. We strongly encourage people who live in the areas that are likely to be affected to heed the warnings and instructions of local officials, including evacuation orders. The instructions that are being offered by local officials are informed by information that they are receiving from scientists and from federal officials, and those instructions are geared toward protecting people. And we believe that it's important for people to listen to those instructions. It's likely that the storm could strengthen further before making landfall, and that obviously is deeply concerning. There are those who doubt the intensity or severity of the storm. They need only look at the images that are coming back from Haiti. It's clear the storm had a rather significant impact in Haiti. And that is pretty good evidence of what people in the southeast could be facing. We'll be sending our prayers to those who are potentially in harm's way, but people should take confidence from knowing that federal officials have been working very effectively with officials at the state and local level to prepare in advance of this storm. We've developed an expertise, and we intend to use our resources and that expertise to protect the American people, and that'll be put to the test in the next few days. Rich, what the scientists tell us is that this is likely the largest and most powerful hurricane to hit the United States in a decade or so. And the preparations that we have been making in advance of the storm, I think, are indicative of just how serious we think it is. That's why you've seen such a forceful response mobilized by the federal government, even in advance of the storm making landfall. We've seen a similar response from state and local officials, and that's a positive thing as well. But this is a storm that people should take seriously. The federal government is taking it seriously, and it's important for people who live in the path of the storm to take it quite seriously as well. What we typically will do is do a damage assessment to determine just how significant the losses are, and from there we can make a determination about whether or not it is necessary for Congress to consider an additional appropriation.
All right, guys, so that was Josh Earnest commenting on this pending storm. This hurricane will be hitting Florida in the next 12 to 24 hours. The governor has warned residents to evacuate, saying that this storm will kill you if you don't leave the affected area. You're looking at live images coming in from the Miami area. We have a couple of live images coming in from Florida right now. We have this view from Miami and then this view near Palm Beach. But Florida is not the only state that will be affected by Hurricane Matthew. Georgia and South Carolina also affected. Here is some video of evacuations on the Georgia coast ahead of the hurricane. Evacuations and evacuation prep.
It's been crazy. We really haven't had a chance to take a breath. There's orders coming down from all over the place to get all the local establishments buttoned up and all the hatches battened down so that we can ride this storm out. We've been pretty lucky with the clients that we've had call us have been pretty much, they're seasoned veterans of the weather that happens down here, and since Tybie's been pretty lucky of escaping most of the major storms that have come through in the last few decades, they're fairly relaxed. They know this is pretty much a routine thing. When this is announced, they know that they have a certain amount of time to get prepared, basically.
Again, guys, this is video from Georgia of storm prep and evacuation.
Well, it really ain't that much fun. We showed down here Sunday night. And we thought we was going to have a pretty good vacation, and we thought it'd be a little further out than what it was. And we kept watching, he kept coming in and kept getting closer, and they come this morning, said we need to be gone by tomorrow. Then they showed on TV that as of 3 p.m. they was doing a recommended evacuation, and we can tell a difference in the last 24 hours of people going out and stuff, because and they're boarding up everything down through there, and yesterday they wasn't, so I think they're going to take it pretty serious, so that's the reason why we decided to hit the road.
All right, guys, so that was video from Georgia. Now I want to take you back to some video from around Palm Beach. This is live video coming in of the coastline of Florida. Not only is Georgia and Florida affected by the storm, but so is Charleston. Let's look at this video from the evacuations. Wow. Look at this video. Look at the line of cars trying to leave the area. Interestingly enough, in South Carolina, they basically made both sides of the freeway travel in the same direction, leaving town. Also, video from South Carolina, Charleston specifically, people filling sandbags in Charleston. Charleston is a coastal city in South Carolina.
Oh, look, you gonna take me pictures too, sir?
Guys, I want to show you this video from Miami. You can see that our camera is now moving, shaking a little bit. It looks like that is a result of the winds picking up. You can see the same shot that we've been showing you throughout the morning. It looks a bit more windy there in Miami now. Looks like the water is splashing a bit more. The palm trees, they're moving a bit more. The winds are picking up. Let's hear what the governor of South Carolina said earlier today regarding this storm threat.
Good morning. When you're ready, if you'll give me a thumbs up, please. Got it. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. So with that, we want to continue to urge anyone in Charleston or Beaufort counties, they should already be evacuating. We want that to happen. We are going to go ahead, and if we could put the sketch up of, we're going to be evacuating portions of Horry and Georgetown County. You will see there the sections in red that he's going to show you. It's Zone A. Well, actually, it's in pink on this. So those will be, that evacuation will start at noon. Is when we want to plan on doing that. As you heard, John, the big concerns that we have are storm surges are going to go much further inland than people realize, and that's a lot of water all at once. The winds are going to be incredibly high, and then the rain is what we're concerned about. That may give us something similar to what we had with the flood last year, you know, when you're talking about 8 to 12 inches and getting into higher numbers past that. So we do want to be careful, and then we will move that back accordingly as we need to. As of 6 a.m. this morning, 175,000 people have evacuated. That's not enough. We need to have more people evacuating, and this is the part that I want you to think about. If you are still sitting at home, if you have not evacuated, gas stations are getting ready to close. Your pharmacies are getting ready to close. Everything is going to leave because people have to protect their own families, so they're all going to do that. So, number one, fuel up quickly. We know the Circle K gas stations are going to start closing at noon.
All right, guys, you just heard from Governor Nikki Haley, the governor of South Carolina, speaking out. Looks like we also have another clip of the governor speaking out. Very concerned about this storm that is expected to hit Charleston, South Carolina.
As of 6 a.m. this morning, 175,000 people have evacuated. That's not enough. We need to have more people evacuating, and this is the part that I want you to think about. If you are still sitting at home, if you have not evacuated, gas stations are getting ready to close. Your pharmacies are getting ready to close. Everything is going to leave because people have to protect their own families, so they're all going to do that. So, number one, fuel up quickly. We know the Circle K gas stations are going to start closing at noon, but everything else will close. So you will not have access to stores, gas stations, pharmacies, all of those things. So we really do need you to think about that. The gas stations will close down, so you will not be able to get the gas, and so that's something that we're very concerned about along the coastline, and especially in Charleston and Beaufort, that's going to start happening today. We have 38 shelters currently open as of 11 o'clock last night. We can have 50 additional at any given time, so whenever those start to fill up, we have more than enough room to do that. So far, 677 residents are living in shelters at this point. We do have one special needs shelter that is open, but we have 4 more available as needed also. 2 pet-friendly shelters are available in the Low Country, and so for those who are worried about their pets, we do have some pet-friendly shelters that are open, and I know that makes a big difference, and those are in the Low Country. Our number one goal has and will always be to make sure we keep everyone safe. Everything that we're hearing about this storm is one that we're watching closely. It is going to hug the coastline, but it is also going to go further in. And I think everybody related to that during the 1,000-year flood, when they saw how far the water did actually go in, that's what we want you to worry about with the storm surges, because that water above land is the big concern there, and then along with the winds as well.
All right, that was Governor Nikki Haley speaking from South Carolina, warning her residents to evacuate, especially that coastal area of Charleston. Here is another live look from Florida, the Miami area. Meanwhile, it looks like a reporter who is in the Palm Beach area will be doing a live update soon. There he is. We should be hearing from him momentarily. Looks like he's just trying to set up the shot. He's about to go live and give us an update from the Florida coast. In the meantime, when we wait for him to give us an update, here is another look at our weather graphic. And we have one clip of the governor of North Carolina giving us an update as well. North Carolina.
This is being monitored, and we will constantly give you updates on what our recommendations will be. But right now, based upon the reports, again, North Carolina is in fairly good shape, but we do not want to be ill-prepared in case there is a turn from these projections. But even with these projections, the people in southeastern North Carolina need to be ready for potential power outages, trees falling down across power lines. Nick Tennyson, my Secretary of Department of Transportation, is here. So with that, I think those are the major points I want to make. You don't want to move them right in the eye of the storm. Of course, the eye of the storm is, don't be fooled by the eye of the storm, because we're not going to get hit by the eye of the storm unless there's a major change, but we are going to be impacted by the outer lines of that cone. And I think that's the major issue that my public safety people and my transportation people really want to communicate to the people, especially of southeastern North Carolina. And the currents in the ocean and the surge.
All right, guys, looks like we are getting this live feed in from Broward County. We heard from the mayor earlier Today it looks like he may be giving another update because I recognize that background. That is the man that we heard from earlier this morning. Now you're getting a live update. All right, guys, we'll go back to this once this press conference starts. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and show you these weather graphics. Mike Pace will be joining you in just a second.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in Hurricane Matthew coverage for you right now. You can see the satellite and radar composite here. Going to be getting some updates live for you from Florida. And then at 1:45 or 4:45 out on the East Coast, we will have live NASA Space Shuttle flyover of Florida.
Home the point that these hurricanes are not just a point on the map. Here is the eye of the hurricane west of the Berry Islands, and this band right here, which is just about 50-60 miles west of the eye of the hurricane, that easily could have hurricane force winds in it. And then this band, which is more like 100 to 120 miles out to the west of the eye of the hurricane, that could easily have tropical storm conditions in it. So a persistent band of tropical storm conditions could be just about to come on shore. And Rob Morieta, who is the warning coordination meteorologist here at the local National Weather Service forecast office where we share the facility with the Hurricane Center. Rob, you're already seeing winds onshore that portend that the winds are on the increase here in southeast Florida.
Absolutely. We just had a wind gust of 59 miles an hour at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport at 1:45, and that's an indication of these squalls that are increasing not only in frequency as the afternoon progresses, but also in intensity with these tropical storm force sustained winds getting ready to move on shore within the next hour or two. So that's what we're expecting, and we certainly want folks in South Florida to already be indoors because these winds are dangerous. They can knock trees down. We've already had some reports of some tree branches down, and those reports are only going to increase along with power lines down.
So staying off the roads is absolutely good advice, not just because of the debris and things that could be on the road, but the slick roads and eventually inland flooding that could occur is one way you can get yourself into trouble. So stay off the roads. And the winds are not just going to be a coastal concern. The winds are an inland concern. The tropical storm warning and the hurricane warning still up, even if you're out of the cone of uncertainty.
Absolutely. The cone really becomes less relevant as the center gets closer to you because we know that the impacts of the hurricane extend for a long distance, and the cone is only the most likely location of the center of the storm. So we have to keep that in mind. Keep in mind what our warnings are and what the impacts are going to be across our area.
And this is going to be overnight into tomorrow morning, and you still can't rule out getting hurricane conditions in the hurricane warning area in Broward County and then also in Palm Beach County. We also want to talk about storm surge because that is the other hazard that extends northward from Palm Beach County all the way into Georgia and South Carolina. This is our prototype storm surge warning and watch. This is the issue that people in central and northern Florida need to heed the evacuation instructions by tonight, because tomorrow morning the weather goes downhill. We will continue to update you from the National Hurricane Center and the Forecast Office. Dr. Rick Knapp here at the National Hurricane Center. Stay tuned.
This will give you an idea of what we're dealing with here. This is the coastline. We're talking about 5 to 11 foot storm surges. You can just take a look at the homes that are down this shoreline here. This is just a snippet of what the coastline looks like all along Florida's east coast. And that storm is going to be coming up the east coast, and those homes are just gravely in danger, frankly. When you're talking about an 11-foot storm surge, this barrier island here is on a mandatory evacuation at 8 a.m. No one should be here at this point. The winds and the water is really starting to pick up. People are starting to leave now. And again, if Janice is right and the forecast is right, it doesn't really matter where this lands. She's correct on that, no doubt. And this is going to be the area, though, where that eye is going to go right by. And these are the areas on the beach that are the most dangerous. And that is why they're trying to keep people away. But it is just, when you get a view of that coastline, it gives you a better idea of just what's at stake here. People's homes, people's lives. This is just a deadly serious situation, Sandra.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We do have some updates for you regarding Hurricane Matthew. You're looking at live satellite and radar composite here of the track that it is going to be on right now, Category 4. Really, really strong winds. We appreciate you guys watching. Share this link with your family or friends, especially if they are out on the East Coast.
Crystal.
Crystal, are you from this area, Crystal?
I was born here, yeah.
What are you guys doing here today?
We were actually looking for little hurricane lamps, sterno, grills, stuff like that.
So you're going to ride it out?
We are.
What do you hope? What's your best case scenario here?
Best case, power outages, a little flooding. That's the best case at this point in time.
And what are you preparing for? What could be the worst case for you?
Worst case is the head-on that they're predicting. That's the worst case scenario.
So, on the flip side of this, when you're making your okay.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, joined by our very own Steve Kraft, who just came back from the Phoenix Airport, Sky Harbor.
That's right.
And you're talking to some travelers that just made it out?
We're talking to people who just flew in from Miami.
Okay.
And
So
some
they're
of them
the-
were really having trouble getting out of town. They were really, really happy to get on the flight today to get to Arizona.
Nice, nice. And so they're pretty much, they just made it out.
They just made it out. Some of them were from Miami. Some of them had friends and loved ones who were from further north along the Atlantic coast in Florida that's really going to bear the brunt of this storm. And everybody was concerned about it. Everybody is used to hurricanes. And everybody is taking precautions. We talked to people who have boarded up their homes. They have special windows that are hurricane resistant. They've taken all their stuff in from outside, put it away. Every precaution you could take, they've taken it. Plus, they got out of town.
There we go. So let's play some sound that you were able to get from them right here.
Really just moved in outside furniture, patio furniture, anything that could kind of move or blow with wind.
Are people boarding up their homes?
Yes. And businesses as well. So anything that's near coastal, anything near the water, I think everyone's taking a lot more care in terms of their properties and businesses. But we're so used to it, so I don't know.
We didn't board up our house because our windows are impact windows, hurricane impact windows, so we don't have to worry about.
So you're really prepared for this?
Correct. The house is prepared, yes.
Now, north of you, it's even worse, right?
It's going to get worse on the northern part. Miami may be out of the actual direct effect, but from Fort Lauderdale north, and most likely Palm Beach is the areas, and Jacksonville, from Palm Beach to Jacksonville, where the center may affect it more than the rest of the state.
When I left this morning, it wasn't bad, but I cleared everything off of my balcony. I have hurricane impact windows, so I taped everything up, brought everything in. But this morning, it was not raining. It was just really windy at the time. The flight was a little bit delayed going out, but I think that was just because a lot of the incoming flights had been delayed.
How concerned are people in Miami?
It was pretty hectic. I've lived in Miami for the last 12 years. We haven't seen a big hurricane probably since, I would think, Wilma. So, I mean, the Publix, the gas stations, the radios were announcing, hey, you can find gas here at the Costco. I heard there's a delivery truck. So everybody's helping each other out, but we're definitely preparing. People are taking it seriously.
People getting out of town?
I'm here in Phoenix, yes, so people are definitely getting out of town. I tried to get out of town actually yesterday, and every single flight out of Miami was booked.
Oh, okay. So you saw some struggles there.
These people are veterans dealing with hurricanes.
Yeah, you could kind of tell just by looking at they're like, yeah, we're ready.
It's like us with a dust storm.
Sure, or the heat, or the heat.
Yeah, dealing with the heat, extreme heat, and then you see a dust storm rolling in. We just kind of deal with it. Same with these people. They take precautions. They don't get too worked up about it because they've been through it before. They had Hurricane Andrew that was a huge mess in Florida in the 1990s. Hurricane Wilma, she was talking about. Now this one, Matthew. And we're going to go back to the airport because there's a flight coming in early this afternoon from Jacksonville.
Oh, okay.
And Jacksonville is right in the line.
Wow. And I'm after tonight, they should be pretty much being canceled from there, right? I mean,
yeah, I think there are going to be some real effects on the airlines to and from Florida.
okay.
That's part of the story.
All right. Well, we'll check back in with you as you venture back to the airport and see what they say. Those people coming from Jacksonville will probably be really happy that they get
I think
here.
I'm going to hear some more stories.
Yes, yes, that'll be good.
We'll be in touch with you guys.
All right, great.
Before I turn to your questions.
All right, everybody, you're watching continuing live coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate everybody being with us as we are breaking down this coverage here for you, giving it as much insight as we can.
So I missed all the 5 of them that hit here, and
Got lucky on that part.
so yeah, I got lucky on that part. But this one, I'm stuck, and no money, no car, and no lights now because I ain't got no flashlight. And the power goes out. Kind of
Scary situation.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Kurt, thank you very much for your time.
They're 75 years. It's the
Folks,
same
we're going to go
always.
live here
You get
with
ready?
a briefing
Ready to
right
fly?
now
You go on.
in Sanford County. Sanford County, everyone.
Yeah.
Please arrive, and you will be, your information will be taken down by one of the professionals there. We do also ask that you bring any of your healthcare equipment with you and medications to last for at least 3 to 5 days if there is an extended stay there. And that equipment would include wheelchairs, walkers, oxygen. If you have your portable oxygen tanks or concentrators, please bring those. Oxygen will be provided at the shelter for those who do not have those resources. If you need dressings, suction equipment, diapers, etc. You are expected to bring your caregiver with you. If you have a caregiver, and that individual will stay with you throughout the shelter stay. And also, you'll be asked for information on your primary care physician and any home health care agency or hospital in case we need to contact those individuals to assist you. If you have special diets, please bring the food that you need. Of course, food will be provided at the shelters, but we may not be able to accommodate everybody's special diet. So if you do have a special diet, please bring that along as well. We do have a medical director, Dr. Mina Joseph, who is on call. She is visiting the shelters as we speak, as folks are registering and arriving, just to make sure that all needs are met. Your personal items you should also bring along as well. As I mentioned, Bentley is pet friendly. If you do have a pet you're concerned about, you can go to Bentley with a special needs shelter. Also bring some sleeping gear and your comfort items. There will be cots provided for you to sleep on, but again, as far as blankets and pillows and those sorts of things, you would need to bring those along. We are staged here at the Emergency Operations Center. If anyone has any questions whatsoever about the shelters, please don't hesitate to give us a call. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Seminole County Commission Chairman John Horan. Seminole County is prepared for this storm. We've been working very, very hard. Our more than 1,300 employees have drilled for such emergencies, and they're working for the public right now at shelters, in our emergency operations centers, and will be involved with pre- and also post-storm activities and also the restoration. This is a team sport, as you can see by the people who are up here today. This has been a collaboration not only with the Seminole County government, but also with our Sheriff's Office, our 7 cities in Seminole County, the Seminole County Public School System, Seminole State College, Duke Energy, Florida Power and Light, the Red Cross, Sunrail, and the Orlando Sanford International Airport. All have been collaborating for this particular storm, and all have been preparing for it. But all the competence and caring and preparation of all of these good people is no substitute for a competent citizenry that really knows what it's doing and is informed. So know what to do to protect yourself out there. Know what you need to do to protect your families. Know what you need to do to protect yourself, your neighbors, your employees, and your customers. Look out for each other and everyone around you, especially, as Sheriff Esslinger pointed out, those that may not be able to look out for themselves. If you know somebody or you're suspicious about somebody who may not be able to care for themselves, call somebody about that. You can, for additional information, please contact our Citizens Information line at 407-665-0000. That's 407-665-0000. Or visit prepareseminole.org on our website at the Seminole County Government website. Thank you. I'll turn it over to our Emergency Operations Director, Alan Harris. Alan?
Thank you. We'll have a few minutes for some questions. A lot of activity going on the EOC, so I need to get these important people back to the Emergency Operations Center. Are there any questions at this time?
What went into deciding that a curfew needed to be put in place? We're not seeing other counties doing that, so just wondering what went into Seminole County.
Sure. There was some discussions, and we can talk together, but there was some discussions with some business organizations around the area. They had to make some critical decisions. They were contacting our Emergency Operations Center to see what we were suggesting and what they could tell their home offices in some other parts of the country. So we contacted the Sheriff's Office, worked together to come up with a plan looking at the National Weather Service forecast, National Hurricane Center forecast, when it was unsafe to be on the roads. And clearly it's unsafe to be on the roads during hurricane force winds. Deaths occur during that, and we want to prevent any of that happening in our county. And certainly response to those type of traffic collisions and things like that is dangerous for our first responders. So we want to protect our community and also our first responders that would have to respond to something like that.
With these shelters, how many can each shelter hold?
Each shelter is a little bit different. So I can give you a list of all the capacities for the shelters, but we are ready to stage additional shelters if necessary. So as shelters start to fill, then we will look at other shelters to open them up. But at this point, we've opened up our first tier shelters, and we've already seen some input into those, some registration and some folks getting to the shelters. As we start to see those grow, we will continue to grow as well to meet the need.
What you said about the evacuation, not mandatory at this point, voluntary.
It is a voluntary evacuation, is to encourage people that are in mobile home, manufactured home, and low-lying areas, those homes that are vulnerable to hurricane force winds. We want those individuals to seek refuge. And when I say seek refuge, that doesn't mean go to a shelter necessarily. It could be a friend or a family member's house, concrete masonry block homes. A shelter is a lifeboat. It's not a cruise ship. So that's important to remember. You need to bring your supplies with you. Food, games for the kids, books, things like that. Those items need to be brought with you. There was a question in the back.
For the people who doesn't speak English, for Hispanic people, do you have any phone number they can call?
The same number, 407-665-0000. We have persons there that speak Spanish and a number of different other languages.
Sheriff, do you have an urgent message for the people of Seminole County? We were just in Orange County, and I tell you, they were very serious.
Yeah, we've experienced David in my 38 years. I think potentially this is the worst storm that Seminole County residents will experience. You know, we've been through together 2004, all three storms that impacted Seminole County, and to realize the significance, in 2004, Seminole County ranked 5th in the amount of damage during the assessment process. So this is much more, potentially much more dangerous than David. And then we even go back to Donna in 1960 that had such an impact in the city of Sanford. This, in a way or so, could be potentially worse than Donna even in 1960.
Is that concerning?
Certainly is. I mean, you know, our priority obviously is the safety and welfare of all the residents of Seminole County, and we've trained, we've worked, we've got experience, but this particular incident potentially is worse than what we've experienced in the past. We prepare for different types of scenarios. We encourage people not only to prepare for themselves and their families, but again, as Commissioner Horan said, look out for one another, as well as particularly your elderly neighbors, those who are more vulnerable, and we're here to provide the best and most effective services to all the residents of our community. Thanks. Any other questions, comments?
Are you guys going to have another media briefing, or is this the one as it stands right now?
Well, again, we'll revisit not only the curfew and other issues that come up overnight. Again, based on the time frame, height of the storm will affect Seminole County residents. Hurricane force winds at around 5 a.m. We're anticipating tropical storm winds much earlier than that. So we'll monitor and inform the media through advisories and other means. Our Facebook, what else?
Sure. We have Facebook, Twitter. Follow us. The Sheriff's Office also has Facebook, and we're sharing information, of course. Our website, prepareseminole.org. Use those tools to collect information. We're pushing out a lot of information on those social media sites. If you don't like social media, the Citizens Information Hotline is there. It's going to be staffed 24/7, so it's absolutely there to help you. We probably will not have a media briefing tomorrow if we have a curfew tomorrow, and it's not safe to drive on the road, so that wouldn't be a logical thing. But certainly after the storm, if the damage is realized as we anticipate it will be, I am certain there will be other media briefings, and we'll be talking about the recovery process.
There is a big concern among the people because there is no water in the big supermarkets. Can you guys provide water, bottles of water for people?
We are looking at that at this point. We've already talked to the state of Florida as well as FEMA. We are already looking at the points of distribution where food water would be offered. Now, it's important to know that you don't necessarily have to go on water unless your water utility goes down. So you don't need bottled water unless you're in a boil water notice. So some people in 2004 thought that they needed water, but their water utility never went out of service. It never lost pressure. So if it never lost pressure, you don't need to drink bottled water. So if there's a boil water advisory, then at that point we would make that determination. All right, I'm going to let everybody get back to the EOC. It's very, very busy up there. Thank you all very much for coming today.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we are continuing live coverage here on Hurricane Matthew. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Let's take you out to Atlanta, Georgia, where they are doing a press conference as well, talking about the concerns there for Hurricane Matthew.
You ought to just jump out of the bushes and get them.
And it looks like maybe that just wrapped up there, everyone. Let's take you now back out to Orlando, Florida, with coverage there.
But as he said, it's not a hotel. You know, it's a last resort type of thing. It's not a resort. It's a last resort. So bring everything that you're going to need. Also, and this is important, starting at 5 a.m. tomorrow, really the height of the storm, Sheriff Esslinger said, there's going to be a mandatory curfew for the Lake Mary area for Seminole County, and that's going to run, if my math is right, 26 hours. He said until 7. He didn't indicate 7 a.m., but I'm guessing he meant 7 a.m. because that would be the sort of Saturday, because that would be the time the storm would be starting to really die down. They will be using their discretion as far as citations and so forth if you absolutely had to get out, but mandatory curfew, don't be on the roads if you don't have to be.
Right, absolutely. Again, that's for Seminole County, and just want to put out that we are tweeting this information. We're also sharing it on our Facebook page. So if you want to get that information again, please check that out, and we'll be right back.
All right, everybody, continuing coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Let's show you an updated map here of Hurricane Matthew as it is getting closer to making landfall there in Florida. You can see that still Category 4 right now. I do want to show you a live look right now, Daytona Beach right there as well. We're continuing to have this live stream going here for you about 1:45 or 4:45 out on the East Coast. The NASA Space Station is going to be doing a live flyover over Florida, so we'll be able to see high up above on the space station and see what it looks like from that perspective, as well as they are going to be helping tracking the forecasters with Hurricane Matthew right now. I do have some information for you as we continue. Airlines canceled hundreds of flights for Thursday and again Friday as Hurricane Matthew pelted the Florida coast with high winds and heavy rain. Before 2 p.m. Eastern Time, flight tracking service FlightAware.com reported that 1,500 Thursday flights within the U.S. had been scrapped, with the largest numbers at Fort Lauderdale and Miami. American Airlines, which has a major hub in Miami, was the hardest hit carrier, followed by Southwest Airlines and JetBlue Airways. FlightAware said airlines that had already canceled 1,300 more flights scheduled for Friday. Delta Airlines said cancellations were likely to spread to coastal Georgia and South Carolina on Saturday. Like thousands of other Americans, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton scrambled their plans Thursday in Florida, where Hurricane Matthew threatened to wreak havoc on efforts to calm the state for votes in the campaign's final stretch. The ferocious storm barreling toward the coast. Clinton campaign moved staff and out-of-state volunteers working on the east coast of Florida to hotels and other housing inland and was closing all offices in the affected areas until safe to return. The campaign said, sensitive to being seen as trying to capitalize on the storm, the campaign temporarily pulled its ads running on local Weather Channel stations in Florida. The Trump campaign scrapped plans to hold a rally farther up in the coast in North Carolina and canceled a Florida event featuring Trump's daughter Ivanka. Trump offered prayers for those in the path, hoping the hurricane dissipates, but in any event, please be careful, the Republican tweeted. Far away, both candidates continue to prepare for their second debate, a town hall-style face-off on Sunday, and we will be featuring that for you on Sunday, everybody. We're going to go to now a live look in Florida. A reporter there on the scene.
One? Yeah, no problem. Phil.
All right, he is just getting ready right now, but taking a live look right now for you. Continuing our coverage here for you. Here's a little bit closer view of what they are dealing with right now. You could see center of that storm right here in the Bahamas right now, heading towards along the eastern coast of Florida. The surge can threaten lives and property long before its eye nears the shore, so the Miami-based National Hurricane Center has issued experimental storm surge watches and warnings for life-threatening flooding for some 500 miles of coastline from Boca Raton in South Florida all the way up to the area of Charleston, South Carolina. Matthew already has left more than 100 dead in the Caribbean. Storm surge and rainfall flooding have combined for 3/4 of U.S. deaths from hurricanes, tropical storms, and cyclones over the last half-century, including at least 1,500 deaths during Hurricane Katrina, according to the Hurricane Center. You guys are watching continuing coverage right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys all being with us. Answers about Hurricane Matthew. Hurricane Matthew is being described as wet, wild, and weird. Meteorologists say its path has been harder to pin down than that of other storms, but Matthew is definitely dangerous and may possibly stick around in the southeast coast for a week or so. So here's some questions and answers about Matthew. How bad and unusual is this? If Matthew keeps its current status as a major hurricane with winds of 110 miles per hour or more as a Category 3 or higher, it will be the first major hurricane to make landfall in the United States since Wilma in October of 2005. Wilma's winds at landfall were at 120 miles per hour. Earlier that year, Katrina hit with winds of 125 miles per hour. As of 8 p.m. on Wednesday, Matthew's maximum sustained winds were 115 miles per hour, down a tad from 5 p.m. That can make Matthew the first major U.S. hurricane of the social media era. Twitter and iPhones didn't exist when Wilma hit, and Facebook was just in its infancy. Superstorm Sandy in 2012 caused more than $50 billion in damage. That's with a B. But even if it hit the coast as a hurricane, it would have qualified only as a Category 1 with peak winds of 85 miles per hour. Storm surge, large size, and location were the big problems. It was also a combination of 3 different types of storm systems, so it isn't a good comparison. The last hurricane with a similar strength and track to threaten the U.S. East Coast was 1999's Hurricane Floyd, which caused about $7 billion in damage in the Carolinas, says Jeff Masters, a former hurricane hunter, meteorologist, and director of Weather Underground. There's no question that it's going to have major impacts, he says, and it's going to be devastating or just major damaging. He said that depends. A few degrees difference is the hard to forecast track as it hugs that coast can make it difference between a $1 billion storm and a $10 billion one. Now, here's another question that many of you are asking yourselves. Doesn't matter if it makes landfall or stays just offshore. In some ways, the worst case scenario would be if the storm's eye stays just offshore, enabling it to feet over water and avoid weakening while its strongest hurricane winds keep smacking the beaches, says University of Miami tropical meteorology researcher Brian McNulty, who just finished his own storm preparations. In that case, you're raking hundreds of miles of coastline. And don't think of it as just an eye. This storm already is so large and likely to expand even more that it will have widespread impacts. Technically, a storm doesn't make landfall until its eye reaches land, but it can still be considered a direct hit if it's close enough to the shore to have maximum winds over land, even if the eye stays just over water. Here's another question that you may be asking yourself right now. So which is the big worry with Matthew? Is it wind, rain, or the storm surge? While storm surge, all right, folks, we're going to take you now live where Fox reporter is in Florida right now.
Maybe it's becoming almost too late. It's the 11th hour. We don't need people on the roads to evacuate areas like where I am right now, which is a barrier island. Mandatory evacuation went out at 8 a.m. this morning to get people out because these are low-lying areas. If you take a look down here, you'll just get a sense of the coast. And then I'll walk over here to show you just how low-lying this is. I'm standing next to the break on the ocean. They are expecting 5 to 11-foot storm surges here. I'm not even 6 feet. If that water goes over this, the only thing that you've got is homes and businesses and people's lives. So they expect a major storm surge in this area. Listen to Governor Rick Scott talk about the severity of this storm.
Okay, we are taking now a live satellite and radar look. You're looking at this live right here as we are looking at the track. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane. I do want to show you also Daytona Beach right now, as you can see that webcam is set up there for us to take a couple looks at as well. I'm going to be updating you on some of the latest news regarding Hurricane Matthew right now for you. President Barack Obama has declared an emergency in the state of Florida and has ordered federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local response efforts to Hurricane Matthew. Obama's action authorizes the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Management Agency to coordinate efforts to alleviate the suffering caused by the hurricane. The directive applies to more than 24 counties in Florida. Emergency declarations are designed to help provide emergency services to protect lives and property and to lessen the threat of a catastrophe. Take you out to that satellite radar as well. And as you can see here, airlines are canceling hundreds of flights as Hurricane Matthew is just pelting the Florida coast with high winds and heavy, heavy rain.
Very minimum tropical storm force winds, which are reflected in the yellow here across much of the Florida Peninsula. And as we go up the scale here to orange, red, and purple, we have an increasing threat of wind, with the purple areas an extreme wind threat from the Palm Beaches all the way up to north of Cape Canaveral.
And note, even inland areas of Miami-Dade County could experience some strong winds.
Absolutely. And the red areas are hurricane force wind potential. And that covers most inland areas, Lake Okeechobee, even all the way up through Orlando and Jacksonville. So this is what people should be preparing for the potential of these winds occurring.
And again, got to emphasize the core of a major hurricane, perhaps Category 4, perhaps coming on shore in the hurricane warning area tonight. Now, it's not just a coastal event, it's not just a wind event. Let's talk about the water hazards.
Storm surge is a big concern from the Palm Beach County area northward. We're expecting, or the possibility of surge exceeding 3 feet inundation. That's life-threatening, so we certainly want folks to heed the evacuation orders that are already in place for much of the coast.
And if you are being told to evacuate farther north due to storm surge or anywhere due to being in a mobile home and local authorities telling you to evacuate, you need to leave now. This is a serious situation. Also, evacuation instructions are being issued up in the state of Georgia and then into South Carolina. The effects could be felt as the days go on. More to come here live from the National Hurricane Center with Rob Morieta. I'm Dr. Rick Knabb.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are in Hurricane Matthew coverage mode for you, and I appreciate everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well. As we take a look right here, you're looking at a live look at Daytona Beach. I want to give you guys the latest info here, and thanks to everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix.com as well. President Barack Obama has declared an emergency in the state of Florida and has ordered federal aid to supplement state, tribal, and local response efforts to Hurricane Matthew. Obama's action authorizes the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Emergency Management Agency to coordinate efforts to alleviate the suffering caused by the hurricane. The directive applies to more than 24 counties in Florida. Emergency declarations are designed to help provide emergency services to protect lives and property and to lessen the threat of a catastrophe.
Are focused on Martin County. I explained to him that if one of the big counties get hit to our south, we can get lost in the melee. And he's actually putting somebody right here in our EOC. So Governor, thank you so much. We know there's a lot on you, and you're in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you for being here.
The most important thing is we keep everybody safe. But you're right, we're gonna send an individual down to sit right here at EOC to make sure if there's any issues, we resolve them quickly. I just finished with a briefing with the state meteorologist. If you're watching and living in an evacuation zone, you need to leave now. So if you're in an evacuation zone, get out. This is not something you should take a chance with. Time's running out, leave, there's no excuses. The roads are open, you should get out. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. Our number one priority is protecting everyone's life. We don't want to lose one life. Our number one priority is to protect everybody's life. Matthew is strengthening near the northwestern Bahamas. It is forecast to be a Category 4 as it approaches Florida. It is located about 250 miles southeast of West Palm Beach with winds of 125 miles per hour. On the forecast track, the eye of Matthew should move very close to the east coast of Florida Peninsula tonight through Friday night. These are hurricane warnings. There are hurricane warnings and watches along the entire east coast. Tropical storm watches are in effect for Florida's Gulf Coast. Let's all remember, this is serious. 125-mile-an-hour winds, and it's expected to strengthen. Only a small deviation in the forecast track to the left or to the west could bring the core of a major hurricane on shore within the hurricane warning area. With a small deviation to the right, it could keep the hurricane force winds offshore. A small movement could mean a lot. It can mean the difference between life and death. That's why we have to prepare for a direct hit. So, if you're in an area that's low-lying, that you're a barrier island, you're in an evacuation zone, there's no reason to wait. If you wait, that's when the lines happen, that's when we have problems with fuel, and this is life and death. Again, protecting life is our number one priority. The impacts of Hurricane Matthew could be as follows. Heavy rain. It's expected to produce rainfall of 4 to 8 inches and even up to 12 along the east coast, and the Keys 1 to 3 inches. Now let's think about this. If you look at prior storms, when there's a band that goes out there, it can be way more rain than that. With rain, then you have flash floods and things like that. Strong rip currents, beach erosion, the possibility of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, storm surge. Now think about this. There's storm surge of 5 to 9, not inches, but feet. 5 to 9 feet. Feet. From Sebastian Inlet to the Florida-Georgia line. 3 to 5 feet from Deerfield Beach to Sebastian Inlet. And 1 to 3 feet from the Upper Keys to Deerfield Beach. Now these are heights above ground. 5 to 9 feet. Now think about that. On top of that, you're going to have waves crashing. So you have storm surge, and on top of that, you're going to have significant waves crashing. Do not surf. Do not go on the beach. No one should be on the beach doing anything. Remember, all these things are projections, and it can get worse. We are preparing for the worst, we're hoping for the best, and we should not be taking, no one should be taking any chances. Based on the continued strong track with Florida, I'm announcing that I have activated an additional 1,000 members of the Florida National Guard. That means 2,500 members are now activated. We have another 4,000 members that are ready to be activated if we need it, but we have 2,500 activated now. I have directed the National Guard to help with evacuations and with sheltering. National Guard members will also make sure those who have waited until the last minute to evacuate can do so as safely as possible. But don't take a chance that somebody's going to be there to make sure if you wait to evacuate. Last night I suspended all tolls in the affected areas of the state. This includes the entire Florida Turnpike, Alligator Alley, Central Florida Expressway Authority, and the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority. Again, there is no reason not to evacuate. About 1.5 million Floridians and visitors are under evacuation orders. Right now, we're very focused on Palm Beach going north. This is the first big area that will be hit, and conditions will arrive in just a few hours. This is game day. This is when this is gonna hit. Intercoastal bridges have already been locked down in Palm Beach County. If you're on the East Coast from Palm Beach northwest, you will likely see winds between 100 and 150 miles an hour. Just think about that. 100 to 150 miles per hour. These catastrophic levels can completely wipe out well-built homes and destroy neighborhoods. You're going to lose power if you're on the East Coast. There's no question you will lose power. You're going to lose power. We just don't know how long. I've been talking to the utility companies. I just got off a conference call with the utility companies with the goal that they pre-position assets around the state, and then if they know of any needs, they tell us as early as possible. We're going to stay up with them every day, make sure we share resources as much as possible to get everybody their power back as quickly as they can. We are going to lose power. Millions of Floridians will be without power. Go inland to a friend's home. Go to a shelter or find an accommodation. Partners like Airbnb are making rooms available for free. Go to Visit Florida and Expedia. They also have listings of open hotels. If you live on the west coast of the state, call your friends on the East Coast and offer them a room. If you're concerned about safe routes, please visit fl511.com. fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns, accidents, anything you need to pick the best route. So our Florida Department of Transportation is tracking all the different evacuation routes. We have people ready to go, make sure our evacuation routes are open. Again, no excuses, get out. Floridians and visitors can go to floridaevacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter their location and see shelters available in their area. As of last night, there were 58 shelters open. Today, 84 more will open. We have doubled the number of available shelters. No one wants to sit in a shelter, but it's way safer than a lot of the homes that we would be sitting in. So even though it might not be the best accommodation, it's way better to sit in a shelter and protect your life. We have individual gas stations that are seeing temporary outages of fuel, but they're being quickly refueled. We have plenty of fuel in the state right now. The current fuel supply in the state will last for 6 days, even if all the ports are closed. Remember, take the fuel you need, leave fuel for the next person. Take this fuel as much as you need so everybody has a chance to get as much fuel as they need. We're evacuating hospitals along the East Coast. There are no reported issues at this time. Back in 1992 under Andrew, I was running a hospital company. We evacuated 2 hospitals in Miami, and the hurricane turned south and hit a hospital we had evacuated 2. We had to hand vent patients. We had 154 patients in. All the windows blew in because of Andrew. So we're going to do everything we can to evacuate the right facilities. But just remember, this storm can change on a moment's notice. Last night, I requested President Obama to declare an emergency declaration in 26 counties. I've also requested direct federal assistance to meet pre-landfall critical emergency needs of our communities. This includes resources from the federal government, including food, water, and tarps. That's what we need now. We'll need more later. I hope the President approves it as early as possible this morning. I'd love to get it done early today. We will continue to be making requests to the federal government for assistance. Text FL Prepares, one word, to 877, FL Prepares to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares, one word, to 888-777.
All right, folks, we're going to have a live conference for you coming up right now. Governor Rick Scott will be live now on the Fox 10 News Now stream for you regarding Hurricane Matthew preps and updates.
That's when our highways are going to get clogged. That's when our gas stations are going to probably have problems with making sure they have enough fuel. Protecting life is our #1 priority. The impacts of Hurricane Matthew could include heavy rain, up to 12 inches along the East Coast. And if you look at prior storms, we get bands sometimes that drop even more than that. And when you have that much rain, what do? You get flash flooding, strong rip currents, beach erosion, the risk of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, storm surge. Think about this, 9 feet of storm surge. And on top of that, we have waves on top of the storm surge. So 9 feet. That's over our heads. Do not surf. Do not go on the beach. No one should be on our beaches. Indian River County, all the way to the Florida-Georgia line, will have winds exceeding 100 miles per hour. As of now, Volusia and Brevard will have the highest wind strength. That's the projection now, but these things change. Inland counties like Seminole and Orange will also have hurricane-force winds. And remember, these are all projections subject to change. We are preparing for the worst, we're hoping for the best, and no one should take a chance. No one should be taking a chance. Yesterday, I asked the President for additional fuel, water, and tarps, which FEMA approved today. This afternoon, I'm also asking the President for additional generators and pumps to help with power outages and flooding once the storm hits. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have a lot of power outages. And it's not going to come back on in one day. We expect to have a lot of flooding, especially here in Northeast Florida. And we will need additional pumping equipment from the federal government. Now let's go back to evacuations. There's a lot of people that have never been through this and are still waiting to evacuate. There is no reason, if you're in an evacuation zone, if you're in a barrier island, if you know you're prone to flooding, if you're in an evacuation zone, get out now. Based on the continued strong track to Florida, I've activated 3,500 members of our National Guard. That's over half of the available troops have been activated. That's how serious this is. Protecting lives remains our number one priority, and that is why I've continued to activate more troops for important life-saving missions. But stop and think about this. We should not be putting people's lives at risk because you made the foolish decision not to evacuate. I've directed the National Guard to focus on pre-position resources, assist with helping people evacuate safely, and sheltering operations. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, they will be involved in recovery efforts, including search and rescue missions. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission also has high water vehicles pre-positioned across the state to help with these efforts. Around 1.5 million people are under evacuation orders. 1.5 million people. More areas are being mandated to evacuate right now. Please check with your local government, your mayors, your sheriffs, or your local news if you're unsure. Last night, I suspended all tolls in the affected areas of the state. This includes the entire Florida Turnpike, Alligator Alley, Central Florida Expressway Authority, and the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority. There's no reason not to evacuate based on worrying about whether you're going to have to pay a toll or whether there's going to be a problem with the evacuation zone. We're going to do everything we can to keep these roads clear. If you're on the East Coast, you're going to lose power. Millions are going to lose power. Utilities companies are going to do all they can to turn power on, and I've been talking to them, but you're going to lose power. Go inland to a friend's house, go to a shelter, find an accommodation. Partners like Airbnb are making rooms available for free. You can go to Visit Florida and Expedia for listings of open hotels. Hotels are filling up quickly all over the state. As the storm approaches, you need to go to a shelter. Your safety, not comfort, is the most important thing. The shelter might not be the most desirable place to be, but it's safer than many homes. If you live on the West Coast, call friends on the impacted areas and offer them a place to stay. More than 3,000 people are already in shelters across Florida. As of last night, there were 58 shelters open. Today, there are more than 80 have been opened, and the number will continue to increase, and we'll continue to increase shelters as they're needed. I know you don't want to sit in a shelter, nobody does, but it might be the safest place. It might be the difference between life and death. I-10 westbound out of Jacksonville is experiencing congestion, but continues to move. In addition to DOT deploying extra road rangers and wrecker crews, DOT and Highway Safety are working together to direct motorists to alternate westbound routes, including US 90 and State Road 228. But we're going to do everything we can to make sure any bottlenecks get cleared up as quickly as possible. We have called in extra people from Highway Safety. They will be out there, more road rangers and DOT, and we're monitoring all the evacuation routes. Every one of them is being monitored right now. As of now, all flights have been canceled from Orlando Sanford International Airport and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. Flights will be canceled after 8 p.m. tonight at Orlando International Airport. If you're concerned about safe routes, please visit fl511.com, fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns and accidents. Anything you need to pick the best route, you can find on fl511.com. No excuses, get out. Floridians and visitors can go to floridaevacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter their location and see shelters available in their area. I have directed the Department of Transportation to send fuel resources to the gas stations on Alligator Alley. They report issues there. We're going to start seeing fuel shortages at specific gas stations, but we have plenty of fuel in the state right now, and we'll get fuel around the state as quickly as we can. So on the Alligator Alley issue, we've already resolved that issue. But individual gas stations are going to start having shortages, and we'll do everything we can to get them fuel. The current fuel supply in the state will last for 8 days, assuming every port's closed. So we have 8 days of fuel. If you're going to get fuel, take what you need. Don't fill up if you don't need to. Just take what you need to leave some for the next person, just to make sure everybody has the fuel they need. Our hospitals along the East Coast are evacuating. To date, we've not reported any issues with those, but we're evacuating hospitals. You can text FL Prepares, one word, FL Prepares, to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares at 888-777. This will send you life-saving information. If you know somebody's making a bad decision, call them. Don't let somebody pester them. Do everything you can. Be a pain in the rear. If you know anybody that's making a bad decision, if you have a family member, if you have a friend, pester them to get out and evacuate. Remember, saving every life in this state is our #1 priority. To the press, you've done a great job alerting people and keeping people informed. Anything more you can do, if you have any ideas, any more we can do to make sure people get informed, just let us know. But the press has done a great job. The next briefing from the National Hurricane Center is going to be this afternoon at 5:15. After this, I'll be heading back to the State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee, and I'll spend the night there, and then we'll decide in the morning, because as you know, this is going to start hitting a little bit later tonight in the south part of the state, and just slowly move up here. And when we have a slow-moving storm, we're going to get rain. We're going to get a lot of rain. We're going to have flooding. We're going to have storm surge, and we're going to have ridiculous, unbelievable amounts of wind. So I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has.
Governor, you mentioned that the National Guard is assisting people with evacuating. Where are they located, and where does it seem in the state like people need the most help evacuating?
Well, we've got National Guard in 3 locations, north, central, and south. And so we've done the same thing with our National Guard. We've pre-positioned food and water. We've pre-positioned high water vehicles. We've pre-positioned people from Fish and Wildlife. So so they can get to, like, if Sheriff Shore called and needed something quickly, we were able to get support quickly. So that's what we've done around the state. On top of that, I have somebody for all the East Coast counties. I have somebody from my office. They'll be coming over here tomorrow, and they'll be staying here through the restoration efforts. So if there's an issue, we can get them resolved quickly. We have National Guard members coming to our EOCs around the state. This is General Calhoun, the state's adjutant general, and he'll be able to get resources quickly around the state. So where are my concerns? I was in earlier today. I was in Martin County, and they think that probably people are not taking this seriously enough. I think in Martin County they said they've asked 17,000 people to evacuate. I was talking to Mayor Curry a little while ago. They increased their evacuation efforts, and Mayor Curry told me he was down on the beaches. He didn't say, I don't think he was on the beaches, down in the beach communities, and there's still people down there. It doesn't make sense. So I think we still have people that are not taking this seriously enough. I think if you just stop and look at this for a second, over 100 people have died in Haiti already. So we don't know what the numbers out of the Bahamas are yet, but over 100 people have already lost their lives in Haiti. We're going to have 140 to 150 mile-an-hour winds all along this coast. So I think what's going to happen is people start seeing what happens because it looks like the first really bad area is going to be the Palm Beach area, and And I think as you watch the news, you're going to see how bad that is. We're probably going to see more people wanting to evacuate. So my biggest concern is, are people taking this seriously enough? So I don't want to lose a life.
Any other questions? Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you for coming. Oh my goodness.
Hey, sir, sorry about that.
We've never done it. No, this is, yeah, no, definitely. And I didn't know you guys even had a Facebook page up yet until I got here last night. So I was like, awesome. Yeah, I didn't even know. I was like, I liked it on my phone.
Check in with Glenn and Brooks, who are tracking the very latest right now. Glenn, what's going on?
Right now, again, the center sitting about 100 miles to the due east of the Miami area offshore. Right now, locally, we're getting these bands coming through. Remember, these bands, these showers, are still not the hurricane itself. Again, the main core of the hurricane is still located out through the Bahamas and extreme southeastern Florida. So bands of rain blowing through, gusty at times, the breezes for the rest of this afternoon and early this evening. So there's the center. And again, we're monitoring this and watching closely as it follows this line. So this line is key. If we see it actually kind of veering to the left of that line, that means it could in fact make landfall a little farther south, which would put it a little bit farther inland. So you can watch this as we are watching it. If it goes a little to the right of the line, that of course would put it a little bit farther off to the east, which would mean there's potential that it does not move ashore at all, and possibly again keeps the strongest winds farther just offshore. Again, this is well within the room of air that we've been talking about, that window, that cone of air from the Hurricane Center. So all of this is going as planned, but this is the fine-tuning that you do at the very last minute as you watch a system like this approach your coastline. The hurricane warnings are up for good reason, from Miami all the way up through Jacksonville, all the way up into Georgia, and of course those do extend farther inland. Coastal flooding is likely, again, along the coastline. The surge numbers have been pushed up. They're now back up to 7 to 11 feet, which means, and you heard the governor talking about it, we're talking about the water actually rising 7 to 11 feet as a maximum. Again, that's the maximum. So it could be right around 5 or 6, but the maximum would be 7 to 11 foot rise of water. Then on top of that, we're going to have our waves of 10 to 12 feet hitting the coast. That's how big of a deal this is for the coastal residents. 6 to 12 inches of rain likely, and then on top of that, of course, you get pounded by the strongest winds too. Look at the rainfall expectations still from Orlando, 6 inches. Flooding is not likely west of Orlando. If you're out in Lake and Sumter and Marion County, Alachua County, yes, you'll get some heavy downpours. You'll get some little localized street flooding, but anything major, no, you will not. If you live east of Orlando, St. Johns River Basin, eastern Seminole, eastern Orange County, along the coastline, of course, 8 to 10, 12 inches of rain based on our computer model too. Let's talk about the timing of the wind. When can you expect things to change now as we go through this evening and tonight? I just updated these numbers, and this is a brand new model that just came in a little while ago. 8 o'clock this evening, the strong winds will still be down to our south, but as we head towards 11 o'clock this evening, the stronger winds begin to affect Brevard County and Indian River County. Winds will begin to increase in metro Orlando at about midnight, but it's until then, it'll be just like it is right now for the most part. About 1 to 2 a.m., that is when the damaging winds will be hitting the coastline in Brevard. About 2 a.m., 1 to 2 a.m. In and around Orlando, the winds will start to get up between 50 and 70, but I put a little asterisk next to that because the wind field is very confined on the west side. It's not symmetrical. It's a lot of the energy is on the east side. Very little of the energy is on the west side. We will, it looks like, be, of course, on the west side. If not, the hurricane were over on the west coast, we'd be on the east side. We would get the stronger winds, but we're on the west side. Even though it's almost going to be right on top of us, The winds possibly may not be as strong being carried into Orlando. That's why we've tweaked this a little bit. At 3 in the morning, powerful damaging winds hitting the coast. We know that 100, 110 mile per hour winds, but in Orlando, east of Orlando, 70 plus, but right from Orlando and to the west, they're going to drop off real quick. They could only be like 25, 30 miles per hour. That's it, just west of downtown, extending through Lake County. So if you live out in Lake County and the winds are blowing 20, 25, that could be all that you're going to get from this system because it's a very confined wind field on the west side. The worst part of the storm will be around 6 a.m. to about 11 a.m. for tomorrow. During that stretch, that's when the damaging winds will still be hitting the coastline. The eye of the hurricane could go right over Melbourne and Satellite Beach and Port Canaveral and up again through Cocoa Beach. Winds just north of there at that time at about 6 to 7 a.m. 110 miles per hour. Just to the west, 70 mile per hour winds. But then when you get into Orlando, notice how it really drops off quite a bit. So even western Orange County, from the western end of the county to the eastern end of the county, you could have about a 60 mile per hour difference in wind just across Orange County, going from one direction to the other. This is at about 8 a.m. tomorrow. 70 mile an hour winds again east from about Orlando to the east. As you get up to the north in Volusia County, that's when your strongest winds will be moving in at around 7 to 8 a.m. The damaging winds, the winds up to 110 miles per hour. And remember, this system is moving, even though it may in fact move over land, it's still getting the energy from out over the Gulf Stream waters. It's expected to remain a Category 4 hurricane for the entire duration that it is over us. It's not going to weaken. Everybody thinks it just goes down like that. It does not. It is going to stay a Category 4 hurricane also because it's able to feed off the warm waters. As we head towards around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, strongest winds are still in Volusia County, now really affecting Flagler County. The powerful winds will be hitting Brevard County, but they're coming in from the different direction. So they'll start out of the north and northeast. By 10 o'clock, they'll come in from the west and northwest. That's what really rips things apart because you get hours of wind in one direction, and then you'll get a period of calm, and then all of a sudden the winds come in from the other direction and just kind of wiggle everything loose. So again, that's going to be going on at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll still be at the height of it, Ocala and Sumter County up towards Gaines.
All right, everybody, looks like that feed might have just paused on us for just a second here. We're going to get it back for you.
But again, you're going to be avoiding the damaging winds out to the west of Orlando, but you will still have power outages, as the governor has been talking about. All of us will be dealing with this, of course, but the farther east you go, the more severe the damage is going to be, and, of course, the power outages. And one thing I want you to let you know is that it's not unheard of in a situation like this for some communities to not have power for much more than a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, okay, along the coastline. This is not the type of an event that comes through and the power's out for a few days and it comes back on again. This stays on, this goes on, this is infrastructure is destroyed. And so it takes time to build that. That takes weeks to endure. So just be aware, that's the type of a scenario we are talking about. So again, just let this go through. But on the immediate end, remember, this is at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's still not over yet. So you should not be going outside in the morning hours to go check things out. It'll be the height of it. You should not be going out in the afternoon tomorrow because still the winds will be 100 miles an hour in Brevard County in Orlando. The winds could still be around 50 to 70 miles per hour. Farther down to the south, they will begin to improve in Brevard County. In Brevard County, you will definitely see a vast improvement by 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, but still the strong winds do continue up in Flagler County. That'll be at about 5 o'clock. And then everybody starts to improve as we head towards 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock tomorrow night. So again, this is going to be an all-day deal for tomorrow, not just tonight. This is going to start up overnight while you're asleep, but it's all day. So again, in Seminole County, winds 15 to 24 today, up to 25 to 35 early tonight, and then during the day tomorrow, early in the day, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We'll be talking more about those counties, Bob and Sonny. Also, we will be talking more also about the threat of tornadoes too. I'll have more on that coming up.
All right, Glenn, thanks. And our continuous coverage, not only here and online, consistently updated, as we've been telling you, with any information we have about road issues, shelter information, all of that on fox35orlando.com, as well as our Facebook page.
And as Glenn was saying, this is a very, very long event, and we are already, even though the eye is still an awful long ways away from making any kind of landfall, we're already feeling the effects. I'm sure you're feeling it in Orange County. Let's take a look. Downtown Orlando, the rain is already starting to come through. That's just one of the outer bands of the storm making its way in. We're going to have continuous coverage here on Fox 35. We will be back in just a moment.
All right, folks, as you can see here, we have a live look at a reporter in Florida here, and wow, does not look that fun there. You can see the photographer there trying to wipe down that camera lens right there.
Several times since yesterday, saying if you are in an evacuation space, you must get out. This is not a joke. We've been hearing, of course, from our own meteorologists for quite some time that this is a serious issue. So we want to check in with Glenn and Brooks, who are tracking the very latest right now. Glenn, what's going on?
Right now, again, the center sitting about 100 miles to the due east of the Miami area offshore. Right now, locally, we're getting these bands coming through. Remember, these bands, these showers, are still not the hurricane itself. Again, the main core of the hurricane is still located out through the Bahamas and extreme southeastern Florida. So bands of rain blowing through, gusty at times, the breezes for the rest of this afternoon and early this evening. So there's the center. And again, we're monitoring this and watching closely as it follows this line. So this line is key. If we see it actually kind of veering to the left of that line, that means it could in fact make landfall a little farther south, which would put it a little bit farther inland. So you can watch this as we are watching it. If it goes a little to the right of the line, that of course would put it a little bit farther off to the east, which would mean there's potential that it does not move ashore at all, and possibly again keeps the strongest winds farther just offshore. Again, this is well within the room of air that we've been talking about, that window, that cone of air from the Hurricane Center. So all of this is going as planned, but this is the fine-tuning that you do at the very last minute as you watch a system like this approach your coastline. The hurricane warnings are up for good reason, from Miami all the way up through Jacksonville, all the way up into Georgia, and of course those do extend farther inland. Coastal flooding is likely, again, along the coastline. The surge numbers have been pushed up. They're now back up to 7 to 11 feet, which means, and you heard the governor talking about it, we're talking about the water actually rising 7 to 11 feet as a maximum. Again, that's the maximum. So it could be right around 5 or 6, but the maximum would be 7 to 11 foot rise of water. Then on top of that, we're going to have our waves of 10 to 12 feet hitting the coast. That's how big of a deal this is for the coastal residents. 6 to 12 inches of rain likely, and then on top of that, of course, you get pounded by the strongest winds too. Look at the rainfall expectations still from Orlando, 6 inches. Flooding is not likely west of Orlando. If you're out in Lake and Sumter and Marion County, Alachua County, yes, you'll get some heavy downpours. You'll get some little localized street flooding, but anything major, no, you will not. If you live east of Orlando, St. John's River Basin, eastern Seminole, eastern Orange County, along the coastline, of course, 8 to 10, 12 inches of rain based on our computer model too. Let's talk about the timing of the wind. When can you expect things to change now as we go through this evening and tonight? I just updated these numbers, and this is a brand new model that just came in a little while ago. 8 o'clock this evening, the strong winds will still be down to our south. But as we head towards 11 o'clock this evening, the stronger winds begin to affect Brevard County and Indian River County. Winds will begin to increase in metro Orlando at about midnight. But it's until then, it'll be just like it is right now for the most part. About 1 to 2 a.m., that is when the damaging winds will be hitting the coastline in Brevard. About 2 a.m., 1 to 2 a.m. In and around Orlando, the winds will start to get up between 50 and 70, but I put a little asterisk next to that because the wind field is very confined on the west side. It's not symmetrical. It's a lot of the energy is on the east side. Very little of the energy is on the west side. We will, it looks like, be, of course, on the west side. If not the hurricane were over on the west coast, we'd be on the east side. We would get the stronger winds, but we're on the west side. Even though it's almost going to be right on top of us, the winds possibly may not be as strong being carried into Orlando. That's why we've tweaked this a little bit. At 3 in the morning, powerful damaging winds hitting the coast. We know that 100, 110 mile per hour winds, but in Orlando, east of Orlando, 70 plus, but right from Orlando and to the west, they're going to drop off real quick. They could only be like 25, 30 miles per hour. That's it, just west of downtown, extending through Lake County. So if you live out in Lake County and the winds are blowing 20, 25, that could be all that you're going to get from this system because it's a very confined wind field on the west side. The worst part of the storm will be around 6 a.m. to about 11 a.m. for tomorrow. During that stretch, that's when the damaging winds will still be hitting the coastline. The eye of the hurricane could go right over Melbourne and Satellite Beach and Port Canaveral and up again through Cocoa Beach. Winds just north of there at that time at about 6 to 7 a.m. 110 miles per hour. Just to the west, 70 mile per hour winds. But then when you get into Orlando, notice how it really drops off quite a bit. So even western Orange County, from the western end of the county to the eastern end of the county, you could have about a 60 mile per hour difference in wind just across Orange County, going from one direction to the other. This is at about 8 a.m. tomorrow. 70 mile an hour winds again east from about Orlando to the east. As you get up to the north in Volusia County, that's when your strongest winds will be moving in at around 7 to 8 a.m. The damaging winds, the winds up to 110 miles per hour. And remember, this system is moving, even though it may in fact move over land, it's still getting the energy from out over the Gulf Stream waters. It's expected to remain a Category 4 hurricane for the entire duration that it is over us. It's not going to weaken. Everybody thinks it just goes down like that. It does not. It is going to stay a Category 4 hurricane also because it's able to feed off the warm waters. As we head towards around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, strongest winds are still in Volusia County, now really affecting Flagler County. The powerful winds will be hitting Brevard County, but they're coming in from the different direction. So they'll start out of the north and northeast. By 10 o'clock, they'll come in from the west and northwest. That's what really rips things apart because you get hours of wind in one direction and then you'll get a period of calm and then all of a sudden the winds come in from the other direction and just kind of wiggle everything loose. So again, that's going to be going on at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll still be at the height of it. Ocala and Sumter County up towards Gainesville, your winds about 40 to 45 miles per hour with some gusts maybe a little bit higher than that. But again, you're going to be avoiding the damaging winds out to the west of Orlando, but you will still have power outages as the governor has been talking about. All of us will be dealing with this, of course, but the farther east you go, the more severe the damage is going to be and, of course, the power outages. And one thing I want to let you know is that it's not unheard of in a situation like this for some communities to not have power for much more than a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, okay, along the coastline. This is not the type of an event that comes through and the power's out for a few days and, it comes back on again. This stays on, this goes on, this is infrastructure is destroyed. And so it takes time to build that. That takes weeks to endure. So just be aware, that's the type of a scenario we are talking about. So again, just let this go through. But on the immediate end, remember, this is at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It's still not over yet. So you should not be going outside in the morning hours to go check things out. It'll be the height of it. You should not be going out in the afternoon tomorrow because still the winds will be 100 miles an hour in Brevard County in Orlando. The winds could still be around 50 to 70 miles per hour. Farther down to the south, they will begin to improve in Brevard County. In Brevard County, you will definitely see a vast improvement by 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, but still the strong winds do continue up in Flagler County. That'll be at about 5 o'clock. And then everybody starts to improve as we head towards 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock tomorrow night. So again, this is going to be an all-day deal for tomorrow, not just tonight. This is going to start up overnight while you're asleep, but it's all day. So again, in Seminole County, winds 15 to 24 today, up to 25 to 35 early tonight, and then during the day tomorrow, early in the day, winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. We'll be talking more about those counties, Bob and Sonny. Also, we will be talking more also about the threat of tornadoes too. I'll have more on that coming up.
All right, Glenn, thanks. And our continuous coverage, not only here and online, consistently updated, as we've been telling you, with any information we have about road issues, shelter information, all of that on fox35orlando.com, as well as our Facebook page.
And as Glenn was saying, this is a very, very long event, and we are already, even though the eye is still an awful long ways away from making any kind of landfall, we're already feeling the effects. I'm sure you're feeling it in Orange County. Let's take a look. Downtown Orlando, the rain is already starting to come through. That's just one of the outer bands of the storm making its way in. We're going to have continuous coverage here on Fox 35. We will be back in just a moment.
All right, folks, here is a live look right now. As you can see where it is at right now, Hurricane Matthew. We do appreciate everybody being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And take a look at this. Just captured. Florida surfers are riding the Matthews waves. Look at that. Some surfers right now are going against what we just heard from Governor Rick Scott talking about. As you can see, it could get very, very dangerous. Right now, a live look, Daytona Beach. Here's the very latest. With dangerous Hurricane Matthew approaching Florida's coastline, officials at Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, and SeaWorld say they'll be shutting down until the storm passes. Disney officials said on the company's website today that the theme parks, water parks, and Disney Springs, the miniature golf course, and the ESPN Wild World of Sports complex would close at 5. The theme park will remain closed through Friday. Take a look at hurricane formation right here. Just kind of how it sets up, folks. So these unstable air temps cool with the height. They drag up into the clouds. As you can see, that pressure then comes. This leads to convection. Now, moist layers at 15,000 feet for continued thunderstorm activity. That's how it gets going. The velocity of these winds must not change significant with the height. And ocean temps must be over 80 to supply energy to sustain this storm. This is what you're looking at, is just a perfect recipe for a hurricane. Organized strong thunderstorm circulation with winds 39 to 73 miles per hour. Back out now to take a look at just this Hurricane Matthew, as some surfers in Florida taking advantage of those waves, but really taking a risk big time. Here's a live look, Daytona Beach right here. Waves continuing right now. Tropical satellite as well.
you have a friend or a family member here, go there. And the last thing I want to reiterate one more time is that now it's time to hunker down for this storm. Please get into a shelter. Please get off the roads. Please go into your home. And that is the best way to protect yourself, your family, our first responders, and the other residents and folks that are here visiting in South Florida. So with that said, I'm going to bring up now the Fire Chief of Broward County, Chief Fernandez, to say a few words to our residents.
Thank you, Mayor Keir. On behalf of Sheriff Scott Israel and the BSO Department of Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Fire Rescue, our deputies and firefighter paramedics are prepared and ready to meet the challenges brought about by Hurricane Matthew. Everyone should have finished their protective storm preparations by this morning. Your storm panels should be in place. You should have cleared the area around your home and secured everything. You should have sufficient food, medicine, and supplies for each member of your family and for at least 3 days that include your pets. You should stay inside in a safe place starting this morning. Get with family or friends and hunker down as conditions are expected to deteriorate as the day progresses. Heed the advice and stay off the roads. Before, during, and after the storm, high winds, flooded areas, and downed power lines can be deadly. Most injuries and deaths occur after the storm. Hold off on sightseeing or venturing out until the storm has completely passed and it's absolutely safe. The emergency rooms have shown a great uptick in injuries. As we get stressed and rushing to complete things, we start to make errors. So please plan your time, take a deep breath, and we can avoid many injuries that don't have to happen. The priority of the Broward Sheriff's Office is to protect lives and property. Our deputies and firefighters will brave weather conditions to provide emergency services to those in need. However, worsening weather conditions may prevent us from responding until it's safe enough to get to you. The Broward Sheriff's Office is asking for the public's help in keeping everyone, including our first responders, safe from undue harm. We're your safety net, and we want to be there for you regardless of what the issue is. So working together as a community, we can maximize our ability to keep each other safe. Do not call 911 unless it's an emergency. If you need non-emergency assistance or have questions, you should call Broward County's 24-hour hotline at 311. Here are some more safety tips before and after the storm. Have flashlights and plenty of batteries in case the power goes out. Do not use candles for light. Wind or other accidents can knock down an open flame and start a fire, and you end up with a much bigger problem than you started with. Also, with the use of many of the things that we've come to learn that are alternatives during storms, the use of charcoal grills indoors, they give off carbon monoxide, which is odorless and colorless and is very dangerous and can cost you your life. The same thing applies to the use of generators. Various injuries can come from using generators, and there's a lot of them out there, so you have to understand that when they're hot, if you go to refuel them, you can start a fire. You have to wait for them to cool off. And also, it's very important as far as where you place the generators. If you place them close to a window or any pathway where the carbon monoxide can get into the house, you can end up with the same situation. So if you are using any of these devices, also it's critical that you have smoke alarms and carbon monoxide detectors. That will prevent you from, if there's an accident of any of those gases going into the house and you not being aware. After the storm, if you get cabin fever or you just might be curious, but it's important to hold and stay inside. Wait for the messages from local government, from the Weather Service and emergency managers. Downed power lines and standing water are both dangerous to your health and life safety. Power lines can go down, they can appear de-energized, and they can re-energize. So don't take anything for granted when it comes to standing water and power lines. For more information and storm updates, follow Broward Sheriff on Facebook and Broward Sheriff on Twitter. There's also a host of safety information at www.sheriff.org. As the fire chief, under Sheriff Scott Israel's leadership, I can assure you the men and women of the Broward Sheriff's Office stand ready to protect the lives and property of all Broward County residents and visitors. We're working very closely in lockstep with the Broward County Emergency Operations Center and Broward County. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And there's one more thing that I want to stress that's very, very important. We still at this time are strongly encouraging our residents who are in the areas of either a mobile home, low-lying areas, or our coastal areas to voluntarily evacuate. You still have time to do that. If you evacuate those areas, you will help ensure that you and your family are protected. You can go to one of our shelters. You can also go to a friend or a family member's home. There is a place for you. And so now, before I read the shelters, I would like to bring up Miguel Ascaruns, who is our Emergency Management Director here in Broward County.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, good morning. Matthew, as you know, we've been all watching it on the television through the National Hurricane Center's messaging. Continues to be a very dangerous storm. It's intensifying to possibly a Category 4 as it approaches the South Florida region. So right now, our number one priority here at the Emergency Operations Center in Broward County is the public safety. And in coordination with Broward Sheriff's Office and over 100 agencies, we transitioned to a level 1 EOC activation this morning at 7 a.m. That means over 300 personnel representing different agencies are now here to address life safety issues, power issues through the Florida Power and Light. At this point, as the mayor and the fire chief address the community, everyone should be hunkered down in their homes with their shutters up throughout the storm. Right now we're at a state and local emergency declaration, which triggers additional resources that may be needed throughout the state of Florida if we need additional resources from the state or the federal government. So that is in place. This morning, we've also want to encourage our public and our residents, if you do have damage throughout the day, the Broward County has a home damage assessment program, and this is a graphic of it. You can also find it on our website, broward.org/hurricane or /emergency, or you can call 311. Basically, this program provides us a graphical display here in the Emergency Operations Center of where the major damage is throughout the county, whether it's water or from wind. And there are pictures on the website, and you can hit level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. And that way, that information gets it here, and we can have a better idea of where the damage is throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I read the shelters, does anybody from the media have any questions that they would like answered? Yes. Oh, sure. Can we? Sure. Well, can we go over here and we'll come over to you? Yes, and then Amy, right behind you. Sure, I'll let Miguel Ascaruns address that.
One more time, can you repeat? No, because those are people with additional medical needs. We can confirm that, but at this point, it looks like they are closed due to the winds that we're looking at receiving shortly here, even by noon possibly.
And with that, we do, however, encourage folks, if somebody does have a special need and they're concerned, please contact 311, and we'll make every effort to try to help you. Amy.
Yeah, of the 10,000 extra FPL workers in Florida, how many are going to be specifically for Broward? So in total, how many FPL workers will we have in our county?
Sure. It's my understanding, and I'll let Miguel confirm this, that it's in 4 sections throughout the state, and I believe one of the sections is South Florida. Miguel, do you have any other specific information with regard to it? No additional, but FP&L has taken this very, very seriously, and they've indicated that they'll have a sufficient amount of workers to be able to combat and fix any problems that may occur.
And what's the shelter population this morning?
Sure. Last night it was 2,200. This morning, this is the general population shelter. It's approximately 1,900 people, and we have a capacity of about 7,700 people. Brittany.
That's what I was going to ask.
That question.
And for the fire chief, he had said that emergency runs show a great uptick as people are preparing for the storm. Are you talking about what they've actually seen this time, or are you talking about in general in past storms?
Yes, in speaking to a few of the ERs in the last 24 hours, I know one particularly in West Broward had more than 30 cases of minor injuries, cuts from trying to apply panels, trip and falls, minor trauma. So those are those preventable injuries that if we take a deep breath, we plan what it is we're going to do, we can really lighten up the load on the ERs and prevent injuries that are really something that we can avoid, hopefully, for everyone by taking your time at doing these things.
Did any of them have deaths that they attributed to the storm?
Not that I'm aware of, but I didn't do a full canvassing of all of them. It was just a general uptick of minor trauma injuries, lacerations, bruises, things of that nature. Lo voy a tratar, estoy fuera de práctica un poquito, pero el Departamento de Bomberos y Rescate del Broward Sheriff's Office está preparado para responder a todas las cosas que el público necesita. Si los vientos llegan a un nivel que es peligroso salir, entonces los jefes deciden cuál es el riesgo y el beneficio y respondemos. Pero todos los servicios que tenemos normalmente están en fuerza y también tenemos más personas en los camiones de bombero y rescate para más llamadas si sube el nivel de las llamadas. No por estrés, pero hay muchos lesionados que están tratando de arreglar las casas, prepararlas y tienen accidentes, cortadas, cosas así. Lesiones menores, pero cosas que se pueden prevenir mientras que planee bien y hagan lo que tengan que hacer despacio y calmado.
Yes.
Are we past the point now where any sort of mandatory evacuation would or even could time-wise be ordered before the storm arrives?
You know, right now we're still waiting on information. You know, we are strongly encouraging folks to voluntarily evacuate. But you know, for us, everything's still on the table. We'll have our next advisory that comes in. But generally, you have a mandatory evacuation when you have a strong threat of a storm surge. And both the state and the National Weather Service have indicated that we don't have a strong threat of a storm surge. And that's why we haven't had a mandatory evacuation. But we are strongly encouraging folks to evacuate the coastal communities, the mobile home communities, and also low-lying areas. But everything's still on the table based on the information that will be coming in.
What's the % chance now of hurricane force winds versus tropical force winds in Broward, and around what time for both of those?
Sure, it is, I believe it's still stayed approximately the same. We have an 80% chance of tropical storm force winds that are sustained, and also from my understanding, a 20% to 25% chance of hurricane force winds that could be sustained later this evening. The National Weather Service asked us not to give specific times because things could fluctuate, but our residents should expect tropical storm force winds sometime early this afternoon and potential hurricane force winds later on this evening, but early evening.
Do you have any idea how many people used the buses last night to get to the shelters?
Miguel, do you have the answer to that? No, I don't. We don't, but we can find that for you, and I can get you that information. Does anybody else have any other questions?
Do you know anything about when the airport might reopen?
It's basically, it's closing at 10:30 a.m., and we'll keep it closed until we determine that conditions are safe for airlines to operate once again and for our residents to travel. So it all depends on the conditions. It's basically open-ended at this time.
We don't know, sometime tomorrow, you just don't know when?
I'm reluctant to say for sure when we'll do it, but it will be when we determine that conditions are safe. So definitely it won't be open today. It'll likely be open tomorrow, but again, that's based on what the conditions show.
For travelers that might be stuck there, have they been taken to shelters or in the process? What happens with people?
Regardless.
Absolutely. We're going to get impacts here in South Florida from the storm, regardless of whether it shifts a little bit to the east or of course, if it shifts to the west, even more so. So we need to be ready for, at the very minimum, tropical storm force winds, which are reflected in the yellow here across much of the Florida Peninsula. And as we go up the scale here to orange, red, and purple, we have an increasing threat of wind, with the purple areas an extreme wind threat from the Palm Beaches all the way up to north of Cape Canaveral.
And note, even inland areas of Miami-Dade County could experience some strong winds.
Absolutely. And the red areas are hurricane force wind potential. And that covers most inland areas, Lake Okeechobee, even all the way up through Orlando and Jacksonville. So this is what people should be preparing for the potential of these winds occurring.
And again, got to emphasize the core of a major hurricane, perhaps Category 4, perhaps coming on shore in the hurricane warning area tonight. Now, it's not just a coastal event, it's not just a wind event. Let's talk about the water hazards.
Storm surge is a big concern from the Palm Beach County area northward. We're expecting, or the possibility of surge exceeding 3 feet inundation. That's life-threatening, so we certainly want folks to heed the evacuation orders that are already in place for much of the coast.
And if you are being told to evacuate farther north due to storm surge or anywhere due to being in a mobile home and local authorities telling you to evacuate, you need to leave now. This is a serious situation. Also, evacuation instructions are being issued up in the state of Georgia and then into South Carolina. The effects could be felt as the days go on. More to come here live from the National Hurricane Center with Rob Moyeda. I'm Dr. Rick Knabb.
down to sit right here in EOC to make sure if there's any issues, we resolve them quickly. I just finished with a briefing with the state meteorologist. If you're watching and living in an evacuation zone, you need to leave now. So if you're in an evacuation zone, get out. This is not something you should take a chance with. Time's running out. Leave. There's no excuses. The roads are open. You should get out. Evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. Our number one priority is protecting everyone's life. We don't want to lose one life. Our number one priority is to protect everybody's life. Matthew is strengthening near the northwestern Bahamas. It is forecast to be a Category 4 as it approaches Florida. It is located about 250 miles southeast of West Palm Beach with winds of 125 miles per hour. On the forecast track, the eye of Matthew should move very close to the east coast of Florida Peninsula tonight through Friday night. These are hurricane warning. There are hurricane warnings and watches along the entire east coast. Tropical storm watches are in effect for Florida's Gulf Coast. Let's all remember, this is serious. 125-mile-an-hour winds, and it's expected to strengthen. Only a small deviation in the forecast track to the left or to the west could bring the core of a major hurricane on shore within the hurricane warning area. With a small deviation to the right, it could keep the hurricane force winds offshore. A small movement could mean a lot. It could mean the difference between life and death. That's why we have to prepare for a direct hit. So, if you're in an area that's low-lying, you're a barrier island, you're in an evacuation zone, there's no reason to wait. If you wait, that's when the lines happen, that's when we have problems with fuel, and this is life and death. Again, protecting life is our number one priority. The impacts of Hurricane Matthew could be as follows. Heavy rain. It's expected to produce rainfall of 4 to 8 inches and even up to 12 along the east coast, and the Keys 1 to 3 inches. Now let's think about this. If you look at prior storms, when there's a band that goes out there, it can be way more rain than that. With rain, then you have flash floods and things like that. Strong rip currents, beach erosion, the possibility of tornadoes, hurricane force winds, storm surge. Now think about this. There's storm surge of 5 to 9, not inches, but feet. 5 to 9 feet. Feet. From Sebastian Inlet to the Florida-Georgia line. 3 to 5 feet from Deerfield Beach to Sebastian Inlet. And 1 to 3 feet from the Upper Keys to Deerfield Beach. Now these are heights above ground. 5 to 9 feet. Now think about that. On top of that, you're going to have waves crashing. So you have storm surge, and on top of that, you're going to have significant waves crashing. Do not surf. Do not go on the beach. No one should be on the beach doing anything. Remember, all these things are projections, and it can get worse. We are preparing for the worst, we're hoping for the best, and no one should be taking any chances. Based on the continued strong track with Florida, I'm announcing that I have activated an additional 1,000 members of the Florida National Guard. That means 2,500 members are now activated. We have another 4,000 members that are ready to be activated if we need it, but we have 2,500 activated now. I have directed the National Guard to help with evacuations and with sheltering. National Guard members will also make sure those who have waited until the last minute to evacuate can do so as safely as possible. But don't take a chance that somebody's going to be there to make sure if you wait to evacuate. Last night I suspended all tolls in the affected areas of the state. This includes the entire Florida Turnpike, Alligator Alley, Central Florida Expressway Authority, and the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority. Again, there is no reason not to evacuate. About 1.5 million Floridians and visitors are under evacuation orders. Right now, we're very focused on Palm Beach going north. This is the first big area that will be hit, and conditions will arrive in just a few hours. This is game day. This is when this is going to hit. Intercoastal bridges have already been locked down in Palm Beach County. If you're on the East Coast from Palm Beach northwest, you will likely see winds between 100 and 150 miles an hour. Just think about that. 100 to 150 miles per hour. These catastrophic levels can completely wipe out well-built homes and destroy neighborhoods. You're going to lose power if you're on the East Coast. There's no question you will lose power. You're going to lose power. We just don't know how long. I've been talking to the utility companies. I just got off a conference call with the utility companies with the goal that they pre-position assets around the state, and then if they know of any needs, they tell us as early as possible. We're going to stay up with them every day, make sure we share resources as much as possible to get everybody their power back as quickly as they can. We are going to lose power. Millions of Floridians will be without power. Go inland to a friend's home. Go to a shelter or find an accommodation. Partners like Airbnb are making rooms available for free. Go to Visit Florida and Expedia. They also have listings of open hotels. If you live on the west coast of the state, call your friends on the East Coast and offer them a room. If you're concerned about safe routes, please visit fl511.com, fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns, accidents, anything you need to pick the best route. So our Florida Department of Transportation is tracking all the different evacuation routes. We have people ready to go, make sure our evacuation routes are open. Again, no excuses, get out. Floridians and visitors can go to floridaevacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter the location and see shelters available in their area. As of last night, there were 58 shelters open. Today, 84 more will open. We have doubled the number of available shelters. No one wants to sit in a shelter, but it's way safer than a lot of the homes that we would be sitting in. So even though it might not be the best accommodation, it's way better to sit in a shelter and protect your life. We have individual gas stations that are seeing temporary outages of fuel, but they're being quickly refueled. We have plenty of fuel in the state right now. The current fuel supply in the state will last for 6 days, even if all the ports are closed. Remember, take the fuel you need, leave fuel for the next person. Take this fuel as much as you need so everybody has a chance to get as much fuel as they need. We're evacuating hospitals along the East Coast. There are no reported issues at this time. Back in 1992 under Andrew, I was running a hospital company. We evacuated 2 hospitals in Miami, and the hurricane turned south and hit a hospital we had evacuated 2. We had to hand vent patients. We had 154 patients in. All the windows blew in because of Andrew. So we're going to do everything we can to evacuate the right facilities. But just remember, this storm can change on a moment's notice. Last night, I requested President Obama to declare an emergency declaration in 26 counties. I've also requested direct federal assistance to meet pre-landfall critical emergency needs of our communities. This includes resources from the federal government, including food, water, and tarps. That's what we need now. We'll need more later. I hope the President approves it as early as possible this morning. I'd love to get it done early today. We will continue to be making requests to the federal government for assistance. Text FL Prepares, one word, to FL Prepares to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares, one word, to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. This could be life-saving information. If you think someone's making a bad decision and they're not evacuating, call them. Plead with them to do the right thing. Don't let a family member, don't let a friend do the wrong thing. Let them know this is dangerous. Just think about the winds, the storm surge, the waves, all these things that could happen, the potential of tornadoes. Our number one priority, keep everybody safe. To the press, I want to thank you. You've done a great job getting the information out. Anything more you can do to let people know the risk of the severity of this, please do. Our next briefing from the National Hurricane Center is going to be at 11:15. I'll be glad to take any questions anybody has.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, thanks.
Safety, and in coordination with Broward Sheriff's Office and over 100 agencies, we transitioned to a level 1 EOC activation this morning at 7 a.m. That means over 300 personnel representing different agencies are now here to address life safety issues, power issues through the Florida Power and Light. At this point, as the mayor and the fire chief address the community, everyone should be hunkered down in their homes with their shutters up throughout the storm. Right now we're at a state and local emergency declaration, which triggers additional resources that may be needed throughout the state of Florida if we need additional resources from the state or the federal government. So that is in place. This morning, we've also want to encourage our public and our residents, if you do have damage throughout the day, the Broward County has a home damage assessment program, and this is a graphic of it. You can also find it on our website, broward.org/hurricane or /emergency, or you can call 311. Basically, this program provides us a graphical display here in the Emergency Operations Center of where the major damage is throughout the county, whether it's water or from wind. And there are pictures on the website, and you can hit level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4, and that way that information gets it here, and we can have a better idea of where the damage is throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, before I read the shelters, does anybody from the media have any questions that they would like answered? Yes. Oh, sure. Can we? Sure. Well, can we go over here and we'll come over to you? Yes, and then Amy, right behind you.
The county had tweeted out that some special needs shelter was closed. Can you elaborate on it, or what people should do to make open arrangements?
Sure. I'll let Miguel Ascruz address that.
One more time, can you repeat?
County Twitter page said the special needs shelter was closed, so what should people do to make open arrangements? Will the other shelters be able to handle them?
No, because those are people with additional medical needs. We can confirm that, but at this point it looks like they are closed due to the winds that we're looking at receiving shortly here, even by noon possibly.
And with that, we do, however, encourage folks, if somebody does have a special need and they're concerned, please contact 311, and we'll make every effort to try to help you. Amy.
Yeah, of the 10,000 extra FPL workers in Florida, how many are going to be specifically for Broward? So in total, how many FPL workers will we have in our county?
Sure. It's my understanding, and I'll let Miguel confirm this, that it's in 4 sections throughout the state, and I believe one of the sections is South Florida. Miguel, do you have any other specific information with regard to it? No additional, but FP&L has taken this very, very seriously, and they've indicated that they'll have a sufficient amount of workers to be able to combat and fix any problems that may occur.
And what's the
Sure. The last night it was 2,200. This morning, this is the general population shelter. It's approximately 1,900 people, and we have a capacity of about 7,700 people. Brittany.
That's what I was gonna ask.
That question.
And for the fire chief, he had said that emergency runs show a great uptick as people are preparing for the storm. Are you talking about what they've actually seen this time, or are you talking about in general in past storms?
Yes, in speaking to the few of the ERs in the last 24 hours, I know one particularly in West Broward had more than 30 cases of minor injuries, cuts from trying to apply panels, trip and falls, minor trauma. So those are those preventable injuries that if we take a deep breath, we plan what it is we're going to do, we can really lighten up the load on the ERs and prevent injuries that are really something that we can avoid, hopefully, for everyone by taking your time at doing these things.
Did any of them have deaths that they attributed to the storm?
Not that I'm aware of, but I didn't do a full canvassing of all of them. It was just a general uptick of minor trauma injuries, lacerations, bruises, things of that nature. Lo voy a tratar, estoy fuera de práctica un poquito, pero el Departamento de Bomberos y Rescate del Broward Sheriff's Office está preparado para responder a todas las cosas que el público necesita.
All right, folks, Samia is coming up next to provide coverage for you.
All right, guys, you're looking at live images coming in from Florida. Speaking of Florida, our sister station in Florida giving live round-the-clock weather coverage. We're going to take you there now.
And Osceola counties, because right now the official forecast track does continue to move, Matthew, northwest at 14 miles an hour. Pressure down to 939 millibars. That's lower than it was just a few hours ago, and the Hurricane Hunter aircraft are in that. The timeline for the worst weather will be late tonight through the day tomorrow. But once again, we'll continue to watch that finite track, because any deviation just about another 20 or 30 miles offshore could have huge differences in the impacts here in Central Florida. Hurricane warnings in effect, and we'll come back and have the full details in just a few minutes. Back to you.
Brooks, Tomlin, thank you. That's encouraging. You know, the eye, don't go crazy, because the eye does wobble a little bit as it goes. Hopefully, though, it's more of a trend rather than,
Yeah, it's interesting
rare.
because this is my first hurricane being a Florida resident. You've covered these in times past, so I'm learning so much just by listening to these hour-to-hour forecasts.
Covered F5 tornadoes, earthquakes, and hurricanes. I need volcanoes, and then that'll be it. So
we'll get you to Hawaii before the end of your career.
That would be the end of it.
We want to check in with Charles Belay, who's been monitoring things on social media. So cool to see all the video coming in from really all over Florida, Charles.
Absolutely, and this is really the lifeline between us and you guys, the viewers, because you really are our eyes and ears out there, because you are in locations where we can't be. And there are many more of you than just our crews. This is some of the video, actually this is actual picture that came in from our reporter David Williams, and wanted to share all of the social media stuff with you for just a little bit. We're going to talk about this hashtag, Hurricane Matthew on Fox. Or Matthew on Fox. If you do that hashtag, we will get your stuff. And this is one of the pictures that David wanted to share. You heard the mayor talking about Orlando United, and that is what I have found in the short 2 weeks that I have been here. This city definitely is united. People stand together, and it's a great thing to see, and you can see that they are still boarding up businesses at this late hour. We're going to move this board ahead here. A little bit of information from the United Way. If you have a problem dealing with all of the stress and all of the pressure, there is help for you, my friends. There is. You don't have to suffer this alone. So if you have 211, will be operational during Hurricane Matthew. All you have to do is dial 211 or text your zip code to 898211 for the latest emergency information, and somebody will talk to you. Help you understand what's going on, because I know some people do really get worked up about this. Remember, the hashtag is Matthew on Fox. Lake County is letting us know that the sandbag location at 2505 Spring Lake Road, that's in Fruitland Park, they are now out of sandbags, ladies and gentlemen. That is no more there. However, the fire stations 10, 14, 110, and 39 are fully stocked. So if you still need some sandbags, you can go there. That's our information coming from there. Now, here's also something from David Williams, one of our reporters. He's got a great personality, and you see that. We all need a little bit of levity, because this is a stressful situation. Everybody's got their fingers crossed. I like that wobble, Brooks. Let's keep it wobbling as far east as we can get it to go. And they said, stay away from our world, and there's Mickey doing a little bit of magic right there. I guess that's pushing Matthew out. And David said he saw that online and he wanted to share it. You always can use a little bit of good news. Duke Energy putting out some information. If you see power lines with information, what you should do, of course, avoid them. You report them to Duke Energy. If a power line falls across your car, stay inside if possible. Make a phone call from your smartphone. Remember, this is your life and death now in 2016. And if you have to leave your car, you have to jump clear. Remember, they taught you all this stuff in junior high and high school. Well, this is now where it comes back to haunt you. You need to have that information. Of course, you can follow them. We're getting some information from our reporter Jackie. We're getting some nonstop heavy rain in Palm Bay, and a little bit of video here. We'll tap that so you can see what it looks like. So we're getting some gusty winds and some strong pounding rains as this storm moves its way in. Also some video from our friend Jared, who sent us a little bit of video from outside of his home. So you guys keep this stuff coming, because we'd like to see what you are experiencing out there. We can't be everywhere. We're going to try and do the best we can for you. and we're going to continue right now with two of the best in the business. Take it away.
Charles, thank you.
Oh, that's sweet, Charles.
You know, it's interesting that he talks about people who are, you know, dealing with the stress of a hurricane. I got a chance last night to speak with a professor out at UCF who also runs a clinic, and we're going to have that for you at some point tonight when we're, you know, longing for something to be able to say, because we'll be talking for the next 24, 48 hours. And she did say that there are many, many different ways that people deal with stress. Some of you right now are throwing hurricane parties. That's how you deal with the stress. Hopefully you're doing it far enough inland, and if you'd like to share some pictures of that, that would be fine. Share them here on social media, and if we get a chance, we'll share those as well. But there's all kinds of ways that people find a way to get through these storms, and it's difficult because it's not just the storm. Because there's a feeling of helplessness as you've gone inland, and you know if your property, your home, your condo, whatever it is on the beach, you're like, what's happening there? There are difficult, stressful times that, you know, you have to try and get through.
Right, and this is a good reminder that even when power does go out, it's likely to go out in a lot of locations, our weather app will constantly be updating with the latest track, the latest wind strengths and things like that. So as Charles was just saying, when your TV isn't working and hopefully your phone is charged up, we'll consistently update that as well as our news app and our website. And all of this information that we are still getting in from officials, we're going to continue to list online. We know this is a lot to put out, and that you guys are spread out across all of Central Florida. So just know that we are reaching out to every county and every city when possible, and we are putting all that information together, and we'll continue to put that online. Speaking of going just about everywhere, we have Valerie Boy, who's in Melbourne.
As they say, you know, these shelters, they're a last resort. They are a place to go. They're not supposed to be a resort, so bring all the necessary stuff when you go, if you have to go. But we're going to check in with Valerie right now and find out how things are going there and whether people are taking advantage of it.
Well, I'm here at Sherwood Elementary School in Melbourne, where people have been coming in and out all day long. If you take a look behind me, you'll notice people have lots of supplies here, such as pillows, blankets, a lot of people all around sitting outside. And we're told that there are 8 shelters open in Brevard County and another 3 shelters that are pet-friendly shelters. Many have come with their pillows, blankets, and food. We weren't allowed inside, but talked to residents outside.
It's kind of stressful because you got to leave your house, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Very nervous because the storm seems like one of the worst we've ever had in this area since I've been here. I've been here about 30 years, and so I'm a little nervous, but I think we'll be okay.
What's it like in there? I haven't been in there at all.
It's not that bad. They put you in individual rooms with, you know, I'm with 9 other people.
And is there a place to bathe, things like that?
Yeah, there's a shower. We have a bathroom in the room.
Home away from home?
No. For now.
But at least it's safe.
Yes.
And the county says there's still plenty of room for people to come to the shelters. In Brevard County, Valerie Boy, Fox 35.
Valerie Boy, thank you. And again, we're continuing our coverage here. Another half hour to 45 minutes. We should get an updated pass, so we'll find out whether or not that little eye wobble that Brooks was talking about is something that they're going to factor in.
Right.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, showing a little bit of a budge east. We'll see if that was it's going to stick. But stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage right after this short break as we leave you right now with a look at I-4 at the Central Florida Parkway. Yep, a lot of people waited to evacuate or leave. Be safe on the roads. Numerous reports of accidents on the major roadways as the day has continued on. We'll be back with much more after this.
All right, guys, again, that was a update from our Fox station in Florida, giving us nonstop coverage of Hurricane Matthew there. We want to also show you this live image coming in from the coastal region of Florida. We were just watching updates from Orlando, Florida. Now you're looking at a live shot coming in from, I believe, Daytona Beach. Daytona Beach, Florida. Earlier today, we heard from the governor of Florida encouraging everyone to stay away from the water, to not go surfing, to not go swimming, and if you're in an evacuation area, to get the heck out of there. However, looks like some people were not interested in listening to the governor's orders. In fact, we watched this video earlier today of surfers enjoying the waves. And here we have satellite animation showing Hurricane Matthew moving through the Bahamas. Alright guys, we have this video of how hurricanes are formed. In case you guys are not aware, we're going to go ahead and play this for you now. First you have unstable air, cool temperatures rising. This leads to convection. Moist layers at 15,000 feet, necessary for continued thunderstorm activity. The velocity of the winds must not change significantly with the height. Also, ocean temperatures must be over 80 degrees to supply energy to sustain a storm. And that is how you form a hurricane. Back to those live images from Daytona Beach. And it looks like our weatherman in Orlando giving another update. Let's go ahead and listen in on what he is saying now.
Pretty big blast of rain. And when some of these individual waves and showers come through, even for late this afternoon and now for this evening, we're going to get some wind gusts up to about 30, 35 miles per hour. We've already been thousands of people without power down across southeastern Florida, and it's nowhere near us right now. So it's still on the way, and these power outages are still on the way. So here's some heavy rain right now, beginning to move through eastern Orange County, eastern Seminole County. It's this area from Orlando to the east, where upwards of 8 to 12 inches of rain in total could in fact come on down. A little bit farther out to the west, again out towards Celebration and Hunters Creek, that next wave also is on the way. So here are the current wind speeds. 24 in Miami, just got 55 miles per hour out across the western end of Grand Bahama Island. 35 in West Palm, 32 miles per hour up across southern Brevard County. So the main core is down here to the south. On the visible satellite imagery, you can see where the main core is right there. This is your main core of wind. So when you're in that core, you know about it. When you're on the outer edges of it, it's still breezy. It's still breezy in Stewart. The main core is still definitely sitting offshore by around 60, 70 miles or so. Hurricane warnings are up all across the east coast of Florida, Miami, Vero Beach, all through Brevard County, Volusia County, and all the way up into South Georgia, with also hurricane warnings inland still for Seminole, Volusia, and Orange and Osceola counties. Here are the latest tropical forecast models. You don't see 20 models here, so what we've done is we've honed it down to the better ones. So will it make landfall? That's really still the big question mark. So again, notice some of the models, a concentration showing it just near the Cape or just offshore, which would mean, again, the strongest winds would be offshore. The still hurricane force winds will be hitting the coastline, but notice the angle too. That would mean southern Brevard County not as bad as northern Brevard County. Volusia County, again, will be right on the edge of your of A1A just offshore. So you would still, of course, have the hurricane force winds or higher, but as soon as you go a little farther inland, those winds would definitely start to drop off. And we've been saying that for quite some time now, that when you have a hurricane that is going from south to north, any slight deviation in its forecast track can make a huge difference in whether or not you get 90-mile-an-hour winds or you just get 40-mile-per-hour winds. It doesn't take much, so so expect this to change, and this is exactly what we anticipated. Here's what's steering Matthew right now. It is Nicole. Nicole is sitting out here. It is a tropical system as far out to the east. It's not a big deal. It's not going to move towards us, but it is aiding and actually pushing this system towards us. So as long as it is there, it continues to keep Matthew at least moving towards us. If Nicole was not there, Matthew would have gone more to the north and definitely would have turned away from us because of this big trough that is sitting out to our west. So a lot of, again, different factors involved. So I want to zoom on in here and show you what's going to happen as we go through tonight. This is at about 1 o'clock in the morning. There's the center still, approaching southern portions of Brevard County and Indian River County, moving towards Melbourne. Notice our wind direction is out of the northeast with the heaviest rain hitting the coastal areas from Orlando over towards the coast, not yet up into Daytona Beach. But then as we head towards 4 a.m., that is when the main core is here. Notice the strong winds hitting the coastline, but not getting very far inland. Again, based on our model, basically extreme eastern Seminole, eastern Orange County, eastern Osceola County, as far as inland areas. Doesn't mean we're not going to have heavy rain, but that once again would be at 3 o'clock. At its nearest point, if in fact the center does move right near the coastline in northern Brevard County, the strongest hurricane force winds would in fact reach to Orlando. But again, if we see a little bit of a push out to the east, if it stays a little farther offshore, then you take that western edge and bring it back in. So again, that's the little tweaking that we will be doing. But you can see everybody at 7 a.m. tomorrow will be right in the middle of it. At 9 o'clock, notice it slows down. Not saying it's going to go stationary, but remember, for this thing to turn, it has to slow down. Think of a semi-tractor trailer out on the highway. It can't turn at 70 miles an hour. It's got to slow down to 10, 20, 30. Well, all right, some go faster, but you kind of get the idea. It's going to slow down off of our coast and then begin to turn away. So it will be slowing down as we go through the day tomorrow. Look at nearly noon tomorrow, still sitting off the Volusia County coastline, still getting the wind and the rain. Hopefully, again, the hurricane force winds at that point would all be offshore. But again, right now we have to assume that we will still have hurricane force conditions in Daytona, up through Flagler County, up towards St. Augustine, and out across Brevard County. Your winds will start to ease up, and then look how quickly, again, as it starts to make that turn and it kind of flip-flops, all that energy goes to the north and it begins to turn and move away. So things will definitely start to improve quickly as we go through tomorrow during the latter part of the afternoon. By evening hours, late evening, that's midnight, again, we're going to be in good shape, and then as we get into the day on Saturday, our winds will be out of the west. So again, right now, this is what we have going on. We have some thunderstorms that are offshore. That's the only spot that we have lightning. Notice there is almost no lightning over land, and that is very normal when you have a tropical system. The upper level temperatures are just too warm. You can't make ice, you can't make ice, you can't make lightning. And so that is why always you get the heavy rain, and very rarely do you hear that much thunder when you have a tropical system coming through. Again, here's one more view, again, showing the eye. You can see lots of lightning strikes right around the eye. Thunderstorms here, a little farther up to the north in the warm Gulf Stream waters, but almost zero lightning strikes over the entire peninsula. So Bob and Sunny, again, this is an evolving situation as we monitor it. We're not changing our forecast or anything. We're just making people aware that, again, as this evolves, we will start to kind of tweak things a little bit when it comes to wind and rain. Hurricane warnings continue. Again, we're expecting that to be the case all through the day for tomorrow, so it will not be safe to go outside starting late this evening through the entire day on your Friday.
Okay, Lynn, thank you so much. We'll check back in, and again, we do have a new forecasted path coming up here shortly. You know, so many people trying to find ways to get out, and everybody's getting in the cars and they're evacuating the shelters, but there's so much of Florida that has to be protected from the Space Coast. Those folks are evacuating. The rockets are important, but there's so many boats on the array. Did you see, Schlissel had this great video, one of our photographers, of how they get the boats out of the water. This giant thing that goes under, it goes under the boat and then lifts it out and drives it into the parking lot and puts it down to keep those boats safe. It's an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah, it is so much preparation, and it was smart for those people along the coastline who were boat owners to heed that warning and get that craft out, because it can potentially be
days ago.
Yeah, days and days ago. This was early this week. So speaking of water and big lakes, Dana J is live in Sanford tonight, I believe right in front of Lake Monroe there. And we checked in with you a little while ago, Dana. We saw some people who were catching those last few minutes of fresh air before they locked down. You're waving to someone else. So there are people still out and about in Sanford.
Right, say hi. Say hi, guys. What? How you doing, folks? Are you ready for the storm?
Yes, we are, and make sure you guys, man, be safe out there. The weather's coming down. Please, man, be safe, man, and God bless you all, okay? God bless you.
Good advice. Thanks for stopping. You know, Bob and Sonny, I was about to tell you that, you know, it's been really nice out here for the past hour or so, and we've been seeing a lot of people walking, getting the wiggles out, if you will, and then this rain came. So I am not prepared. I did not have all my rain gear on yet, but I will fill some time for you and tell you actually a few pretty important things. Number one, there will be a curfew in place in Seminole County starting tomorrow at 5 a.m. and going all the way until 7 o'clock on Saturday morning. So if we get a break in the rain here and you're in Seminole County, it might be a good time to get out of the house, get yourself moving a little bit and see if you can just get some energy out, because you're going to be locked down for a while. The other thing I wanted to tell you is we have maybe 45 minutes left before Altamont Springs will stop giving out sandbags. That's the last location in Seminole County where they're handing those out. So if you still think you need them, you have time to get to the location in Altamont Springs and get some sandbags. Otherwise, here on Lake Monroe, we do have a nice chop here, but the breeze still, you know, pretty gentle and actually very comfortable. It feels nice if it's not raining on you. I don't know if you could see out there into the middle of the lake. There are some boats that are, I don't believe there are people on them, but they have been moored up there. And then, of course, we have this harbor that we'll be keeping an eye on to just see if people's property stays safe as those high winds start coming through. But Bob and Sonny, you know, just a little bit of rain. It actually feels like it might be stopping. So if you're in Seminole County, you might still have a little bit of time to go out and get some fresh air before you're locked down for the night. Back to you guys.
Yeah, stay safe out there, Dana. Thanks for the coverage.
Okay, will do.
Want to walk around out back for a little bit? We just go out that side door.
You know, I really trust these live pictures. They're a great indication of what's going on. We're going to stay. But the reporters have the tough job. We have so much.
It's the most difficult.
I've got to really thank them for this coverage, and they stay out there in the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
So
I was talking about those boats, though. I was wondering if what they had done there at the marina, because I knew that's where Dana was, and plenty of boats still there moored at the
yeah, it's kind of
marina.
like around the corner, I think, from where her live shot is. So we'll check in and
I
see
guess
if
they're
she's able
expecting
to see that.
Yeah, the chop isn't going to be as bad, I guess. That's their decision, or maybe they couldn't move the boats out.
All right, well, we're going to continue to keep our eyes and cameras trained all across Central Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches, as we send you to break right now with a live look right now, I-4 right at the Central Florida Parkway. Yep, people are trying to get out of town, that's for sure. Yeah. We'll be back with more right after this.
All right, guys, cutting out of this, want to go ahead and show you our local weather graphics. This is our computer in-house, so you guys have a view of the satellite and radar and where the storm is. I'm gonna also give you guys a live look from Daytona, Florida. Daytona, Florida, this is the live view there right now. Earlier today, just about an hour ago, the governor of Florida held a follow-up news conference, and this is what the governor of Florida had to say. Governor of Florida news conference held just about an hour ago.
It's over our heads. Do not surf. Do not go on the beach. No one should be on our beaches. Indian River County, all the way to the Florida-Georgia line, will have winds exceeding 100 miles per hour. As of now, Volusia and Brevard will have the highest wind strength. That's the projection now, but these things change. Inland counties like Seminole and Orange will also have hurricane-force winds. And remember, these are all projections subject to change. We are preparing for the worst, we're hoping for the best, and no one should take a chance. No one should be taking a chance. Yesterday, I asked the President for additional fuel, water, and tarps, which FEMA approved today. This afternoon, I'm also asking the President for additional generators and pumps to help with power outages and flooding once the storm hits. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have a lot of power outages. And it's not going to come back on in one day. We expect to have a lot of flooding, especially here in Northeast Florida. And we will need additional pumping equipment from the federal government. Now let's go back to evacuations. There's a lot of people that have never been through this and are still waiting to evacuate. There is no reason, if you're in an evacuation zone, if you're in a barrier island, if you know you're prone to flooding, if you're in an evacuation zone, get out now. Based on the continued strong track to Florida, I've activated 3,500 members of our National Guard. That's over half of the available troops
have been activated. That's how serious this is. Protecting lives remains our #1 priority, and that is why I've continued to activate more troops for important life-saving missions. But stop and think about this. We should not be putting people's lives at risk because you made the foolish decision not to evacuate. I've directed the National Guard to focus on pre-position resources, assist with helping people evacuate safely, and sheltering operations. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, they will be involved in recovery efforts, including search and rescue missions. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission also has high water vehicles pre-positioned across the state to help with these efforts. Around 1.5 million people are under evacuation orders. 1.5 million people. More areas are being mandated to evacuate right now. Please check with your local government, your mayors, your sheriffs, or your local news if you're unsure. Last night I suspended all tolls in the affected areas of the state. This includes the entire Florida Turnpike, Alligator Alley, Central Florida Expressway Authority, and the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority. There is no reason not to evacuate based on worrying about whether you're going to have to pay a toll or whether there's going to be a problem with the evacuation zone. We're going to do everything we can to keep these roads clear. If you're on the East Coast, you're going to lose power. Millions are going to lose power. Utilities companies are going to do all they can to turn power on, and I've been talking to them, but you're going to lose power. Go inland to a friend's house, go to a shelter, find an accommodation. Partners like Airbnb are making rooms available for free. You can go to Visit Florida and Expedia for listings of open hotels. Hotels are filling up quickly all over the state. As the storm approaches, you need to go to a shelter. Your safety, not comfort, is the most important thing. The shelter might not be the most desirable place to be, but it's safer than many homes. If you live on the West Coast, call friends on the impacted areas and offer them a place to stay. More than 3,000 people are already in shelters across Florida. As of last night, there were 58 shelters open. Today, there are more than 80 have been opened, and the number will continue to increase, and we'll continue to increase shelters as they're needed. I know you don't want to sit in a shelter, nobody does, but it might be the safest place. It might be the difference between life and death. I-10 westbound out of Jacksonville is experiencing congestion, but continues to move. In addition to DOT deploying extra road rangers and record crews, DOT and Highway Safety are working together to direct motorists to alternate westbound routes, including US 90 and State Road 228. But we're going to do everything we can to make sure any bottlenecks get cleared up as quickly as possible. We have called in extra people from Highway Safety. They will be out there, more road rangers and DOT, and we're monitoring all the evacuation routes. Every one of them is being monitored right now. As of now, all flights have been canceled from Orlando Sanford International Airport and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. Flights will be canceled after 8 p.m. tonight at Orlando International Airport. If you're concerned about safe routes, please visit fl511.com, fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns and accidents. Anything you need to pick the best route, you can find on fl511.com. No excuses, get out. Floridians and visitors can go to floridaevacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter their location and see shelters available in their area. I have directed the Department of Transportation to send fuel resources to the gas stations on Alligator Alley. There were reported issues there. We're going to start seeing fuel shortages at specific gas stations, but we have plenty of fuel in the state right now, and we'll get fuel around the state as quickly as we can. So on the Alligator Alley issue, we've already resolved that issue. But individual gas stations are going to start having shortages, and we'll do everything we can to get them fuel. The current fuel supply in the state will last for 8 days, assuming every port's closed. So we have 8 days of fuel. If you're going to get fuel, take what you need. Don't fill up if you don't need to. Just take what you need to leave some for the next person, just to make sure everybody has the fuel they need. Our hospitals along the East Coast are evacuating. To date, we've not reported any issues with those, but we're evacuating hospitals. You can text FL Prepares, one word, FL Prepares, to 888-777 for updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FLPrepares at 888-777. This will send you life-saving information. If you know somebody that's making a bad decision, call them. Don't let somebody pester them, do everything you can. Be a pain in the rear. If you know anybody that's making a bad decision, if you have a family member, if you have a friend, pester them to get out and evacuate. Remember, saving every life in this state is our #1 priority. To the press, you've done a great job alerting people and keeping people informed. Anything more you can do, if you have any ideas, any more we can do to make sure people get informed, just let us know. But the press has done a great job. The next briefing from the National Hurricane Center is going to be this afternoon at 5:15. After this, I'll be heading back to the State Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee, and I'll spend the night there, and then we'll decide in the morning, because as you know, this is going to start hitting a little bit later tonight in the south part of the state, and just slowly move up here. And when we have a slow-moving storm, we're going to get rain. We're going to get a lot of rain. We're going to have flooding. We're going to have storm surge, and we're going to have ridiculous, unbelievable amounts of wind. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that anybody has.
Governor, you mentioned that the National Guard is assisting people with evacuating. Where are they located, and where does it seem in the state like people need the most help evacuating?
Well, we've got National Guard in 3 locations, north, central, and south. And so we've done the same thing with our National Guard. We've pre-positioned food and water. We've pre-positioned high water vehicles. We've pre-positioned people from Fish and Wildlife. So so they can get to, like, if Sheriff Shore called and needed something quickly, we were able to get support quickly. So that's what we've done around the state. On top of that, I have somebody for all the East Coast counties. I have somebody from my office. They'll be coming over here tomorrow, and they'll be staying here through the restoration efforts. So if there's an issue, we can get them resolved quickly. We have National Guard members coming to our EOCs around the state. This is General Calhoun, the state's adjutant general, and he'll be able to get resources quickly around the state. So where are my concerns? I was in earlier today. I was in Martin County, and they think that probably people are not taking this seriously enough. I think in Martin County they said they've asked 17,000 people to evacuate. I was talking to Mayor Curry a little while ago. They increased their evacuation efforts, and Mayor Curry told me he was down on the beaches. He didn't say, I don't think he was on the beaches, down in the beach communities, and there's still people down there. It doesn't make sense. So I think we still have people that are not taking this seriously enough. I think if you just stop and look at this for a second, over 100 people have died in Haiti already. So we don't know what the numbers out of the Bahamas are yet, but over 100 people have already lost their lives in Haiti. We're going to have 140 to 150 mile an hour winds all along this coast. So I think what's going to happen is people start seeing what happens, because it looks like the first really bad area is going to be the Palm Beach area. And I think as you watch the news, you're going to see how bad that is. We're probably going to see more people wanting to evacuate. So my biggest concern is, are people taking this seriously enough? So I don't want to lose a life.
Any other questions? Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, everyone, that was an update from Governor Rick Scott in Florida. Speaking of Florida, we're going to go ahead and check in with our Fox Orlando station once again. Stand by. You're currently looking at a live look at the beach from Daytona, Florida. Earlier today we showed you the view from Palm Beach and Miami. Right now our feed is coming in from Daytona Beach. Now let's hear what our Fox station in Orlando is talking about.
For
for Volusia County for the National Hurricane Center, they are predicting a 9 to 11 feet above ground of storm surge, and that is on top of at least 2 cycles of high tides and in addition to the expected rainfall. So this is 2 feet higher than what was previously expected. So things are changing, and what that means for Volusia County is that in some areas that storm surge is going to go beyond US 1. And so what does that mean for the public? Well, what we want people to do is obviously beachside residents, mandatory evacuation, RVs, mobile homes, mandatory evacuations, and people in low-lying areas. But since this is now pushing up to the mainland, we want people to check out if they're in a flood zone, check out if they're in a storm surge. They can go to our county's emergency management Facebook page, Volusia County Emergency Management, and there we have links to the flood zone where you can type in your address. You can also link to the storm surge map, and it just provides you with more information so that if you're in an area that might need to leave, you still have time to go to a shelter, especially on the west side of the county. We have 7 shelters on the west side of Volusia County. We have plenty of capacity, and we're just encouraging people to, heed the warnings, get this information, and make the right decisions on what's best for their situation.
You know, Joanne, we were just talking with the Seminole County Sheriff, and they had imposed a curfew for tomorrow starting at 5 a.m. Is there anything like that in place in Volusia County that you're aware of? And is there a cutoff time? You know, we're going to close the bridges at 6 o'clock tonight. Are there cutoffs right now that people should be aware of? Because, you know, once you get past this time, you're pretty much where you're going to be.
Well, we do not have any curfews in place right now, and we're not giving specific times for the bridges because it's all dependent on the weather conditions. You know, if those winds get up to that 45 mile an hour or so mark, you can't be, driving on the bridges. So it's not necessarily a time of day. It's all about the weather conditions. So people just need to if they're beachside, they need to be gone. Don't wait. Sooner. Just do it now. If you're beachside, if you're not, then take your information and see what's best for your family. But it's the time for leaving is now.
We've often said, Joanne, that, Brevard, Volusia, all the forecast models show you guys are the ones that are really going to get hit.
And Joanne, if we could ask you too, I know you said there's a lot of space in shelters still. I think you said there are 7 that are open and accepting people right now. If you could just tell our viewers the website again where they can go to find those specific locations, and also if you've opened up an emergency operations hotline as well where people will be taking calls. Sure.
So I'm going to start with the Citizens Hotline. That is 386-756-7496. And that is staffed with dozens and dozens of people with information to provide, and it's 24/7 operation. As far as shelters, 7 that are just on the west side of the county. We also have a number of other shelters still on the east side, and these are general public shelters. We have pet-friendly shelters, and we have special needs shelters. We're asking the public that if they do not have a special need or if they do not have a pet, then just go to a general public shelter. That special needs really should just be for the people with special needs. And all this information is on volusia.org/PIN, which stands for Public Information Network. volusia.org/PIN. You can also go to volusia.org. We have a big banner right on the front of the webpage. People can click and get right to that information. But more importantly, I think Facebook, like the Volusia County Emergency Management Facebook page, we're posting everything to Facebook because, as you know, the websites are getting inundated with people visiting them, and the speed is slowing down. But Facebook is really what's probably the best source of information.
Krista, are you getting the idea that people have really been heeding these warnings? Are you hearing about the shelters filling up? Is there plenty of space out there?
We have a number of shelters. We have some shelters. We have about 5 that are at capacity. We have a number that are still open. We've had, I feel, good response. We have a lot of people engaging on social media, asking questions. We just hope that they're listening to the news, they're making those decisions, really taking their their personal safety into consideration, their families, and obviously first responders, because as you know, there's going to come a point where we're right in the thick of it, and emergency responders will not be able to come get you if you're stuck, especially in an area that was told to evacuate.
I know, Joanne, you have a strong surfing community out there, certainly a ton of people who appreciate the beauty of those beaches, but good advice there in urging people to get out. We were surprised to see a lot of people holding on tight even as late as, yesterday evening or this afternoon, people walking through the beaches, what they think is getting the last few minutes of fresh air and outdoors. But as you said, that could change drastically. So if there's any other info you wanted to get out to people in Volusia County, now's the time to do it. Any other information or suggestions, perhaps?
Well, like I said, if beachside, the people that are in the mandatory evacuation zones, they just need to evacuate. If not, then you need to get settled, get comfortable, get settled, and just stay safe and keep your family safe, and use common sense. But we're all in this together, and we'll get through it together, and we just have to heed the warnings and help each other out.
Joanne, we so much appreciate your time. We know you're going to have a very long night, so you stay safe as well, and appreciate all that you do.
Thank you so much.
Did I call her Krista? I did call her Krista.
At one point, we're talking to a lot
I
of
was
emergency
right. No, I
officials.
was right. We had a viewer actually ask
Right.
us a question. Her name is Krista, and I was tweeting that back out, and this is what happens. It's a lot of information.
It is
that's
a lot of
flowing from here to
information.
there.
And speaking of that, we are recording this all. You can follow us on Twitter at Sunny Abata, at Fox35Bob. Every county that we've spoken with today, which has been, or heard from, which has been Seminole County, Volusia County, and the city of Orlando. Those are who we've spoken directly with today. We've posted emergency phone numbers for you and emergency websites, which usually includes information on shelters. So please do follow us on Twitter as well as our Fox 35 page, where we're also putting that information.
Yeah, because there's so much information out there, and I know you're watching the TV and you're like, oh, I missed that number. How am I going to get
It's all
that?
on Twitter.
It's right there.
And Facebook, yeah.
And make sure now, keep your phones and everything powered up, because we're getting close to that time when the wind is going to be an issue, and one tree coming down on a wire, and then there you go. There goes the power for a little while. All right, stay safe, everybody. We're going to be back in just a short bit here, because we are expecting that new official forecasted path here any moment. We'll be back.
All right, guys, so we were just checking in with our Fox station in Orlando. We actually want to go ahead and show you guys another look at our Daytona Beach shot, a live look at the water from Daytona Beach. Actually, NASA TV is just about to show us a live International Space Station flyover of Hurricane Matthew. It was scheduled to start 3 minutes ago. Gonna go ahead and show you guys this feed from NASA TV. Again, it was scheduled to start at 4:45 Eastern. It's now 4:48 Eastern. We will be bringing you guys this video live as soon as it starts. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at our weather graphic here. Give you guys an update on what the hurricane looks like from the satellite and radar view. Alright guys, time to show you some other video. Here is a flyover, U.S. aid over Haiti, delivering aid to Haiti, the impoverished nation already struck by Hurricane Matthew. And in other news, Disney World closing. Theme parks closing because of Hurricane Matthew, including Disney World, Universal, and SeaWorld shutting down with dangerous Hurricane Matthew approaching Florida's coastline. Officials at Disney World, Universal Studios, and SeaWorld say they'll be shutting down the parks until the storm passes. Disney officials said on the company's website this afternoon that theme parks, water parks, Disney Springs, the miniature golf course, and the ESPN Wow World of Sports would close at 5 o'clock today. That means that it's closing in 10 minutes. Again, that's 5 o'clock Eastern time. The theme park will remain closed through tomorrow. Now, Alice in London, the director of PR for Universal, said in a statement that Universal Studios, Florida, Universal's Island of Adventure, and Universal City Walk would also close at 5 o'clock and remain closed tomorrow. Earlier today, SeaWorld already announced on its website that the park would close at 2, meaning it's already closed, and that SeaWorld would remain closed on Friday. Again, Hurricane Matthew expected to strike Florida this evening. And after Florida, Hurricane Matthew expected to hit Georgia and South Carolina. Speaking of Georgia, this is video of residents evacuating from Savannah, Georgia. Again, residents in Savannah evacuating because of the storm. All right, guys, we're going to take you back to Daytona. Here is another live look at Daytona Beach, Florida. We are waiting for this flyover video of Hurricane Matthew. Looks like we are getting it in now. International Space Station video of flyover of Hurricane Matthew. Again, this is live video from NASA TV. The International Space Station flying over Hurricane Matthew. Again, guys, NASA TV broadcasting this International Space Station flyover of Hurricane Matthew. And for the viewers tuning in that are big fans of social media, I'm sure you've seen on Twitter that hashtag #PrayForFlorida is the #1 trend nationwide in the United States. Hashtag #PrayForFlorida. Also trending nationwide here in the United States is Category 4, and that's because Hurricane Matthew is now a Category 4 hurricane. This morning, NASA was trending because the storm had hit the Bahamas. Also trending this morning, Floridians, Fort Lauderdale Airport, and Rick Scott. Rick Scott, the governor of Florida, holding a press conference this morning. Some people finding his words rather terrifying. The governor talking about how this storm, if you stay, will kill you. The governor encouraging anyone living in the evacuation zone to get out and get out now. Meanwhile, Fort Lauderdale Airport was trending this morning because at 10:30 Eastern Time, the Fort Lauderdale Airport closed. All right, guys, we're going to cut away from this NASA TV view. We'll take you back to this in a little bit. Want to go ahead and show you the satellite and radar image.
All right, everybody, we are going to be
Thank
getting
you.
an update on this hurricane right now, everyone.
Yeah, only 12 of them.
You know, we've done more talkbacks today than we probably have done in the last 5 years.
Well, more than that, I think the last time we had any, we had Sandy.
Thank you.
Graphics.
Yep, I got them, thanks. I got them. Well, I don't have the storm surge, but that's okay.
Oh, yeah, that one, yeah, I don't think that's been generated yet.
It's all right.
I'm going to have you, if you can, stand a little to your left.
I can just look at it.
Good? Yeah, here. There you go. Yeah.
Actually, we need to move this over.
Yeah, at some point, yeah.
Okay.
2 minutes.
All right.
Yeah, it's just, if we can ever do graphics without the black as the background, because I see your reflection in the black.
Oh, right.
I think when we get the new monitors, they're probably going to go away.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but this is an Nmap issue.
Yeah, yeah, and well, that and also the telestrator's going to go away because it's going to be
Oh, okay.
built in. Yeah. 90 seconds.
It's still a little bit to your left.
Yeah, that's going to be a...
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You
that-
know what? Okay, I'll just stick out.
You can back out maybe?
1
Ron?
minute to the floor. 1 minute.
Stay there also.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Again, guys,
Yeah, we'll switch this a little bit later.
we will be getting an update from government officials regarding the storm in just about a minute. Again, he is just preparing to give us an update. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen and in the large portion of your screen, I'm showing you the live images coming in from NASA TV, the International Space Station, flying over Hurricane Matthew. Look at that. It's pretty crazy.
5 count, Ed. Count to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
8 seconds. Stand by, Ed. And we are coming out to your camera in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Good evening. This is the 5 p.m. update on Hurricane Matthew. Matthew continues on track as a Category 4 hurricane. At this hour, the center of Matthew is moving northwestward across the northwestern Bahamas. That's where the core of the hurricane is occurring with the worst of the conditions. Those conditions are passing about 100 miles offshore to the east of South Florida. However, the forecast has the center moving northwestward and approaching and perhaps reaching the coast of eastern and northern, of the central and eastern part of the Florida Peninsula later tonight and on Friday, and then continuing up into Georgia and South Carolina coastal regions over the weekend. As the center approaches, the conditions will become severe. We expect a potential life-threatening storm surge near and to the north of where the center moves along the coast, particularly in areas where the flow is onshore. We could see a storm surge of 7 to 11 feet in those areas. In addition, we expect rainfall on the order of 5 to 10 inches, locally 12 inches to occur, causing potential flooding in localized areas. Winds in excess of 100 miles per hour can be expected along much of the coast north of Palm Beach through the Georgia and South Carolina coastal areas. So for Matthew, all the primary hazards, storm surge, wind, and freshwater flooding could potentially cause significant damage and loss of life. We urge everyone to pay close attention, follow recommendations of local emergency management officials. At the National Hurricane Center, I'm Ed Rappaport. Now, if you could just do the generic 4th or 5th when I got warmed up, it would be a lot better.
All right, everyone. So that was the update that we just got, the 5 o'clock update from government officials. Now I want to take you back to these live images coming in from the International Space Station, a flyover of Hurricane Matthew. And in the upper right-hand corner, we have our weather graphics, so you can see the storm from there. So in the large portion of your screen, you're looking at NASA TV video coming in, International Space Station flying over Hurricane Matthew. Also today, the State Department issued their statement on Hurricane Matthew preparations. Let's hear what they had to say.
Deaths or injuries to U.S. citizens overseas as a result of the storm. But of course, we're monitoring the situation as closely as we can, and we stand ready to provide all possible consular assistance. As the storm passes through the region, some of our embassies remain closed for routine services while others have reopened. We're going to post updates on the status of operations on our website, travel.state.gov. I encourage you to check that out. I think you know that the USAID, Agency for International Development, has requested the unique capabilities of DoD to help support their efforts to provide humanitarian assistance to communities that are cut off by the storm, especially in the hard-hit southwestern peninsula of Haiti. As a result, the U.S. military deployed a joint task force from U.S. Southern Command to support USAID's disaster relief efforts by providing logistics and airlift capacity to deliver critical supplies and humanitarian personnel. USAID has deployed a disaster assistance response team, an elite team of disaster experts to Haiti, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. And yesterday, USAID conducted an aerial assessment mission aboard a U.S. Coast Guard plane over the southwest region of Haiti in particular.
Storm by the time it makes this turn anyway.
The hurricane's impact in the Caribbean and a request from the U.S. Agency for International Development, Secretary Carter has granted approval. As you know, the National Guard trains year-round to ensure that they are ready to protect and assist citizens during disasters and emergencies. The Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina National Guard are prepared for mobilization. In all, 4,500 guardsmen have been mobilized by their respective state governors in preparation for Hurricane Matthew.
And the governor of Georgia also speaking out, and the governor of North Carolina. This is what the governor of North Carolina had to say.
As you know, our guard is still up, even though the hurricane is still scheduled to take a right turn to the west, to the east, right above Charleston. We realize that's only about 80 to 100 miles away from the North Carolina border. If there's any change in that, that could cause us some major issues. We'll probably know if there'll be any change once and again, we've got a great team in place. And let's pray for, first of all, the people in Haiti who and the Caribbean, who I can't imagine the devastation that they're going through right now. Rick Scott, my good friend in Florida, is doing total evacuations of major portions of his state. And of course, Georgia and South Carolina are also involved in evacuations. So we're praying that this storm stops only 80 to 100 miles from our border, but that is not a big cushion area if there's a change in this forecast. That's why we need to be ready here in North Carolina. And even without it changing, we're going to get some. Well, the dilemma we're having is the high saturation of water that we've had for months at this point in time. I'm also very worried about the agricultural community, and that's why we did the emergency response 3 days ago on Monday, and people were going, what were you doing that for? And that was so the farmers could get as much crops up as possible, primarily tobacco, soybeans, sweet potatoes, and the peanut crop is still underwater in some areas in northeastern North Carolina. I think the main area I need to continue to do a good job in communicating to the public. We do not want to have any of our citizens make any foolish steps with high water, getting to the streams, getting near our rivers. Often the loss of life occurs when we relax. So we've got to be ready for anything.
Just looking at our live weather graphics as well as our video update from the governor in North Carolina. It's been a while since we've checked in with our Fox Orlando station, so I'm going to cue that up for you now, and we can watch and see what our sister station out in Florida is reporting on regarding this storm. Okay, guys, we are going to check in with our sister station in Orlando. They're doing live, nonstop coverage of this pending storm.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys are going to be keeping busy and hope your homes are okay, yes?
Yes, and pray that our homes are okay. They're all mobile homes, so.
All right, well, stay safe. And the ladies were telling me that they hope to stay here till Saturday. However, we're not sure if that'll be possible because the hotel manager even told us that we have to leave tomorrow because he's totally filled up here. Lots of reservations here at the Holiday Inn Express. Now, I just want to show you outside what the weather looks like. Right now, it's dry, but it's been raining on and off all day long. In fact, when we arrived here, I totally got soaked, but just so you know, a manager says he's not concerned about flooding, he's more concerned about wind damage. Live in Palm Bay, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
All right, Valerie, thanks so much. Things calm there for now, but set to change surely in the next few hours.
Yeah, things are starting to change. We'll take a quick look here at Orlando. Take a look at from, oh yeah, things are changing rapidly downtown as well. Trust us, that's downtown. There's a couple of buildings. It's there still. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, looks like we just missed the latest update from Fox in Orlando. We will check back with them in a little bit. Want to go ahead and give you guys these live images coming in from Daytona Beach, Florida once again. Earlier today, we heard from both the governor of Florida as well as the governor of South Carolina. That's right, Nikki Haley speaking out. This is what the governor had to say. Governor Nikki Haley speaking out regarding storm preparations this morning.
Good morning. When you're ready, if you'll give me a thumbs up, please. Got it. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. So with that, we want to continue to urge anyone in Charleston or Beaufort counties, they should already be evacuating. We want that to happen. We are going to go ahead and if we could put the sketch up of, we're going to be evacuating portions of Horry and Georgetown County. You will see there the sections in red that he's going to show you. It's Zone A. Well, actually, it's in pink on this. So those will be, that evacuation will start at noon. Is when we want to plan on doing that. As you heard, John, the big concerns that we have are storm surges are going to go much further inland than people realize, and that's a lot of water all at once. The winds are going to be incredibly high, and then the rain is what we're concerned about that may give us something similar to what we had with the flood last year, you know, when you're talking about 8 to 12 inches and getting into higher numbers past that. So we do want to be careful, and then we will move that back accordingly as we need to. As of 6 a.m. this morning, 175,000 people have evacuated. That's not enough. We need to have more people evacuating, and this is the part that I want you to think about. If you are still sitting at home, if you have not evacuated, gas stations are getting ready to close. Your pharmacies are getting ready to close. Everything is going to leave because people have to protect their own families, so they're all going to do that. So, number one, fuel up quickly. We know the Circle K gas stations are going to start closing.
And this is video from yesterday of people evacuating South Carolina. We're showing you that in the upper right-hand corner now. Video of people evacuating South Carolina. Again, residents along the coast in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina all bracing for the impact of a Category 4 hurricane. Hurricane Matthew, a hurricane like this has not touched down in the U.S. in more than a decade. At least that's what government officials are saying. This could be as severe as Hurricane Katrina. Now we are getting a live update from the governor in Georgia. Let's go watch now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for joining us today.
Appreciate it. Good evening, everybody. I'm here. First thing I want to do is thank the governor for taking the time to come down here. recognize the situation and take and make things happen. I want to thank the delegation from the Senate and from the House to make that will also help us in the coming days as we develop this. I do want to reiterate that it is important that the citizens understand that this is a major storm, that this is a situation that they cannot take lightly. We will have buses running until 12 o'clock tomorrow. We'll move people out of our community into higher ground. We will do that until 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, we'll have missed the boat. So make sure that you're there ahead of that, because we have to take the responders, first responders, and give them an opportunity to get out of town also. So at 12 o'clock, they will leave, and they've got 6 hours to take care of their family and get their sales out. So that is our first priority there. So make sure you're there by 12 o'clock. Thank each one of the citizens of Savannah, the way they've operated, the way they've acted. I want to thank the city manager. I want to thank the county manager, also Al Scott, also the governor again for working with us so well, and anything we can do at the city that will enable anybody to have a better move away from the community, let us know. We will take care of you, but it has to be by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
I want to thank Senator Ben Watson for being here today and for accompanying us to the Emergency Management Operations Centers. He certainly has been on the spot and is willing to be a part of any solution that may be necessary. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you being here. I have with me also Jim Butterworth, who is the head of our Georgia Emergency Management Agency, referred to as GEMA. He and his staff are working very closely with your local people, and they are doing a great job in making preparations for this. But he can answer some of the questions that are in more detailed, and I will ask him at this time to give you an overview of what he is informed about in terms of the imminence of this hurricane, and as well as the possible impacts that will come from it, and what we're doing to mitigate and to make sure that we have no loss of life, and to also make sure the property damage is as low as it possibly can be. Jim, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. As the Governor has mentioned earlier, in accordance with the mandatory and the voluntary evacuations for coastal Georgia, we have also, earlier in the week, we began the process of sheltering. We have over 3,500, at last update, opportunities for individuals to shelter well inland, away from any potential impact of the storm. I would encourage folks to go to our website, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency website, and seek that information. The data, the address, whatever they need is on that website. Go to that and do not hesitate to contact us in any method that they have necessary. We are monitoring social media continuously to make sure that they have the information necessary to ensure safe passage via I-10 or any other route that, or I-16 or any other route that may be necessary for them. We are here for the Chatham County officials. We are here for the City of Savannah officials to make sure that they have the support that they need. The governor has directed us. Our number one role for the next 48 hours is to protect life and property in that order. That's our instruction, and that's the team that we have put together. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here, Governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, let me open it up for your questions, if you have those that we might be able to respond to.
Governor, can you clarify for local people who don't want to leave, whether they have to leave, and what would you say to those who do not want to leave?
Well, I would say to those that are in the areas where we have declared it a mandatory evacuation area, that they should take our advice very seriously. And we're not going to go arrest somebody because they refuse to leave their home, but we have made that designation and that label for a very distinct purpose. We think that those are the areas that will be most severely impacted, and I would encourage them to take advantage of the opportunity to evacuate now ahead of the storm, and I hope that they will. Thank you, though, for the question.
Governor, GEMA's plan typically says that typically county and city officials make the call to order issue an order evacuation, why did you make the call? And is it the first time the Georgia governor has done so?
Well, first time I've had a hurricane on my watch. And we've been fortunate in Georgia, in our coastal areas, not to have a major hurricane hit us like this one is supposedly going to hit us. So we don't need to be lackadaisical because of that. We made the declaration. We were cautious in the timing on our declarations. We started out with just the original 13 counties, the coastal counties, as well as those that abutted against them, and then we have expanded that area to now some 30 counties in this general coastal area. We didn't do that just because we like to name those counties in an emergency declaration. We did it because the information we were receiving from the National Hurricane Center and from other predicting outlets that these were the areas going to be most severely impacted by it.
Governor, could you talk about the National Guard? Nikki Haley called up the National Guard. They're not only helping the police patrol the roads, but they're also patrolling neighborhoods. When we drive through our streets here as media in the last half hour, an hour, there's an awful lot of people have not left. People are worried about home safety. Would you talk to us about, I understand there's extra state police coming in, or are you calling up the National Guard? For it's the safety, I think one of the issues here in Savannah, there's a concern about home safety that may be holding some of our residents back.
Well, we already have a contingent of the National Guard, about 45. They're primarily assisting in the evacuation routes at the present time. We have had General Gerard, the head of the Georgia National Guard, is on standby. He was in a meeting that we had just before I left to come here this afternoon. There will be more National Guard that will be on standby to be called in as the occasion arises. We do not want anyone to feel jeopardized, but by the same token, we want people to be responsible for themselves and the protection of their families. So if they will heed the advice of our agencies that are in charge of dealing with these emergencies, I think they will all be much safer than if they choose to ignore it.
But you're not calling up the National Guard for Glynn County or Camden, or I mean, they're going to have a level 4 come in right north of Jacksonville?
We will call them out as the need arises. They're on standby, ready to go, and so we don't have them placed other than in the exit routes right now, working with our State Department of Transportation and with our GEMA officials and with local law enforcement now.
As a follow-up to that, Governor, Nikki Haley 2 days ago ordered a mandatory evacuation of something like 1 million people. You didn't do the mandatory evacuation until this morning. Why was that? And hindsight, throughout the day today, are you satisfied with your decision?
I am. We believe that we made the declaration within the window that gave adequate time for people to evacuate. We did not want to do so unnecessarily. It is very disruptive for someone to have to pick up and leave their homes, their businesses, etc. But by the same token, we do think that the areas we have designated have been carefully selected, and we think they are the ones that should take the greatest heed to our warning. Let me ask as a follow-up to the question about the National Guard, because the National Guard works very closely and really under the direction in these emergency situations of GEMA. And so, Jim, would you please elaborate also on that?
Yes, sir. I do have a little background in the National Guard and that business. The thing that I would add, in addition to what the governor has already said, he has authorized up to 1,000 National Guard members as the need arises. That conversation will take place between the governor, governor's chief of staff, the adjutant general, and myself when that time comes. So I promise you, we have the resources that are necessary in that regard.
General, have you also spoken with Fort Stewart, with the availability of soldiers there? And do you have resources placed just outside the danger zone that can be brought in quickly?
Resources are forward deployed as necessary. We don't see, there would not be a need for Fort Stewart for regular Army individuals to be deployed. Quite frankly, there is not a process in the federal government that would allow that. That's why we have the National Guard. That's why it is under the governor's purview.
Can you speak to when bridges might be closed? Some people today in Wilmington and Whitmarsh Island were asking about the Islands Expressway Bridge and the bridge that goes into Wilmington, when they would be closed.
What I would prefer to speak to is the timing of the storm. Tropical force winds are predicted beginning about noon or shortly thereafter tomorrow. certain emergency response vehicles will not be able to respond to any incident if those forms or storm winds are greater than 30 miles an hour. That is simply as the vehicles themselves. At that point, the bridge may or may not be usable. So I think that will be reflected in the timing of the storm and would probably, it is expected to continue for approximately 24 hours. So again, that's on the current track, current prediction, and that's the best I can speak to as far as a bridge closing itself. Governor?
On the state level, that you work with the local officials and all that, but what about working with FEMA and how all that dovetails in with your operation?
We are in very close contact with them on a regular basis, both at the local level. Dennis Jones and I have had, we are on speed dial of late. And also the regional coordinator for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Gracie Jacek, she and I we spoke 5 times yesterday, 3 times this morning. We are in regular contact. Their folks are in our operations center in Atlanta, and we continually make sure that they understand our status and our position.
I know this is difficult to quantify, but from your experience, how bad is this from things that you've seen prior in your career?
As the governor alluded to, we haven't had a storm on the Georgia coast, as you all know, in 118 years. That's the best response, and we are as well positioned. Quite frankly, I am comfortable with where we are and where the governor has positioned us.
We have a major port here. Can you tell me what the precautions and protections are that are being taken?
Well, we have the manager of the port. Come on up, Griff.
Yeah, hi, Griff Lynch, Executive Director of the Port Authority. The port was shut down today at 3 o'clock, and as we speak, we're buttoning up some of the cranes and equipment out there, and the gates will be closed here very shortly. And so we feel very secure, as Jim Butterworth had said and the governor alluded to, that we are well positioned. We've been working closely with the governor, his staff, and GEMA throughout the process, and SEMA, and the team has done a great job getting ready for this.
What kind of disruption are we talking about here for your business?
It's tough to say until the storm passes by. We are right now planning for reopening the facility on Monday morning, and until we see exactly what the storm does, we really can't answer that.
Back to the issue about the bridges. In the event of the storm surge, there is a possibility that bridges may be, in fact, covered with water. In talking with our Department of Transportation head earlier today in a news conference that we had in Atlanta, he indicated that he has special inspectors on standby to inspect those bridges after the storm surge to be certain that they have not been damaged to the point that they would be dangerous as a result of the hurricane. So everything that we can think of to be in anticipation of the conflict that may result from the storm itself is being taken care of, and we think we have adequate people and resources. Now, once again, a lot depends on the intensity of the hurricane when it actually hits our coast, and it depends on the duration of it. It has been a slow-moving hurricane, so we are hopeful that it won't linger around. This is not Southern hospitality we're inviting to Matthew. We just as soon he leave us as soon as possible. And but we think that a lot of things are going to work in our favor, as we can hopefully expect them to do in this very difficult time, though. Well, let me thank you all for being here and assure you that we stand ready to work with local authorities and county authorities, and we all work together in this process. That's what makes it safe for as many of our people as we can possibly provide safety for. The buses, I didn't mention one other thing about the staging areas for sites for people that are being transported out of the area. We have those sites have already been opened, and some of those include our state parks that are available, and we also have under GEMA's direction other facilities that individuals can be bused to and be taken care of until the storm passes. Well, thank you again for being here today. Let's all pray for our state and for the people of our state, so that hopefully we will come through this having learned lessons, but hopefully not having to repeat those lessons in the very near future. Good luck to everybody. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You're ready?
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
All right, guys, we just heard from officials in Georgia. They gave us an update on their concerns and preparations regarding Hurricane Matthew. Speaking of Hurricane Matthew, here is a live look at Daytona Beach, Florida. A live look at Daytona Beach, Florida, waiting for the hurricane that's about to hit. Meanwhile, our sister station, Fox in Orlando, having a live broadcast. Let's go ahead and listen in to our Orlando station.
To find out exactly where Matthew is right now and where it's headed, let's check over with Brooks Tomlin in the Weather Center. Brooks.
All right, good evening, Bob. Sunny, good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us this evening. Some very heavy rainfall now moving into central Florida. Take a look at this tropical downpour all the way from Volusia County through Seminole County, Orange, and now to Osceola and even into Polk County, seeing some very heavy rain right now. Go ahead and zoom in just a little bit on this, and you can just take a look at all the red. Not a lot of lightning with this. I mean, seriously, what? No lightning with this tropical rain band that's just coming on in, dumping a lot of rain in a short amount of time. Now let's expand the view and show you, because this is just a very impressive view. Ever since Hurricane Matthew, and any hurricane that can come into radar view, it means it's close to the coast, but also means we can see into the storm instead of looking at it from above. And earlier this afternoon, we put a trend line on the track of Matthew. You could see earlier around 3:30 or 4 o'clock, it took a right turn, and now it looks like it's paralleling that trend line once again. And that's why we have cause for concern, because it does look like we could be seeing either it's skirting the immediate coast or making a landfall as we go into the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. That being said, a couple of forecast models still say, you know what, we might keep it out to sea, but our in-house computer forecast model shows it's either going to ride the coast in Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler County, or stay right at sea. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, because with this storm system, the winds are so tight. We'll continue to cover Matthew as we go through the afternoon. Also, point out we have Hurricane Nicole on the right-hand side of your screen, active in the tropics.
Brooks, thank you very much. I want to check in right now. We're going to head on up, because not only are you getting your house secure to make sure that you can ride out the storm, cities do the same thing to make sure that once the storm passes, there's no infrastructure damage, and sometimes they make painful decisions to make sure that that does stay safe.
Like shutting down the water, perhaps. We
nobody
want to
likes
check in
that.
with Crystal Clark tonight in Cocoa with the latest on this. They were one of the cities, Crystal, that had to make a tough call to keep everything intact.
Yeah, you're exactly right. The city of Cocoa alerted us just a short time ago that they're going to be shutting off the water both in this city and also on the barrier islands from 6 p.m. all the way through this storm passing. Now, they say it's for a very important reason. As you can imagine, a lot of rain is going to be falling during this storm, so they have to make sure their system is able to stay intact during that hurricane. And as you know, when we use water, flushing toilets, doing laundry, that just adds more and more water into the sewage system, and that leads to more flooding. Now, I want you to take a look behind me at how still those waters are right now here in Cocoa. We've been seeing the rain and the strong winds kind of coming and going in bands, but right now, as you can see, the water is calm. However, we do know heading into the night, it's not going to stay that way. You can see a resort in the distance. Now, we did speak to a few residents who tell us they're going to be actually riding this storm out on the barrier islands. I asked them, why would you take the chance? As we've been told, this is going to be a very dangerous storm, and some of them say they just feel safer in their own home where they know they have supplies like a generator. Most businesses, however, are boarded up, so if you need food or any other supplies at this point, you could be left without anything until the storm passes. I'll send it back over to you.
Wow, Crystal, I can't believe people are riding it out. Crystal, thank you very much.
Yeah, pretty much. There's some people who feel like, you know, as we said, you don't want to be someplace and feeling helpless about what it is you can do. But I don't know what you're going to do, even staying at your house. It's not like you can hold back the water or hold back the wind.
Right,
Yeah,
very
but people
dangerous
do.
stuff. All right, we want to send you to break quickly with a live look right now. Our SunTrust cam downtown Orlando. We're going to bring you inland in our next block of coverage here.
We are, you know, starting to see little bits of rain. Sometimes on our Department of Transportation cameras, we can see something, and sometimes the clouds come on through, we can't see a thing. That's those bands of rain that are starting to make their way in. But this is really the calm before the storm. Stay with us.
The second presidential debate. As the candidates take on the tough issues, Shepard Smith anchors powerful coverage. Don't miss the all-important second presidential debate on...
All right, guys, that was our live video that was coming in from Orlando. I want to go ahead and show you guys this video from Daytona Beach. We also have this feed from Miami. All right, guys, joining me now is Carrie Lake. Carrie, we're looking at live images from Miami, Florida. Really, anyone along the coast in Florida must be freaking out right now if they haven't already evacuated.
You know, it's interesting because it's been such a long time since a serious hurricane has hit Florida. That there are people who've lived their whole life there, or maybe moved there 10 years ago. They've never experienced what a hurricane is. And you look at this picture and you go, looks like a cloudy, rainy day. They have no idea what's about to hit them.
What's about to hit. Now,
This is
speaking of
gonna
what's
be
about to
serious.
hit, I want to show this graphic here. Look at this. Look how bad this is.
Unbelievable. That is a perfect storm. I mean, it is powerful, and because this is such a slow-moving storm, think about the hurricanes that we've covered in the past few years even. They move usually pretty quickly. This one has moved at a snail's pace right over this incredibly warm body of water. This is the warmest it'll get all year, and it's just building up strength. It hits Haiti, then it sits over the water, builds up strength, it hits Bahamas, builds up strength now, and it's poised to hit Florida, and I cannot tell you how bad this is going to be. It looks like a perfect strike on Florida. And think about it, I mean, Miami's not being evacuated. They're in a tropical storm warning. They're going to get a ton of rain there. So much rain in Miami that you would think the world's coming to an end, but that's not the worst of it. It's the winds in this and the tornadoes that can be caused by this. They already have expecting tornadoes to hit this midsection of the coastline. So really bad stuff. And we're going to be talking to a former reporter here at Fox 10 who is living life on a boat in Florida with her children and husband. Wow. Really cool lady. Right. And they just three months ago decided to kind of blow up their life and move to a boat in Florida. Wow.
What timing?
Just for an adventure, and now this hits. So are we going to show this piece of video
Yeah, let's
here?
go ahead and look at this video. You want to
Her
set
name
this
is
up?
Rosalinda Ramon. She used to be a reporter here. And she decided, as I said, about a little more than 3 months ago, they decided to move away from New Mexico and move to Florida and live on a boat. And then this hit, so they've had to evacuate the boat. And this is a really great piece of video that kind of puts you into the shoes of somebody who is
Having
in
to go through
Florida,
this.
having to go through it and just basically waving goodbye to their life, hoping there's something to return to. But if you've got a boat, chances are the boat's not going to survive. So take a look here.
All right, you guys, this is it. We are evacuating. Hi, everyone. Let me show you Ziva. This is one of my amazing, awesome helpers right there. Ziva, you've been awesome. Put it around so guys can see, they are getting the last minute things off the boat. And I don't know what your view looks like because I'm carrying my camera and I'm exhausted. So we are, hey Greta, I just wanted to take you guys through and let you know we are stepping off the boat now. And we've got the last minute things that we could get. We got everything we could off. Now we're going to pull the dinghy up off the boat and secure it and put a few more last minute things off the boat that we can. We've been working for 2 days straight trying to secure what we could. Most of you know we live on a boat full time. This is our home. And it's not easy, but the kids have been really good. We had some help from our babysitter, Allie. She was amazing and helpful, and the backhands were amazing too. So we went through the house and had to decide what is staying and what is going, and there's a lot that's staying. For those of you that haven't been following the news, we are facing, at this point, a Category 4 Hurricane Matthew, and our boat is right in the path. So we have to vacate the boat. We did secure it as best we could, and I wanted to kind of show you guys what it looks like now. Of course, the boat itself, if you look around, everything's empty. Not all the cabinets. We couldn't take like the books, and there's a lot of things like in here. This is my closet, and there's my clothes, but you just can't take everything. So I mean, we have TVs and just things that you just can't take with you. So we're bringing what we can inside. Ziva's helping him right now. This is bimini from the forward deck that we're trying to secure in the house. Can I help you guys? No? Okay, Ziva's going to do it. We had to take everything out of the freezer, shut everything off, so that we don't run the risk of, if there is water that comes into the boat, we need the bilge to work, and that means we can't risk, sorry, I'm coming downstairs, we can't risk leaving lights on or any other things like the refrigerator or the freezer. Yeah, it's vacating our house, and just 3 months ago we moved here, and this was going to be our long-term home, and now we don't know if we're going to come back to it or what. So we got what we could, and we tried to take the special treasures. We have a friend, one of Ahava's teammates' moms, offered to take some of our stuff, so that was awesome. Hey, everyone, I can't read the comments right now because I'm in bad light, but I will read after I get off the boat. I know I'm very sad. When I come, I'm going to take you in here. When I come in here to the kids' room, right there, that just, their books and games, and it just makes me very sad, because this may be the last time we leave this boat. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully it'll all be for just preps and a fun exercise of torture. How are you doing, babe?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Trying to get going.
I know. So I'm going to take you guys outside. We're heading to the west coast of Florida, and the winds are kicking up. I'm going to show you the job that this amazing man and crew did. Ziva was a major part in that. Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm sad, honey. I'm sad, but we're going to be safe. So take a look real quickly. You can see the difference already. The sky is different. All the boats that were leaving are gone, and these are the ones that remain. That sailboat in front of us, this sailboat here, you can see nobody's getting through here. We basically took lines and went across to the other dock, and now we are off the dock, which means we're either swimming or climbing ropes to get back, because look how far off we are. We have to pick that dinghy up and bring it into our living room and just secure it as best we can, because that would become a projectile object in a hurricane. Nathan secured the neighbor's boat too. You can see what a great job he did on that. So we're both kind of tied to each other, and took the dinghy motor off and strapped that down. Everything's strapped down as much as we can. We don't want anything that the winds can grab a hold of.
All right, guys, looks like we lost that Facebook Live video, but we're in luck because we have Rosalinda live on Skype. Rosalinda, you are live on Fox 10 News now. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys, how are you?
We are better than you. We're just so happy to see you, and you look safe. And after watching that video of you evacuating the boat, friend, it really just tore at our heartstrings. We got a glimpse of what it's like for so many people when they hear the word that a hurricane's coming. Did you ever think you'd find yourself in the path of a hurricane?
No, as you know, we lived on a boat 5 years ago, and we never once had anything threaten us, nothing even remotely come close to this. And so this is really a first.
Mm-hmm. And you've got tell people about your family situation, because you decided a few months ago.
Yeah. First, let me show you them. Hey guys, everyone say hi.
Hi everyone. Hi. There's such a beautiful family. Hi, how's it going? Good to see you. You guys are you go from a boat to a minivan.
Right. That's exactly what it feels like. We actually, we were in the hotel all day, but when my husband was when Nathan was tying the lines to try to secure the boat as best we could, it's really difficult work, and he fell in, and his phone was in his pocket. So he has no phone, and obviously we need one. He's a physician, and so there may be cause for him to need to help. So we're out right now going to get him a replacement phone.
Oh my gosh.
So,
well, if that, I guess
it's been one of them. It's been about 24 hours like this.
Oh my gosh. Well, you know, in watching you wrap things up and just walk away, knowing that there's a really good chance that you're not going to walk back into that boat. I mean, it would almost take a miracle at this point for things to be intact. Is that kind of the feeling you're getting?
That is the absolute truth of it. Yeah. I mean, you know, unless something miraculous happens, there's very little chance that boat will not be damaged. It's right in the path of the storm.
About 300 yards from the ocean.
Yeah, we're very close to the ocean. We're right inside the Lake Worth Inlet. Because of how our boat is, it's a very wide catamaran. We don't fit in a lot of the slips that other boats would fit in, and we have a very tall mast, 75 feet, so we can't go under some of the bridges that would lead upriver that would be safer than where we're located. The dock that we're secure to is a floating dock, so we basically used ropes and just tied it as best we could, along with another catamaran behind us, and we basically cross-tied, and now the boat will rise and sink with the dock. But I know they've been talking about storm surges, 10 feet and higher. Well, if it's anything over 6 feet, that entire thing is going to float up and over, and the whole marina will be gone.
Well, I always think about the pictures that we see after the storm, where the photographers make their way in, and you see a house that's toppled, and then you see a boat sitting next to it, and it's half a mile in, and you go, how on earth did that boat get there? But you're talking about winds with a hurricane, a Category 4 of 150 miles an hour. The wind damage.
Yeah,
alone.
and I mean, a boat is made to withstand, especially a sailboat like ours, is made to withstand a good amount of wind. But where we're situated, it's the debris, and there's a massive boat on the other side of the dock that if it comes loose, it's going to run right into us. I mean, there's so many things that could smash into our boat it's in direct danger. And to be honest, as awful as that is, we're really, really worried because we have loved ones there, and our babysitter decided to stay in West Palm Beach, and she's got our dog. We have a German Shepherd puppy that lives on the boat with us, and she's still there. Not quite on the water, but inland just a little. So yeah, we're. It's been a stressful day for everybody, but I know we're no different than other people, except that our home happens to be a boat.
Well, and I think people in Arizona, and you remember living here in Arizona, both you and Nate, they see boats and they go, oh, it's just somebody's luxury. That's a lot of people's homes in Florida. Is that right?
Absolutely. And as you know, because we keep in touch, we've been prepared. This is our dream. We've been preparing for this over a year. And the idea was that we were going to go down the chain of islands and explore with our family, give our kids a chance to experience other cultures in ways that, we may never have had. And so we've been building toward this for a year, and we just moved aboard 3 months ago. And we actually moved it to West Palm Beach because we felt like it was more secure there. It was a good place for the kids while we were prepping the boat. And we were going to sail in December. So, the good news is what you see in this car right here is everybody's okay.
That's the important stuff. Yeah, the important stuff.
Yeah. So that's all we can do is.
You know what struck me?
The good news is we don't. I'm sorry.
I missed that.
We don't have any junk here now. I said the good news is we don't have any junk to carry around anymore.
I also want to acknowledge his Arizona shirt that he has on. I feel like he wore that just for this interview.
Oh, yeah, look at it.
Yeah, that's right.
We got to get a plug in for Arizona football. I have to tell you, Rosalinda, watching that video last night, I didn't realize you were right in the heart, where the eye of the storm was going to hit. And I got very emotional watching that last night. I was so impressed that you were able to keep your emotions in check. How hard is that? I mean, I know you want to feel like you're strong for the kids, but there's got to be moments where you and Nate just go, oh, I need to break down.
Well, if you keep talking to me like that, it's going to be one of these moments.
That's tough, though.
No, I mean, honestly, we had not watched the news because we were so focused on just getting the boat secure, getting off the boat, getting the kids and us to safety. We really hadn't had time to process that. Once we got settled in the hotel, we finally turned on the news and realized, we had heard over the past several days, okay, it's coming to our general area. We're probably going to have a problem. It started escalating and escalating. It wasn't until this morning when my daughter and I went to breakfast and I realized, all the worst case scenarios are happening. And that's when I broke down.
And the kids
are. What are you going to do?
It wouldn't be exactly honest to say she just broke down. She was crying many of the times when we were moving. She'd pull aside and she would just be shaking and crying, and we'd give her a hug and say, "We got to hold it together. We got to get this done, and let's get out of here." But
there hasn't been a lot of time, probably.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So
what are you going to do?
Well, Nate's a doctor. He's a physician, and you talked about maybe having to pull him into action if things get really bad. How do you go about doing that? Is it just helping people you see, or are you affiliated with a hospital where you could go in and help?
Well, he's not credentialed in Florida, so he wouldn't be able to go into a hospital because he actually goes back to do his clinical work in New Mexico, where we came from, or we moved from. He does that once a month, but if there's a need, I mean, medically, he obviously could offer assistance if they need it. I mean, if there's an imminent threat and somebody's physically needing a doctor in the moment, he can help. He actually belongs to a group of hospitals called MCare, and he helps them. He's a vice president of integrative medicine, so he goes in to different hospitals to help. But that's more in an what would you call that? Like just a different kind of an education capacity.
But he's the kind of guy that would be good to have around when the storm passes, and if there's somebody who is in need. The kids seem to be holding up okay. The kids seem to be holding up okay. Do they think this is just an adventure? Hi,
kids. What do you think, Ahava? Hi, that's Ahava, and that is Ziva.
Hi, Ziva.
And what do you think?
I think it's scary.
She's scared.
Oh.
She said, I think it's scary. It's hard because they're off mic, so you probably won't be able to
Yeah.
hear them too well.
But they're doing pretty well. I mean, what do you think when you look back and maybe in a month or two, are you planning on getting back on a boat and continuing with your idea of exploring? Or
I don't know. I really hope so. This was definitely my dream, and I pushed this family to do this, and I've been really wanting to do this for quite some time. We were waiting until Samuel, who hasn't said a word way back there, because he's watching a video. He is. We've been waiting for him to be old enough to do this because he's 5 now, and for safety reasons, we wanted to make sure he could follow instructions and be safe.
Yeah.
So we felt like now is the time, but obviously we may have to reassess that, and we don't know yet. We don't know.
There is a financial consideration to that boat. It wasn't very cheap. So
Didn't look like
if it's
it.
gone, you know?
Yeah.
It was twice as expensive as our house. So
Wow.
yeah.
I don't know how things like that work because I've always been on dry land. But does insurance cover something like that?
Guess you have boat
Or is it-
insurance.
Yeah, to some degree, insurance covers it to some degree, but it's they increased the deductible to 20% during named storms. So so it's going to be a pretty big hit either way you look at it.
Yeah.
Difficult. Okay. Well, I want you to know, I know from Samia and I and everybody here who's watching this, you are in our prayers. We have been thinking about you, and I just hope for a miracle. I hope this storm somehow decides to do something crazy and go back out to sea.
Yeah, we'd like that.
That would be great.
I always say, when people say that, I say, from your mouth to God's ears. Let's hope so.
Please, yes, God, hear us. But we're just so thrilled that you're safe, and that's the important thing. You got everything you need right there in that car. And thanks for talking to us, Rosalinda.
Thanks. Say hi to all our friends in Phoenix.
Oh, we will. And God bless you all.
Be safe.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Everyone say bye.
Bye. Great to talk to you guys. Stay safe. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, we were speaking again with Rosalinda Roman, a former Fox 10 Phoenix reporter.
Is she still on? Are we still seeing her there? Looks like we are. Rosalinda Roman was one of our reporters way back in the day here, and then she moved. And you're looking there at her Facebook page. If you want to follow this family and what they've kind of been through,
Yeah,
it's
I can
called
pull that up.
It's called New Mexicast, and she's actually a really great filmmaker. She makes films, and they have got a really, really cool family.
Absolutely. The way she was describing wanting to do this for a really long time and take her family on this adventure
you
and
kinda
really
wanna go
expose.
with them.
Oh, I was like, adopt me. Can you? Can I just join in? I mean, to go on this adventure and expose her children to things that she herself didn't experience growing up.
And that they, one thing I will tell you about Rosalinda is that where there's a will, there's a way with her. When she sets her mind to something, sometimes I remember when she was saying, I'm going to make a movie back when she worked here, and I kind of thought, okay, yeah, right, I've heard that from a million people. What does she do? She makes a movie.
What was the movie on?
I can't remember. I knew that was the next question. My brain's a little bit too old, but she's the kind of person that will set her mind to something, and sure enough, will make it happen. So, unfortunately, I don't think you can set your mind to not having the hurricane strike. And I
Right.
think this hurricane is going to be devastating for the family.
It is.
But as we saw there, they were able to get the family out, and they had
That's what's important.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe this boat, gosh, through a miracle, will
Be
will
okay.
withstand it.
Yeah.
But isn't that interesting to get a perspective of what it's like on those last moments before you kind of just walk
Absolutely.
away from your life? Fingers crossed, hands praying that there's something to walk back to.
Mm-hmm. And to think they had just been there for a couple months.
I know. Just beginning. Well, I mean, I guess you wouldn't want to be out in the middle of the ocean when this hits. So maybe there is a blessing in all of this.
Absolutely.
But it's going to be interesting to follow this storm. I mean, we're seeing
We've
it.
been covering it all day. I've been on nonstop Hurricane Matthew coverage since 9 this morning.
Well, and you know what? For people who are in Florida, are escaping, I guess, all of this craziness, they can watch us here as well. You're covering. Tell people what we're covering here. We're covering all of the emergency news conferences.
Right, we're carrying every single news conference, not only from Florida, but as well as Georgia, South Carolina. We've heard from Governor Nikki Haley, the governor in Georgia. We've heard from Governor Scott in Florida multiple times throughout the day. And any sort of update that we get from officials, we're carrying it live here on News Now. We're also getting periodically live images from NASA, the International Space Station,
Right.
actually doing flyovers of Hurricane Matthew. So those have been some pretty interesting images to look at. We have our satellite and radar, obviously, and we're getting a number of live feeds from Fox National. For example, this feed right here out of Miami,
Right.
and then we also have this feed out of Daytona Beach. So we have nonstop coverage, not only just live feeds, we're also checking Twitter periodically to see what
Right.
things are trending. Last time I checked Twitter, the #1 trend was hashtag Pray for Florida nationwide.
Wow, isn't
number
that the
one
truth?
trend, and it's still the number
You
one
know what's
trend.
to me what struck me watching this and covering weather for many, many years, I still do weather occasionally, is I thought, wouldn't it be interesting if this goes back out to sea and comes back around? And then I started seeing that being projected. There is an off chance, a slight chance that this could curve up through Georgia and South Carolina and then spin back around and take a double hit. I mean, that would be
Really?
absolutely catastrophic. It's an very rare that would happen, but that is one of the projections is showing that it could come back around, and it probably wouldn't be as strong. But I mean, a double whammy would be a bad situation. And you know, I got to say, I've never covered a hurricane as actually being on the ground, but I remember many years ago when Hurricane Mitch. Okay, don't ask me to do the math. I want to say,
You don't have to do the math. I'll just Google.
Yeah, Google it. I think it was 10 years ago because my son was still in diapers, and I
don't
remember
remember
I remember holding him, and he was still in diapers. So I think
1998.
Okay, 98. It hit Mexico. It was a Category 5 hurricane. Now the problem with Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula, where Cancun is, and what's similar with Florida is that there's no mountain range to stop this.
Right.
So when a hurricane barrels across the land, it just does massive flooding, and it doesn't slow down much. It doesn't hit a mountain range. It's flat. So Hurricane Mitch hit, and less than 2 weeks later, we had planned a vacation to just south of Cancun, the Tulum area. Well, let me tell you. First of all, one aspect of it was when we got to Tulum, I was actually amazed that there were buildings still standing.
Right.
They had worked tirelessly because this is their livelihood to get these small villas and hotels up running again. But the areas that hadn't gotten back up and running, I've never seen so much destruction.
Wow.
I'm talking buildings flattened, palm trees that were completely flipped upside down, the root ball sticking up, and the top of the palm tree buried in 6 feet of sand. Because the ocean just churns up and all of that sand.
Storm
just
is likely to be
becomes-
great than what was experienced during Hurricane Hugo for those
They
locations.
just cut to a press conference as soon as we were talking.
Significant damage to
South
coastal
Carolina
structures due to the combination of very high inundation, battering waves, and high tides is expected. Some particularly vulnerable areas that we're concerned about include Hilton Head Island, Hunting Island, Folly Beach, Wild Dunes, and Edisto Beach. Roads in and out of barrier islands will likely become impassable due to the surge. If you don't evacuate now, you may become stranded. Significant flooding is possible across much of the Charleston Peninsula as well, due to the storm surge and heavy rainfall that is expected. In terms of rainfall, we're looking at 8 to 14 inches of rain across the eastern part of the state, and because of that, we have flash flood watches in effect for most of the Midlands and coastal part of the state. In terms of wind, extensive tree damage with many trees down on homes and on roadways is likely. And widespread long-duration power outages could also occur. The National Weather Service continues to urge anyone living in an evacuation zone to heed the advice of emergency managers and get out and evacuate inland if asked to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. You know, and I just want to stress, this is, I know we've been preparing, and I know everybody's been talking about lane reversals and everything else. This is the time we absolutely need you to go out. I mean, when we're looking at storm surges that surpass Hugo, you know it's a problem. And when you're looking at the tropical winds that are coming in, the rainfall that we could have, if it slows down considerably more rainfall, all of those are factors. So, you know, because of how this has shifted. We've had some changes. First, I want to thank the president for his call today. He did call and offer a direct line to him for anything that we need, and had his prayers for the people of South Carolina, and said that they would continue to be on standby. FEMA is on the ground as of now, and our federal emergency declaration for direct assistance has been approved, which means anything prior to the storm that we need, we now have. So cots for shelters, food, generators, all those things that we're trying to do to prepare before, we now have direct access to as well. I want to say that I can't thank enough, and I hope that the people of South Carolina will thank them, all of our law enforcement men and women, all of the National Guardsmen, all of our DOT crews. Every one of them has had long shifts, not a lot of sleep. They are doing all this to take care of you. They are doing all this to prepare. If you respect what they're doing, please evacuate, because they're doing this to save you. And eventually, we're going to have to move them out so that we can make sure that they're safe. So I do want to thank all of them for putting in the long hours and doing what they're supposed to. So due to the increased storm surge, and timing of it, when the tropical storms will hit, we have ordered an evacuation for additional areas of Jasper and Colleton counties that are a little bit more inland. So now it's not just Zone A, it is Zone B. So you can see on the yellow parts of there that we have now added those areas, and that we want them to evacuate as soon as possible due to those storm surges. We will probably stop the lane reversal tomorrow on I-26, and that is because the storm is starting to move in faster. We need to reposition the people, our men and women on the ground, and so that they're safe. We need to reposition the equipment to get ready for post-storm, and so you will see us stop that tomorrow. That means if you want to drive 26 East, you can. If you want to drive 26 West, you can. But we're hoping that everybody's headed this way. But in terms of the ease of that, lane reversal, you only have until tomorrow to use that. So everybody has made record time. Everybody has been really pleased with the lane reversal. Please take advantage of the fact that it's there now. We can't promise you what you're going to have after we go forward. As of 3 p.m. today, we had 280,000 people who have evacuated. That is up from 175,000 this morning. So we appreciate the South Carolinians who are being, or who are listening to the guidance that we're giving and being careful in terms of that. We hope to see stronger numbers now that we've put in those evacuations for Georgetown and Horry and parts of Jasper and Colleton, that those numbers will continue to increase. But we're at a $280,000 number right now. We will be closing down our high-level bridges once we hit the 40-mile-an-hour winds. So bridges like the Ravenel, the 526, those will be closed, and you'll see that start to happen soon as we see the winds are going to start to come in sooner than we thought. Our law enforcement and National Guard members, they are now transitioning over into the security phase. So you're going to start to see them move off of the traffic side of things and get ready for recovery. And so with that, if they are starting to move out, that means you should already be moved out. So if we're already moving them out, that's a big sign that we need to make sure that you're moving out, and you're moving out quickly. We do have now 64 shelters open. That's up from 38 this morning. We have 1,305 residents. That was up from 627 this morning. We now have, which I'm pleased to say, 3 pet-friendly shelters. So we had 2 in the Low Country. We now have 1 in Spartanburg as well. We have 3 special needs shelters that are open, but we also have 5 additional on standby as those are needed. All of our utility partners, I want to thank them because they're always fantastic during these situations, but our utility partners have partnered up with the National Guard and with law enforcement, as well as DOT, to make sure that they can go in as soon as possible. We are expecting extended outages, and we're expecting a lot of outages. And so for that, from that respect, we are trying to get in front of this as best as we can, but we do expect those outages to occur. And then finally, the hotel status. We are seeing rooms pretty much booked all over the state, not counting the Low Country. no rooms left in Greenville or Spartanburg or Asheville. So right now there are 3 hotels in Anderson that still have some rooms available, and then also Charlotte is the only option left to do. I will tell you, if you go to Airbnb, there are people who are offering their homes for shelter as well, just for disaster recovery at no cost. So we would advise you to look at that as well. We are getting an increased number of sandbag requests, and Director Sterling at Corrections has done a great job. He has now moved up to where I think they're doing 15 to 20,000 bags a day. We will have up to 50,000 bags tomorrow to try and keep filling those requests and needs, but we are ahead of schedule on what the requests are now, and we'll continue to do that. What is very telling is Beaufort Memorial is evacuating their hospital. If you have a hospital that is evacuating, that is all the more reason why the residents in those areas need to evacuate. This is really a serious storm. We have in every way tried to prepare as much as possible to keep you safe as possible. But we can't take you by the hand and bring you to the upstate. We can't take you by the hand and say we need to get you out of there. I am begging you at this point to understand the seriousness of the storm, to understand that storm surges at those levels above ground, imagine the floor to the ceiling, and you're talking about those types of storm surges. That is not something you want to get caught up in. And I won't be able to get any of our law enforcement or guardsmen to you during that time. So it is very important for you to strongly consider evacuating if you haven't already. We thank you for everyone who has. I think we've had so many responsible citizens move in a good way and move early, and so we're very grateful for that. But if you really want to thank a law enforcement officer or thank a guardsman or a DOT crew member, then evacuate, because they've done all this for you. They've done all this to try and keep you safe, and so the best way to respect them is to save your life, save your family, and not take any risks as we go forward. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up for questions for me or anyone behind me.
Governor Haley, following up on the Beaufort Memorial evacuation, can you enlighten us with some more details about other hospitals, other facilities in the Low Country that have evacuated? I think Director Heigl mentioned some earlier.
Director Heigl take that.
Yes, we've had, as of about 2 o'clock this afternoon, 88 different facilities that are regulated by DHEC that have evacuated. Beaufort Memorial, of course, being the most recent major evacuation. So we've been working diligently with those facilities to get their patients and or residents moved to other facilities.
Are there other facilities in the state, upstate, do you know where predominantly they're being moved to?
They are predominantly being moved other places in state. We do have a few that have moved out of state.
Any other questions?
Governor, following up on the federal assets that you guys and the direct assistance, can you elaborate more on what that gets you guys and how that helps out already?
It's anything that we need that we don't have. So, for example, we were talking about generators. There's a shelter that doesn't have a generator. We'll be able to do that. It's additional cots. It's food. It's, baby formula and all those things that we knew we were short. It's anything that comes up that we need, even mobile medical, if those are the things that we need to have. That early direct assistance coming from FEMA is invaluable. And to be able to have that, it's basically our support system for making sure we're doing our job, and anything that comes up last minute that we don't have, they're kind of our security blanket to make sure they come in and finish up those requests.
And for the Adjutant General, is it still 2,000 National Guardsmen still on active duty, or what are we looking at right now?
That's correct. We still have 2,000 on, and that we have alerted another 3,000 to be prepared to mobilize if necessary and when necessary.
Has there been discussion exactly when the roads eastbound are going to be shut down, or is that something that's left up to the local level?
Christy?
Oh.
I'll take that. Tomorrow morning, we'll start to flush the reverted side back to the normal flow of traffic. So hopefully by noon, we'll have things back to a normal pattern.
But she wants to know when you're going to close down roads.
As far as closing down roads, normally we just return them to the normal flow. And again, as the governor mentioned earlier, we have to clear the equipment. We have to remove the officers from the roadways to keep them out of peril and have the equipment acceptable for post-response.
Governor, the 280,000, is that of the 500,000 or where are they coming
It is,
from?
and now keep in mind that the 500,000 included Georgetown and Horry, and the Jasper and Colleton. So we hope that number will get stronger, but 280,000 up from where we were this morning at 175. It looks like people are moving. Everybody's starting to see it. And in all honesty, it's about a lot of what we said this morning. They're seeing their stores close down. They're seeing their pharmacies close down. They're seeing the gas stations close down. Everybody else is leaving. And so I think people are realizing that it's time to go.
So 280 includes the Horry Georgetown.
Well, it will be 500,000 is who are all the people that we want to evacuate. But Horry Georgetown, we just started today, so I think we'll have better numbers tomorrow.
Governor, have the Greenville buses that stayed down there in North Charleston been needed?
The last pickup was at 6 p.m. today in North Charleston, and the remainder were all going back to Greenville.
How many people utilize the buses?
67.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Governor.
No, of course.
Yes, we transported 67 of the buses to transport folks from nursing homes out of the area of danger. So we were able to utilize at least 67 of them. We are in the process now of decommissioning the bus operation over the next few hours to get them back out of harm's way as well.
And Secretary Hall, was that just from Beaufort and Charleston counties?
That
just
was
Charleston?
Primarily from the Tri-County area, Charleston primarily.
And again, thank you to Greenville Schools as well as Lexington 1 and 5 for helping us with that.
We're being told that 2 nursing homes were evacuated from the Low Country. Is there specifics on where the residents went to?
Yes, I think we had talked about that earlier, but we did have 2 nursing homes that evacuated. That was yesterday, right?
That was, and that's been successfully completed with no issues.
And they're already moved and in place.
Yes.
Do we know where?
I actually don't have that information, but we do know, I just don't know.
Thank you.
Governor, have you spoken with your counterparts in Georgia and North Carolina? And if so, what have been the details of those discussions?
So what we started, because we thought it was really important that the states talk, because we started every day having Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina talk together. And especially in light of Florida's evacuation, Georgia's evacuation, it was more to just make sure that we were all working together and that we weren't doing harm to any other state, but we were only helping in terms of what we need. Those state-to-state calls have been great. Personally, we've gotten calls from Governor Hogan, Governor Abbott, Governor McCrory and I stay in contact. A lot of people across the country have been calling and wanting to offer help and assistance in any way that we need, and we always appreciate that.
Is there any worry about any influx of people, say, from Florida, especially coming up 95, and how that might impact South Carolina at all?
Well, that's a lot of the reason why we did the state-to-state calls, and so I'll let you talk about that.
Yes, we know that Georgia's operating their lane reversal now of I-16. So the dialogue would be for Georgia officials to evacuate west. Obviously, we will not encourage our residents to evacuate south on I-95. We've seen some traffic on I-95, but it's not to the point where we cannot push the traffic coming from US 278 onto 95.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I will tell you that we have all done a lot of work to prepare for this. This is a scary storm. This is a storm that should be taken seriously. We really need you to evacuate. I don't want to have to deal with anyone losing their life or anything happening, nor do any of the guardsmen, the troopers, and everybody else that are working there. I know people always say, oh, it'll pass, it'll pass. It is getting worse, and we are seeing that it's getting worse. The storm surges are worse, the tropical wind speeds are worse, the rainfall numbers are worse. Please don't find any excuses to do this. There is no excuse to risk your life. There's no excuse to risk the life of your family members. What we want you to know is if you've got your pets, pick them all up and make sure you go to an area that will allow you to have your pets. If you have elderly parents, if you have other people, make sure they're all safe. Check your neighbors, check all of the people around you just to make sure that they know that they need a plan and have a plan. Like we said in Charleston, the last buses have left now in terms of that. So we want to make sure that we get everybody moved out as we need to. And so please go to www.scemd.org. It has all of the information you need for evacuation routes, for shelters, for what you'll need in the shelters, and additional information going forward. But at this point, I will tell you we have started having a chaplain in our conference meetings, and that is because now is time for the state to pray. And we are praying for every citizen in South Carolina to help us help you, and we're praying for certainly our friends in Florida and Georgia who are going through a hard time right now. So thank you very much. We will have another press conference in the morning.
Thank you, Governor.
All right, you guys, we're going to take you to Florida right now, Juno Beach specifically, where reporter Aaron Mesmer is there live right now. We're going to go to him and see if we can hear him. One moment. Okay, Aaron, can you hear me?
Just make sure. Oh, you know what? I don't have. Can you stand by? We're changing IFBs. Stand by. We're changing IFBs.
Okay.
My IFB just died.
Stand by, you guys. We're just going to wait till Aaron is ready to go. He's live there in Juno Beach right now. People are evacuating. This is being called a level 4 hurricane at this time right now. Let's go to him. It looks like he's ready to go. All right, Aaron, are you good now? So what is it like there right now?
Oh, well, it's been getting worse and worse throughout the last hour or two. Let me show you right now. Follow me out here. Take a look out there. Look how bad those waves look, and that is the case. That's been the case for the last hour, maybe 2 or 3 hours or so. And then if you pan over to the right, that is the Juno Beach Pier. We're about 12 miles or so north of West Palm Beach, and that is just getting hammered right now with those waves. And we've gone through about 1 or 2 squalls or bands of rain and wind. And this is probably as bad as it's been with the wind. The rain, we had a little bit stronger rain about 5 minutes ago or so, but take a look at these palm trees. Check that out. I mean, this looks like some really strong wind, and we're only scratching the surface of how bad this wind is going to be. We're talking about 140 miles an hour or so, and this is probably a third of that. Now, the evacuation order has been in effect, went into effect yesterday and then on into early this morning. 1.5 million people in evacuation zones here on the east coast of Florida. But some of those folks didn't leave. About 150,000 or so people decided to try to stick this out, and at this point, it's just, they got to hunker down at this point and get to a safe place. We saw in Palm Beach County in some shelters, about 6,000 or so people were being told decided to stay here in Palm Beach County. So that's a good portion of that 150,000 or so that stayed here in Florida and decided not to evacuate. But if you've been watching throughout the day, you heard Florida Governor Rick Scott say, this storm will kill you. And just take a look out there. You can see off in the distance, that's probably another band of rain that we're going to get hit with. And we're still looking at a few hours away from the brunt of Hurricane Matthew. And then after this starts, we're talking about power outages. You know, at the worst case scenario is weeks without power. I know that's happened in some of the strongest storms that have moved through the state over the last few years, but at the very least hours, maybe days for some people without power. Back to you.
And so why do you think that some people are choosing to stay, even though they know they'll be without power and they know that this could kill them? Why would people choose to stay?
I mean, I could only tell you what we've heard from a couple people, and that's just that they have to go to work tomorrow. They're thinking that maybe they'll be able to go to work and they just can't afford to leave. Other people, they think that they've been through this before and they know, they've had in their experience, they've made it through. So I think in some cases that's the reason, but in other cases we're also hearing that almost half of the people in some of the areas around here are new to Florida, so they haven't been through something like this. They haven't really experienced it. So maybe they're thinking, well, we can make it through an hour or two and it's okay, but this is going to last hours. And then you've seen some of the forecasts that show it looping back around and then hitting us again as either a tropical storm or a hurricane. So yeah, I mean, those folks that are staying, it's risky. And like I said, the governor's already warned that this is going to have potentially deadly impacts on Florida.
Yeah, I can tell just from looking at you, you know, you're getting rain in your eyes, you can barely keep your hat on. So what can people expect tonight and tomorrow?
I think they can expect a lot more of this, to be honest with you, and it's going to get a whole lot worse. And this wind and it's just been blowing the sand in our face. It stings. It stings. And like I said, this is only a third, give or take, of what the wind we're expecting. I mean, we're talking about down limbs, down trees, power lines. The Florida company, Florida Power and Light, that runs the power down here in Palm Beach County, they've already said this is going to overpower their system. And they're expecting widespread outages. And like I said, it could last days, even weeks, at the very least hours for most people.
So do you and your team, do you guys have to stay at a shelter later tonight? I mean, what do you guys have to do to stay safe?
Yeah, we're going to be staying just about a half mile or so away from here. And we're just going to cross our fingers. It's a hotel just down the street from where we are. It's packed. You know, excuse me, that's the biggest gust of wind that we've had. I had to catch my balance there. But hotels on the other side of Florida are packed with people who evacuated. So this is, you're catching this as bad as it's been right now. And this is what people were evacuating. This is why the governor said, you gotta get out, get to the other side of the state, go stay with family, go stay with friends, go to another state if you can. Because, like I said, this is just the beginning, and it's already this bad, and it's getting worse by the minute.
Well, Aaron, we appreciate so much you going live with us. I'm going to let you go now and get a towel or something. Stay safe, okay?
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
All right, you guys. Well, that was reporter Aaron Mesmer, who's live there in Florida right now. As you could see, he could barely keep his eyes open. He could barely keep his hat on. That's how bad it is there right now. And that was in Juno Beach, Florida, which is in Palm Beach County there. We're going to have our weatherman, Dave, come up here in just a few minutes to discuss, you know, from a weatherman's perspective, what this is really like, why people are choosing not to evacuate, and what we can expect in the next few days. Right now, I'm going to take you to the Georgia governor who was speaking earlier today.
Reiterate that it is important that the citizens understand that this is a major storm, that this is a situation that they cannot take lightly. We will have buses running until 12 o'clock tomorrow. We'll move people out of our community into higher ground. We will do that until 12 o'clock. Anyone that comes after 12 o'clock will have missed the boat. So make sure that you're there ahead of that, because we have to take the responders, first responders, and give them an opportunity to get out of the town also. So at 12 o'clock they will leave, and they've got 6 hours.
All right, you guys, we're actually going to take you back to that. Right now, I've got live with me our weatherman Dave here.
Hi, guys.
To talk about this hurricane.
Oh, this is really a big one, you know, as we've been talking about it in the newsroom, all of us pretty much agree. This is why we don't live in Florida, because these things, we have our sandstorms, we have our monsoon rains, we have all of those things, but I'll take all of that compared to this.
Yeah.
Not only is it devastating, but there's so much unknown. You don't know what's going on and whatever. But as if we get the computer up here somewhere, we can kind of get a look at it, and just kind of see where this thing is, and give people kind of an update on the speed, and a lot of rain coming with this thing as well. So there's just a lot going on with it.
Yeah.
And there it is right there. That gives you a good look at it. It is still a Category 4 hurricane at this time, and it's going to probably bypass Miami a little bit to the east, and then impact north of Miami, and I'll show you that in just a moment. Can we take that down at all?
Sure. Oh, you want to take that down?
Yeah. Then we can see the whole. We have 140 mile an hour sustained winds. It is moving northwest at about 14 miles an hour. That's kind of a problem. Because the slower when they move slow, that's when they have a lot of rain associated with them, and this one does, a lot of moisture. When they move slow, they drop a lot of moisture, they make a lot of rain.
Okay.
And so that is a little bit of a problem. But back up to 140 miles an hour. And as we zoom in on it here, you're going to see a couple of things that are going on. Number one, you can see the Friday location at 130 miles an hour, the Friday late location at 125, and then 110 miles an hour on the Saturday location. So you see it slowing down, but that's going to happen when it gets over land. However, take a look at the movement. Take a look at the swirl that movement is taken. If you pay attention to that, what you will see is that it is moving back into Florida. It's going to go out along the outer banks of the Carolinas, probably be a little devastating to that area in there because there's so many low-lying areas there, and then swing back around. And right now, as you can see, the end of it, or where it makes that little curve, it's taken another shot at Florida. So that's what we're going to keep our eye on, see if the waters in that area are fairly warm. And so that is going to be a problem if that circles around and takes another shot. It's just going to be very devastating for Florida to get hit twice by this thing.
Yes.
Now, there's something else that I wanted to look at here. If we can.
And let me know if we're in the way, I can take us down too.
Yeah,
so
no, that's okay. That's fine. And that is the rotation of this of the moisture around this storm here that you can see. Now I'll put that into motion for you, and we zoomed in so we could kind of give an idea of where this computer anyway thinks that landfall is going to be with that eye. That eye is about 20 miles wide right now, and that is where that 140 mile an hour wind is at this time. So when you see that right up there by Fort Pierce, north of West Palm Beach, Melbourne, in that area as well. Those are the areas that are going to be most likely to hit landfall when that comes along. So now we put it into motion again, and you can see it just crawling up that eastern seaboard, up through the Charleston area, getting a lot of moisture in there. And then as we back off, you can see it's just really spreading the moisture out as it makes the turn and then starts to come back toward the mainland once again. So
it's going to go and then come back, you're saying?
Yeah, you see, let me get that back. First of all, we'll give you an explanation of a Category 4. You can see the sustained winds, 131 to 155, damage and flooding most likely, and then power outages can last up to months after something like this happens. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of run my maps through their rotation here and get back to that first picture that we have. Let me see, I have to go here, and we'll get back to that picture, and I could show you once again what we were talking about this thing coming back around.
So you've probably been really busy though, building these graphics and trying to follow this hurricane.
There's a lot going on, yeah, with that. Pay no attention to those. Here we go, right here. Once again, you can see that the Category 4, and then we give you a look at the speed and the motion and everything, and then we give you a look at the track. Now you see how this track goes up, coming back around here, and there's Florida again. So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about this thing looping back around and taking another shot at Florida. So coming on board Florida north of Miami, and then probably causing a little bit of flooding, a little bit of devastation at that point, and then probably swinging back around. These are pretty warm waters out in this area here, so there's a possibility that it could gain some strength. You see they have it just down to a hurricane strength and maybe even a low pressure at that time, but if it does gain strength and could come back into being a Category 3 or Category 4 hurricane once again as it makes that loop. So that's the loop we're talking about, where it could take a shot at the midsection of Florida once again.
Now, what does a Category 4 exactly mean?
Well, we were just looking at that. Let's advance to that. Category 4 is, once again, take a look at that. That's where we think the landfall is going to be, and then watch that as it tracks
My
right up
gosh.
right up the seaboard. It's part on the ocean, part on land, and then it really disperses its moisture at that point. Okay, here we go with a Category 4 hurricane. Sustained winds 131 to 155, and likely producing damage and flooding, and also power outages that could last for several months because it's going to take
Months?
time. Well, it
Oh my
takes time
gosh.
to get into these areas. These areas get devastated. All of the buildings are destroyed. A
Yeah.
lot of them are destroyed, a lot of flooding. And there is so much that needs to be done as far as restoring the electricity and restoring the power that it takes a long time to do it. Not to mention the fact that if they are flooded, those places are going to be inundated for quite some time as well.
People really should leave because they're not going to have power anyway, even if they stayed. I mean,
Well, I think what people are doing, and it's what we all do, you always look at your past experience and you always say, well, yeah, okay, this is what happened last time. What I'm hearing from everybody in Florida and from all of the people that are out there to warn you about this is the fact that this is not like other storms. This is a very, very powerful and very wet Category 4 storm, and it's not probably a storm that people are going to have memories of it that they can relate to and say, oh, this is what happened last time. This is not what happened last time. This is new. So that's what they're telling people. And yes, I think I heard the mayor say only 176,000 people had evacuated the evacuation area, and she said we need more. And I can tell you the mayor is not only concerned about the people that are in this area, but the mayor is very concerned about sending people into this area after it's been devastated to get the people out that refuse to leave.
oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. So,
So-
that's what one of the main things is they don't want to put their own people in danger because other people have chosen to wait it out.
And obviously, you've covered a lot of hurricanes, I'm sure.
Mhm.
So, what is this like in comparison to other ones you've covered, like Hurricane Katrina and Hermione? Does this seem worse? Does this seem?
Well, you know, they were devastating hurricanes as well, and it's hard to compare one hurricane to another because hurricanes do so many different things. Some of these other hurricanes are devastating because they produce tornadoes. Other hurricanes are devastating because they produce such devastating winds. Other tornadoes are devastating other hurricanes are devastating because there's so much water and there's so much flooding.
Mm-hmm.
So there can be many different things that make one worse than the other, but it all depends upon what it does to you as to how bad it is. It's always, well, I didn't think that one was as bad as this one because this did this to me, or vice versa. So I think that in terms of flooding and in terms of wind, this is going to be probably something a lot of people haven't seen before.
And so, what do the people do that choose to stay? Do they just go to their basement and ride it out?
I wouldn't go to the basement, that's for sure. I would not imagine that there are too many basements in that area anyway.
Yeah.
But most people end up in their attic chopping a hole through the roof so they can get on top for a helicopter to pick them up.
Are you serious?
That's what a lot of them ended up doing in Katrina.
Yeah.
And that wasn't because they were unaware of the fact that there was so much flooding going on. They were kind of caught unaware in Katrina.
Yeah.
And they just got caught.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't think their
but there's
basement. That would be the last place.
That's
you'd
the last
wanna go,
place
right?
you want to be. That's where the water
Okay.
starts filling up. But so yeah, they'll end up in the attic. I would imagine that a lot of them have a plan, or at least what they think is a plan, that they're going to put into operation should things go wrong. I would imagine that by that time, the freeways would be pretty open. However, it's going to be flooding, it's going to be wet, the wind's going to be blowing. Kind of hard to get out of there once it starts.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you gave me the latest information because I wasn't really sure what the difference was between a level 3, a level 4.
The biggest difference when you're going on the levels of the hurricanes are going to be the winds. That's always the next one will be the Category 5 will be winds from 156 I think to 184, something like that. So
Okay.
it's the winds are the main thing that come with your categories, and then there's the other things that come along with them as well that can be devastating. The flooding always just is really bad.
Yeah.
Hard to recover from flooding.
Well, hopefully these people will listen and go to the shelters or evacuate. I mean, I know no one wants to leave their house, but
It's a hard thing to
they
do.
seem very serious.
It's a hard thing to do. I was in a hurricane in Hawaii, and
What was that like?
well, they wanted us to leave the hotel, which was on the coast, and go inland and go to what they called the Armory. And so we all packed up and went into the Armory, and as I walked in, one of the National Guard guys was standing there, and I said, "How safe is the Armory?" And he said, "Held up pretty good in 32." And I went, 32?
Great.
Hello.
Great.
How long ago was that? You know,
Yeah,
how
that's-
old is this building?
That would make me feel very uneasy.
Well, our hurricane was a Cat 5, I believe, or 164 mile an hour winds
Oh
when
my
it hit,
gosh.
and it did tear all of the outer buildings off of the building. It did took all the windows out, and it crashed the great big huge doors that blew the doors in. So it was very scary, and for a while there we thought we were really into it, but yeah, these are not things that you want to go through. I having been through one, I would evacuate. I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't go
Okay.
through that.
All right. Well, at least we have the latest information. When do you go live next on the air?
I'll be on at 5 o'clock, and of course, if something happens, I'll come back and see you. We'll probably sit down tomorrow again because this will still be happening tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we may be sitting down next week talking about this as well, if that actually loops around the way we think it's going to loop around, and comes back to Florida, because that is
Like you
going
said,
to.
yeah.
It's going to be phenomenal for a hurricane to do that, number one. Number two, the devastation for Florida is going to be,
Massive.
they're literally going to be going, why us? You know,
Yeah.
because to get hit twice by the same hurricane, it's not fair.
It's not fair.
No, it's not.
Well,
so anyway, we'll keep the
thank you
information
for
going.
joining us.
And thanks for the time. Good to see all you guys again. I don't get up here enough. And I
watch him
will,
on the air, 'cause he'll
yep,
have the latest updates.
We'll have it for
So,
you, okay?
thank you, Dave.
Okay, Mary
Appreciate
Kate,
it.
you bet. Oops, don't want to take anything with me.
All right, you guys, we're actually going to take you live right now where there is a Donald Trump rally going on.
Different insults toward my running mate. He said that we were running an insult-driven campaign. Man, I said, man, I'll tell you what. I looked at him and I said, well, your running mate said that half of Donald Trump's supporters across this country were a basket of deplorables. Well, I got to tell you. And and later he said, well, no, she said she regretted that. No, she just said she was wrong about half. She got the math wrong. Well, you cannot lead people that you loathe. And Donald Trump is going to fight for every American, whether they agree with him or not, and he's going to make America great for all of the people of this country. Despite that avalanche of insults, I came here tonight to tell you this election is about really big issues. It's about security. It's about prosperity. It's about the Supreme Court of the United States of America, and it's about having the highest standards of integrity in the highest office in the land. And on every single one of those issues, the only choice on the ballot is Donald Trump as the next president of the United States. On security, 7.5 years. 7.5 years of the foreign policy of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton has weakened America's place in the world. And it's stifled America's economy. It really is extraordinary. History teaches us that weakness arouses evil.
All right, you guys, we're actually going to cut out of this and take you back to the Georgia governor who was speaking earlier today about Hurricane Matthew.
Watson for being here today and for accompanying us to the Emergency Management Operations Centers. He certainly has been on the spot and is willing to be a part of any solution that may be necessary. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you being here. I have with me also Jim Butterworth, who is the head of our Georgia Emergency Management Agency, referred to as GEMA. He and his staff are working very closely with your local people, and they are doing a great job in making preparations for this. But he can answer some of the questions that are in more detailed, and I will ask him at this time to give you an overview of what he is informed about in terms of the imminence of this hurricane, and as well as the possible impacts that will come from it, and what we're doing to mitigate and to make sure that we have no loss of life, and to also make sure the property damage is as low as it possibly can be. Jim, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. As the Governor has mentioned earlier, in accordance with the mandatory and the voluntary evacuations for coastal Georgia, we have also, earlier in the week, we began the process of sheltering. We have over 3,500, at last update, opportunities for individuals to shelter well inland, away
to
from
the north
any
was good. Well, now bad, because it's back and it's actually going to try and move, it looks like, just south of that line. And that's important to let us know where the system could move ashore, if it moves ashore at all. But it looks like it will move ashore somewhere along the Brevard County coastline, or just kind of graze it. This is live radar. Another batch of heavy rain moving through Volusia County, moving into Seminole County. Also another batch of heavy rain moving through Lake County. What you're going to really find interesting is going to be, that is very impressive, is as we get near and near to the center, just how fast these showers move in at 60 and 70 miles per hour. They're just howling along with those very powerful upper level winds steering the clouds and again steering the rain. There's the center. It was vivid for a while, not quite as vivid at this time. Watch it kind of pop out. There it is around Nassau, pop out. Now it's kind of down again, so it may pop back up again. It looks like the center is beginning to fill back in, which means it's trying to at least stay as strong or maybe get a little bit stronger. Current wind gusts nearly 70 miles per hour along Grand Bahama Island on the west end, 40 and then 43 miles per hour along our east coast. Officially right now, Hurricane Matthew, with winds of 140 miles per hour, is moving to the northwest at 14 miles per hour. Remember, the rain totals are going to total up to about 10 to maybe as high as 12 inches on the east side of town, and where you see the purple in and around Orlando, about 5 to 6 inches of rain, and on the west side of town, still impressive, about 3 to 4 inches, but not the type that's going to produce flooding. So the flooding potential is mainly east of Orlando. All right, here's a computer model. It'll give you a better feel for the timing of the system. Once again, this is 11:30 this evening. There is the eye down around West Palm Beach. Heavy rain hitting the coastline, but the main core of wind hasn't arrived just yet. It will not be until around between midnight and 3 a.m. that it's going to hit the Brevard coastline and begin by around 3 o'clock to start to move into the metro area of Orlando, especially east of town. If you're out in Sumter County or Lake County, you'll be kind of sit back going, where's it at? Because it's not going to be nearly as bad out on the west side. It's all going to be mainly east, at least the damaging winds, that core of wind. Again, out in Lake and Sumter counties, we head towards around 6 to 7 in the morning. It'll be raining hard. You'll get some strong wind gusts. But again, the main core is going to be here, east of Orlando, out into northern Brevard County, and then also hitting southern Volusia up towards Daytona Beach. Again, so Volusia County around 5 to 6 a.m. That's when the heaviest rain will begin to move in, and notice the wind direction. The strongest winds will come in from the northeast. So think about that. If you have a big tree that's on the northeast side of your house and the wind is from the northeast and there's potential of big branches coming down, just be aware you may not want to sleep on that side of the house. The safest part of your house to be sleeping in is going to be basically on the southwest side of your house. So again, it's going to be that northeast side where the windows will be rattling and they'll be getting hit hard. Again, it looks like as we head towards 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, still the center sitting across Volusia County, still raining heavily, still a core of wind and rain in metro Orlando at noon tomorrow. Then watch how quickly things begin to lift to the north at about 1:30, still coming down, but then there it goes. As we head towards 5 o'clock, it should begin to pull away from the coastline. That'll definitely start to drop off the wind. So again, the main core of wind and rain rain is going to be occurring starting around 2 in the morning, and that will continue after that up until around, as you just saw, middle part of the afternoon. Here's what we have right now. Again, here is the eye. Watch it again over towards Grand Bahama Island. That's where we have all of the lightning. Notice there's just a little bit of lightning offshore. Really no lightning over land. Occasionally a lightning strike or two, but for the most part, bands of wind and rain, Bob and Sunny, moving in as we go through again this evening. And again, it looks like the best chance for the heaviest rain and the strongest winds moving in after 2 o'clock. We'll be back with more news after this.
Fox 35's Tracking the Tropics segment is brought to you by Tropical Ford.
You know, for me, home is where life happens. And with the Magnolia Home Furniture and
All right, you guys, we're actually going to take you back now to that Georgia mayor who was holding a press conference earlier today about Hurricane Matthew.
The citizens understand that this is a major storm, that this is a situation that they cannot take lightly. We will have buses running until 12 o'clock tomorrow. We'll move people out of our community into higher ground. We will do that until 12 o'clock. Anyone that comes after 12 o'clock will have missed the boat. So make sure that you're there ahead of that, because we have to take the responders, first responders, and give them an opportunity to get out of the town also. So at 12 o'clock they will leave, and they've got 6 hours to take care of their family and get their sales out. So that is our first priority there. So make sure you're there by 12 o'clock. Thank each one of the citizens of Savannah, the way they've operated, the way they've acted. I want to thank the city manager. I want to thank the county manager, also Al Scott, also the governor again for working with us so well. And anything we can do at the city that will enable anybody to have a better move away from the community, let us know. We will take care of you, but it has to be by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
I want to thank Senator Ben Watson for being here today and for accompanying us to the Emergency Management Operations Centers. He certainly has been on the spot and is willing to be a part of any solution that may be necessary. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you being here. I have with me also Jim Butterworth, who is the head of our Georgia Emergency Management Agency, referred to as GEMA. He and his staff are working very closely with your local people, and they are doing a great job in making preparations for this. But he can answer some of the questions that are in more detail, and I will ask him at this time to give you an overview of what he is informed about in terms of the imminence of this hurricane, and as well as the possible impacts that will come from it, and what we're doing to mitigate and to make sure that we have no loss of life, and to also make sure the property damage is as low as it possibly can be. Jim, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon. As the Governor has mentioned earlier, in accordance with the mandatory and the voluntary evacuations for coastal Georgia, we have also, earlier in the week, we began the process of sheltering. We have over 3,500, at last update, opportunities for individuals to shelter well inland, away from any potential impact of the storm. I would encourage folks to go to our website, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency website, and seek that information. The data, the address, whatever they need is on that website. Go to that and do not hesitate to contact us in any method that they have necessary. We are monitoring social media continuously to make sure that they have the information necessary to ensure safe passage via I-10 or any other route that, or I-16 or any other route that may be necessary for them. We are here for the Chatham County officials. We are here for the City of Savannah officials to make sure that they have the support that they need. The governor has directed us. Our number one role for the next 48 hours is to protect life and property in that order. That's our instruction, and that's the team that we have put together. Certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here, Governor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, let me open it up for your questions, if you have those that we might be able to respond to.
Governor, can you clarify for local people
who don't want to leave, whether they have to leave, and what would you say to those who do not want to leave?
Well, I would say to those that are in the areas where we have declared it a mandatory evacuation area, that they should take our advice very seriously. And we're not going to go arrest somebody because they refuse to leave their home, but we have made that designation and that label for a very distinct purpose. We think that those are the areas that will be most severely impacted, and I would encourage them to take advantage of the opportunity to evacuate now ahead of the storm, and I hope that they will. Thank you, though, for the question.
Governor, GEMA's plan typically says that typically county and city officials make the call to issue an order evacuation. Why did you make the call? And is it the first time the Georgia governor has done so?
Well, first time I've had a hurricane on my watch. And we've been fortunate in Georgia, in our coastal areas, not to have a major hurricane hit us like this one is supposedly going to hit us. So we don't need to be lackadaisical because of that. We made the declaration. We were cautious in the timing on our declarations. We started out with just the original 13 counties, the coastal counties, as well as those that abutted against them, and then we have expanded that area to now some 30 counties in this general coastal area. We didn't do that just because we liked to name those counties in an emergency declaration. We did it because the information we were receiving from the National Hurricane Center and from other predicting outlets that these were the areas going to be most severely impacted by it.
Governor, could you talk about the National Guard? Nikki Haley called up the National Guard. They're not only helping the police patrol the roads, but they're also patrolling neighborhoods. When we drive through our streets here as media in the last half hour, an hour, there's a lot of people have not left. People are worried about home safety. Would you talk to us about, I understand there's extra state police coming in, or are you calling up the National Guard? It's the safety. I think one of the issues here in Savannah, there's a concern about home safety that may be holding some of our residents back.
Well, we already have a contingent of the National Guard, about 45. They're primarily assisting in the evacuation routes at the present time. We have had General Gerard, the head of the Georgia National Guard, is on standby. He was in a meeting that we had just before I left to come here this afternoon. There will be more National Guard that will be on standby to be called in as the occasion arises. We do not want anyone to feel jeopardized, but by the same token, we want people to be responsible for themselves and the protection of their families. So if they will heed the advice of our agencies that are in charge of dealing with these emergencies, I think they will all be much safer than if they choose to ignore it.
But you're not calling up the National Guard for Glynn County or Camden, or they're going to have a level 4 come in right north of Jacksonville?
We will call them out as the need arises. They're on standby, ready to go, and so we don't have them placed other than in the exit routes right now, working with our State Department of Transportation and with our GEMA officials and with local law enforcement.
To be on the road if we were deployed over the road. If we're deploying by air, we would have to be at the point of departure within 6 hours.
And what does that entail as far as the preparation?
So we would move this entire cache, would be loaded on the semi-trailers out here, and a 70-person team would be activated and brought to this location. They'd be run through some check-in procedures, be briefed, and then we would board whatever transportation we're going to take to the incident.
When time is of the essence like that, I mean, you have to really be thinking on your toes and moving quickly, right?
The members are really well trained and oriented. Everything is left in a ready state, and everyone understands their role and function should we be deployed, and we train on that annually and semi-annually. There's ongoing training that occurs all the time, which includes the deployment exercises that are conducted.
What kinds of training? As far as hands-on, or just?
There's hands-on and administrative training based on all the functions that the task force is required to perform should we be deployed, from heavy breaching, braking, lifting and moving of structural components to water searches, wide area searches, whatever the mission requirement asks for.
And what would conditions have to be like for you to be deployed?
or can you speak of things in those terms?
All the deployment decisions are made by FEMA, whether we're activated or alerted, and where we would deploy to and in what.
All right, bear with us, guys. So we're going to hear from Governor Rick Scott in just a few minutes for an update on Hurricane Matthew. All right, Mike, well, you're from Chicago, so you've never experienced a hurricane, correct?
No, and I just couldn't imagine, you know, at least the majority of the people that are living in Florida, they've dealt with this in the past, so they kind of know, but this is a Category 4 that's going to be coming roughly about 2 a.m. their time, maybe midnight, so I just hope everyone took the warning that, you know, the governor has been great these last couple days there in Florida, really giving great updates throughout the day. I mean, this really is probably going to be his maybe 6th, 7th news conference today.
Yeah, so, I mean, we had several yesterday as well.
Yeah, so he's really trying to push people to please leave the area.
Yeah, I think because they know a lot of people are choosing to stay.
I don't get it.
And I don't understand that either. I think that people that have lived in Florida for a long time feel like they know how to handle these sort of things. But we just had our weatherman Dave up here who was explaining this is not going to be like any other hurricane. So you can't possibly know what this will be like. That's why you should really evacuate.
Absolutely. And, you know, Hurricane Matthew expected to blow ashore or come dangerously close to doing so early Friday north of West Palm Beach. That is going to be the first affected area, and it has about 1.1 million residents. So hopefully those 1.1 got out.
Yes.
Because if you wait too late, the roads are going to be jammed and you're going to have flooding that you got to deal with. So
right. Dave was saying that people end up just going to their attics and then cutting a hole through their roof to get out and climb on their roof and have a helicopter rescue them.
Yeah, and then look at, you're going to have damage to your home, and then you're going to have flooding to your home. Yes. You just opened a hole
in your attic window.
In your attic.
Yeah. So hopefully people are smart enough to evacuate. I know a lot of people are upset because a lot of people live in boats, in their boats in Florida, and they have to
absolutely,
leave
yes,
that, and they're going to be destroyed. So yeah.
And what's scary though about this hurricane though is it from reports that it picked up wind speed as it closed into Florida. So that's not a good sign either.
No.
So it grew from a 3 to a 4 this morning.
I'm going to put in the upper right-hand corner too, just to give you guys a look at what this looks like.
Oh, right there now. You go. That's a good shot.
The reporter that I was see, he's right there. He could barely keep his eyes open when I was talking to him. His hat was like he had to hold his hat down while he was talking to me because it kept flying off his head.
Yeah, yeah.
So just by looking at him, he said that he was getting rocks and dust in his eyes. It's just not safe to be out there.
No. No, and it looks, you know, very scary at this moment here.
Yeah, so, let's see, it says...
I have a good stat here for you. You ready for the stat? It's like almost like trivia time.
Yeah.
The last Category 3 storm or higher to hit the U.S. was Wilma back in October of 2005. You're talking 11 years now. It sliced across Florida with 120 mile per hour winds, killing 5 people and causing an estimated $21 billion in damage. That's with a B.
Oh my gosh.
See, we're talking, we haven't seen this type of force since 11 years ago.
So this is definitely as serious as they would. I mean, when people were saying Hurricane Katrina was bad, this is.
Oh yeah. Take that other, show that other shot. Look at that. That's what they're dealing with right now in Florida.
Again, you guys, we are waiting for the Florida governor to come out and speak right now about an update on Hurricane Matthew. This is being called one of the most powerful Atlantic storms in years. President Obama says this could have a, quote, devastating effect. Looks like they're coming in now to speak soon.
Yeah.
Good evening. Today I've done what I've done for the last, this is the fourth day in a row. I've been traveling to emergency operations centers around the state. I can tell you that if you go talk to the sheriffs, you talk to the elected officials, you've talked to the county emergency management people, everybody's prepared for this. They're doing everything they can to get ready, and it's happening now. We have individuals up here with me from Fish and Wildlife, of course, Brian Kuhn, who is responsible for State Emergency Management Team, Highway Safety, the National Guard. We've got General Turner, who is responsible for 5 states for the Army Corps of Engineers. We've got law enforcement, we've got Rick Swearingen, and of course we've got National Guard. And we have Jim Boxell, who's making sure that we continue to have our evacuation routes open and moving. Some of them are not moving as fast as some of the others, but they're all moving. I've spoken to all 67 counties as part of our 515 call. The state, along with all the Florida counties, are focused solely on life safety. We want everybody to survive this horrible storm. It's the most important thing we can do. I just think about my own family. Counties that aren't in the storm's path are standing ready to help those impacted. I've talked to sheriffs, I've told sheriffs, utility companies, and county emergency management officials to call me if they need anything. I've given them my cell phone, I've said call me 24 hours a day. The goal is to solve any problem as quickly as we can solve it. We're focused on protecting life, and the state stands ready to help any community that needs help. I spent the past 4 days traveling Florida's East Coast, urging people to prepare and get ready for Hurricane Matthew. It's here. It's absolutely here. It's not very far off the coast of Palm Beach. We're already starting to see the impacts, and it's a monster. Again, our number one priority is protecting every life in this state. I think about my grandchildren, my daughters, my son-in-law, my wife. I want everybody to survive this. We can rebuild homes, we can rebuild businesses. I just think of my own family. We can't rebuild a life. If you're in South and Central Florida, the storm is making its way in tonight. Please stay safe. Keep listening for alerts. There may be tornadoes that come in, and your radar cell phone will give you important messages. If you're in Brevard County or north of Brevard County and in an evacuation zone, you still have time to leave. Get out. There's no reason to take a chance. It just doesn't make any sense. At 5 p.m., Hurricane Matthew was located 100 miles east, southeast of West Palm Beach, with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles an hour. Just stop and think about that. 140 miles an hour. It remains a Cat 4. Some slight fluctuations in intensity are likely while the hurricane moves towards the coast of Florida. But Matthew is likely to produce devastating impacts from storm surge, extreme winds, and heavy rains along portions of the East Coast tonight. This storm's a monster. Again, protecting life is our number one priority. Impacts of Hurricane Matthew are as follows. Heavy rain up to 12 inches along the East Coast. And just remember, in storms like this, you'll get a band and get more. And when you get those bands, you get immediate flooding. Strong rip currents, beach erosion, the risk of tornadoes, hurricane force winds. Just remember that, hurricane force winds. Storm surge, think about this, 11 feet possible of storm surge. You're standing on the ground, 11 feet. Stop and think about that. 11 feet of storm surge. And on top of that, waves. So in your house, if you're close, you could have the storm surge and waves over your roof. Storm surge will also go along the St. Johns and St. Mary's River. If you live along these rivers, please listen for evacuation orders. Do not surf. Do not be on the beach. Nobody should be on a Florida beach on the East Coast tonight. Nobody should be on the beach. Nobody should be surfing. People are still on the beach tonight in Jacksonville. Get off the beach. Indian River County all the way to the Florida-Georgia line will have winds exceeding 100 miles per hour. As of now, Volusia and Brevard will have the highest wind strengths. That's a projection. Inland counties like Seminole and Orange will also have hurricane-force winds. Inland will have hurricane-force winds. Remember, these are projections and it can get worse. I just spoke with Joan Turner from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I will be requesting the following from FEMA, and they'll work with the Army Corps of Engineers: temporary power, temporary roofing, debris removal crews, and structural assessment crews. This afternoon, I also asked the President for additional generators and pumps to help with power outages and flooding once the storm hits. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have a lot of power outages. We can expect to see lots of flooding, especially in Northeast Florida, and we will need additional pumping equipment from the federal government. Based on the continued strong track to Florida, I've activated 3,500 National Guards members. This is over 50% of the available troops. This is the most I've ever had to activate. Protecting lives remains our number one priority. That is, I've continued to activate more troops for life-saving missions. They are pre-positioned all across the state. Many are helping people evacuate right now for safety. We also have many at our shelters. In the immediate aftermath of the storm, they will be deployed to perform search and rescue operations along with Fish and Wildlife. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission also has high water vehicles pre-positioned across the state to help with these efforts. The state has food and water pre-positioned all across the state. Once the storm passes an area, we will bring it in. Each county has a designated plan on how to distribute these resources. Around 1.5 million are under evacuation orders. More areas were mandated this afternoon. Roads are still open for evacuation. I know hotels in the state are filling up. You can visit Expedia.com/Florida. This is a special page they've developed so you can find an open hotel during the storm. As you drive, the Department of Transportation has informational signs that denote when hotels are filled at exits. So if you see a sign that says it's filled, don't stop. There's no hotels open. You're going to have to go to the next exit. You'll find a sign. We're getting signs up where the shelters that are open are. So if you can't get to a hotel, go to a shelter. We've got shelters open across the state. It might not be the nicest accommodation, but it probably is a much safer accommodation than your house or your apartment. We currently have 130 shelters open across the state. More and more people are going to them tonight. We do not have any capacity issues at our shelters. We had over 3,000 people in our shelters last night, and we'll get an updated number at midnight tonight. We do an update every night. If you're in North Florida, if you're in Brevard going north, you still have time to evacuate. You don't have a lot of time, but you have time to evacuate. Again, you might not want to sit in a shelter, but it might be the difference between life and death. Curfews. They're in place for portions of Orange, Duval, St. Johns, and Seminole counties. They're in place to protect you and to
Looks like we did lose that feed there, you guys. Bear with us for just a few seconds.
Please call your sheriff's office. Traffic. I-10 westbound out of Jacksonville has experienced congestion, but continues to move. The State Department of Transportation has been following all the evacuation routes all day long, and they're doing everything they can to speed them up and to make sure they're continuing to move. Department of Transportation and Highway Safety are working together to make sure all of our evacuation routes are moving. And they're also showing alternate routes. I-4 westbound between Orlando and Tampa has congestion, but continues to move. Traffic on 528 is moving quickly now between Brevard and Orlando. If you are concerned about safe routes, visit fl511.com. You can see traffic patterns and accidents. Anything is on there to pick a safe route, the best route. Floridians and visitors, you can go to FloridaEvacuates.com or download the Florida Evacuates app to enter your location and see shelters available in your area. Flights have been canceled. All flights have been canceled in Miami, Orlando, and Fort Lauderdale. There are no power outages at this time. There are no major power outages. There's some power outages, but it's very minor. Miami, 6,800 people without power, which is only about 1%. Brevard County, 2,200 people without power. This is about 1%. I'll go through these, but let me tell you, you're going to lose power. We're going to lose power. Broward County, 5,600 people are without power. This is only 1%. Palm Beach County, about 4,800 people are without power. It's only about 1%. We are going to lose power, and we're not going to lose power for a short period of time. Fuel. There are no reported fuel issues on our interstates or on the turnpike. Earlier today, I directed Department of Transportation to send fuel resources to gas stations on Alligator Alley. There were reported issues there, and DOT has already solved them. Individual gas stations are seeing fuel shortages, but they're temporary. They are being quickly refueled, and fuel is ready available around the state. The current fuel supply in the state, even if all ports are closed, is nearly 6 days. Take the fuel you need, nothing more than the fuel for the next person. So everybody has the opportunity to have the fuel that they need. Hospitals. Hospitals along the East Coast have been evacuated for the past 2 days. Luckily, we have not had any issues. We're also still seeing evacuations that are nursing homes. Help each other. You can go to Text FL Prepares. Excuse me. Text FL Prepares, one word, to 888-777, and you'll get updates from the State Emergency Response Team. FL Prepares, one word, at 888-777, and you'll get updates. It can save your life. If you got a smartphone, enable it in your settings to receive emergency messages. The National Hurricane Center will be pushing life-saving messages out during the storm. You will hear a loud noise when they come through, and it's loud. Do not ignore them. They could save your life. Don't turn them off. As much as they might bother you, they could be life-saving. Everybody needs to remember these things. First off, we've asked people for days now to be prepared. But now this is going to hit, and let's think about what we're going to do afterwards. We're going to have down power lines. Don't come close. Watch your kids. Let them know. Don't touch a power line. They could be live. Stay away from them. Don't drive or walk into standing water. Either one. Don't go into standing water. Don't go outside during the storm. Think about it. We're going to have hurricane force winds. Think about the debris that's going to be flying around the state. We've all watched it on the Weather Channel, the debris around hurricanes and around tropical storms. There's going to be debris flying. Don't go outside during the storm. Don't take a chance. Don't go outside to see what it's like. If you see a tornado, if you hear of a tornado approaching, go into an interior room and hunker down. I grew up in the Midwest. We had tornadoes all the time. That's what we always had to do. Do not operate a generator in your house. Do not operate a generator in your house. The generators all have to stay outside. If you've evacuated, only return when you've been told you can return. Don't try to return before that. Local officials will let you know when it's okay. Look, everybody's going to do their part to keep you healthy, keep you safe, keep you alive. That's our number one priority. But you've got to do your part also. If you have any concerns about your safety, call your local sheriff. They're there to take care of you. They are staffed and they can help you. I'm going to be here at the State Emergency Operations Center tonight, and we'll continue to get briefed by the state meteorologist. And I'm going to pray for everybody's safety. I know I've been traveling the state for the last 4 days. I've been working even before that to start talking about getting prepared. We have a great team here. We've got a great team locally. People have really done their job. I hope everybody is taking precautions. I hope everybody, if you're still thinking about evacuating and you're in an evacuation zone, you're Barren Island, you're a place where you know it's subject to flooding, get out. Don't take a chance. But I can tell you this, the county and the state are working hard, and after this hits, they're going to work very hard to restore this state, get everybody their power back and get everybody back to a normal life. I'll be glad to answer any questions anybody has.
Governor, after what could be a $50 billion storm, potentially even more than that, how prepared is the Florida Cat Fund to deal with destruction that might be left behind?
Let's think about it. We made a lot of progress. I mean, first off, you look at Citizens. We've downsized the risk on Citizens quite a bit. On the Cat Fund, if you think about what's happened over the last 6 years, it's dramatically increased as far as both the amount of cash we have, and then we did some borrowing ahead of time to make sure we were ready. So we've done all those things. So we're in a much better position. I mean, you'd always like to be in a better position. I'd like the state not to have any risk. That would be utopia. But we have some risk, but I think we're prepared for it. I think we're in a much better position than we've been in years. So, but we don't know the amount of damage we're going to have. Look, you still have to assume this thing's going to hit shore. And if you look at it, if it hit shore and came straight across, I mean, it's just devastating. I mean, the dollars are going to be staggering. So. Anybody else?
You talked to President Thrasher earlier today about the FSU Miami game. Given everything that is going on, and given the fact that UF decided to postpone its game, I mean, should they just go ahead and either postpone it or move it or something like that, and stop sort of the guessing game in terms of what's going to happen?
Well, when I talked to President Thrasher, he's talking to he was about to talk to the University of Miami, and they're going to make a decision. I mean, they'll make a good decision. Mike, the things I worry about with anything is we've got to make sure our number one priority is take care of everybody's public safety, and then on top of that, we're going to work really hard to restore everybody to a normal life. This is going to start with getting people back in their homes, getting people their power back. Those are going to be the most important things. We're going to have to assess the damage. We'll work with FEMA. They've been here since last Thursday. So as you know, I've got additional requests in. Our request with FEMA for water, food, and tarps has been approved, but we have more requests. We're going to need a lot more.
There was also a different topic. The Clinton campaign has asked about extending the deadline for voter registration. It is next Tuesday. Since you've declared an emergency, it is within your power to do that. Governor Bush made some changes to election situation in 2004 after the hurricanes hit then. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the idea of extending the voter registration deadline.
I'm not going to extend it. If you whether it's the registration date, everybody has had a lot of time to register. So on top of that, we've got lots of opportunities to vote, early voting, absentee voting, and election day. So I don't intend to make any changes.
What advice would you give to people who are not in the path of the storm that want to help the people that are along the east coast of Florida?
Sure. The one is we could use more support in our shelters. So you can go to redcross.org to look at where we can use more help in our shelters. If you have any friends from Palm Beach going north that might need a place to stay, even if they can't come tonight, they might need they might need it tomorrow. So ask them, reach out to them, see if you can do it. We are going to the Salvation Army and Red Cross. They're going to be providing a lot of services. They would love your contribution because they're going to provide a lot of volunteer efforts, and they're going to spend a lot of money. Partially staffing shelters, partially preparing food, things like that. I've had calls with both the Red Cross and Salvation Army, and I've seen them for the last 6 years. The things that they've been doing, in things much more minor than this. and so they could use your your financial support.
What are your plans for tomorrow, and when do you plan to, I guess, go out and see the areas that have been affected by this hurricane?
We'll watch what happens tonight, and then we'll decide tomorrow. I mean, I clearly have to get the assessment. We have a great team here, but I'll be out across the state as soon as it makes sense to get out and do everything I can to help people get back to a normal life. If you think about it, we want to keep everybody safe. That's the number one priority, is keep everybody safe. That's number one. Then number two is get people back to a normal life as quickly as we can. So that's going to be get back in your house, get back in your apartment, get your businesses open, get the power back on, make sure people can get fuel. We've got to make sure that for the people that are going to be displaced that they've got food and water, shelter, all those things. And so I'll be out and doing everything I can to help everybody.
Governor, during the briefing, the ESF briefing before you came in here, there was a brief mention that law enforcement in the state has been required to move some inmates. Do you have any details on like how many inmates we're talking about and where they were moved from and where to?
Well, the Department of Corrections has, they have a process. They do theirs. I don't know if the counties. I think some of the counties probably made some changes also, but the state's not involved in those.
A question for Commissioner Swearingen. Do you know of any incidents regarding the emergency gun carry measure that was passed last year that allows people without a permit to carry concealed weapons if they're under a mandatory evacuation order?
My understanding from our general counsel is that you are allowed to carry that weapon while you're evacuating. Once you reach a shelter, that no longer applies. You cannot carry that into a shelter with you.
So it's your position, it's not the full 48 hours from when the mandatory evacuation order takes effect?
That's what I'm understanding from my general counsel, but I would recommend that you talk to the local sheriff or whoever. When you reach the shelter, I would ask those folks there, but my understanding is that applies only while you're moving in transit, not once you reach a shelter.
Do we know whether there's been any incidents regarding that?
I'm not aware of any.
You talked about how you feel that you're pretty prepared for the storm and everything like that. But this is a very...
We'll never be prepared enough.
Okay.
So if we were really good, it would go east.
Yes, sir. But the fact that it's so slow moving and going across a spread of territory, I mean, it sounds like it has been challenging for you all in terms of trying to figure out where to put the staging areas and logistics and things of that nature. And it sounds like also because of that you're kind of saying, look, we're going to be distributing food and supplies, but it's not going to be immediate because we still have to find the places to put this and things of that nature. I mean, should people be patient for the first 48 hours in terms of after the storm?
Well, what we've said all along, you should assume you have to take care of yourself for 3 days. 3 days of food, 3 days of water, have a battery powered radio, keep your cell phone charged up. So actually you should have your medicine. So the truth is you should do everything you can to be self-sufficient for 3 days. Now I can tell you that if you look at what the county's doing, what the state's doing, what National Guard's doing, if you look at what everybody is doing, what the pre-position we're doing, the fact that FEMA has already agreed to provide food and water and tarps, I think that people are going to do their job, but the expectation always in these is you take care of yourself for 3 days, and we're going to do everything we can to get there as quickly as we can. But we have Gary, we don't have any idea how much damage we're going to get. We don't know if it's going to hit landfall. You have to assume it's going to hit landfall somewhere, and that's what you have to prepare for. That's why we did everything we can to get people to evacuate. All right, thanks everybody.
Thank you.
So again, shelter numbers at the name.
So we're not going to have,
All right, you guys, I'm going to take you back now to that Georgia governor who was speaking earlier today about Hurricane Matthew.
And we've been fortunate in Georgia, in our coastal areas, not to have a major hurricane hit us like this one is supposedly going to hit us. So we don't need to be lackadaisical because of that. We made the declaration. We were cautious in the timing on our declarations. We started out with just the original 13 counties, the coastal counties, as well as those that abutted against them, and then we have expanded that area to now some 30 counties in this general coastal area. We didn't do that just because we liked to name those counties in an emergency declaration. We did it because the information we were receiving from the National Hurricane Center and from other predicting outlets that these were the areas going to be most severely impacted by it.
Governor, could you talk about the National Guard? Nikki Haley called up the National Guard. They're not only helping the police patrol the roads, but they're also patrolling neighborhoods. When we drive through our streets here as media in the last half hour, an hour, there's a lot of people have not left. People are worried about home safety. Would you talk to us about, I understand there's extra state police coming in, or are you calling up the National Guard? But it's the safety. I think one of the issues here in Savannah, there's a concern about home safety that may be holding some of our residents back.
Well, we already have a contingent of the National Guard, about 45. They're primarily assisting in the evacuation routes at the present time. We have had General Gerard, the head of the Georgia National Guard, is on standby. He was in a meeting that we had just before I left to come here this afternoon. There will be more National Guard that will be on standby to be called in as the occasion arises. We do not want anyone to feel jeopardized, but by the same token, we want people to be responsible for themselves and the protection of their families. So if they will heed the advice of our agencies that are in charge of dealing with these emergencies, I think they will all be much safer than if they choose to ignore it.
But you're not calling up the National Guard for Glynn County or Camden, or they're going to have a level 4 come in right north of Jacksonville?
We will call them out as the need arises. They are on standby, ready to go, and so we don't have them placed other than in the exit routes right now, working with our State Department of Transportation and with our GEMA officials and with local law enforcement now.
As a follow-up to that, Governor, Nikki Haley 2 days ago ordered a mandatory evacuation of something like 1 million people. You didn't do the mandatory evacuation until this morning. Why was that? And hindsight, throughout the day today, are you satisfied with your decision?
I am. We believe that we made the declaration within the window that gave adequate time for people to evacuate. We did not want to do so unnecessarily. It is very disruptive for someone to have to pick up and leave their homes, their businesses, etc. But by the same token, we do think that the areas we have designated have been carefully selected, and we think they are the ones that should take the greatest heed to our warning. Let me ask as a follow-up to the question about the National Guard, because the National Guard works very closely and really under the direction in these emergency situations of GEMA. And so, Jim, would you please elaborate also on that?
Yes, sir. I do have a little background in the National Guard and that business. The thing that I would add, in addition to what the governor has already said, he has authorized up to 1,000 National Guard members as the need arises. That conversation will take place between the governor, governor's chief of staff, the adjutant general, and myself when that time comes. So I promise you, we have the resources that are necessary in that regard.
General, have you also spoken with Fort Stewart, with the availability of soldiers there? And do you have resources placed just outside the danger zone that can be brought in quickly?
Resources are forward deployed as necessary. We don't see, there would not be a need for Fort Stewart for regular Army individuals to be deployed. Quite frankly, there is not a process in the federal government that would allow that. That's why we have the National Guard. That's why it is under the governor's purview.
Can you speak to when bridges might be closed? Some people today in Wilmington, Whitmarsh Island, were asking about the Islands Expressway Bridge and the bridge that goes into Wilmington, when they would be closed.
What I would prefer to speak to is the timing of the storm. Tropical force winds are predicted beginning about noon or shortly thereafter tomorrow. Certain emergency response vehicles will not be able to respond to any incident if those forms or storm winds are greater than 30 miles an hour. That is simply as the vehicles themselves. At that point, the bridge may or may not be usable. So I think that will be reflected in the timing of the storm, and would probably, it is expected to continue for approximately 24 hours. So again, that's on the current track, current prediction, and that's the best I can speak to as far as a bridge closing itself.
Governor, on the state level, that you work with the local officials and all that, but what about working with FEMA and how all that dovetails in with your operation?
We are in very close contact with them on a regular basis, both at the local level. Dennis Jones
people to get back in their homes or evacuate as long as it's safe. But they say once their cars start getting blown around on the roads, they're going to be down at the Satellite Beach Police Department and staying in there until it is safe. So be warned, if you did decide to stay beachside, if you do have an emergency, once things really get wild out there and you call 911, chances are they're not going to be able to help you. The roads are still drivable. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it unless you do plan on evacuating, but it is still okay to evacuate at this point. You should get out soon if that is what you decide to do. For now, reporting live in Eau Gallie, Holly Bristow, Fox 35 News.
Holly, before we let you go, real quick question. You said that the roads are open and if people wanted to get around, they could. You didn't recommend it. Are there a lot of people out on the roads, or have most of them gotten in tonight and bolt the doors?
It seems like most people have gone in and bolted the doors. When we were out at the beach, I mean, there were probably at least a dozen people in the 2 hours that we were there that were coming over just to kind of look at the waves, and the police would pull into the parking lots the second they saw any car other than ours in there to tell the people, hey guys, you either need to evacuate or go home. We don't want you out here. It's not safe for people to be out. So people were listening to the police and going home, and we did see a couple of cars on A1A as we were coming over. We were one of very few cars on the Eau Gallie Causeway as we were coming over. You know, it seems like people are staying inside, but you know, we're kind of getting into that window that if you are going to evacuate, this is the time to do it before it really gets any worse out than it is right now. I definitely would not recommend joyriding at this point, but if you're beachside and you want to evacuate, get out now.
I wanted to ask you, we're stressing and reminding people, as we do in these times of a potential natural disaster, to stay inside, don't go outside, don't drive. And yet here you are standing out in the rain in the middle of what could be the worst of it. Are police and officials patrolling the area? Are they telling media to get out at any point? Because we know that Matt Trezza, our reporter who's in Daytona, as we do in these times of a potential natural disaster, to stay inside, don't go outside, don't drive. And yet here you are standing out in the rain in the middle of what could be the worst of it. Are police and officials patrolling the area? Are they telling media to get out at any point? Because we know that Matt Trezza, our reporter who's in Daytona Beach, was actually urged by Beach Patrol to get off the sand. So I'm wondering if you're in contact with them and they're making sure that you guys are safe while you're covering this storm.
The police officers did recommend that we leave fairly soon. They said you want to get over the bridge before it gets too windy and, and the driving gets real dicey. And we took it slowly over the causeway and we got over here fine. I mean, we were blowing around a little bit. We were in a new Explorer, so, it is a bigger car. Bottom line is you don't want to play around. I mean, we're out here. We're going back into the car between breaks. If I thought it was dangerous, I wouldn't be standing out here. I will admit I did pack my ski helmet if things do start flying around. So we're being safe. Mike's at the at the camera back there. He's pointing out things. We're pointing out things to each other. So we're not being silly. We're not being stupid. Would I recommend that people just go and play out in the rain right now? Probably not. But we're being careful.
Stay safe, Holly, out there.
Yeah. And Holly, if it does start to get windy,
will do.
And it will, you guys make sure that you find someplace safe, because we have seen reporters hit by objects. It's pitch black out there.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, it is.
We've got a great team of reporters, but we are focused on keeping them safe as well, of course. So keep it right here. We're going to come back and do another check of your forecast with meteorologist Brooks Tomlin, so don't go far.
All right, you guys, we're going to take you back now to that Georgia governor.
Will also help us in the coming days as we develop this. I do want to reiterate that it is important that the citizens understand that this is a will also help us in the coming days as we develop this. I do want to reiterate that it is important that the citizens understand that this is a major storm, that this is a situation.
Bear with us for a few seconds, guys. All right, I'm going to take you back to that Georgia governor who was speaking earlier today about Hurricane Matthew.
Throughout the day, are you satisfied with your decision?
I am. We believe that we made the declaration within the window that gave adequate time for people to evacuate. We did not want to do so unnecessarily. It is very disruptive for someone to have to pick up and leave their homes, their businesses, etc. But by the same token, we do think that the areas we have designated have been carefully selected, and we think they are the ones that should take the greatest heed to our warning. Let me ask as a follow-up to the question about the National Guard, because the National Guard works very closely and really under the direction in these emergency situations of GEMA. And so, Jim, would you please elaborate also on that?
Yes, sir. I do have a little background in the National Guard and that business. The thing that I would add, in addition to what the governor has already said, he has authorized up to 1,000 National Guard members as the need arises. That conversation will take place between the governor, governor's chief of staff, the adjutant general, and myself when that time comes. So I promise you, we have the resources that are necessary in that regard.
General, have you also spoken with Fort Stewart, with the availability of soldiers there? And do you have resources placed just outside the danger zone that can be brought in quickly?
Resources are forward deployed as necessary. We don't see, there would not be a need for Fort Stewart for regular Army individuals to be deployed. Quite frankly, there is not a process in the federal government that would allow that. That's why we have the National Guard. That's why it is under the governor's purview.
Can you speak to when bridges might be closed? Some people today in Wilmington and Whitmarsh Island were asking about the Islands Expressway Bridge and the bridge that goes into Wilmington, when they would be closed.
What I would prefer to speak to is the timing of the storm. Tropical force winds are predicted beginning about noon or shortly thereafter tomorrow. Certain emergency response vehicles will not be able to respond to any incident if those forms or storm winds are greater than 30 miles an hour. That is simply as the vehicles themselves. At that point, the bridge may or may not be usable. So I think that will be reflected in the timing of the storm, and would probably, it is expected to continue for approximately 24 hours. So again, that's on the current track, current prediction, and that's the best I can speak to as far as a bridge closing itself.
Governor, on the state level, that you work with the local officials and all that, but what about working with FEMA and how all that dovetails in with your operation?
We are in very close contact with them on a regular basis, both at the local level. Dennis Jones and I have had, we are on speed dial of late. And also the regional coordinator for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Gracie Chek, she and I we spoke 5 times yesterday, 3 times this morning. We are in regular contact. Their folks are in our operations center in Atlanta, and we continually make sure that they understand our status and our position.
I know this is difficult to quantify, but from your experience, how bad is this from things that you've seen prior in your career?
As the governor alluded to, we haven't had a storm on the Georgia coast, as you all know, in 118 years. That's the best response, and we are as well positioned. Quite frankly, I am comfortable with where we are and where the governor has positioned us.
We have a major port here. Can you tell me what the precautions and protections are that are being taken?
Well, we have the manager of the port. Come on up, Griff.
Yeah, hi, Griff Lynch, Executive Director of the Port Authority. The port was shut down today at 3 o'clock, and as we speak, we're buttoning up some of the cranes and equipment out there, and the gates will be closed here very shortly. And so we feel very secure.
Daytona Beach police officer has arrived on the scene. He's keeping people from going out toward Daytona Beach on the bridge behind me here. People are still allowed to come across the bridge from the other direction back onto the mainland, but not out toward the beach. This is something that's happened in the last 10 minutes. We understand that it was always at the discretion of local law enforcement whether or not they were going to close the bridge, and now it appears that they are restricting traffic out to the beach side. That's because of high winds. The wind has really picked up over the last couple of hours, and now the rain has arrived here in Daytona Beach, so it is dangerous for any vehicles that are crossing this bridge. And we have periodically seen cars and trucks crossing the bridge, and they are all going very slowly because clearly it is a very powerful force of nature that you're feeling from the buffeting winds and the rain as you're going over that bridge. So you can already see the effect that Hurricane Matthew is having here in Daytona Beach. Of course, we are some of the only people out here on this main strip, Beach Street, besides some other media and local law enforcement. But we did talk with one gentleman who says right now for him is the right time to go fishing. Take a look.
Snook fishing.
What's that? What are snooks?
Snook are the most delicate, fantastic game fish you could catch. Best eating. You know, it's such a thrill to catch.
What do they look like?
I've been doing it over right around 60 years.
So he's definitely got his priorities in terms of the weather, but the priorities for most people should be following the governor's orders and getting out of the area. As I said, we are some of the only people out here except for a few assorted drivers, and all the businesses that are normally here on Beach Street, the lights are on, but nobody's home. They're all boarded up, and people have heeded the words of law enforcement that they should get out of the area. We're live in Daytona Beach. Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. We're going to go back to that shot in Sanford where we're going to check in with our other reporter, Dana J. My goodness, it's coming down.
Yeah, Dana, looks like you're in a little bit of pain.
I can't hear you very well because the wind and the rain is really picking up here in Sanford, you guys. In fact, difficult actually to look at the camera. Nick, maybe we could go this way because I got the rain coming right in my face. Hey guys, here's the good news. As this horrible rain comes down, we actually just took a ride through downtown Sanford and actually out onto 1792 if you're familiar with that area. Lots of businesses out there, fast food, gas stations and whatnot. It was a ghost town. So, you know, good news because people are staying inside. They are not at the roads at this point. They're heeding the warnings as this weather starts to come through. And I'm tell you what, it's blinding. So you can imagine just driving in that, and it's only going to get worse. So folks, stay inside. Guys, back to you.
All right, Dana, thank you so much for that update. Clearly things changing quickly all around Central Florida. We're going to go back out to the coast now to Fox 35's Daryl Nail.
Yeah, he's in Cape Canaveral. He filed this report just moments ago.
I'm standing right along State Road 528, the beach line, standing on the Merritt Island side looking towards Cocoa, and this is west. And this is something you rarely see. 528 looking like a very lonely highway at this point. But you can see at the top of the bridge, you see lights going away from us. That would be from Merritt Island to Cocoa. And then you see this car coming towards us. This is coming from the mainland over to the beaches and over to Merritt Island. We can't identify what type of car that is, but we've seen ordinary vehicles going back and forth. We've also seen emergency vehicles going back and forth. Sheriff's Office, we've seen FP&L. But a lot of people are under some misunderstandings about this particular causeway, this being a main thoroughfare between Orlando and Cocoa Beach, and that is that this is somehow blocked off or that you can't pass it now or they've cut it off. If somebody's telling you that, you can now clearly see that's just not the case. The road is clear, it is open, and of course we're getting late into the, starting to get into the evening, and dark is now falling, but this causeway and this road is still been in use, and there are still people driving around. I talked to the EOC. They say they're not dealing with any issues on the roads. There was an accident on 528 westbound closer to Orange County, but that one has been resolved, we understand. There's also about 2,200 people without power down in South Brevard. FP&L is working on that. We've seen their trucks here. They're active and trying to restore that power. But of course, the big part of this storm still on the way here to the area, and we're awaiting that. In Merritt Island, Daryl Nail, Fox 35 News.
All right, nice to see how roads are either closing or reopening at this hour. As Holly said, a lot of the traffic in these beachside towns, you can go out, but you can't go back in.
And I suppose it's a good thing that people are heeding the warnings because, you know, we've been hearing it now pounding outside. You just saw Dana. She was getting, you know, the brunt of it, you know, well, for what we've got so far. Brooks?
And that's just the rain.
Yeah.
We're not talking about wind. We're not talking about storm surge. That's just the rain, the inland component. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a very interesting, wild weather for the next 18 to 24 hours. And inland, for a lot of folks, all we're dealing with right now is rain. Good Thursday evening, everybody. Brooks Tomlin in the Fox 35 Weather Studios. We also have Glenn Richards. And right now, I want to show you the winds because for a lot of people, true, Brevard County, Volusia County, it's starting to get windy, but north-northeast winds at 23 miles an hour. We still have a ways to go. And again, hurricane force winds, man, that's about 40 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, stronger than that. Outside right now, a lot of rain on Guardian Live weather radar out to sea. This is a pretty solid band that's been setting up shape over southern Volusia County, Seminole County, Orange County, and down into Osceola County. It hasn't moved much. And so we're just starting to see a lot of ponding on the roadways. And this is just a taste of some of the rain that could continue to come in the coming hours. Now, Hurricane Matthew. Earlier today, we were tracking it, and it started to take a veer to the right. We were hopeful maybe it would stay just a little bit to the right, but no, came back to the trend line. And right now, for the last about an hour to maybe hour and a half, it's been moving slowly, just adjacent to Grand Bahama Island. I want to show you the broad flow of the hurricane, Hurricane Matthew, and also show you the latest coordinates, and then we'll dive into the details of the wind. Right now, winds of 140 miles an hour sustained. Those winds, that 140 mile an hour wind, is confined primarily to the eye wall, especially on the northeast side. This is why we're so concerned that if this storm does decide to make a landfall, the strongest winds being around the eye and the eye wall, well, we could be seeing the potential for some catastrophic wind damage if that occurs. Right now, just to the north of the storm, think about this, roughly about 10 miles away, 15 miles away, winds are sustained at 75 miles an hour. Still strong, but not as strong as what the Hurricane Center is finding on the northeast side. The current gusts 87 miles an hour at a land site on the west end of Grand Bahama Island. So the fact is we need to be precise with the location of the storm. So far, we're doing a pretty good job. All the computer forecast models are showing it coming right near the coast of Brevard County and then Volusia County and Flagler County as we go through the overnight hours into tomorrow. But once again, the difference of 10 or 20 miles offshore or right along the coast could mean the difference between tropical storm force winds or Category 4 hurricane force winds. Show you real quick that the worst weather really starts to begin, not right now, but late tonight into early tomorrow morning when we see the center of the storm coming towards southern Brevard County. We'll be with you through the duration of the storm. Hurricane warnings in effect for all the coastal counties and inland, Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties. Back to you.
Brooks, thank you much. I appreciate it. Oh, boy.
Yeah. We want to remind you, too, we've been updating our Facebook page, facebook.com/Fox35 News, as well as all of our individual Twitter accounts with emergency numbers county by county. So if you're in need of emergency help, those are all listed online as well. So all that will be continuously updated through the night.
And we will be right back.
Fox 35, the official home of Super Bowl 51. Gold Fever has...
Folks are in our operations center in Atlanta, and we continually make sure that they understand our status and our position.
I know this is difficult to quantify, but from your experience, how bad is this from things that you've seen prior in your career?
As the governor alluded to, we haven't had a storm on the Georgia coast, as you all know, in 118 years. That's the best response, and we are as well positioned. Quite frankly, I am comfortable with where we are and where the governor has positioned us.
We have a major port here. Can you tell me what the precautions and protections are that are being taken?
Well, we have the manager of the port. Come on up, Griff.
Yeah, hi, Griff Lynch, Executive Director of the Port Authority. The port was shut down today at 3 o'clock, and as we speak, we're buttoning up some of the cranes and equipment out there, and the gates will be closed here very shortly. And so we feel very secure, as Jim Butterworth had said and the governor alluded to, that we are well positioned. We've been working closely with the governor, his staff, and GEMA throughout the process, and SEMA, and the team has done a great job getting ready for this.
What kind of disruption are we talking about here for your business?
It's tough to say until the storm passes by. We are right now planning for reopening the facility on Monday morning, and until we see exactly what the storm does, we really can't answer that.
Back to the issue about the bridges. In the event of the storm surge, there is a possibility that bridges may be, in fact, covered with water. In talking with our Department of Transportation head earlier today in a news conference that we had in Atlanta, he indicated that he has special inspectors on standby to inspect those bridges after the storm surge to be certain that they have not been damaged to the point that they would be dangerous as a result of the hurricane. So everything that we can think of to be in anticipation of the conflict that may result from the storm itself is being taken care of, and we think we have adequate people and resources. Now, once again, a lot depends on the intensity of the hurricane when it actually hits our coast, and it depends on the duration of it. It has been a slow-moving hurricane, so we are hopeful that it won't linger around. This is not Southern hospitality we're inviting to Matthew. We just as soon he leave us as soon as possible. And but we think that a lot of things are going to work in our favor, as we can hopefully expect them to do in this very difficult time, though. Well, let me thank you all for being here and assure you that we stand ready to work with local authorities and county authorities, and we all work together in this process. That's what makes it safe for as many of our people as we can possibly provide safety for. The buses, I didn't mention one other thing about the staging areas for sites for people that are being transported out of the area. We have those sites have already been opened, and some of those include our state parks that are available, and we also have under GEMA's direction other facilities that individuals can be bused to and be taken care of until the storm passes.
All flights starting in just about 4 minutes at 8 o'clock. There will be no traffic coming in or out of Orlando.
Yeah, we want to check in with Fox 35's Kirsten Delgado. She's live in our Orlando Sentinel newsroom with the latest on a curfew from Orange County. Interesting, Kirsten, these county officials coming out telling people you need to stay in your homes for certain periods of time. So what's the window here for Orange County?
The window for Orange County begins tonight at 10 and will go till 7 in the morning on Saturday. The mayor saying that this was not the case a few hours ago, earlier in the day, but as the storm got more severe as it approached Florida, they felt the need to impose this curfew. She and both Mayor Jacobs and Sheriff Darings were very adamant about people following the curfew. Why? Because it's important for the safety of the citizens, safety of first responders, and safety of any property, as Sheriff Demings speaks here.
As the mayor indicated, at 10 p.m. she signed an executive order now that there's a curfew that is in effect throughout Orange County, and that curfew will remain in place until 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. What that means for us is that we really need your assistance this evening to help get the word out. It's 6:30 or so now, so within the next 3.5 hours, it is our intent that individuals who are traveling on the roadways will no longer be doing that unless there's a specific need that is codified in the executive order. If there are emergency service personnel, physicians, etc., who have a reason to be out and about, we certainly are going to facilitate those individuals traveling to and from their places of business. If there are other individuals who find themselves in a situation that was outside of their control, where they were not able to, because they didn't get the notice or what have you, or they got off from work at a time that did not allow them to get home in time to not violate the curfew, we are going to proceed with an abundance of caution to my deputy sheriffs and the other law enforcement officers here in Orange County to use some common sense and fairness in dealing with our citizens. It is not our intent to arrest individuals who just happen to be out and about and they have no criminal intent. So we are going to take care of our community.
There are exceptions to that curfew. They are work-related. They understand if you have to go to work and come back, they're asking you to be very careful because, of course, first responders will not be able to come get you when it comes to about 50-mile-an-hour winds. Back to you guys.
Kirsten, thanks so much. We're going to have an update on the forecast when we come back. Stay with us.
Is the time of year when you need Fox 35's weather app. Get severe weather alerts, plus stay ahead of traffic.
It's like having Fox 35's weather authority wherever you go.
We got married in June.
On Tuna Day. There's a Subway 350 sub of the day to help you remember life's important days. Every day a different 6-inch sub for just $3.50 every day of the week at Subway.
Her name is Terry.
She was born on Sweet
Onion Chicken Teriyaki Day.
Marco Rubio has the worst attendance record of any Florida senator in 50 years.
All right, you guys, we have Mike Page coming up, who's going to give you more Hurricane Matthew coverage.
Once again, it was moving fairly fast earlier in the afternoon, and for the last couple of hours, it's been moving very slow around Grand Bahama Island, the west end of Grand Bahama Island. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and show you real quick Central Florida. I want to switch it over to Guardian Live Weather Radar because we have some very heavy rain right now in Central Florida, some very heavy tropical downpours. Take you into a couple spots. First off, Flagler County, not yet. It's coming in. We do have some rain, but not the heaviest stuff, even south of Daytona. Did you see Matt Trezza a few minutes ago in Daytona? Some light showers, but nothing like what we have right now in Lake Mary. So look at this. Southern Volusia, northern Brevard County, into Seminole County, now into northern Lake County, western Orange County, and Osceola County, seeing some very heavy, persistent tropical downpours. It would not surprise me if we had some flash flood advisories or warnings coming out at some point in time from the National Hurricane Center, because we are already seeing some spots with over 2 inches of rain easily. So we could easily be seeing some flash flood opportunities way ahead of the storm. And then we take you down into Brevard County. And again, most of the heavy activity right now offshore. But as we go through the evening hours, more rain will continue to come in and off the Atlantic Ocean as Matthew Matthew gets closer and closer. Right now, I want to go ahead and bring in Glenn Richards. Glenn's been following the storm, and he has the latest advisory, the 8 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Glenn, go ahead.
All right, that's right, Brooks. Again, right now, it looks like the center of the system, again, if you can go to the other weather computer, Weather 3, showing the center of the hurricane right now, still located out towards the Bahamas. And again, that center does continue to push off to the north and to the northwest. So again, on weather computer number 3, WEX 3, that'd be great. Thank you very much. There it is, working its way still along that line. So again, the brand new advisory does indicate that the winds are down to 130 miles per hour. And as Brooks has mentioned, the big weather story, at least right now in the short term, continues to be this funneling of very heavy rain out through Volusia and Seminole counties. We are getting some street flooding already reported, with already over 2 inches of rain down. And again, it's just started, and the main core is still, of course, located back out across the Bahamas. In our 3D volume scan, you see the heaviest rain now just to the west of Altamont Springs, going into Lake Mary, extending right into Apopka, also back out towards Zellwood. That is where we have the heaviest rain currently coming down. Again, the winds are now 130. Movement is officially northwest at 13 miles per hour. The track is the same. We'll get a brand new forecast track from the Hurricane Center coming out at 11 o'clock for this evening. So right now it is moving still towards the Cape. Nothing has changed. Here are the current wind speeds: 78 miles per hour currently across the west end of Grand Bahama Island, 28 miles per hour across the West Palm Beach area, 22 also up towards Melbourne. Remember, we've been talking about this, how the center of circulation indicates where, again, the strongest winds will be found on the east and northeast side. But on the west side of this hurricane, and all hurricanes are unique into their own, right now it looks like the winds on the west side drop off rapidly. So they kind of ease off on the east side and northeast side, but they really drop off rapidly on the west side, which means good news. It means that potentially some of the stronger winds may not be carried as far inland. We just had a little gust a little while ago near 90 miles per hour along the west end of, again, Grand Bahama Island, 48 miles per hour over in West Palm, and 31 degrees across the Brevard County coastline. Rainfall totals excessive. We're already, as I mentioned, seeing over 2 inches of rain in portions of Orange and also through Seminole County, and we're still forecasting an additional 5 to 12 inches of rain. So overall, by the time this thing completely moves out of the picture by tomorrow evening, it looks like some of the areas will be definitely dealing with some flooding, especially east of Orlando. How about the timing once again? Any revision on that? Well, this just got updated also a little while ago. Latest computer model run showing the center of circulation moving ashore or very near the shoreline at about 4:30 in the morning now. It looks like in Brevard County, back around the Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach area, extending back over towards the port. Winds will be right around 100 miles per hour right near that eye. As soon as you go inland, though, again, they're going to drop off pretty good. But right now, expecting 70 mile per hour winds at that time through portions of Osceola County. Then as we get towards around 6 o'clock in the morning, the center of circulation will be sitting right over towards the Cape. Also notice that it has slowed down. So we are expecting in the long term for it to kind of put on the brakes a little bit as it approaches the coast, go slowly up the coast through tomorrow morning and early afternoon, and then accelerate and move away. Unfortunately, it's going to slow down over us. But at about 6 a.m., that's when the stronger winds will be hitting the downtown area. At 8 a.m., we will be in the peak of the storm, the maximum of this hurricane. We talked about it yesterday. 8 a.m. would be the peak. It still looks like that is going to be the case. 8 o'clock in the morning, sits right over towards the Cape, and then there's that slow turn to the north through Volusia County. Your strongest winds in Volusia will be occurring between 6 a.m. and, as you can see, 11 o'clock in the morning. The winds will still be strong in Metro Orlando, but the winds will start to definitely relax a little bit coming in from the west in the Brevard County area by 1:30 in the afternoon. Still powerful winds hitting Flagler County and through Volusia County, inland Volusia County, also through Seminole County, but the winds will start to ease up in Metro Orlando as we head towards about noon or so. Then as we go through the afternoon, you can see the powerful winds are sitting off of Flagler County, and then the winds over overall start to ease up as we head towards 6 to 7 o'clock for tomorrow evening. So it's pretty quick in getting here. We're already getting these rain bands, but looking at this, you can obviously see when it comes to the wind, we'll still be dealing with the wind for the most part through the afternoon. More heavy rain will be hitting the coastline as we head towards around 1 o'clock in the morning. You see this big band is expected to move in, and then the main core of rain and wind and surge combined will hit at about 4:30 in the morning. I don't know if you noticed, though, too, here, again, it looks like, Charles and Bob, that if we had a system coming in from the other direction, the wind direction would be hitting the coast from the south. So no storm surge, of course, at all, but because this is coming up from the due south, again, we're getting a direct effect of that east wind that is piling up the storm surge. And right now, the latest forecast, guys, on that storm surge still expected to be about 7 to as high as 11 feet. And on top of that, we could have waves now, it looks like, up to 15 feet in height.
Glenn, thank you, sir. A quick programming note for everybody. If you want to watch our primetime shows that normally air at 8 and 9, that being Rosewood and Pitch, we have moved all of that over to My 65. So you can either keep it here with us for the latest on the storm, or you can watch the Fox programming that normally airs at 8 and 9 over on My 65.
And believe us, we will not be heard. We understand every once in a while you need a little bit of a mental break away from it.
And you took one.
I took a little one, yeah. And Sunny's taking hers right now. So
right.
Is just get a little pizza, throw some groceries down our neck, and then off we go. Yeah. When last we checked in with Holly Bristow, she was in full gear. She was ready for it, and she is ready for it right now. It looks like you're getting a little bit of a break. The hoodie is not even on right now, Holly.
Yeah, I probably should have it on because I think the back of my head's getting a little wet. We've definitely got a little bit of a drizzle going on here, and it seems like the wind is picking up because every now and then I'll find myself kind of on my toes, a little unsure of my footing over here, and I'm getting splashed by some of the waves that are coming up over here. We are along the Intercoastal. We're in Eau Gallie, just south of the bridge where the Indian River meets the Banana River. And I can tell you that this is a river that I grew up water skiing and wakeboarding on. So typically at the right time of day, it's pretty glassy, and you don't typically see big white caps out here unless you're getting a big storm like we are right now. The waves that are rolling in here off of the Intercoastal are big enough that if I had a boogie board, I'd be having a pretty good time out here, but it wouldn't be safe at all. But I mean, these are definitely big waves that you're not used to seeing coming from the east and crashing in over here. We came over the bridge around 6 o'clock tonight, and we were getting blown around a little bit when we were coming over from Satellite Beach. And there were a few people on the bridge. I've been keeping my eye on it at this point. The wind has definitely kicked up significantly, and I think people do realize that because I haven't seen anybody come over the Eau Gallie Bridge in quite some time. When we were over in Satellite Beach earlier, I did mention to you guys that I was talking to a police officer. He said that officers will be on the roads as long as it is safe for them. But once their cars start getting blown around, they're all going to be going in for the night and settling in at the Satellite Beach Police Department. And here's the thing that I did find very surprising. He told me that probably only about a third of the people that live in Satellite Beach evacuated. So that means that there's a city full of people over there on the other side of the bridge that are in their homes, hopefully watching us and paying attention to the storm and being safe, but that made that decision to not follow the mandatory evacuation and decided to stay in their homes tonight. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. God bless them. I hope everybody's okay with this storm. It's definitely picking up, and people be safe out there.
Holly Bristow, thank you much. Stay safe.
And we're seeing all the lights behind Holly. We'll see how long those lights continue to last as the evening progresses. Keep it right here, Fox 35. We will continue our coverage of Hurricane Matthew.
All right, everybody, you are watching continuous coverage here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We'll get you back out to our sister station in Orlando when they come back from their break right now. Latest update, the Bahamas National Emergency Management Agency says authorities have rescued at least 30 people who were trapped in their homes by floodwaters from Hurricane Matthew on the island of New Providence. There has been extensive flooding across the island, but no reports of any deaths or injuries. The island includes the capital of Nassau. And stick right here to Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. If you haven't already done so, now would be the perfect time hit that like button if you're watching on Facebook Live, and if you're watching on fox10phoenix.com, what we ask you to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news anywhere across the country. And for these next 2 days at least, we are going to be covering extensively for you Hurricane Matthew as it gets closer to the Florida coast here. And right now, more than 100 people have died because of Hurricane Matthew across the Caribbean. And right now it is steaming towards Florida with potentially catastrophic winds of more than 140 miles per hour. 2 million people across the southeast have been warned to flee inland. Governor Rick Scott saying earlier today on a news conference we covered for you right here on Fox 10, this storm's a monster. Hurricane was expected to blow ashore or come dangerously close to doing so. West Palm Beach has about 1.1 million people. Let's get you back out right now to our sister station, Fox 35 in Orlando, covering extensively Hurricane Matthew coming close.
Now they see whether or not the fruits of their labor, whether or not those boards are going to hold as Matthew comes ashore.
We certainly hope so, Bob. Of course, many businesses boarded up yesterday and evacuated, but some did not take the precautions. Look at this unprotected glass. Of course, business owners are very concerned about losing money if Hurricane Matthew hits hard. We talked to the president of the Chamber of Commerce here in Palm Bay. This is what he had to say.
Ma'am, it's a very big concern. People are getting really nervous and scared because they don't know when they will be able to open the businesses back. And so I think we need a lot of support from FEMA and FPL to restore power. That's the biggest concern. So without power, none of the business will be able to perform properly.
And we actually met an FP&L crew earlier today. They were from South Carolina. They say they're here on standby to restore power as soon as it goes out. Live in Palm Bay, Valerie Boy, back to you.
Valerie Boy, thank you very much. Even it looks like the storm has yet to really make an impact there in the Palm Bay area, but that's not true all around the case.
That's right. We're going to go over to Cocoa Beach. Daryl Nail is there for us, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about what's going on at his location. Daryl, what you got?
Good evening, and you can see here I'm at the edge of Cape Canaveral where the winds are not too bad at the moment. It is, of course, dark and black, so there's not a whole lot that we can show you in terms of the ocean off in the distance, but we can show you some interesting piece of hardware that is here that we found that is staged, and that is a weather station, a portable weather station. This will be familiar, of course, to weathermen. You can see the wind gauge up at the top, taking the wind data from the area, which is probably clocking around 20 miles, maybe 15 to 20 miles per hour at the current moment. But these stations have been anchored in. As you look down, it is transmitting its weather data. It is in a temporary location here in Cape Canaveral, and you can see it's ratcheted down. There's a bolt at the bottom. It's drilled into the ground. And this thing is going to stay here and transmit weather data. We do know that teams from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Association are here. They are monitoring with various stations the weather data coming in as Hurricane Matthew comes close to the coast here. So this is part of their information gathering in addition to all the weather data that we currently have. Also, an update as far as the water is concerned here along the barrier islands in Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, and Merritt Island. They meaning the city of Cocoa and its utilities department, you probably heard earlier, cut off the water to the barrier islands, or announced a cutoff around 6 p.m. That did not happen, as those who have stayed back realize their water is still working. There was a lot of pushback from organizations in and around the area, especially first responders, about that call, and they have convinced Cocoa Utilities to back off on that and keep the water line open to the barrier islands for the time being and only cut it off once the storm comes ashore and becomes a very serious threat to the water supply here. So again, that water cutoff that was announced by the City of Cocoa Water Department now has been relaxed, and they are now waiting until a point in time in which it is appropriate to cut off the water when the storm is imminent and actually threatening the water supply here. A quick note about our position, because when we broadcast, and I'm here in Cape Canaveral, and certain people see that, we get messages concerned about our safety, which we greatly appreciate. My photographer Keith Brown and myself, we are just a couple blocks away from a secure location at a facility that's not too far away with first responders. We are hunkering down with them at a very safe facility that is hurricane hardened. Out of Cape Canaveral, Daryl Nail, Fox 35 News.
Daryl, thank you much. As I was watching Daryl do that last shot, I was struck by the thought that the sort of the irony of it. Those rocket scientists out there at Cape Canaveral who probably pass by that weather station every single day as they make their way to work on the next generation of shuttles and the Orion and all the high-tech rockets that they work on. Probably don't even give that thing a second thought. And right now, that anemometer or whatever it is the most important piece of equipment out there on the Cape right now. They're looking at it going, oh, God bless you for being here.
Irony.
Irony, yes, absolutely.
So let's go over to Glenn Richards. So I'm sure you're not going to tell us anything ironic.
I'm going to do my best not to. Yeah, our forecast here going to be changing definitely about every 10 minutes or so as the center of the system of Matthew continues to move towards us. We've been watching the eye just kind of wobbling along this main line. So again, as long as it stays along this line, it looks like it will, in fact, move ashore over at the Cape. Now, if it starts to dip a little bit below this line, then we could actually have landfall occurring somewhere along the central to southern Brevard County coastline. If it goes north of this line over time, it could just graze the coast and never officially make landfall and move ashore. But again, that's going to mean huge implications. It's not just a technical thing like, oh, it made landfall or not. It makes a huge difference when it comes to the wind. Even 20 to 30 miles is huge, because remember, on the western edge of this eye, the winds really do drop off rapidly. However, we're noticing just over the last couple of hours, if you watch this dry pocket kind of get filled back in again with rain, and so we've got a lot of wind here on the northeastern eye wall. We also have a very nice big band shaping up right there. You kind of see it pivoting around. So this is a very potent hurricane, and if the wind field starts to expand, which it should, but it has to be over the waters long enough to get everything rolling. And you kind of have to think of it as you've got this inner core going around, and to make the outer areas go, it needs time. It needs friction to get the outer parts going too, and it takes time for it to do that. And so when it moved across the Haiti and went across Cuba, it kind of disrupted that overall large flow, that large wind field. So again, it was a real small wind field again as it moved through the Bahamas. Strong, still 140 miles per hour, but just a small little area. But again, it's trying to expand back out again. We hope it doesn't have enough time to do that, because that would, of course, increase the odds of hurricane force winds getting into Orlando. Live radar right now, again, heavy rain. You can see stretching through Seminole and also through Lake counties. There has not been any real rotating storms. We've been watching that also very closely on our radial velocity mode within our radar system, and not finding any rotating storms, which is great news. So no threat of tornadoes right now, but very fast-moving, heavy downpours and a big stretch of heavy rain now extending across southern Volusia County, right through Sanford, Lake Monroe, just lifting again a little bit north and west of downtown Orlando, right through Apopka, and working its way out towards Winter Garden and also down just south of Claremont. Again, our 3D volume scan is still anchored on the same spot, still picking up on the heaviest rain right here through Apopka, extending out towards Zellwood, has the heaviest rain, and extending just north of Zellwood. You see it is stretching again back into areas in southern Lake County, so you will pick up at least another inch of rain. Look at this. Already we've seen in the dark green already over 2 inches of rain out through portions of Seminole County and Volusia County. Little stripes of 1 inch of rain here along the coast. Of course, as you go farther inland, less than that. And this is pretty much what our computer model was indicating, that we would see about 8, maybe 12 inches of rain primarily to the east, and of course then it drops off as you get west of Orlando. Again, the models have been coming into a little bit of a better alignment alignment here as to what's going to happen. Again, the NAM model right here indicating that the center would be moving ashore right near the Cape and then scooting right up the coastline. How about the BAMS model? Same deal, but actually brings it a little bit farther inland. Again, brings it basically right on shore across southern Brevard County, then moving the center right over the Cape and then back off the coastline and then swinging away from Georgia and the Carolinas over the next several afternoons. Our high-resolution local model showing the area of rain and wind. Northeasterly wind will be the strongest winds. Those will be the winds helping to produce the larger waves up to potentially now. I saw a number of 18 feet in the forecast. I think that's a bit high, so we're still sticking with about 10 to 12-foot waves on top of, again, the storm surge, and it's because of this strong onshore breeze, northeasterly wind. If the storm was coming in from this direction, we would actually have a north wind, so that would decrease some of the wave action. But because it is coming up from the south, we're getting this onshore east-northeasterly wind. So the center, the core, is going to be moving up at about 4 o'clock in the morning through Brevard County. The core then moves up into Volusia County at about 8 a.m. All inland areas, you can kind of pick up what you're getting and when. This is 10 o'clock in the morning. Still a very strong Category 4 hurricane at 10 in the morning, sitting out through Volusia County and Flagler County. And also as we head towards 1 o'clock, still very heavy rain. But again, this is a brand new computer model. This data just came in about 45 minutes ago. And notice by 1 o'clock tomorrow, it's really showing a drop off in the amount of rainfall and really concentrating the eye and the wind and the rain up in Flagler County. So things will definitely start to improve as we go through the afternoon based on this latest computer model run, which is showing things moving a little bit faster. So we'll see if the Hurricane Center latches onto that thinking and they can also move it out of the area a little bit quicker. That is the hope. Again, remember earlier it didn't show it moving out until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Now it's showing it moving out around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So that's a pretty big difference. That's 5-6 hours worth of rain and wind. Here's the current location. Once again, I overlaid the lightning layer so you can see where the lightning strikes are occurring. Have a little core, of course, right near the eye. The other batch is much farther out, over near the Gulf Stream waters, back over towards the coastline. Very heavy rain, but notice no lightning. Again, the upper levels are a little bit too warm to produce widespread lightning. Again, there's the eye. Again, a little different perspective. Again, showing the heavy rain that we're currently getting. Here's a live picture right now. Again, back over towards the coast. Camera shaking around a little bit. This is the live picture of the Cape, but this is the data for downtown. 76 and a northeasterly wind currently at 21 miles per hour. Want to show you one last thing. Again, the current wind velocities, Charles and Bob. Right now, the winds generally are blowing across the area about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Just got a report of a wind gust a little while ago, 48 miles an hour right along the coastline.
Glenn, thank you. You know what I like to hear?
Talk to me.
Well, when he said that there were 2 bits of good news, that there was a little bit of air inside of the storm, which is always a very good
dry
thing.
It out, sure.
Absolutely, and that its movement is faster to the north.
Right.
So if we can get this thing out of here as quickly as possible, that might minimize some of the damage.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, all it takes is just a few miles, a little bit further out, and the damage that we see, the wind at the coast, is just that exponentially smaller. So you're right, just a little bit of a nudge can make a world of difference. We're going to take a brief break here. As we do, let's take a look downtown Orlando from our SunTrust camera, and it's beautiful right now. Let's hope those lights stay on for all of you who are riding out the storm here in Central Florida. Keep it tuned right here to Fox 35 News.
Yes, folks, we're hoping those lights do stay on there in Orlando. Wow, can you imagine this storm just barreling in? It's supposed to hit about 2 p.m. there on the East Coast there. We'll see what happens there. They are bracing for it. This is something that they have dealt with in the past, but the last time a Category 3 or higher has come in that area is Hurricane Wilma back in 2005. So they are dealing with something that they haven't seen in over a decade, folks. So welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We do appreciate you guys all being with us during this breaking news coverage. We've been with you all day today on Hurricane Matthew as it has been getting closer and closer to Florida, and it is almost there. So what we are hoping for is that everyone got the message. Governor Rick Scott has been doing at least 7 to 8 press conferences today. We've taken them all. And he's been warning and issuing those warnings to the people that live, especially on that east coast there on Florida, and really saying, hey, you need to move inland. You got to go now. You can't stay around, because if you go when it's too late, the roads are going to be flooded and you're not going to be able to get out. So hopefully those people have really taken that warning to heart and they've gotten out of the area. You know, there are things that can always be replaced. Your boat can be replaced. Your house can be replaced, but not your kids and not your family. So I'm hoping that they have all taken that advice there. Going to give you a live shot right now in Florida. As you can see, those winds are whipping right now. Right now, the very latest information that we have for you is the storm had weakened slightly to about 130 miles per hour, but still sustained winds down from 140. Matthew is about now 75 miles east of West Palm Beach. Let's take it back out now to our sister station, Fox 35, for the very latest.
Who are hunkering down. They're watching this, hoping for the best. We've gotten a little bit of good news from Glenn that the winds died down just a little bit. Instead of 140, well, it was in between 130 and 140. Got some air inside of the storm. It's moving faster. That's all very good for us.
At this point, though, when you're talking 3s and 4s, hurricane 3s and 4s, it's difficult, right? It's a little bit like splitting hairs here, but every bit of good news we will take. You are definitely a glasses half full kind of a guy. I can see that.
Well, you know, because you have to really give people something to hope for. You know, the needle in the haystack.
Absolutely.
Remember earlier we were talking about what was going on down in South Florida.
Right.
The eye was 100 miles away from Miami. The airport in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and West Palm Beach, they're all going to be opening up tomorrow at noon. So there was minimal damage. If we can see that here, then we got a shot.
That would be great. We have got our reporters throughout Central Florida, including a miserable looking right now, Dana J., who is there. Right there, I think you're still along the Riverwalk, aren't you, there in Sanford? So you're right along the water's edge.
She's got a good sense of humor about it.
Why do you think I'm miserable? Why do you think I'm miserable? I can actually look at the camera this time without the rain going in my face. It's coming straight down instead of sideways right now. Hey, you guys, I don't know if, you know, our viewers have been with us and going away, and that's okay. But if you remember last hour, the rain was really coming sideways and pelting us here in downtown Sanford. We looked on the radar. I mean, there was red over us. So I think I didn't look at it before I got out here, so it may have calmed down a little bit. But I mean, that's what we have to expect for the next 12, 16, 18 hours or so. So the rain and the winds have been picking up and ebbing and flowing and whatnot here in downtown Sanford. This is going to be kind of ridiculous, but I'm going to show you this right here. So we do have some stuff blowing off of the trees. You know how we reporters like to show you stuff that's blown off trees and things like that. This is just evidence that the winds have picked up. This is probably nothing compared to what we're going to see tomorrow. I do want to tell you guys that we were out and about a little bit ago, maybe about an hour or so. We decided to drive around downtown Sanford just to see what was going on. And this place is a ghost town, and that includes 1792, which is where there are a lot of gas stations and fast food restaurants and that sort of thing. We were hoping to actually pop into one if the truth be told. Most of them closed. We did find one place that was open. Folks there were riding out the storm. That's really good news, because that tells me that people are taking these warnings to stay off the road very seriously. And as we have been saying throughout the afternoon, there will be a curfew going into effect at 5 o'clock in the morning here in Seminole County, lasting more than 24 hours, all the way till Saturday morning at 7 a.m. Emergency responders really want you to stay off the road. Number one, it's going to be really dangerous. Number two, if something happens to you, they're going to have to come and help you, and that could injure them. It could also take resources away from where they might need to otherwise be. So observe that curfew here in Seminole County. I know there's one in Orange County starting at 10 o'clock this evening, Orange and Orlando. So just be aware of those as you head into these overnight hours and whatnot. Charles, Bob, I'll go ahead and send it back to you. Of course, as Dana. The rain starts to die down, I'll get back in the truck and it'll calm down for a minute. And then you'll say, hey, get out again. And then it'll start pouring. But such is the life of a reporter on a day like this.
I'm not even going to let you go now.
Right.
Dana, I hate to tell you, I peeked at the end of this story, and we've covered hurricanes before, and we had a reporter right there at the Riverwalk. I hate to tell you, that's going to get nice and flooded, and the water's going to come up over, and you're going to have just a heck of a good time splashing around in all that water. So you have that to look forward to. Anybody else been walking around? You got to interview a family earlier tonight. Have you seen anybody else, or are you flying solo?
That was a lot of fun. No, you know what? Once the rains really started picking up around 5 o'clock or so, we stopped seeing people. You did see people out getting their dogs out for a walk, making sure that, they were able to stretch their legs before they locked themselves in their homes. But, we really haven't seen very many people out here. I will tell you, Sanford police have been by a few times, and that's one of the things that law enforcement has been saying to the public is we will have people out patrolling, keeping an eye on businesses, just to make sure that nobody gets up to no good or anything like that, and that everybody stays safe. But other than that, you guys, it's actually been very quiet around here.
Dana, we will now let you go inside and dry out for a little bit, but don't get used to that because we're going to have you back out here shortly.
We have both been out in the field and have suffered through that many, many years. And one of the places that reporters do like to go is the airport because you have food and shelter and bathrooms and it's got air conditioning.
That third one is the best.
But we know passengers do not like to be stuck there. And our reporter Tiffany Teasley is reporting from Orlando International tonight. She has this.
We can see Orlando International Airport is pretty much deserted. That's because all commercial flights were suspended as of 8 o'clock this evening, and now the airport is shut down. You can see they've already covered the kiosks here, and they are in hurricane preparedness mode. You can see all the cancellations here at the Southwest Terminal. These are from earlier in the day. Officials tell me more than 200 flights have been canceled today, 124 arrivals and 73 departures. So again, officials urging people not to come to the airport because there's simply no point. Everything has been shut down. They're trying to regain operations by at least Saturday, and they're telling people not to come to the airport because it is not a shelter. If you are stranded at the airport, they're directing people to Odyssey Middle School on Buena Vista. Reporting from OIA tonight, Tiffany Teasley, Fox 35 News.
Certainly, with all the shelters that are out there, of the places that you might have to be stuck to ride out the storm, Orlando International Airport is not the worst. They've got that beautiful hotel out there.
Absolutely.
Often voted one of the best airports in the entire country. And so if you've got to be stuck there, count your lucky stars on that one if you're having to ride out the storm here with us.
AC is a good thing.
Yeah, as long as it holds out, as long as the power continues to hold out.
Okay, as we go into break, we want to take these live pictures right now from a Department of Transportation cam. This is I-95. You're looking at mile marker 266, and you can see these cameras usually do not do very well at night.
No.
And when you can see it raining on one of these DOT cameras at night, you know it's really coming down. And fortunately, there is not a lot of traffic out there, so people have heeded warnings. They have already gotten to where they needed to be, or they are hunkering down.
And what I'm taking from this is that camera isn't shaking as much right now. So at least the winds have been picked up tremendously in this part of Central Florida, but that is set to change here shortly.
We'll be right back.
All right, folks, watching continuing coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Hurricane Matthew has already prompted 2 college football postponements and has the NFL plotting just in case scenarios for games scheduled in Tampa and Miami this weekend. A pair of college games set to be played on Saturday, LSU at number 18 Florida, as well as Charlotte at Florida Atlantic, have been postponed. Saturday night's game that has number 23 Florida State visiting number 10 Miami remains on its schedule, though officials remain somewhat cautious. The fate of Saturday's Georgia at South Carolina football game also remained unclear. A major issue with games in Florida this weekend isn't the weather forecast for Saturday and Sunday, because those days look to be generally fine around the state. It's whether police, first responders, and other key personnel needed at those football games that draw massive crowds will be deployed to assist in areas that will take the brunt of Matthew's wrath. I want to give you another live look here. Taking a look now at Miami right now, as the storm is barreling in right now. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys join us, when you guys are with us here. If you haven't already done so, hit the subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way, you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news for you. And for these next 2 days at least, we are going to be covering Hurricane Matthew-related stories for you. So if you have, especially friends or family in Florida, you just got to share this link with them, share this page. We're going to have it covered for you, everyone, on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are going to send it back to our very own Fox 35 station in Orlando, Florida, in just a bit to give you another live look. Their reporters are all over Florida right now as it is expected to hit around 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. Florida time.
And we are continuing our coverage right now of Hurricane Matthew here on Fox 35. The storm is probably a few hours away from beginning to really ramp up those winds and the rain and the damage that we are dreading at this point.
Holly Bristow has been intrepid for the past couple of hours, and she remains that way. Holly, we have seen several times when we've come to you, whatever location, you're in where, Melbourne now?
We are in Melbourne. We've actually been in Melbourne for a while. We are just north of the O'Galley Bridge, and the weather is definitely getting worse by the minute. I don't know if you can tell by the light here, but it seems like the rain is now coming down sideways. The gusts seem to be gustier and more consistent, and every now and then I'll just get a good push over to the side. We are right along where the Banana River and the Indian River meet up, the intercoastal here just north of the O'Galley Bridge. There are lots of whitecaps out here, out on the water, that also seem to be getting bigger and splashing me more as time seems to be going by. I will tell you, we picked a safe spot here. The trees are behind where the camera is, so the only thing that can fly at us this way if things do kick up a little bit is water. So I do want to mention that we are being safe about what we're doing out here. You can tell that the weather is getting worse. We really haven't seen any cars coming over the O'Galley Bridge probably for at least 30 minutes or so. The other thing, oops, I lied. I now see one coming over the bridge as we speak. But I haven't seen any people coming out here to take a look at the water and see what's going on. So people are definitely staying inside, which is what everybody is recommending that they do. We were over in Satellite Beach earlier tonight. The police were out on the roads, and anytime they saw cars other than ours in the parking lot, they were pulling in there and telling people to go home. They were actually telling them to evacuate, and if they weren't evacuating, to go home, be safe, stay inside, stay off the roads. One thing that is important to note, that the police beachside said that they're going to be out on the roads as long as it is safe for them to be out on the road. So if you decided not to evacuate and you do have an emergency, there's a good possibility that crews will not be able to get to you because they will not be risking their lives to go help you. The police told me that once the weather gets super bad and their cars start blowing around, they will all be going back to the Satellite Beach Police Department, staying in the police department until it is safe for them to come out. We're going to be out here as long as it is safe. At this point, we're just getting rain and wind. We're definitely keeping an eye out on things, and for now, we're good. So we'll be out here telling you exactly what we're seeing and what we're feeling as long as it's safe. Charles?
Holly Bristow. Holly, thank you so much. It is interesting to watch Holly's live shot change from moment to moment. I think we were with her maybe a half hour ago. Hood down, the wind was okay, and then just 20 minutes later, it's a much different scenario. It may only be another couple of hours before we really have to get Holly out of that situation and into a place where she's up against some sort of an obstruction so that she can be out of that wind, because it will take you off of your feet.
Yeah, and she's tiny.
She is, yeah. Well, I don't think anybody really could actually stand up in wind like that. You or I would be certainly blown off of our feet as well.
Well, we know somebody who has a little more meat on his bones. That's Matt Trezza. He's over in New Smyrna Beach.
Look at him.
Matt, how you doing?
windy and rainy. That's how it is out here. I probably look like the Michelin Man right now because the wind is just blowing through this area very, very strong. I've been out at New Smyrna Beach before several times. I have never felt wind like this. Now, we're seeing the bands of the storm, Hurricane Matthew, that is blowing through here. It's kind of like the arms of an octopus. So each time one of those arms, those bands, blows through the area, you get huge gusts of wind and rain coming at you, and that is exactly what we're feeling here at New Smyrna Beach. Now, the waves, you can't see it all that well out here. I don't know how well you can see it on the camera there, but the waves are very, very rough. They're not very large, but you can definitely see that it goes far, far, far back out to the surf there. Everything that we're seeing of these big waves that are coming in toward the shore here. The parking lot is flooded, and as we drove down the street to this area, this is the beach parking lot in New Smyrna Beach, right near the Volusia County Beach Patrol station here. Flagler Avenue, which is kind of like the main strip in New Smyrna Beach, is quiet as a ghost town. Lights are on, but most of the businesses are boarded up. I saw 2 police cars without lights on or anything, just standing by, sitting there waiting in case there's anything that they need to address. But right now, it seems as far as New Smyrna Beach goes, everyone is heeding the governor's warning and getting indoors and getting themselves to safety. Live in New Smyrna Beach, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt Trezza goes windy and rainy. Translation, bitter and resentful. He is not happy to be out there, and I don't blame him one bit.
All right, well, we know that Glenn is busy doing his job. He's not bitter or resentful.
No, not.
Oh, I'm inside. It's dry.
Yeah,
but we
man.
can hear the rain. It is definitely coming down very heavy right now up on the rooftop. So expect to see more of the same, and you're going to get tired of hearing that sound all night tonight. It'll be wave after wave after wave of heavy bursts of rain. Some areas, of course, will get more than others, but everybody's in on the act for tonight. Here is the center of Hurricane Matthew, now moving away from the Bahamas. So it's officially past Grand Bahama Island now. Notice it was traveling a little north of the line, then a little south of the line, now back a little north of the line. So it's just going to kind of meander back and forth. And right now, it looks like it will be moving just offshore. And I say that because we're starting to at least notice in a few of the computer models, some of the late night model runs or late evening model runs, we're starting to see some of the models showing no landfall at all, that it's going to stay just off the coastline. I'll show you in just a little bit. So here's the heavy rain that's currently moving through portions of Volusia County, northern Brevard County. Look at Seminole County from about Chuliota north up towards Geneva, just inundated with heavy, heavy rain. A little farther inland, you can see how it continues to be blown all the way through Lake County and Orange County, now getting down into northern Polk County. Again, it is going to be weakening, of course, as it goes farther inland. The heaviest rains will be from I-4 out towards the east, but you kind of get the feel for it. Here's a closer view of what's going on in Seminole County. Here's our radar site. Out here's about Lake Pickett and the Chuliota area. You can see the heavy rain moving on in, coming in from the north. So that's going to continue for at least another half hour or so. But remember, all of this is moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. You can see some of the communities that are being affected by this batch right here of heavy rain that will be moving towards Winter Park and downtown Orlando, and just now beginning to also move into East Orange County, out towards Bithlo, and also out towards UCF. Here's what I'm talking about. Take a look at the latest run of our computer model. Watch the center, and also the timing has changed a little bit too. This is 1 a.m. The main core is beginning to really hit the Brevard County area, the main core of wind, that is. You'll get heavy rain before that. This is at 4 a.m., but look at the center, still sitting just a little bit offshore. Let's watch it, showing it just near the shoreline. It's not much, but it's very near the shoreline at about 5:30. And then again, the question is, will it officially hit the tip and be considered landfall, or will it just graze the coastline? But this is at 7 a.m. Again, the heaviest wind and rain hitting Volusia County. The winds are already changing direction at 7 a.m. So in Brevard County, it will be an overnight event for you, it appears now. And then as we head towards sunup, we're expecting the wind direction to switch. Things will begin to dry out. And again, it looks like the winds will also ease up. The main core of wind will be here at about 9 a.m. This little donut-looking deal. Again, showing the center just a little bit offshore. Daytona Beach down to Titusville will be the heaviest rain, still coming down in Orlando, but the wind direction already changing by 11 a.m. And if you've been down here for any great length of time and you've been through a tropical system, a hurricane, and the wind, as soon as that wind switches, you feel the difference. The air's not quite as humid. It's a little bit drier. The showers actually start to break up. If it's during the daylight hours, which it will be for us tomorrow, you'll actually start to see a few breaks in the clouds. Once you get that wind switch, it looks a little bit more ominous on this, but you kind of get the feel for it. But still at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, sitting up around Flagler County, which means as we go through the latter part of the afternoon, look at that. We've already cleared it out. So I am expecting things to move through potentially a little bit faster. We'll see with the new official forecast from the Hurricane Center if they do in fact speed it up. Here is a look at the winds. So we've revised these numbers a little bit and also the timing for you. Strongest winds offshore. This will be at about 5 a.m. when the strongest winds will be moving into the metro area of Orlando and extending, again, showing the center. Look at this, just offshore. Earlier, this whole center was onshore. It is now offshore. This is at 7 a.m. for tomorrow. 70-mile-an-hour winds east of Orlando. 100-mile-per-hour winds still possible along the coast. Then hitting the Volusia County area. Notice the center, still offshore. 40-mile-per-hour winds through Lake and Sumter and Marion County at 9 a.m. And then already by noon, there's the center beginning to move away. Winds will be out of the west. Weather improving in Brevard County. Weather improving in Polk and Osceola County. Winds still strong through Volusia County and Flagler County, but starting to ease up by noon to 1 p.m. in and around Orlando. Then by 2 p.m., the center starts to get up around St. Augustine. And then notice, of course, everybody starts to improve possibly as early as around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Still windy out there, still some showers going on, but the threat of the damaging winds, that will begin to move on out potentially a little bit quicker. Again, we'll get a brand new forecast track from the Hurricane Center folks here coming up at 11 o'clock. So here's the center, again, moving, still producing a lot of lightning. The strongest winds are on the north and east eye wall, not on the west side. And that's good because it looks like we will, in fact, be on the west side of this eye as it continues to move in our direction. One last view. Looks like Bob and Charles, again, the center moving towards the Cape. Still everything going as planned, but look at all that rain that's still on the way. So flooding definitely a concern through the overnight.
Glenn Richards, we are just getting started tonight.
Absolutely. We just want to pass along some information to you. We just got this information from the governor's office, and we want to put up some of these Department of Transportation cameras while we give you this information. This is live video right now from I-4 at Ivanhoe Boulevard, and this information coming from the governor is that he is keeping an eye on the fuel situation in the state of Florida, specifically retail fuel shortages or any sort of an issue dealing with it, state and local fuel assistance requests. He is very concerned with the current fuel supply, but he says that it should last for 6 days, even if all the ports are temporarily closed. He says the state has already contacted emergency fuel and equipment providers, and this is very important. If you feel like you are being price gouged because of this storm, you are to immediately contact Pam Bondi's office. That's the Florida Attorney General. And to report any sort of a situation where you feel like you are being taken advantage of. And we know, because we've done this many times, Bob, there is always an opportunist waiting to take advantage of innocent people.
Yeah, whether it's through the obviousness of the price gouging, you can just see the price that's listed up there, or these people that will come through and they promise to do you some work. And we're going to have some blue tarps on some homes here coming up here shortly. And the folks that promise to do the work, they want the money up front. Make sure you don't do that, or at least do half, and then try and get pay the other half once the work is completed. All of these guys are out there. So as many of you will feel victimized by the storm, keep your guard up and don't let yourself be victimized by the many scam artists and people who are going to try and take advantage of you once the storm passes. As we were talking about all the fuel and if you were fortunate enough to gas up, you had to get somewhere. You had to drive someplace safe. And I know a lot of people took off on I-4 and they were headed down in the Tampa area. We've got Evan Lambert from our TVT station there in the Tampa area. Obviously, it's quiet there in Polk County as a lot of people were making their way towards you. What's the situation like out there? I would imagine you've gotten a lot of so-called refugees from the Orlando area.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We saw a lot of people riding around Polk County, a lot of people, especially on I-4, heading over to the Tampa area. We stopped at a rest stop in Auburndale, and there were cars lined up there to get a parking space to go inside and take a break, walk their dogs. A lot of those people were in the car for several hours more than they expected, several hours more than they should have been because of all the traffic along I-4. But it was pretty much bumper to bumper I-4 heading westbound. And a lot of those people headed to the Tampa Bay area, maybe to stay with family, but a lot of people also looking for hotels because they couldn't find any over on the coast or in the Orlando area even. So heading over to that Tampa area, and a lot of hotels there, we're told, are also sold out. So some people making their way to shelters as well. But those roads definitely packed. And you mentioned before the gas prices or the gas shortages. People could not find gas in a lot of the places in Polk County as well. Winter Haven, Auburndale, we saw several gas stations that were just all roped up because they were out of gas.
Evan Lambert. Evan, thank you so much. I know there's a lot of reporters around here right now that are envious of Evan's space there in Polk County where it's relatively quiet. They're going to get parts of the storm, but not certainly the brunt that we're going to see in Volusia and Brevard counties.
Well, we heard earlier from some of my contacts in the Tampa area that the hotels were filling up very quickly, especially downtown and in the tourist areas in Ybor City. People were looking for a place to go because there was nothing on the way. So you're talking about a 100-mile stretch where people can't find hotels as they're evacuating. And we saw exactly the same thing with Charlie, didn't we?
Absolutely. Which tells you an awful lot. I mean, if you're talking about an area that has a plethora of hotel rooms and there is no place at the inn for these folks to go and they've got to make their way down to the Tampa area and they're still struggling to find a spot, there are a lot of displaced people here, but they made the right choice and got out of harm's way as we're watching, because when they return, they will be very happy that they did not ride out the storm where, on the Barrier Islands or very close to Daytona Beach or in Volusia County. Those areas are going to be, in the next few hours, going to see an awful lot of wind, rain, storm surge, and danger. They'll be happy they weren't there.
Let's go to some live pictures right now from our bank of Department of Transportation cameras, and this is a beautiful shot, even though it's raining.
Yeah, it's beautiful right now, and the lights are on, and it's lovely. You can see though that main stretch going through. I think that's I believe that's Colonial.
Right? No,
or Church Street. They say I-4. I'm guessing that's Colonial, but I could be totally wrong. Anyway, I don't see a car on it. Is the point? It's Orange Avenue. That's Orange Avenue. And then see, look, there you go.
Yeah,
people heeding the warning.
Downtown.
Yeah, and it's actually, right now, it's not a miserable evening, but people know what's coming. The word has gotten out, thankfully, through television and also as much social media as we're able to generate these days.
Yeah, we want to remind you guys, if you are able to take any sort of video or any pictures as the storm approaches, make sure that you send it to us on our Facebook page. Sure. Because we'll put them up there. But we want to remind you, please remain safe while doing it. Don't go out of your way and don't put yourself in harm's way in order to do that.
This is out at the port. Is this Port Canaveral, or is this down where the cruise ships come in and out? This is Port Canaveral. All right. And, we're always talking about how great it is to work in this market and to be able to watch all the fantastic things that happen there out at the Cape Canaveral. They are buttoned up tight. Only the most important, the most necessary people are still on shift. And we certainly have our fingers crossed for you folks that are riding out the storm out there. But they have buttoned up everything tight to make sure that delicate equipment out there is safe.
I think we're going to go to Daytona Beach now, and there you see it. You can see it's starting to pick up a little bit, and no traffic.
Yeah, and this is really, again, this is just the beginning. If you think, well, the storm was supposed to be here on Thursday, what's going on? We haven't even started yet, and it is a long, long process. When you go to sleep, as Glenn's been saying, when you go to sleep tonight, when you get up in the morning, that's
Right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are covering this live for you. Hurricane Matthew about to hit Florida. I want to give you guys the very latest that I can. Florida Governor Rick Scott maintains that the state and local officials are prepared for Hurricane Matthew, even as he called the storm bearing down on the state a total monster.
We had heard that they were waiting to make a determination on where they were going to play that game, or if Florida State was going to wait an extra day before going down to play the Hurricanes. And how ironic is that?
Right. Yeah, no kidding. But it looks as though Miami may have dodged at least the brunt of the storm, and so I think they should be able to play the game, don't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at how calm the water is. If I'm not mistaken, that is a causeway shot across the intercoastal. Right in the middle of the city, and it looks fine. I mean, although I will say this, I think that a lot of people stayed in because Miami is crazy with traffic all the time, and I only saw a couple of cars going by on that causeway. Normally, it would be very, very busy at...
I don't know that you'd want to drive out to the Keys at this point tonight. But, you know
if there's no problem with, the 7 Mile Bridge, have
at it, right?
Well, let's go ahead down and have a beer.
This is I drive a lot of normally a happening tourist spot on a Thursday night. Hopefully, those of you who are visiting us from out of state, out of town, are hunkered down out of the country. Absolutely, are in your hotel rooms watching the coverage. Unfortunately, Disney and Universal and SeaWorld, they all shut down for the night. Those of you who want to do Halloween Horror Nights tonight, it's not going to happen tonight, and it's not going to happen tomorrow night either. But it will reopen again soon, Saturday. If you can, we'd love for you to stick around and enjoy all that Orlando has to offer, because it is plentiful.
It's going to be wind and rain for the next 24 hours or so.
That can be entertaining for a little bit.
Absolutely. You sound like a real fun guy at a party.
I'm a Chamber of Commerce kind of a guy. I'm trying to sell this.
Let's get over to Brooks. Brooks, what you got, my friend?
Boat drinks, absolutely. Good evening, everybody. A little bit of no official change in the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. That's what we relay to you here. But we could see a little bit of optimism and some of the latest forecast models. I'll show those to you in about 60 seconds. Right now, Tiki outside, we don't have anywhere near tropical storm force winds yet. Northeast at 22, both in Melbourne, 23 in Melbourne, 22 in Daytona Beach. Had a few wind gusts near tropical storm force strength with the rain band that settled across us. And right now, that rain band continues dumping rain. Southern Volusia County, central and eastern Seminole County, into Orange County. Go ahead and zoom on in real quick, and you can easily see, well, we're not going to do that, but you can easily see the areas in red. Those are the tropical downpours. Unofficial report of close to 5 inches of rain in Sanford. And now let's talk about a little bit of optimism. A couple of things. Number one, we put this white line earlier today on here because it was the trajectory line that Hurricane Matthew was taking as we came into the situation about the lunch hour. It's been paralleling. It's gone a couple of jogs to the right, and now some forecast models are saying, you know what? Instead of coming right along the coast, we might stay 20 miles off the coast. And as Glenn Richards has mentioned, with this very constricted wind field, especially on the right-hand side of the storm, that may keep the worst winds off the coast. Now, we're not going to let our guard down yet. This is not an official forecast change. Still have winds of 130 miles an hour with the system as it's moving northwest at 13, pressure at 939 millibars. But here's what I want to show you. First off, this constricted wind field. If we think about a hurricane like Floyd that came back in 1999, had a broad wind field. So if the center of Floyd was over the western half of Grand Bahama Island, we would definitely have tropical storm, if not maybe hurricane force winds just to the west. Well, right now we have north-northwest winds at 32 miles, gusting to 44 at Palm Beach International, but we don't have anything close to that around that. So good news for us is it's a tight wind field. And now let's talk about some of the latest forecast guidance. I just tweeted out and put on Facebook some spaghetti models. Most of the spaghetti models now keep the storm offshore. This is our high-resolution forecast model. It keeps the center of circulation offshore. The west edge of the eye wall does come in contact with Brevard County, Volusia County, and possibly Flagler County tomorrow. But that being said, with this storm, it has consistently had the strongest winds on the northeast side. So when we say 130-mile-an-hour winds, that's right in the northeast eye wall. On the west side of the eye wall, we're seeing winds in more like 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. So that's good news if the center of circulation stays offshore. Even if it's only 10 or 20 miles offshore, that's what we could be seeing as we go through tomorrow, or late tonight into tomorrow. Show you one more, and this is our high-resolution computer forecast model with the wind and the rain overlaid. And as we go through the overnight hours, this is tonight around 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning, still dealing with an onshore flow. But note that the center of circulation in this run stays offshore. Strongest winds coming to Brevard County, more than likely between 3 and 6 o'clock in the morning. Here we are at 6 o'clock in the morning. Winds really picking up right now in Volusia and probably right near the St. Johns River. As we go through the morning, once again, if the center of circulation stays offshore, there's not an official forecast change, but if the center of circulation does stay offshore, we will continue to see the strongest winds on the northeast side of the eye, and that would be good news for us here in Central Florida. Again, not an official forecast change, but we'll continue to see what comes to fruition. One last thing I want to show you one more time. We have north and northeast winds right now. The strongest right now are between 20 and 25 miles an hour, Daytona Beach and in Melbourne. Daryl Nail, we had him a little bit earlier. He's got an anemometer with him at Cape Canaveral, so we can always check and see what the wind conditions are live in Cape Canaveral with Daryl Nail. And once again, I want to show you this picture. We're just going to continue to use it until probably Matthew is no longer. Earlier today, made landfall in western Grand Bahama Island, just around Freeport. If you're familiar with Freeport, made landfall right around Freeport and now is continuing off to the north and the west. No official damage reports yet out of Freeport, but we do have a NOAA wind sensor, an anemometer, right on the western edge of Grand Bahama Island. It did have hurricane force winds, but not until right when the eyewall got there. And that's why we're looking at a very constricted wind field. So it does look like with this wind field right here, if it does decide to stay offshore, we will see tropical storm force winds and more than likely hurricane force winds probably confined to the coast. That's something we're going to have to monitor, and that's why we're bringing you this coverage nonstop until Matthew passes by. Latest update on Hurricane Matthew, once again moving northwest at 13 miles an hour. Winds down to 130 miles an hour, but it's still a dangerous Category 4 storm. But right now, with the latest information on the wind and the wind fields, again, these are the current winds. And if the center of the storm, well, it is right near the western end of Grand Bahama Island, it's not that large of a wind field. Palm Beach International, still not tropical storm force winds. Same thing as we go up the coast. We are seeing tropical storm force gusts to the west, but with this constricted wind field, we do have a little bit of a reason to maybe have a little bit of optimism. No official change in the official forecast just yet. Hurricane warnings for all of the coastal counties in Central Florida and inland for Seminole, Osceola, and Orange counties. We'll continue to monitor Hurricane Matthew. Glenn Richards is in the house, and we'll bring you all the updates all night long. Back to you.
Brooks, we appreciate it so much. Unfortunately, an update out of Haiti, and unfortunately the death toll has risen, fairly dramatically. It is now up to 283 fatalities confirmed out of Haiti. Not unexpected, I would imagine, when a hurricane, a Category 3 or a 4 goes through, especially after the devastation they had gotten through. A lot of the buildings are just not up to code for this type of a storm, and we're seeing the effects of that. Yeah, and the positioning of the land. I mean, that made landfall in that country with such strength, and thankfully at this point, we're just seeing the very edge of it, and hoping that this continues to take a turn away from us. But certainly our thoughts are with everyone there. We've been obviously checking around all of Central Florida to keep you posted on what exactly is happening where. We want to go back to Cape Canaveral right now, where Fox 35's Daryl Nail filed this report.
I'm standing right along State Road 528, the beach line, standing on the Merritt Island side looking towards Cocoa, and this is west. And this is something you rarely see. 528 looking like a very lonely highway at this point. But you can see at the top of the bridge, you see lights going away from us. That would be from Merritt Island to Cocoa. And then you see this car coming towards us. This is coming from the mainland over to the beaches and over to Merritt Island. We can't identify what type of car that is, but we've seen ordinary vehicles going back and forth. We've also seen emergency vehicles going back and forth. Sheriff's office, we've seen FP&L. But a lot of people are under some misunderstandings about this particular causeway, this being a main thoroughfare between Orlando and Cocoa Beach, and that is that this is somehow blocked off, or that you can't pass it now, or they've cut it off. If somebody's telling you that, you can now clearly see that's just not the case. The road is clear, it is open, and of course we're getting late into the, starting to get into the evening, and dark is now falling, but this causeway and this road is still been in use, and there are still people driving around. I talked to the EOC. They say they're not dealing with any issues on the roads. There was an accident on 528 westbound, closer to Orange County, but that one has been resolved, we understand. There's also about 2,200 people without power down in South Brevard. FP&L is working on that. We've seen their trucks here. They're active and trying to restore that power. But of course, the big part of this storm still on the way here to the area, and we're awaiting that. In Merritt Island, Daryl Nail, Fox 35 News.
Daryl, thinking we should say that report was a short time ago, so the conditions there in Cape Canaveral are changing dramatically, as we're about to see.
Yeah, we're going to go right now to Holly Bristow, who is in Melbourne with the latest on how things are looking there. Holly, how are you feeling?
I'm wet. I'm beginning to realize that I should have gotten a better rain jacket than what I did, because I'm certainly getting wet here. I will tell you, the wind is certainly picking up, and the rain seems to be getting more and more sideways as the night wears on. The other thing that I've also noticed, we've been keeping an eye, guess I better pay closer attention to my footing here. As you look over at the water, you'll see some big splashes come up more often than we have been. The waves seem to be getting bigger on the intercoastal here, and typically, if you're just joining us, this is the Indian River behind us, the intercoastal that goes through here, and this is typically a place that people enjoy boating. You're not used to seeing whitecaps out here unless it's, you know, a foul weather day or a hurricane like we're getting right now. And it's just whitecap after whitecap after whitecap across the entire river from Indian Harbor Beach all the way over here to Melbourne. I'll tell you one thing, people seem to be noticing that the weather is getting worse. We haven't had any visitors here at our live shot location in probably about 2 hours. We've been keeping an eye on the bridge, and cars coming over the bridges are very few and far between. The other thing that I've noticed is that the palm trees seem to be getting a little bit more sideways. I'd show you one, but I don't really think that we've got enough light to really give you a good picture of what's going on. Oh, there we go at this point. So it seems every time you guys check in with us, the weather's definitely getting a little bit worse. We're getting a little bit wetter with rain and from what's spraying up from the river behind us. And I definitely have to pay more attention to when we're opening and closing the car doors, because they're definitely trying to resist against us, and having to pay better attention to where we're walking, and definitely walking with a purpose, because the second you get a little light on your feet, you definitely start getting blown around a little bit. And we're still pretty earlier in the night, so I can imagine things are just going to be getting much, much worse as you guys check in with us throughout the night. Sunny?
All right, Holly, thanks.
Well, Holly, I just got to ask you, because I'm sure you've seen it. The wind will take reporters off of their feet. Even you know, good-sized, large reporters will be taken right off of their feet.
Which
and
you
knocked
are
to the
not,
ground.
Holly.
Which you are not. And so my question is, do you have a place to go to behind a wall or something that's going to block that wind? Because I mean, I know it's entertaining, but I don't think we all need to see you blown across the lawn there.
For the record, and I know my mother is watching, we are being very safe out here tonight. One of the reasons that we chose this location is that we're right along the river, and the only thing that can really blow up and hit us at this point is water, and I'm really not too afraid of that. The trees are all kind of behind where the camera is, so if anything, they'll be hitting the car and not us. The other thing is, yes, we do have a place to go. We've got a hotel room where we will be staying the night in Palm Bay. And as the weather gets worse, we will be going further west, and we'll make sure that we've got a building or something to block us. We're not going to be putting our lives in danger, just to report. So we're keeping an eye on things. We're being safe. We're just keeping you guys informed. And you know, you guys can laugh at us as we're sitting out here in the rain getting wet and you're in the nice studio eating pizza on your breaks. I saw that the pizza delivery was made via the email, so.
We may or may not
But don't
have
worry,
had-
I made myself a good sandwich for tonight.
We may or may not have had 4 pieces here out on set. We are grateful, Holly, though, for your work and your photographer, Mike Schlissel's work. And we're thinking about you guys to stay safe out there. And we're grateful for the great reports that you guys are filing. So thank you so much.
I will tell you the thing I'm most envious of right now is a bathroom, because there is nothing open in this area, and you know, nature calls at some point. So definitely trying to find some place in the very near future.
Oh, geez, Hall. All right, we'll be
All right,
thinking of
Holly.
you. Stay safe out there. We'll check back.
Does it make me a bad person that I'm not sorry I had that pizza?
It was good. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more coverage from New Smyrna Beach next.
All right, folks, you are watching continuous coverage right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream, and we really do appreciate everybody watching on fox10phoenix.com as well as our Facebook Live right there on Fox 10 Phoenix. If you haven't already done so, I would say while we have this break right now, while they're in a commercial break, our sister station Fox 35 in Orlando, here's what we should all be doing right now. First, be thinking about everybody in Florida. Let's have some good thoughts for them. They're going to get hit pretty hard. Second, let's like us on Facebook. And if you're watching on Fox 10 Phoenix, let's hit the subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And as you can see today, we went wall to wall with coverage of Hurricane Matthew. This is something that you like to see if you're, especially in the Florida area, if you just want to be informed more, or if you just want to know when breaking news events are, we cover them for you. We've got you covered, everybody. And we always appreciate when you guys watch these events live with us. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We're so happy that you could join us right here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Authorities have told roughly 1.5 million people across Florida to evacuate. Right now, it has crammed highways. It has flooded people in hotels, and they need to open dozens of hurricane shelters in the state. The looming storm has also led to gas shortages, though Scott said the state still has about 5 days worth of fuel supplies. Let's get you back out now to our sister station, Fox 35, with continuing coverage.
We've got rain here. I'm looking at I-4 and Church Street where it looks like it's barely coming down, but we know we've got heavy rain coming down here in our studio.
Yeah, we do in Lake Mary. Let's check in with Matt Trezza, who's in New Smyrna Beach right now. Matt, where exactly are you oriented with regard to the water? How close are you, and how are conditions where you are?
Well, remember earlier when I was talking, I was discussing about the bands of the hurricane, as you could see, that were coming through the area. And now this is one of those bands. Look at this pouring rain that is just pouring down the street. Literally, since we arrived, the only thing that we have seen besides us on the street are police vehicles, because they're out here trying to make sure that everyone stays off the roads, and if they haven't evacuated, that they are safe indoors. We understand that in Volusia County, there is now a mandatory curfew starting at midnight until 7 a.m. Anyone who is found out on the streets loitering, as the release said, is good or could be charged with a misdemeanor. However, it also said that anyone who's out on the roads and they're evacuating, that's going to be okay. But remember, just to repeat, between midnight and 7 a.m. in Volusia County, if you're not on the roads because you're evacuating from the area, you could be charged with a misdemeanor if they catch you out here. So either shelter in place or get out and find shelter somewhere else. Now it seems like the rain has died down a little bit. That band that I was talking about has now passed over us. The rain is significantly less, and that is a repeat of what we've been seeing throughout the night in this area, just bands of wind and rain as Hurricane Matthew continues bearing down here on the Volusia County coastline. Live in New Smyrna Beach, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, Matt, thanks. As Matt said, just conditions rapidly changing as is wont to happen during this stage in a storm.
You say changing. I think Brooks is going to start to say deteriorating as we move through the evening. Brooks?
That's a nice way of putting it. because, that's generally what we see. The weather begins to deteriorate, and we're going to see that happen a little faster as we go into the early morning hours, first in southern Brevard County, because right now, still, the hurricane 100 and something miles away. North-northeast winds right now at 22 miles an hour in Daytona, 25 miles an hour in Melbourne. And Matt mentioned the very heavy rain. Well, here's the heavy rain on Guardian Live Weather Radar, and the heaviest rain in the yellow and red. And you can easily see Volusia County down through Seminole County, Orange County, Lake County, and Osceola County. As a matter of fact, portions of Seminole County out near Sanford Airport, already 5 inches of rain has fallen. And here is Hurricane Matthew. A couple of things I want to point out. Still, it's way to the southeast of us. Here's Grand Bahama Island, if you're familiar with that, pretty much due east of West Palm Beach. Still, right now, basically following this trajectory line. We put this on here about 1 o'clock this afternoon when we were watching Hurricane Matthew come up near Nassau and Exuma. Right now, it looks like it's paralleling the line, maybe moving a little bit to the right of that. And that would be good news for us, because if it stays on the right side of the line even, it puts it just a little further off the coast, and that's where the strongest winds will be. Now, let's talk about the winds. We have 3 components to a hurricane in terms of damage: winds, rain, and storm surge. With this hurricane, right now the forecast track, the official forecast track, taking it right along the coast, puts a storm surge of 7 to 11 feet, Flagler, Volusia, Brevard counties. That being said, if the storm decides to stay offshore, even only 10 or 20 more miles, and where it might be, that would lessen the impact of storm surge. Rain, we're not looking at widespread flooding rain because it's moving at a fair clip, but the wind's the big story with this. Right now, Hurricane Center says winds of 130 miles an hour, but all the winds, the strongest winds, are on the northeast eye and eye wall. On the west side, we're seeing a little bit less wind. Northeast side has 130 mile an hour winds. The west side, more like 80 or 90 mile an hour winds in the eye wall. And the latest spaghetti models, told you, starting to show that it may just stay offshore, even if it's only 10 or 20 miles offshore of Cape Canaveral, Brevard County, Volusia County, Flagler County. That will keep the axis of strongest winds offshore. So that could be good news in the short term. In the long term, a lot of possibilities on what Matthew may do. Here's our high-resolution computer forecast model. And once again, Glenn Richards mentioned this a few minutes ago. It shows that the center of Matthew could stay offshore of Brevard County and Volusia County. And if that's the case, the strongest winds, the 110, 120, 130 mile an hour winds, would stay offshore. That would mean that we would see hurricane force winds likely in the coastal counties along the coast. But as we head inland, we'll start to see the wind much less. So that could be something that we pay attention to in the evening and overnight hours, because now we're getting into nowcasting. Now we're taking a look and seeing, will the eye stay 10 or 20 miles offshore rather than come ashore? Either which way you look at it, the brand new model says by 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, look at this, up towards the Florida-Georgia line, the St. Mary's River. And what that means is we should start to see improving conditions tomorrow. Late tomorrow afternoon, again, improving from south to north, and that sets the stage for a very nice-looking weekend. Last thing I want to show you, the current winds with the system. Now, these are sustained winds. Right now, in the state of Florida, we don't have any tropical storm force sustained winds except for a couple of buoys and a couple of piers that stick out into the Atlantic Ocean. That's good news. We do have some some tropical storm force wind gusts, but no hurricane wind gusts being reported. So this is a very constricted, tight system. And again, if the strongest winds stay just offshore, like some of the latest data and forecast guidance says it may, then we could see the strongest winds stay offshore and not have catastrophic damage in Central Florida. That's something that myself and Glenn Richards will be taking a look at all evening long. For the latest on Matthew as well, we'll send it back to you.
Brooks Salmon. Brooks, thank you much.
And we'll be back with more right after this.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You're seeing some of our coverage there from our sister station in Fox 35 in Orlando as they are bracing for Hurricane Matthew. We do appreciate you guys being with us this evening. We're going to get back right to our sister station in just a little bit when they come back from their commercial break. The coordinator for Haiti's interior ministry in the area hit hardest by Hurricane Matthew says the confirmed death toll in the southwestern zone is now 283. Once again, the confirmed death toll in Haiti contributed by Hurricane Matthew is now 283. Bodies have started to appear as waters recede in some areas. Now, 2 days after Matthew smashed concrete walls and flattened palm trees and tore roofs off homes. That is now heading to Florida. We are wishing everybody that is in Florida right now the very best, and we're hoping everybody took Governor Rick Scott's advice to move inland, to get out while you still can. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We always appreciate when you guys join us live here. Hurricane Matthew coverage. We've been covering it for you for the last 10 hours here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That is what we do. That is what we do when breaking news happens. We go wall-to-wall coverage for you. Back out now live to Fox 35 in Orlando.
Of Hurricane Matthew, Orange Avenue here in downtown Orlando. And the rain is obviously picking up as we fully expected it to do. The wind not going to be far behind. This is going to be a far different look here in another couple of hours.
Yeah, we just want to reiterate the information. Orange County, like several other counties, putting out a curfew. Requesting that everyone be in by 10 o'clock tonight, stay off the streets until 7 a.m. Saturday.
There are exceptions.
That's in Orange County. There are exceptions. They said if they're not going to throw cuffs on you if you go outside. It's up to the officer's discretion. And they said if no one is out with the intent to cause any criminal harm, then they'll probably leave you alone. But they are suggesting that you shelter in place, again, 10 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. Saturday. And speaking of Orange County, Kirsten Delgado checked out downtown Orlando earlier tonight.
Just filed this report.
Hey guys, we're here right on Orange Avenue where no one is on the road, which is a good thing. It means that locals here are following the instructions and the suggestions from Orange County to stay off the roads after 5 or 6 this afternoon. And now the latest order is that there is a curfew for Orange County starting at 10 tonight until 7 a.m. Saturday. This is important for several reasons. One, we're expecting wind gusts here in downtown to be around 38 miles an hour once things really get going here with the hurricane later on this evening. It's raining, it's drizzling right now, but it's been raining pretty hard intermittently here downtown. And the importance of all this is to stay off the roads for several reasons. One, for your own safety. Two, for the safety of first responders who then don't have to come out after you to try and save you from these conditions that are going to get worse as the evening goes on. Remember that once it gets to about 50 miles an hour, first responders will not come out and help. Remember that a curfew is underway 10 o'clock tonight till 7 a.m. Saturday. Back to you.
Kirsten Delgado. Kirsten, thank you very much. Yeah, stay off the roads if you can. If you really have a place to go, you need to be extra careful, especially after 11 o'clock and before 7 o'clock tomorrow. The winds are just going to be howling. Right. I'm already watching this I-4 at Church Street, and the rain is coming down, yes, but now you're seeing the rain get swept across, and these puddles are just moving across the roadway.
Right.
You know that's some strong wind out there. A truck, high-profile vehicles.
Not good.
It's getting dangerous for those guys to be out.
Yeah, speaking of travel, air travel significantly impacted as well by this. There's a look at Church Street. Bob was just referencing the wind kind of pushing the rain that we're seeing, at least in this picture, in the puddles on the right-hand portion of the road. So do use caution if you're planning on heading out at any time soon. And we told you this earlier, but just a reminder, if you were expecting anyone traveling through Orlando International Airport, obviously you know by now that's not happening at the moment. They closed commercial flights at 8 p.m. tonight, and Tiffany Teasley was there and filed this report.
We can see Orlando International Airport is pretty much deserted. That's because all commercial flights were suspended as of 8 o'clock this evening, and now the airport is shut down. You can see they've already covered the kiosks here, and they are in hurricane preparedness mode. You can see all the cancellations here at the Southwest Terminal. These are from earlier in the day. Officials tell me more than 200 flights have been canceled today, 124 arrivals and 73 departures. So again, officials urging people not to come to the airport because there's simply no point. Everything has been shut down. They're trying to regain operations by at least Saturday, and they're telling people not to come to the airport because it is not a shelter. If you are stranded at the airport, they're directing people to Odyssey Middle School on Buena Vista. Reporting from OIA tonight, Tiffany Teasley, Fox 35 News.
Though if you got to be stranded at an airport, you know what I'm saying, with the nice hotel and all that other stuff, OIA is not a bad place to be.
Stay with us. We're going to be back with more coverage of Hurricane Matthew fast approaching Central Florida right after this.
We are wishing everybody that is in Florida the very best. We're wishing they stay safe. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. When there is breaking news happening, you know we're streaming it. You know we will stream it. So last 10 hours we've been on this here for you, covering this extensive storm that is about to hit Florida. You know, like I was saying, let me hit this other shot here for you. You can see winds picking up. Right now, winds, Hurricane Matthew, when they come to West Palm area in Florida, it's going to be 130 miles per hour. And like I was saying to some of my coworkers today, you know, a lot of people out there are probably thinking about their homes, maybe their boats. But you know what you really got to think about is your family. If you could get your family out, you have something. Even though you might lose your home, even though you might lose your boat, you still have something. You have your family. Once you lose members of your family, well, then you don't have anything. So that is my motivation and inspiration for you all this evening watching this breaking news event. We're continuing to give you guys the very latest video feeds that we have coming in. You guys are all watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. A reminder, when breaking news happens, we're probably streaming it.
Hurricane Matthew continuing right here on Fox 35.
Yeah, the Weather Center is getting extremely busy at this point. Let's check in with Glenn Richards, standing by. The man's got the coat on now. Now things are getting serious.
Well, it's getting chilly in the studio. So I had to warm up. So, yeah, it looks like, again, the hurricane still going as planned. The core of the hurricane is holding together very well. You can see it's not a second eye wall or anything, but just a more solid band right here. I saw some Facebook questions asking, hey, is that a second eye forming? No, it's only one eye. You can only have one eye there. We have two, but these systems have one. That is it. And this is, again, is just a real thick feeder band that is forming. And we have our own feeder bands up here, and that's the reason why a flood warning was just issued now for portions of Lake County, Seminole County, and the Oviedo area, also northwestern Orange County, picking up already over 5 inches of rain due to just a few of these bands that have been moving ashore. You can see how they still continue to move ashore. This will continue on and off all night tonight. At times the rain will ease up. You'll just get some lighter rain, but then at times it'll get very, very heavy, especially across the eastern side of town. Now look at this, wave after wave of rain. Little break right here, but there's still more even building offshore. So it is weakening somewhat, of course, as it goes farther inland to the west, out through Sumter County and Lake County, but it's still raining in Leesburg and Bushnell and Estotula. But the heavier pockets now extend from Walt Disney World to Windermere, north and west of Orlando, Orlando up towards Lake Apopka, Castleberry, Longwood, also into Lake Mary and Sanford, and then just some lighter showers currently in Oviedo. Again, here's our live radar, the latest sweep. You can see this heavy rain showing up in the red right here again on the western end of Oviedo out into Winter Springs, extending, as I mentioned, through Lake Mary, Longwood, and then eventually up through Sanford, and then just to the east of Orange City. Look at the totals now. We've already seen over 3 to 5 inches in this dark green stripe right there through Volusia and also through Seminole County and extending back over towards the coastline, about 1 to 1.5 inches of rain across eastern Orange County. This is for additional rainfall, not taking into account what's going on right now. Expecting anywhere from around 8 to 10 inches across Volusia County. Looking at right now about 6 to 7 inches. That number's actually come down a little bit in Brevard County. You probably wonder why. Well, remember, if the center is going to come in right around here, there will be a lot of rain, of course, just north of the center, but it's all these bands up to the north of it that continue to pummel this area. So this is going to grow quite a bit. And then, of course, as you go farther out to the west and southwest, the rainfall totals really do drop off down to about 2 to 3 inches. So right now, Hurricane Matthew, 130 mile per hour winds. Now, you know, if, a week or so ago I said we'd have a hurricane with 130 mile an hour winds sitting right off our coast, we'd be like, holy mackerel. And we still are holy mackerel to some extent on this. But remember, earlier it was at 145. So it has come down a little bit. And we are hopeful that as we approach the next advisory, that we'll find the winds holding at about 130 or maybe even coming down a little bit. We just don't want to see them go back up into that 140 and 145 range, because that does make a world of difference when you can take away 15 miles per hour worth of damage. That is actually exponentially a tremendous amount of damage. Here's a look at our wind forecast showing as we get towards 2 o'clock in the morning, the main core will already be north of West Palm Beach. West Palm Beach is at its nearest point to Matthew at this hour. So by 2 a.m., it will be approaching the Brevard County coastline. That's when the main core of wind is still going to be picking up. Again, this has been revised. This continues to be updated. That's our job here, of course, as a local station, is to take a look at what the Hurricane Center is showing, pass that on to you. We're all on the same page with that, but then to also look a little bit deeper locally in our own area. And so we're looking at Brevard County, for example. At 5 o'clock in the morning, you will be picking up your strongest winds. Again, as long as the center stays just offshore, and based on our latest computer model run, the center will be just offshore, not officially actually making landfall along the Brevard County coastline. We would still have winds of around 70 miles an hour across eastern Orange and eastern Seminole and eastern Osceola County, but then the winds would really drop off dramatically down around Kissimmee and also into Orlando and Sanford, possibly down to about 45 to 50 miles per hour with some 40 mile an hour winds farther out to the west. As we head towards around 8 a.m., it looks like the center will be just a little bit farther north, just offshore still. Western eye wall would be affecting the Cape and southern Volusia County. In and around Orlando, still near maximum winds, still winds around 50 to 70, but on the east side of town, again, you're looking at the 70 mile an hour wind range right here in southern Volusia, eastern Seminole, extreme eastern Orange County, basically up and down the St. Johns River Basin. Winds will just begin to really ramp up at 7 to 8 a.m. up in Flagler County. If you live out in Lake County, you will also be at your peak winds, but your winds at that time would only be about 30 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour. That is it. Again, we're going to see a dramatic drop in the winds as you go farther inland. And that's really the big thing. And Brooks has been really talking about this. And he's back there again looking at some of the other models right now. And it really goes to show, as you look back down into the Bahamas at the history of the system, the winds on the western side of this hurricane, there's not much there. I mean, it's strong, but it's not 100 miles per hour. It drops off very, very quickly. Then as we go through the latter part of the morning and early afternoon, then we're looking at winds still around 70 miles per hour back across Flagler County, also into Volusia County, but the real powerful winds, the 100 mile per hour plus winds, they would be off the shoreline as the center begins to pull away, and the winds would already start to ease up a little bit in Metro Orlando. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather will already start to improve. So basically what we've done is we've pushed this up a little bit in our timing. Instead of it continuing continuing through the afternoon and through a good chunk of the evening. Notice by 7 o'clock, the center is already up to the east of Jacksonville and even east of Georgia, moving up towards Savannah, while our weather will greatly improve by 7 o'clock in the evening based on this latest computer model run. We'll see again, the Hurricane Center is digesting this same type of information, and they're going to input that into their official forecast that comes out here in a little bit. And of course, we'll be following that forecast, but right now I do believe they'll probably be boosting up those times a little bit too, moving things a little bit faster. So here's the way the radar looks right now. Again, here's the main core. Again, you also see a little bit of dry air. There's also a reconnaissance plane that flew through this thing a little while ago, had a drop sound go down, and they said, oh, there's some dry air in there. And there is some dry air. Look what the dry air is doing. It's kind of messing up, again, this eye of the hurricane. Now, granted, we're looking at the eye or the center of the hurricane through all of this rain, so it's kind of hard to see the back edge of it. But we're getting a pretty good picture that, again, there is some dry air near the eye. So, again, that on its own is keeping it from expanding and getting much stronger. Again, on the wider view, you can see the lightning strikes. There's a little bit near the core, some way offshore, but right now nothing over land. So Bob and Sunny, looks like the main threat with this system will continue to be the heavy rain. The flood warning does continue across Lake and Seminole and also through Orange and western Volusia County. Already, Bob and Sunny, 5 inches of rain has come down.
Glenn, we appreciate it. Thank you. We'll check back in with Glenn shortly. I'm going to give you 2 reasons to stay off the roads right now. A, we have a hurricane.
Yes.
B, that's big. And B, and that may be because of the hurricane, we had a bad accident.
Right, yeah. I-4 eastbound at OBT, multiple emergency vehicles on scene. After this crash, this camera's actually been shaking quite a bit, surprise from the wind, and we're waiting on information on injuries and how many vehicles are involved, but clearly traffic is stopped. Again, I-4 eastbound at OBT, it looks like actually traffic is kind of eking around the far corner there, the far lane. So do be aware that this is what you will be facing if you're heading out on the roads, because the winds are out there, the heavy rains are out there, and it's very easy to lose control in conditions like these.
Whether you know it or not, you have listened to every word that has come out of this next gentleman's mouth in the last couple of days. Ed Rappaport with the National Hurricane Center, Deputy Director there. We have all been paying very close attention to your analysis and what you have been following with Hurricane Matthew. Your paths have seemingly been right on the money. Has the storm surprised you in any way, and do you expect any surprises later on tonight?
Well, we're not expecting any surprises, and thank you for the kind words. But we all know that that forecasting hurricanes is not perfect, and we're doing pretty well with track, and we actually did pretty well so far with the intensity. At this stage, the expectation is that the center will continue to move about as forecast over the last couple days and gradually draw towards the coast for your viewers. Fortunately, if we can keep that center offshore, the strongest winds are on the right side, just offshore, that'd be good news. But it's going to be close enough to the coast, even if it is slightly offshore, that hurricane force winds will impinge on the land areas for your viewers.
Ed, we know that conditions can change fairly quickly in situations like this, and people are always comparing storms to ones that have passed and trying to judge the intensity of what we may experience by things we've already gone through. Is there any way to compare, and again, I know they're always sort of different situations, but as far as intensity is concerned and what you're seeing right now, any way to compare to some of the other strong storms we've seen move through this area in years past?
It's been a long time since you've had a storm, at least in Orlando, inland, of any kind of intensity like this. At the coast, we've had similar storms, but it's been a long time. Hurricane David, way back in the 70s, was one that took a similar track and similar intensity. But that's going to be before probably most of your viewers remember, or don't remember that because it was before their time. What I do want to tell people is that whatever intensity we say is the estimate, people always come back afterwards and say, we had no idea, we couldn't imagine that it was going to be anything like this. You said it was Category 1, it had to be Category 3. That's because people are unfamiliar with what kinds of winds are, what they're really like when you talk about sustained hurricane force winds. In this case, those winds are going to be driving a storm surge across the shoreline, which is our greatest concern. So we need to have people away from the coast.
Ed, I got a couple of things. It's sort of a two-part question here. The little bend around a few days from now where it looks like it might come back to Florida, is that something we need to be concerned about? And what about Hurricane Nicole that is out there? Is that going to be, in our forecasted path or no?
Yeah, I don't think we need to be concerned about either of those. Yes, our forecast when you get out to 4 and 5 days from now does show a bend back towards the south. But storms that do that historically have weakened significantly. And in fact, even if that occurs, our forecast is for Matthew to be down to a tropical storm. So nothing like the Category 4, Category 3 hurricane that may be coming close to your area, or that will be coming close to your area in the next 12 to 18 hours. And at this stage, Nicole is not a threat.
And I know you mentioned, and of course this is what our meteorologists are saying as well, that the coastline, that's who's going to have to be most vigilant and prepared. They can see some of the strongest winds. But what are the issues that we'll have to worry about more inland?
Right. I want to emphasize at the coast, of course, there are winds with hurricanes, and that's what people think about first. But it's not the wind, it's the water that kills people. 90% of the deaths in hurricanes are due to water, people drowning in the storm surge or excessive rainfall. And that excessive rainfall often occurs inland. So the concerns we have in the inland areas, particularly as you get to Orlando, is you could still have potentially hurricane force winds, and that will bring down tree limbs, power outages. It's not safe to drive. And there's also potential, though, for excessive rainfall inland. 5 to 10 inches of rain, potentially as much as 12 inches of rain, so there'll be localized flooding as well.
I keep thinking about the folks out at Caltech. They get a lot of TV time whenever there's an earthquake out there in California. You're getting a lot of TV time probably right now when there's a hurricane. Anything you'd like to pass along to people, maybe about the intensity of this storm and how surprisingly strong it is at this part of the season?
Well, I'd like everybody to take this seriously, and as a personal note, I have children who live up in Central Florida, Orlando area, and I've had them move to safer ground. So this is a serious concern, and I hope everybody else believes it is as well.
And this may be wishful thinking, Ed. What are the chances at this point that we'll see a drastic change that would mean much less of an impact here in Central Florida?
I think the chances of that kind of a change are close to zero. We may get lucky and have the center remain slightly offshore. If that's lucky, that will just mean that it won't be quite as bad along the shoreline. But if the center gets up to the coast, then we're talking about potentially Category 3 winds. And as we've said before, a 7 to 10 or 11 foot storm surge, which can be devastating to the coastal areas.
Something tells me, Ed, maybe the best forecaster in the world is the people who get to live next to your kids. They got, Ed Rappaport's kids, yeah, they just put some suitcases in the trunk. They're getting out of Dodge. I think we better follow suit. We're gonna draft off of them up I-4. We're out of here.
Yeah, I've got the neighbors looking at my house to see when the shutters go up.
That's very cool. Lucky people to have someone so informed right near them. Ed Rappaport, we truly appreciate your time tonight and your information for our viewers from the National Hurricane Center. We'll try to check back with you as the hours tick on here.
Thank you. Best wishes.
Thank you.
We actually are going to check back in with him in about an hour and 15 minutes when the 11 o'clock path comes out.
It's going to be an interesting night here at Fox 35, and for all of you at home, stay safe, stay inside, and we'll be back with more coverage of Hurricane Matthew right after this.
You are watching coverage from our sister station in Orlando, Fox 35. They're going wall to wall with us as we're getting close to Hurricane Matthew hitting Florida. And what you got to worry about is not the wind, but the water. That's what that analyst thought was going to be the major problem there. Mary Kate's here as well, as she'll be taking over in about 15 minutes. Mary Kate, what are you thinking about this storm?
Well, obviously, like what he was saying was there's no chances of it getting any
No, it's
better.
not. Yeah, it is going to hit Florida.
Yeah, so, I mean, I know that you've been up here watching the videos that obviously doesn't look like this looks bad.
Yeah.
And that would be very scary to be there right now, and I hope that everyone took shelter and is okay. Like I asked you earlier, what do you think the difference is between, the shelter and just staying in your house? I'm assuming these shelters are probably big schools.
Yeah, big schools, and I'm thinking, even better windows. They could really hunker down there. You just don't want to get flooded out, too.
Right.
And, a lot of these people, if they haven't left yet, they're in for a rude awakening when major roadways get flooded. And how are they going to get out?
Right. So, I mean, what our weatherman Dave was saying earlier is that people that have lived in Florida for a long time are like, oh, I'm so used to hurricanes.
Yeah.
But they don't realize this is not like normal hurricane.
This is going to be a direct hit hurricane. Much different. You know, a lot of times these hurricanes will power up in the open waters, and then by the time it hits land, it's not as rough. Or
I couldn't imagine. We're both from the Midwest. The worst we've had is like a few days off of school from bad snowstorms.
Sure.
But I've never experienced anything like this. Have you?
Never, and I never want to, and I'm just hoping for everybody out there in Florida. If you're listening to this and you're saying to yourself, well, gee, we're still at home. What I'm going to ask you to do, if you're from Florida right now and you're in Florida and you're hearing this, you're hearing Mary Kate and I want you to take your iPad or whatever device you are watching this, get in a car, start driving.
Go to a shelter, because that's what they've been saying all day, and they've been kind of trying to instill almost fear in people so that they can know you're not safe staying home.
Yeah.
Go to a shelter.
Yeah, go somewhere, go inland, just don't hang out right by the coast. You know, if you lose your house, okay. If you lose your boat, okay. Those are things. What happens when you lose a family member?
Yeah, earlier they went to someone live who was saying, oh, this is great fishing weather. You know, I'm getting all the fish right now. No one else is out. You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that, because you know what? Your boat could be rocked up on a hard rock and you're done.
Right.
It looks like we're getting more coverage here, and look at this. Now we're going to be going to an accident on a freeway there in Florida as people are trying to leave, but they are really getting a little bit too close now.
Crews are still on the scene. This is west of OBT.
Yeah, it
the
is.
sign is saying.
Look.
Traffic is getting by, we want to mention, but
It does.
just one lane.
Look just to the left of all of the flashing lights, the farthest left flashing lights, and right underneath that, I believe, is the accident. It looks like or is that a sign? Is that a sign, or is it a car on its side? I'm having a hard time because it's so difficult to see with all of the moisture on the lens. But either way, there's a bad accident right there at I-4 and OBT, and it's not what you want to see when you're trying to get out of town.
No, and the roads, frankly, have been kind of touch and go all night with sort of changing visibility as these bands move through. Again, another look right now. You can see I-4 at OBT traffic getting passed in just one lane. But we have no word right now on the number of vehicles involved or the number of people injured. But safe to say, only unless it's absolutely necessary should you be out right now. In fact, as we've been reporting all night, multiple counties have curfews in effect, including Seminole County, which starts tomorrow at 5 a.m. and runs through Saturday at 7 a.m. And there's a curfew in Orange County as well, starting at 10 p.m. tonight and running through 7 a.m. on Saturday as well.
And hopefully those cars that are driving are heading in the absolute opposite direction of where it is we want to go right now, which would be New Smyrna Beach. Our reporter Matt Trezza is there. He is going to be braving a good chunk of the storm in that location, and it looks like he has found himself a nice little place to hide under while the winds start to pick up behind you. How you doing, Matt?
Doing okay, yes. I have mercifully found an awning here that we're kind of hiding under while this kind of passes through the area. But right now, well, the rain has picked up a little bit, but that was only in the last couple of minutes. It had been actually fairly dry, I don't even want to say, for the last about 15 minutes or so. But now I guess we're starting to see another band of the hurricane come through, and so we're seeing the wind and the rain start to pick up. A lot of people here on Flagler Avenue, which is kind of the main strip here in New Smyrna Beach, have heeded the governor's words and boarded up shop like this restaurant here, and they have closed for the night. Normally this place is fairly bustling, but right now it is a ghost town. You can see across the street everything is all kind of boarded up there. There is not a soul in sight aside from us. The only people I've seen out here are police vehicles just patrolling, making sure that everyone is off the streets and either evacuated from the area or safely secured and sheltered inside. We understand that there is a curfew in effect here in Volusia County. It goes from midnight until 7 a.m. And if you are evacuating during that time, if you're leaving the area, police aren't going to stop you. But if you are just hanging out somewhere or loitering in the area, they could charge you with a misdemeanor if you're out on the streets during those hours. So try not to be. And actually, some of the people that we've seen along the street are trying to use a bit of humor in order to get through the night. Across the street, there are some boarded up windows, and on those boards, there are the names of previous hurricanes that have come through the area. All those names X'd out, including Hurricane Matthew right now, along with the words riding out the storm. That's what we're doing here, but we recommend that you either shelter in place or find a safe way to get out of the area and keep from feeling Hurricane Matthew's wrath. For now, live in New Smyrna, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
You mentioned the phrase riding out the storm. It seems the bravest people in Central Florida are those who live along the coastline, who have been through storms before and are willing in some cases to try to ride it out. I'm curious to ask Matt when the last time he saw a person actually walking through the streets was, or for the most part, if things have been clear, Matt, for the past several hours.
Well, we only recently came here. We've only been here for about an hour. And in that time since we've been here, I haven't seen anybody else besides police. Now, we drove down here from Daytona Beach, and we did see quite a few cars at that point that were going back and forth, trying to make it from Daytona Beach back toward the mainland, and a couple of people who were trying to get out to the hotels at Daytona Beach, and some of the people on the street right there. Now, I don't know how that looks right now, but definitely here on Flagler Avenue in New Smyrna Beach, it is quiet as a mouse. And like I said, the only folks that I've seen in at least the last hour besides us are police.
Matt Trezza, Matt, thank you so much. There's a kind of an amazing picture if you look on Twitter. I've got it on mine. I tweeted it out. Is all the people that are making their way away from the coast, and then the National Guard, a long line of there's no one on the highway except for the National Guard making their way to where people will be riding out the storm, and they'll be there for them when they can. When the wind gets up too high, they can't do anything about that. But they're going into danger to keep everybody safe.
Yeah, always so grateful for those emergency responders and people that are there to help keep us safe. But you have to do your part, too, as the governor and all officials have been warning us. If you are in a place that's been under a mandatory evacuation, hopefully you've already made your way to somewhere safe. I want to kind of come back inland and check in on how things are doing in Orlando.
Hopefully it's someplace safe for our friend Kirsten Delgado. She is there in downtown. Kirsten, how are you holding up out there?
Hey guys, we're here on Orange Avenue downtown, and as you can see, there's no cars behind me. That's a good thing. Why? Well, it's because people are heeding the warnings of Orange County officials to stay off the roads. That order began at about 5 or 6, and of course, the curfew is set tonight, 10 until 7 a.m. Saturday. Why is that important? Stay off the roads for your safety and the safety of first responders, so they don't have to come after and get you. Now, the bigger deal is down here is that the winds are going to kick up to about 38 miles an hour once the hurricane gets really underway here and it gets closer inland. It's drizzling here. It's been raining intermittently. It's been harder strains, the weaker strains. Right now, we're in kind of a lull with a drizzle here happening. But the bigger concern here with rain is that these localized streets are begin to flood. There's already some water accruing, kind of normal water, nothing too serious right now. But as the wind bands begin to get stronger and the rain gets stronger, the rain is going to really impact this area, and we might have some localized flooding from downtown Orlando north all the way up to Apopka. Here in Orange County, Kirsten Delgado, Fox 35 News.
Kirsten Delgado. Kirsten, thank you so much.
I want to check in with Chief Meteorologist Glenn Richards for the very latest right now on the forecast. Hey, Glenn.
All right. Yeah, it looks like when it comes to Matthew, currently as a major hurricane, still working its way to the north and northwest. Notice again this line that we have had plotted now for many hours, showing the expected path where it's going to be moving. Now, we've been watching and see how it is sticking to that path. It has been meandering to the north for a while, then meandering back just a little bit south, now back up to the north just a little bit. But overall, you can see it's pretty much staying along it. However, and you probably heard this from the folks over at the Hurricane Center, they were saying how there's a possibility that it will not even move ashore and make landfall. And that's kind of what we're starting to see, is that it looks to be having a tendency to be a little bit more to the north of this line. And many of the computer models continue to show that the center will stay just offshore. It's not a huge deal, and it's basically what we've been saying now for the last several days, that there would be the potential, but it actually has a huge implication when it comes to the amount of of wind and how far inland the wind goes. Right now, there are hurricane warnings up inland all the way through Orange County, Metro Orlando, Seminole County, Osceola County, Volusia County, and of course all the coastal counties. But right now it is possible that if in fact the center stays just offshore and the wind field being much lighter on the west side, that those hurricane force winds may never even reach into Metro Orlando. Very possible. So just be aware of that as we go through late tonight and early in the day for tomorrow. 130 mile per hour winds officially. We'll get a brand new advisory coming up here at 11 o'clock. So in about another 45 minutes or so, we'll start to get it in here into the weather lab. Here's a look at the spaghetti plot. In other words, the different computer models, and watch how most of them are now just offshore. Was earlier today, they're all bringing it ashore right near the Cape or central Brevard County. And this is the normal thing. That doesn't mean anything's wrong. Anything has blown the forecast. This is basically what we normally expect to see. Again, just little variations and tweaks here or there. Here are the current wind speeds across the state, 32 miles per hour. Again, that was just now to the due west of the center. That is out at West Palm Beach. So again, notice how the western end of the storm, of the hurricane, the winds are not nearly as strong as to the right of the center. So winds are about 110 miles per hour out across areas across the northern Bahamas, but just to the west of there, winds have dropped all the way down to 30 miles per hour. We're getting wind gusts now along our coastline around 40 to 45 miles per hour. Current wind speeds are blowing anywhere from around 15 to 25 miles per hour. These are sustained. 30 right now over in Melbourne, coming out of the northeast. So I told you earlier how the strongest winds for later tonight would be coming in out of the north and northeast, and that's exactly what we are getting due to the circulation. But of course, that will start to change as the center later tonight gets even with us. That is when the winds will start to actually come around out of the northwest. Then eventually, as we go through tomorrow, they'll come in strong out of the due west. Here's one computer model. Watch how it keeps the center just offshore, moving to the north, never officially making landfall, and then making that little loop-de-loop curl after that, and then showing potentially back up in South Florida. The next computer model, which earlier today was sitting right over land, was even a little bit inland, with the eye wall on the east, again, the eastern eye wall sitting right along the coastal counties. Well, now it has pushed it back offshore just a little bit. So that is a nice trend to see. So that is a possibility. And as I mentioned, we would have a definite decrease in winds in Orlando. Still would have hurricane force, no doubt about that, along the coast with plenty of power outages and still plenty of destruction expected. But it is a nice little tweak. And one last graphic here, guys, Bob and Sunny, again, showing the center of the hurricane having moved out of the Bahamas, still moving towards us. Notice it's a very large system. There's plenty of moisture out there. So really, flooding is going to still be of concern. That flood warning does continue across Lake and also through Seminole County and also across eastern Lake County as we go through the next several hours. Already over 5 to 6 inches of rain has come down in Sanford and also over towards Apopka. And as you can see, there's still plenty of rain on the way for tonight.
And Glenn Richards, we appreciate that. We'll update you on that accident at I-4 and OBT. It looks like they've almost got it cleared out. Traffic is starting to get by. Here's that video from it. The camera. It doesn't look like the camera's shaking too much, but as you see, still about one lane or two open, and they're able to get those cars on by.
Yeah, and conditions, as we've been saying all night, as we check our traffic cams at various points along the highway. Great visibility sometimes, and all of a sudden, super rainy, super windy, and drafty. So we'll get some more information on this crash again, I-4 at OBT, but just do be prepared if you're headed in that direction. There was a little bit of a backup as crews cleaned up that scene.
It is amazing, isn't it? As long as we've been on and with all the information that we've passed along to everyone, trying to keep everybody safe and so forth, this has been the prep. We're just getting started with the storm. Unfortunately, I know that's not what everybody wants to hear. It started today, but it's going to go well into tomorrow. It'll be 5, 6 o'clock before things start to calm down here in Central Florida.
Right, with the busiest hours, as you just heard Glenn mention, being tomorrow morning. So do be aware of that.
And be careful and be safe. Hopefully, wherever you are right now, I see cars on the road, but wherever you are right now, that's probably where you want to be and where you want to stay and ride out the storm there. We'll give you as much information as we can here on Fox 35. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep it going through, when Matthew decides to make his exit, and as I think the sentiment from all of us is, don't let the screen door hit you.
We're going to be here for days is what we're trying to say. We're going to be on the air as long as the storm is out there and for cleanup as well.
Yeah,
we've got our sleeping bags and our sweatpants. We're ready to stay here all night to keep you covered.
Holding back the tears is what you say. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
All right, everybody. You're watching live Continuous coverage here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And what I'm going to be doing, folks, is passing it along now to Mary Kate, who's right next to me here.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the introduction.
Yeah, you know what? We give you a nice little introduction there, and you'll be here 7 to 9 now.
Yeah, so just continuous coverage of this hurricane. It's not going to get any better.
And we're all really worried for people out there in Florida. Please, if you're listening and you're right there on the coast, leave now.
Be safe.
Be safe, everyone. And let us know where you are all watching from, too. We know we're on Facebook Live. Thank you. We know we're on fox10phoenix.com. Thank you. But we do want to know where you are watching live from.
Yeah, let us know what state you guys are in. Let us know where you're watching live from. We're all in this together, watching this hurricane as it unfolds.
Absolutely. And when breaking news happens, you know we're streaming it.
We are streaming it.
To Florida, and millions of people are bracing for the worst.
Matthew is the most powerful storm to threaten the U.S. Atlantic coastline in more than a decade. The storm blamed already for killing at least 283 people in Haiti alone. Our news team is working around the clock all across Florida and inland, too, bringing you everything you need to know as Matthew moves in. Let's start things by checking in with Chief Meteorologist Glenn Richards. Glenn.
Matthew's a big boy. Hurricane Matthew right now pushing to the north and west. Again, moving now away from the Bahamas. Earlier over towards Grand Bahama Island, they had winds gusting up to about 98 miles per hour. The big deal for tonight is that the strong winds on the eastern side, not the same case on the western side. Notice right here, you can see the red, all that red and yellow. That is the stronger portion of the eye wall. Again, all the strong winds are right here on the east. On the west, the winds really drop off dramatically, much more than what you might normally see with a tropical system this large. One thing that it is doing is spreading already a tremendous amount of moisture across central Florida. Already some areas have seen over 5 inches of rain. A flood warning is currently in effect now across southwestern Volusia, Seminole County, northwestern Orange, and also across southeastern portions of Lake County. That is where some areas have, as I mentioned, seen over 5 inches of rain, 6 inches now just north and west of the Sanford area. And you can see Astatula currently getting in on the rain. Another wave of heavier rain is on the way. Windermere and Disney World also getting the heavy downpours, occasionally a lightning strike mixed in. And remember, anytime you hear a lightning strike with a tropical event, you know the rain is going to be heavy as it moves in your direction. Look at our storm volume scan, again showing very heavy rainfall now just to the east of Zellwood, heading out towards Apopka, Altamont Springs, just west of Winter Springs, and just now has moved out of the Lake Mary area. Hurricane warning does continue from South Florida down in Miami all the way across the entire length of the East Coast. All my years down here in Central Florida, I've never seen that. So here it is, a one-time deal, hopefully, out across inland portions of Volusia County. Also, hurricane warnings are expected with hurricane conditions also through all of Seminole County, all of Orange County, and all of Osceola County, especially, though, from what we've seen, it looks like it's going to be the eastern end of those counties where the strongest hurricane force winds would be found. Right now, Hurricane Matthew officially producing winds of 130 miles per hour, moving northwest currently at 13. Here's a look at the current winds across the state, 18 miles per hour out of the west in Miami. So the wind direction has already switched in Miami, but the winds are still out of the north-northeast, currently up around Melbourne at 28 miles per hour. We have some wind gusts coming in, too. Wind gusts earlier, as I mentioned, were running around 98 miles per hour across the northern Bahamas. Now a wind gust just a little while ago, nearly 40 miles per hour, back over towards our coastline, over along Brevard County. Here's our BAMS model showing the center just offshore, not onshore. That's also the little revision we've noticed in the models for late this evening. One more model, I believe, also is going to show pretty much the same thing, again, showing the strongest winds offshore. What's the probability, though, of tropical storm conditions? Well, high as you're going to get. Basically, 100% 100%, basically right there along the coastline, anywhere from about 100% to as high as around 70% as you get out over towards Ocala and Gainesville. Basically, what this means is that this tropical storm force winds will be across pretty much the entire area, but of course concentrated right along the coast, and then many areas right at the beach at least will at least have those hurricane conditions. Here's one more view, Bob and Sunny, again showing the center moving out of the Bahamas, now pushing northwest, again trying to get a little better organized before it makes its final approach towards us. As I mentioned earlier, the strongest winds will begin to move in after about 2 o'clock in the morning. Those strong winds will continue up until about noon tomorrow. Then after that, things will begin to improve. We'll break down this winds much for you as we go into the next half hour. Of more on that coming up.
Glenn, thank you. Let us start our tour of how things are looking outside. We're going to start tonight in Brevard County.
Daryl Nell just filed this report.
I'm standing here on the beach in Cape Canaveral, and we are right at the edge of the ocean, and you can start to see it's hard in the dark, but with the little light that we have, we're shining it out. We're going towards high tide now, and there's not a lot you can actually see, but you can hear the roar of the ocean. You can certainly see the rain going a little bit horizontal at the moment. Brevard County Emergency Operation is now urging Brevard residents anywhere that they are, Barrier Island or on the main line, to stay where they are as the storm approaches and after it goes by. They want to be able to assess the areas after the storm passes to make sure it's safe for residents to come back to the Barrier Island and return to their homes. They are going to put up roadblocks at the causeways. So if you think that you're going to be coming across, that's not going to happen. Brevard EOC will give an all clear for people to come back here to the Barrier Island once that is assessed by first responders and safety professionals. But again, they ask everybody to lock down until then. We, of course, are sheltering just a few blocks away at a hurricane-hardened facility with first responders. In Cape Canaveral, Daryl Nell, Fox 35 News.
Daryl, thank you very much. In Orange County, there's a curfew underway as we speak.
Yeah, that means officials do not want people on the streets until 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. Orange County Sheriff Jerry Demings talked about this earlier.
As the mayor indicated, at 10 p.m., she signed an executive order now that there's a curfew that is effect throughout Orange County, and that curfew will remain in place until 7 a.m. on Saturday morning. What that means for us is that we really need your assistance this evening to help get the word out. It's 6:30 or so now, so within the next 3.5 hours, it is our intent that individuals who are traveling on the roadways will no longer be doing that unless there's a specific need that is codified in the executive order. If the emergency service personnel, physicians, etc., who have a reason to be out and about, we certainly are going to facilitate those individuals traveling to and from their places of business. If there are other individuals who find themselves in a situation that was outside of their control, where they were not able to, because they didn't get the notice or what have you, or they got off from work at a time that did not allow them to get home in time to not violate the curfew, we are going to proceed with an abundance of caution to my deputy sheriffs and the other law enforcement officers here in Orange County to use some common sense and fairness in dealing with our citizens. It is not our intent to arrest individuals who just happen to be out and about and they have no criminal intent. So we are going to take care of our community during this process. I want you to be reassured of that. But it is a serious order. It is put in place to keep the individuals safe, to keep the other first responders safe, and at the same time prevent individuals who may want to prey upon innocent people who may have evacuated their homes during this process. So we have our patrols in place to make certain that people's homes and businesses aren't burglarized or vandalized by criminals.
And Fox 35 continue our coverage right now in Volusia County.
We're going to go to Matt Trezza. He's there in New Smyrna Beach. Hey, Matt, how you holding up?
Pretty well so far. Right now, there is not another soul here on Flagler Avenue, which is the main strip in New Smyrna Beach, except for the police, who are just making sure that everybody is cleared out of the area and either sheltering in place or continuing to evacuate the area. Volusia County is under a mandatory curfew from midnight tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And if it turns out that they find anybody on the streets who they consider to be loitering in the area, then that person is subjected to or possibly subject to a misdemeanor. So if you're going to be evacuating, that's okay. That's a reason to be out on the road. But otherwise, either stay where you are or get where you're going to go, because there is a mandatory curfew in effect in Volusia County from midnight until 7 a.m. Like I said, the only other folks in the last couple of hours that we've seen out on the streets here have been the police. And other than that, all the businesses and all the residences that we've seen here on Flagler Avenue and other places where we've driven between here and Daytona Beach have all been boarded up, shuttered, and closed. They are clearly taking heed from Governor Scott that everyone is supposed to get out of coastal areas and head for shelter inland or anywhere they can to get out of the way of Hurricane Matthew as it continues its way up the Florida coast. For now, live in Volusia County in New Smyrna, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, very good. Matt's live shot will be changing dramatically here in the next couple of hours for sure. Meantime, Governor Rick Scott updating the state on Hurricane Matthew earlier tonight, right around 7 o'clock.
Right, and here's just a part of that news conference.
We want everybody to survive this this horrible storm. It's the most important thing we can do. I just think about my own family. Counties that aren't in the storm's path are standing ready to help those impacted. I've talked to sheriffs, I've told sheriffs, utility companies, and county emergency management officials to call me if they need anything. I've given them my cell phone. I've said call me 24 hours a day. The goal is to solve any problem as quickly as we can solve it. We're focused on protecting life, and the state stands ready to help any community that needs help.
The governor also said all flights are canceled tonight from Miami International Airport, Fort Lauderdale Airport, and, of course, Orlando International Airport as well. With more on that, here's Tiffany Teasley from OIA.
We can see Orlando International Airport is pretty much deserted. That's because all commercial flights were suspended as of 8 o'clock this evening, and now the airport is shut down. You can see they've already covered the kiosks here, and they are in hurricane preparedness mode. You can see all the cancellations here at the Southwest Terminal. These are from earlier in the day. Officials tell me more than 200 flights have been canceled today, 124 arrivals and 73 departures. So again, officials urging people not to come to the airport because there's simply no point. Everything has been shut down. They're trying to regain operations by at least Saturday, and they're telling people not to come to the airport because it is not a shelter. If you are stranded at the airport, they're directing people to Odyssey Middle School on Buena Vista. Reporting from OIA tonight, Tiffany Teasley, Fox 35 News.
And here's what we know right now about power outages. According to the governor's office, Brevard County currently has 2,200 people without power. In Miami, around 6,800 people are without power. In Broward County, 5,600, and in Palm Beach County, 4,800. Checking back in now in Brevard County.
One of the 2,200 people that is without power is not Valerie Boy. She has a nice light on her right now, I believe, and we're going to go live to her. Hey, Valerie.
Hey there, Bob. Well, right now I am at the Holiday Inn Express in Palm Bay, and the manager actually locked the door over here. He's very concerned because the winds are getting stronger. He's concerned that windows could blow out. He says it's been a very, very tough day, very stressful. A lot of people trying to come in, get a room, but you know what? They are totally sold out of rooms here. That's because there's lots of evacuees. In fact, some of them are here in the lobby. Earlier today, I met a crew from FP&L from South Carolina, and I also met these ladies. They're from nearby Mobile Home Park, the Holiday Mobile Home Park, which is 2 miles away. Joining me now is Carol, Marianne, and Leanne. And Carol, tell us what you're concerned about your home.
I am scared we're going to lose it in my car, but I'm stressed out about it, but it's in the hands of God, so we just wait and see what happens.
And Marianne, you were talking about your items that you couldn't bring with you.
No, there was a lot of things that I just had to leave at home. There was no way I could bring them, but what can we do? I just have to wait that our home will be okay.
Leanne, what's planned for tomorrow?
plan for tomorrow. I'm hoping they will let us stay tomorrow. Our reservation was only to tonight, so I'm hoping somewhere. If the winds are still 100 miles an hour, I don't see how we can go anywhere. So we'll camp out down here in the lobby.
Okay, well, stay safe. And again, ladies were saying that they want to stay here tomorrow night. Again, we too want to stay here tomorrow night, but we've been told that the rooms are totally sold out. A manager says that he's not concerned about flooding, but he's very concerned about wind damage. Live in Palm Bay, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
Valerie, thank you. Those women have been playing cards all day long.
They're passing the time
About 2 o'clock this afternoon, we checked in. That's where they were. The rain bands from Hurricane Matthew battering Central Florida.
Yeah, let's check in with Holly Bristow in Brevard County with more on how conditions are there. Where exactly are you, Holly?
Well, we are in Melbourne, just north of the O'Galley Causeway, and I'll tell you that Matty Boy is starting to get pretty ugly over here. You can probably see a huge change in weather since the last time you checked in with us. If you take a look back at the water, these look like ocean waves rolling in here, and we are off of the Intercoastal, on the west side of the Intercoastal, and these suckers are just rolling in here. Huge white caps. The sea spray is getting worse and worse, and it looks like the tide is starting to get a bit higher. Every now and then we'll just get a big, huge splash in the face. You can also notice a noticeable difference in just how strong the wind is. I will admit I have a very bad habit of not being able to stand still during live shots, and I've really got to stand here with both of my feet solidly on the ground, because anytime I get up on my tippy toes, the wind just kind of starts to push you forward a little bit. It almost feels like you're on a surfboard or something, because you start kind of flopping around a little bit. And to think that this is really just the beginning of it all is pretty unbelievable, because it's definitely getting pretty nasty out here. Surprisingly, we've actually seen some people coming out here trying to come out here and see what the weather's like. It seems like the hurricane partiers are having a little bit of fun, but I would definitely advise, particularly if you have been drinking, stay inside. This stuff is nothing to mess with, and it's getting uglier by the minute. Bob, Sunny?
Holly, thank you. It sounds like she's got some revelers that are causing her a little concern. She seems to be watching them closely.
Yeah, we heard them in the background, too.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Just go inside, stay safe.
Inside.
We continue to track Hurricane Matthew tonight.
Yeah. Glenn's going to be back in just a short time. He's got another look at the forecast and the forecasted path.
And we'll keep you updated on Matthew as the storm is moving in. But if you're without power or in the car, you can also stay updated. We're simulcasting on the radio on these stations. Real Radio 104.1. 101.1 WJRR, XL 106.7.
102.5 WFLA, 96.9 The Game, and 104.5 The Beat. You can also get updates on our mobile app and through our Facebook page, and follow us on Twitter as well. Sunny and I are tweeting throughout the evening, as is basically every anchor and reporter here at Fox 35. Glenn as well. We'll be back.
For 10 years, Florida had not felt the destructive wrath of a hurricane. That ended this.
All right, you guys, well, we are going to go back to live updates there from our sister station. But right now, we're just giving you a live look. You can almost barely see outside there right now in Florida. Oh, let's see. We're back at our sister station. Let me take you there live right now.
Stop will be Central Florida. Much more in the breakdown for wind and rain, county by county. It's next.
Visit LexusOfOrlando.com, where you'll find the luxury.
All right, well, that was just a tease. Coming up, they're going to show us all the weather that's happening right now there in Florida. Again, officials say winds are picking up and thousands are without power now in Florida, and they could lose power for weeks and months. So if people chose not to evacuate and stay in their homes, they're going to be in their homes without power for almost months, they say. The National Hurricane Center says that the eye of Matthew is northwest of Grand Bahama Island, which is about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach. Florida. And there's a wind gust right now of 50 miles per hour, which has been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. Let's take you live back now to our sister station.
All right, we're following Matthew along that white line right now, working its way from the Bahamas, where it was located earlier today, supposed to be moving right here. So again, we're waiting to see, again, if it stays along this line. Does it travel to the north? Earlier it was to the north, then it was back on the line. Now it's back up to the north again. Some of the models do now take the system just offshore. That's important. Also, the western edge of this hurricane, we've noticed, has got much, much less wind, again, compared to the right side of the system. So that's going to be the big change here as we go through tonight. Will those winds, actually those real strong, powerful 100-plus winds, actually make it to the coastline? Right now, if it stays on this path or just off to the right of that path, no, and that would be great news. Here's what we have right now on radar. We continue to have very heavy rain in pockets moving through the area. The flood warning does continue. You can see the heavy rain now through Astatula, Lake County, extending back into Volusia County. So we'll be continuing to talk more about how much more rain is on the way and much more on that wind breakdown, minute by minute, coming up.
Glenn, thank you much. Checking back in with him shortly. Hurricane Matthew, of course, is all over social media tonight.
Yes, we're going to take a look at some of the big tweets that have been sent out tonight coming up after the break.
And as we go to break, another look at where Hurricane Matthew is and a look at the streets of downtown Orlando. Empty and quiet, which is exactly what they should be tonight. Wherever you are, stay there because we are entering the heart of the storm now. The wind and the rain are picking up shortly. We'll be back.
Right now at Lexus of Orlando, get great savings on luxury, like the 2016 NX200 Turbo, up to $1,500 customer cash, finance rates as low as 0.9%. Visit LexusofOrlando.com, the right choice.
Cozy up this fall with Dunkin's coffee and espresso flavors. Sip salty and sweet with our new salted caramel macchiato, or drink in the season with the classic taste of pumpkin. America runs on Dunkin'.
For top quality.
Charles Belay with the latest. Hey, Charles.
Good evening to you, Bob and Sunny. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have been saying it all day. When the electricity goes out, if it goes out, it's all going to be about your smartphone, because that's the way everybody's going to get their information. Some of the biggest names doing that, including the biggest name of all, President Obama. Following the hashtag Matthew on Fox, the president says Hurricane Matthew is as serious as it gets. Listen to local officials, prepare, take care of each other, and for more information, you can go to ready.gov. Orange County Fire Rescue also saying that their fire inspectors canvassed more than 3,500 mobile homes in the county. 54 communities were targeted. Hashtag Hurricane Matthew. That obviously meant that a lot of these people had to evacuate because it wasn't safe. Orlando police tweeting out, hospitals of Orlando Health are on lockdown now. Anybody who is there must stay there to ride out the storm. Hashtag Hurricane Matthew. This is Dr. Rick Knabb. He is the director of the National Hurricane Center down there in Miami. Power outages can be deadly if we respond dangerously. He reminds everybody, do not run generators indoors because carbon monoxide can wipe out an entire family. And then finally tonight, a little bit of humor, and that's always a good thing. A lot of people are stressed out during a situation like this. We see this huge storm come barreling toward us, a lot of hyperventilating and hair on fire. Every once in a while, you need a good prank, right, to put a smile on your face. And this little guy right here, his name is Murphy. He was watching Glenn. And then Richard says, where did Richard's page go? Oh, I've got it right here. There he is. He says, we evacuated from Titusville to Kissimmee, and Murphy the dog seems very apathetic. Good work, everybody. All right. Back to you.
See,
guys.
dogs just don't understand.
It's a good time to mention there are pet-friendly shelters,
Yes,
too.
there are.
So if you have to leave your house, check online. A lot of these are welcoming your pets. Bring their food, bring their stuff.
Can I give a secret out?
Yeah.
My dog does not like storms at all.
Biscuit is not happy.
No. Biscuit's kind of stoned right now. Biscuit got some drugs over at the vet. You know, just rub some of this on his gums, he'll be fine. I'm getting pictures. He is crashed on the sofa.
It's like the only one asleep in Central Florida tonight.
Big Labrador going, it's all good. Back on his belly like this.
Okay. It's the only way for Biscuit. He's a little high strung.
He's a good boy.
Sweet dreams, my friend.
Otherwise, he'd be shaking the whole night long. All right, our coverage of Hurricane Matthew continues on Fox 35.
After the break, we'll go live to Lake County for a look at the conditions there. Stay with us.
Well, we are going to go back to them as soon as the break is over. But again, live right now with updates on Hurricane Matthew. If you are watching with us, go ahead and hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you can always see these live videos in your newsfeed as we bring the latest information to you. Again, they were saying if you're there, do not run your generators indoors because that's very unsafe. Thousands are without power there right now in Florida. Winds are picking up and thousands are without power in Florida. As I just said, the National Hurricane Center says the eye of the storm is northwest of Grand Bahama Island, which, if you're not familiar with that area, that's about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, Florida. Which, if you've been around that area, West Palm Beach is a beautiful area of Florida, very peaceful, beautiful area. But right now it's going through turmoil with this hurricane. There is a wind gust of 50 miles per hour right now that's been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. And of course, speaking of airports, you guys have been hearing all night that there are no flights coming in or out right now. Obviously, who would want to, be flying during a hurricane anyway, but just to be safe. And also the people that have flown there earlier this week to maybe have family vacation, go to Disney World, they've been saying, hey, we didn't expect this, we're upset, but you've got to get to the shelters, you've got to stay safe. As we heard earlier from our sister station, they also have pet-friendly shelters, which is always good. But the Florida Power and Light Company says that there's more than 30,000 customers, and that's about 24,000 in Palm Beach County alone, that are already without electricity. So hopefully people are in the shelters and they're safe, as opposed to being at home where there's absolutely no power and there's nothing you can do. people had very little time to really prepare for how fast this hurricane grew. It's now still being considered a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Again, if you guys are watching this with us right now, tell us in the comment section, where are you watching this from? Are you watching this from home? Or what part of the state are you in? We want to know where you're watching it and if you're safe. And again, the coordinator for Haiti's Interior Ministry in the area that was hit hardest by Hurricane Matthew says that the confirmed death toll there in the southwestern zone is now 283, and that's there in Haiti. So we've been having press conferences all throughout the show today. Governors from Georgia and Florida and South Carolina have all been saying, please evacuate the area. This is no joke. Now let's go back to our sister station where they're giving us live updates.
30 minutes.
Yeah, that storm being blamed for killing at least 114 people in the Caribbean. Let's check in with Glenn Richards right now with the very latest on the track. Hi, Glenn.
All right. Yeah, good trend here to see again along this white line. It is staying to the north of the line. If you've been watching this throughout the afternoon now and through the evening hours, as it stays to the north of the line, that is increasing the odds that once again we will be looking at again the main track staying just to the north again of the Cape and steering away. Again, a hurricane warning right now is in effect along the coastline and also for inland counties. Winds right now 130 miles per hour, moving to the northwest currently at 13. Right now, the computer models are in good agreement that the center will stay just offshore and actually not move ashore. So overall, our forecast does continue to look good. So again, right now, the forecast continues to take the system basically away. Look at the winds right now, blowing around 29 to 30 miles per hour. And again, for us, it looks like the strongest winds will begin to arrive sometime after about 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. Wave heights right now, basically right along the coast, running around 5 to 6 feet. But you can see here comes the surge. This is the big push of very, very high waves and seas approaching the coastline. So the waves will definitely start to increase over the next 1 to 2 hours, and that will continue through the night up until about noon tomorrow. So Bob and Sunny right now, again, the surge is on the way. We can see it right here. Seas will be ramping up to about 10 to 12 feet, at least the waves, and the storm surge itself will be running around 5 to 7 feet, again, very near the coastline.
Glenn, thank you so much. Lake County, voluntary evacuations due to some possible overflowing of the St. Johns River.
Let's go to Tracy Jason live with the latest update from there. Tracy.
Yeah, I'm pretty far west, of course, from the coast, all the way out here in Astor, but I'm on the St. Johns River, like you said, and there is an imminent threat. I'm actually at the Butler boat ramp. You can see behind me right now. No real issue to speak of, but tomorrow afternoon, they're actually expecting the St. Johns River here to flood 2 feet over what's normally expected. And let me explain to you why. This is very interesting, in fact. Lake County Emergency Management explaining to me what's going to happen. And what it is the flow of this storm. It goes counterclockwise. And the St. Johns River, as you know, we've been talking about this, it runs north. And it's that combination that makes this a very unique situation. We always watch the St. Johns River when we have a storm event. I remember last night I was at the River Walk in Sanford, and I was talking to you about the St. Johns River and how in about 4 to 5 days we can expect some flooding because the St. Johns runs north. It takes a few days for it to back up, and then we see flooding. The reason there's an imminent threat here, according to emergency management officials, is because we normally don't have a Category 4 hurricane coming onto land, or at least close to land, pushing winds this far west. And because of that, it's going to cause a problem in Lake George and back things up. Somebody else can explain this maybe a little better for you. It's the director of Lake County's Emergency Management. Take a listen.
With the counterclockwise turning of Hurricane Matthew, what it's going to do is it's going to push that water in Lake George back into the St. Johns River. So if you look at the forecast from the Weather Service, it spikes. So in the next 24 hours, it goes from about 2.3 feet up to 4.9. Once the winds subside, then it falls back down. Now, what we may see in the next week is with increased rainfall, we could see that number bump back up.
All right, so you heard Tommy Carpenter talk about what we normally expect, which is the St. John's flooding 4 to 5 days after the event. But now we're looking at 2 events. And I can tell you there's been a voluntary evacuation order here for hours now. And I'm looking around, I'm near a few homes. No one's going anywhere. And I spoke to emergency management officials. They've been riding around here. They're actually getting texts from some folks they know around here who say, nah, we're just going to sit tight. We're used to this. But I'm here to tell folks who are watching, no, you're not, because this time we actually have a storm that's strong enough to produce wind that's strong enough to cause a problem immediately tomorrow. So again, it's expected to rise tomorrow sometime between 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. and the evening, and we'll probably come on back out here and keep you posted, folks. But again, another unique situation as we wait for Matthew.
Tracy, thank you so much. President Obama has signed an emergency declaration for the state of Florida before Hurricane Matthew makes landfall. If it does, the emergency declaration that authorizes the Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Emergency Management Agency to coordinate efforts to protect lives, property, and alleviate the suffering caused by this hurricane. And we've got some new video also tonight. This is out of the Bahamas. This is on the way. Hurricane Matthew rolled over there earlier today. Plant debris thrown around by the strong winds, water covering an awful lot of the streets. Many of the tourists there were forced to take shelter on the floors of hotels.
If it's as bad as it was here, I mean, I'm worried about the people in the lowland areas, and hopefully a lot of them got further away from the storm. We were kind of stuck. We couldn't go anywhere.
We mentioned the death toll in the Caribbean, 283 people, lives lost in Haiti alone. So it's a very, very dangerous storm, and don't let it fool you that it's relatively calm right now. The brunt of the storm is going to happen overnight, and by 5, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, it will be at its peak. We're going to keep you updated on Hurricane Matthew as it draws even closer to Central Florida. Got some new video here. This shows trees down in Miami crashing down on it looks almost a home, but definitely a minivan there. Wind so strong, ripped trees right up out of the root. The governor says the gusts are enough to knock down well-built homes. And we've got more coverage of Hurricane Matthew for you in just a little bit.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, you guys, so we are giving you continuous live coverage of Hurricane Matthew right now. We appreciate you guys commenting where you're watching this from. Again, we have to stress how dangerous it is there right now. Officials say winds are picking up and thousands are still without power there in Florida, and they could lose power for weeks to months on end. So if there were people there that decided not to take shelter and decided to stay at home, they've already lost power. The National Hurricane Center says that the eye of the storm is northwest of Grand Bahama Island, which is about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, Florida. Again, a wind gust of 50 miles per hour, which has been recorded at the Palm Beach International Airport. Now, like we told you earlier, all the airports there are no longer taking flights. They've already canceled hundreds of flights coming in and coming out. There were even people that came there earlier this week for vacation. You get to go to Disney World to visit Universal Studios, and now they are no longer allowed to go in to those amusement parks. Obviously, they're trying to get everybody to the shelters right now. The Florida Power and Light Company also says that there are more than 30,000 customers that are already without electricity right now. No electricity at all. So hopefully the people that decided to stay home got enough food and water and are going to be safe. There's about 24,000 people in Palm Beach County alone that are completely without electricity. Hurricane Matthew is still being considered a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Now think about how fast and strong those winds are at 130 miles per hour. I don't know if you guys were watching with us earlier, but we saw a reporter there that could barely stand. If she got on her tiptoes or anything, you could barely see her standing because she kept getting pushed away and pushed out of the camera because that's how strong the winds are there right now. Again, it's also moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. Now, earlier this evening, the coordinator for Haiti's interior ministry in the area hit hardest by the hurricane says that the confirmed death toll in the southwestern zone is 283. They're not totally sure about that number now at this point. They've been able to recover some bodies as water has cleared out. But again, this is a very serious hurricane. And we're going to take you back now live to our sister station.
Currently underway.
Yeah, officials do not want people on the streets unless absolutely necessary until 7 a.m. Saturday morning. Tiffany Teasley joining us live with the details here. Tiffany.
That's right. You can see we are at the Orange County Emergency Management Center, and they are activated at level 1 right now. You can see you have emergency support personnel from all across Orange County gathered here in this room, everyone from public works to utilities to law enforcement, coordinating efforts to keep everyone safe here in Orange County. Of course, you still have that curfew in place that just began here in Orange County at 10 o'clock. Officials want everyone off the roads. Here's the latest on what emergency management officials want residents to know.
I think right now we're beginning to move into the actual impact phase of this hurricane, where the winds are going to start building up in the county. So to that, we've requested that people, it's safer to stay off the roads. In fact, there is a curfew that's been ordered for Orange County from beginning 10 o'clock tonight until 7 a.m. Saturday morning. So we want people to stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to get somewhere. It's not going to be safe, especially after the storm passes. It's not going to be safe on the roads because you won't be able to tell whether there's tree falling across the road, power lines down, things like that.
And right now, officials tell me more than 500 residents are currently in Orange County shelters. They're telling anyone who has questions and wants information about the closest shelter to call officials at 311. For now, reporting live tonight from Orange County, Tiffany Teasley, Fox 35 News.
Don't expect any major changes, but we are just minutes away from getting a new storm track from the National Hurricane Center.
We'll take a quick break and then check back in with Chief Meteorologist Glenn Richards coming up.
Well, luckily we have our sister station there who's giving us live updates every few minutes. So we're going to be with you guys, giving you guys live updates throughout the night. Here's the latest. As winds pick up, thousands have lost power in Palm Beach. Officials say winds are picking up and thousands are completely without electricity in Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches. The National Hurricane Center says the eye of the storm is northwest of Grand Bahama Island. That's about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach. Let us know in the comment section. Have you been to West Palm Beach before? Have you been to any parts of Florida before where you know have been sustainable to hurricanes? Myself, I've never been anywhere near a hurricane, but if you've ever experienced one or have had a family member experience being in a hurricane, let us know in the comment section. Just what was that like for you guys? How scary was it? Because right now, this is a very serious hurricane. It's still being considered a Category 4 storm with a wind gust of 50 miles per hour that's been recorded at the Palm Beach International Airport. Now, the Florida Power and Light Company says that more than 30,000 customers are already without electricity. And there's about 24,000 in Palm Beach County alone. And they might lose power for weeks to months on end, depending on how long the cleanup is, depending on how bad this storm's really going to get. It's supposed to get worse tonight and into tomorrow. And again, this is just coverage right now of people taking shelter as it comes through. I mean, these heavy winds right now and this rain is just the beginning of how bad this hurricane could get. Again, thousands have already evacuated and they're in their shelters. Some have chosen to stay home. A lot of the press conferences that we've seen throughout the day, we've seen governors from Georgia, from Florida, really urging people to please evacuate. And I was talking with one of my co-hosts earlier saying, why are they urging people so much? Shouldn't they know that they should just evacuate? And some people that have lived in Florida their whole lives have been through several hurricanes and, don't see it as much of a big deal. But this one is very different from past hurricanes. At least that's what our weatherman Dave here said, that This is not like any other hurricane that you might have seen before. No two hurricanes are alike. And again, this is a Category 4 storm with a maximum sustained wind of 130 miles per hour. And it's also moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. But if you can think about how fast and strong those winds are at 130 miles per hour, that's how dangerous it is to be out there right now. Let's go back to our sister station where they're giving us live updates. Now?
We are expecting a new path, but let's be honest, Glenn, we're not going to get a major change at this point.
Yeah, at this point, the path is, not to say irrelevant, but what we have to watch closely now is as it approaches is where is the eye? Is it following what we call our trend line? Notice it was to the north, and it came back, was following the line, and now it's back to the north again, starting to move away. That's good. So it's staying north, the north, so hopefully if it stays north of that line, it means potentially it will never move ashore. If it never moves ashore, that means the strongest, more powerful winds, which are definitely located on the east side of the system, because it is a very small wind field, would definitely stay offshore. That is the good news so far as we continue to monitor this very closely. Also, what we're really starting to notice is the surge that is on the way now. We're talking about storm surge. We're talking about waves. Look at it here in the red. Now approaching the coast. So already starting to hit across portions of Indian River County, southern Brevard County, just about ready to move over towards the Cape. So you will really start to notice that. Right now, the waves we've been monitoring in South Florida are running about 12 to 13 feet. The waves are along the shoreline. So again, things are beginning to ramp up, and this is when the beach erosion begins. Remember, high tide will be at midnight tonight, and that's going to combine with, again, this big surge that's underway. Right now at Cape Canaveral National Seashore, water temperature is 83, so fueling the system. The waves right now running about 7 feet, and so far, again, we've seen a maximum wave height of about 7 feet. The wave period sitting at 8 seconds, so it is very rough out there right now. Here's a look at those high tides. High tide for tonight running at about midnight right here for Ponce Inlet. Also just in about another half hour or so over towards Port Canaveral, and the next high tide will be during the day for tomorrow. Also, again, right around the noon hour across Central Florida. On live radar right now, it is really getting active. Let's go to Brooks Tomlin for the very latest on the heavy rain and the flooding.
All right, thanks, Glenn. Good evening, everybody. We've been watching some very heavy tropical downpours through a lot of Central Florida through the evening hours. Parts of Seminole County already over 5 inches of rain. Go ahead and show you what we have right now. Guardian Live weather radar. No lightning or thunderstorms being reported. Typical in a tropical event, not much of that, but very heavy tropical downpours. Right now, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, Holly Hill, back through DeLand to Deleon Springs, and then in Deltona all the way down I-4 in western Seminole County. Look at that. Eastern Seminole County, a little drier right now. And then Orange County back into Lake County. Some very heavy downpours continue well in advance of this storm system. How much rain has already fallen? Again, some spots in the dark green, 2 to 3 inches of rain already. More rain in the forecast as we go through the overnight hours and through tomorrow. How much more rain? Well, our forecast model says we could be seeing an additional, for some folks, close to 10 inches of rain, especially coastal Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. The rain starts to degrade as we go back to the west. And the reason why is because a little bit of a change in the path. We've been watching, now the official forecast hasn't changed, but we've been watching our in-house computer forecast model. And what it has done in the last couple of hours, it has said, you know what, we might keep the center of Matthew offshore. And as Glenn Richards has said, the strongest winds are in the northeast and the east eye wall. And if that stays offshore, we could be seeing hurricane force winds confined to the coastal counties, less winds as we go back to the west. And you can see, take a look here, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, maybe the center of the eye just barely touching Cape Canaveral. That would be good news, because even though we would be seeing hurricane force winds right along the coast, we wouldn't be seeing the catastrophic Category 2 or 3 or 4 winds along the coast. And then as we go through the afternoon hours, late morning, 9 o'clock, the wind's already switching out of the west in southern Brevard County. So we'll see improving conditions as we go through the day. Also back to the west, we'll be seeing winds 40 miles an hour, maybe less than that if the system stays offshore. And again, we'll start to see some clearing skies from south to north as we go through the midday hours. And take a look at that. As we go through the afternoon hours, the strongest winds stay offshore. And right now, by 4, 5, 6 o'clock, we could be looking at the system exiting towards the Florida-Georgia line. We'll continue to have the latest information on Matthew. The National Hurricane Center 11 o'clock advisory is coming in. Glenn Richards will have the latest in just a few minutes.
Brooks, thank you. Let's check in with Brevard County right now.
Yes, some businesses boarding up ahead of the storm. Others, not so much. Valerie Boy reports from Palm Bay.
Well, here in Palm Bay, many business owners boarded up and evacuated yesterday, but not everyone took precautions. In fact, if you take a look here, you see unprotected glass. Of course, business owners are very concerned about losing money if Hurricane Matthew hits hard. We talked to the president of the Chamber of Commerce here in Palm Bay. Here's what he had to say.
Ma'am, it's a very big concern. People are getting really nervous and scared because they don't know when they will be able to open the businesses back. And so I think we need a lot of support from FEMA and FPL to restore power. That's the biggest concern. So without power, none of the business will be able to perform properly.
And we met up with a crew from FPNL. They were from South Carolina. They say they're on standby to restore power after it goes out. In Palm Bay, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
Fox 35 AccuWeather is brought to you in part by the Orlando Sentinel.
All right, you guys, well, we will take them back after that short break. But again, we are just covering the latest of Hurricane Matthew for you guys. As you've been hearing, it is big power outages there right now. The latest that we can tell you is that officials say that the winds are picking up and thousands are without power in Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches. The National Hurricane Center says the eye of the storm is northwest of Grand Bahama Island, about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, and a wind gust of 50 miles per hour. That's been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. Now, the Florida Power and Light Company says that more than 30,000 customers are already without electricity. Now, that's 24,000 in Palm Beach County alone. And if you're watching with us live right now, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page or that like button on our Facebook page. That way, you'll always be in the know of what's happening. We stream live events all throughout the week, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We stream the rallies, we stream the hurricanes, we stream anything that you want to see going on live in the world. And right now, we're focusing on Hurricane Matthew. It's still being called a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. As we told you earlier, the coordinator for Haiti's Interior Ministry in the area hit hardest by the hurricane says that the confirmed death toll there in the southwestern zone is now 283 people. They expect the toll to rise as authorities reach remote places that were kind of left isolated by the storm, so they don't even believe that they found all the bodies yet. So the overall death toll is really unclear, but the last time they checked, it was about 283 people. And just days after Matthew smashed concrete walls there in Haiti, it also flattened palm trees and tore the roofs off homes. That's what Haiti was looking at just after 2 days of Hurricane Matthew. And what we're seeing right now, I mean, it's getting very dark there right now, but you can see almost that palm tree, how fast the leaves are moving and how these trees could get knocked down at any minute as the storm gets worse throughout the night. Again, the winds are at 130 miles per hour. And thousands are without power now in Florida. Again, you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream, but let's go to our sister station where they're giving us live updates.
Now Hurricane Matthew just about to get into our space. Glenn Richards and Brooks Tomlin have been following the latest from the National Hurricane Center. A new update is expected at 11 o'clock, but don't expect the path to change much right now. This is pretty much what we're stuck with. The strongest of the winds and the rain expected to come through, as Glenn has been saying all day, in the early hours tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I very much want to reiterate that you knew the storm was getting here today. That's what we said. It's about to get here. Don't go to bed tonight and went, well, that was a bust. When you wake up tomorrow, it'll be a shock. Yeah. All right. The rain was definitely coming down earlier tonight in Seminole County.
Dana J. reports.
The rains and the winds have really been ebbing and flowing throughout the evening here in downtown Sanford, getting a little bit of a break as I speak to you at this point. And I will also tell you, it's very quiet down here along the riverfront. We do know that this is a place that can be a little dicey in a storm when we get a lot of rain, so we'll be keeping an eye on things here. I did say that there aren't very many people around here. That's good. I also want to let you know that we did do a drive around downtown Sanford a little bit ago through this historical part, all closed up. We expected that, but we got out to 1792 as well, and we're looking around. Most gas stations, I say most, almost all gas stations, all fast food places were closed. We did find one place that was open. That's really good, because that means that people are taking the safety precautions that they need to, staying off the roads. As of course, as you know, there will be a curfew in effect through the overnight hours and actually all the way until Saturday morning. That's very important to observe, the sheriff says, because not only does it keep you safe as the brunt of this storm is hitting Seminole County, but it also means that the first responders don't have to come out and help you if you get into trouble. Of course, they're there to do that, but if they're helping you, they're not only putting themselves in trouble, but they also aren't going someplace else where they might need to go and otherwise respond throughout the community. So things at this moment as I speak, not too bad here in Sanford, but we know this is an area that can get prone to flooded, and so we'll keep an eye on it here down by the Riverwalk in Sanford. Back to you guys.
All right, Dana, thanks so much. Hurricane Matthew inching closer and closer.
Oh, yeah, it's a slow mover. The 11 p.m. newscast just moments away. We'll be right back with that new forecasted path.
Fox 35's Tracking the Tropics segment is brought to you by Tropical Ford.
Marco Rubio has the worst attendance record of any Florida senator in 50 years.
All right, you guys, so we are going to go back to our sister station as soon as that break is over. Again, you guys are watching this live right now. Hurricane Matthew. Winds up to 130 miles per hour. They've canceled several football games. South Carolina coach said his team's game with Georgia has been moved from Saturday night to Sunday because of Hurricane Matthew. The school and the Southeastern Conference announced Thursday night that the game will be played at 2:30 p.m., but due to the potential impact of the hurricane on Columbia and the surrounding area, it's in the best interest of safety to play the game on Sunday rather than Saturday night. Again, officials are saying the winds are picking up and thousands are without power in Florida right now as Hurricane Matthew approaches. The National Hurricane Center says that the eye of Matthew is northwest of Grand Bahama Island. Now that's about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, Florida, and a wind gust of 50 miles per hour, which has been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. Florida Power and Light Company says that more than 30,000 customers are already without electricity, and that's about 24,000 people in Palm Beach County alone that are completely without electricity right now. Again, this is just a live look out in Florida right now as we're covering Hurricane Matthew for you guys. And if you're watching with us and you're enjoying getting all the live updates and watching the live stream, please take a moment to like our Facebook page or subscribe to our YouTube channel if you want to keep seeing these live videos in your feed and join the conversation. We appreciate all your comments. But let's go back to our sister station right now where they're giving us live updates.
Water, the food and everything, boarding things up. There has been a run on guns and ammunition because of Hurricane Matthew.
Yeah, some people stocking up, preparing for the worst. Kelly Joyce reports tonight from Daytona Beach.
It appears gun sales are up here in Daytona Beach, at least over at Buck's Gun Rack. I talked to the owner today. He said in the last couple of days he's seen almost double the sales he sees on any other given day. And he says most of the people he talked to said they were buying guns to protect their families and their property with Hurricane Matthew coming.
Yes, actually, we have seen a spike in the last few days of people buying shotguns, things, worried about the possibility of looting. Had a big uptick in the amount of ammunition sold. We're open today just half a day. Of course, we're going to evacuate like everyone else. And we've already sold 5 or 6 guns since we opened at 10 o'clock this morning.
Just yesterday, Chief Mike Chitwood for Daytona Beach Police told people they will not tolerate looting. He said that he will have officers out and about as much as he can. He also advised people to watch out for their neighbors. In Volusia County, Kelly Joyce, Fox 35 News.
We've warned you for days, and now it appears Hurricane Matthew is about to make landfall.
This area has never seen a hurricane to the magnitude that Matthew is expected to be.
The time has run out to get out.
And the rain is really picking up here.
Right now, curfews are in place.
Be prepared to stay off the roads throughout the weekend.
Don't go outside during the storm. Think about the debris that's going to be flying around.
And we just got the latest track where Matthew is expected to hit. Fox 35 has you covered.
Right now on Fox 35 News at 11.
Wind, rain, and flooding. Hurricane Matthew is almost here.
Yeah, the storm is not a joke. Team coverage continuing now at 11 o'clock. We're going to get right over to Chief Meteorologist Glenn Richards. Latest path, correct?
Latest path is in. Just came in a few minutes ago. Good news. It has shifted a little to the right. So this is the trend we've been finding. Again, we've been noticing as we've been watching along our white line that we put out to help us with the trend to see if it's going to, in fact, stay along this path. It is now jogging a little bit to the right. It's been pretty consistent just to the right of that line, which would, in fact, keep it just offshore. So here's the latest in from the Hurricane Center. Winds 135 miles per hour. Movement is northwest at 13, but those winds are in a real small area just north and east of the center. And if this stays offshore, those real strong winds will stay offshore. Doesn't mean we still won't get hurricane force winds along the coast. It just means that those stronger 100 plus type winds, those would be right now staying offshore. Again, the latest forecast track, here it is, just came in, showing as we head towards about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So our timing is definitely right on, still calling about 8 a.m. at its nearest point. Winds will be down to 125, so it's showing some weakening, which is good here. And we're seeing signs of that. Reconnaissance aircraft is just flying through it, setting off some drop zones. And in the western eye wall, it was only picking up on winds around 55 miles per hour. Did you get that? Western eye wall, not like well away from the eye, but the western eye wall, only 55 mile per hour winds at the surface. So that is great news. So it looks like it is asymmetrical when it comes to the wind field. The greatest concentration, without a doubt, is all just to the east and northeast of a very small center of the hurricane. And if now with the brand new path, remember earlier today, brought it in right around here. Well, now it's back out here. So it's a little bit farther to the east. It could still be farther to the east or could be a little bit to the west. But right now the trend is back to the right. And we expected to see this kind of tweaking with the system as it approached. But this is what we want to see, it being just farther offshore. And if the wind field is asymmetrical and we have the stronger winds here to the right, that means the winds on the left side just near hurricane force along the coast. So we're talking about 75 to maybe 80 mile an hour winds along the coastline. So that means as soon as you go inland, the winds really drop off even more. So this is fantastic news. It's not etched in stone. It's not here yet, but it's getting close. And there's not much more opportunity to tweak this forecast before it actually hits as we head towards around 8 a.m. for tomorrow. And then still the long term, you can see how it kind of loops around. In some of the models, notice it goes down to 60 miles per hour, loops it all the way back, and actually brings it down around West Palm Beach or areas to the south. As we get into the day on Tuesday, just as a weak little kind of hybrid tropical system, almost wannabe. So we're going to keep with the waves running about 10 to 12 feet. That's still going to be occurring. Definitely. Surge 7 to 11. We may actually trend that down a little bit, but right now we'll keep it at 7 to 11 for the storm surge. We just were tracking that a little while ago, about 20 minutes ago. You saw how the surge was approaching the coast and just now hitting. So the waves are really starting to ramp up. It's dark out right now, so we really can't see that, but that is what is occurring. The seas, the waves are increasing. The heavy rain threat is still definitely there. So this is still a major event along the coastline, but these winds didn't have time to update the graphic because this just came in about a minute and a half ago. But the winds, instead of 75 to 110, we'd be more like in that 75 to 80 along the coastline. 7 to 11 foot storm surge inland and to the east of downtown, and still going to be a major impact. But right now we're going to knock these numbers down to 50 to 70 instead of 70 to 90. Still a risk of tornado, still 6 to 12 inches of rain. So again, the big deal here is that we are tweaking the winds down. And west of Orlando, moderate impact still expected. 30 to 50, we're going to knock that down, believe it or not, to about 20, gusts to about 40 miles per hour west of Orlando. Still about another 2 to 5 inches of rain. And speaking of rain, look at the heavy rain right now, still really coming down. And this has been setting up over the same area over towards Apopka, extending up towards now west of Sanford, up towards Orange City and DeLand. Many of the areas here from Lake Mary and Sanford and out to the west, especially out towards Apopka, have seen over 3 to 5 inches of rain already, and there's some little localized flooding going on. So here is the center of Matthew, moving north and east, and you can really pick out pretty clearly exactly where those strong winds are, right there in the red. So it's just this one zone right here is where we've got those winds of about 135 miles per hour. As soon as you get here on the west side, they drop off tremendously. And if this center stays offshore, you kind of get a feel as to what we're going to get. It is going to be windy. There will still definitely be power outages. It's still dangerous. Doesn't mean you go back and say, oh, it's not going to be that bad. No, you do not do that. That's an old graphic. Ignore it. So again, we are expecting to see this system produce the same type of damage we were expecting, but the good news here, we will not have the big destructive power of the 130 mile an hour winds hitting the coastline. It looks like we're still going to be dealing with hurricane force winds, but that is going to be about the extent of it. Again, heavy rain will continue. There's more bands of rain on the way. Bob and Sunny, I'll have much more again on the additional rain that is in our forecast for later tonight, and also the timing of the rain and the wind for tomorrow. That's coming up.
Sounds good. Glenn, thanks so much. Our team coverage continues right now in Volusia County.
Yeah, let's get out to Matt Trezza and find out how the conditions are right now. Matt, how you doing?
It's interesting since we've been out here seeing the kind of pattern that repeats as the bands of the hurricane pass across here. There's times when it's tremendous rain, there's times when it's actually pretty calm, and there's times like now when it is extremely windy. We're seeing the wind batter this area. The trees are all going back and forth, and the streetlights are all waving back and forth as these very strong winds are now pushing through the area, and probably some rain to follow. That's been the pattern as we've been out here the last couple of hours. As we've been out here, the only other people that we've been seeing on the streets are police officers as they go up and down, making sure that everyone is either sheltered safe in place or that they're well on their way to finding another place further inland or farther north to get inside and away from the force of Hurricane Matthew as it barrels down on this area. Now, there is a mandatory curfew in effect in Volusia County from midnight until 7 a.m. And if you're out on the streets at that time and just kind of hanging out, you could be subject to a misdemeanor penalty if police decide to stop you. Otherwise, they say, though, if you've decided to leave your home and travel somewhere to seek safety, people evacuating during that midnight to 7 a.m. period are not going to be charged, but still probably a better idea to get off the roads and into a safe place at this moment, because as the darkness hours are here and the hurricane is bearing down, it's a dangerous time to be out on the streets. So be sure that you are hunkered down and staying safe as Hurricane Matthew continues its way toward our area. For now, live in New Smyrna, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Matt, thank you much. Got our team coverage continuing now. We've got Holly Bristow.
Yes, she is live tonight in Melbourne along the Intracoastal with the very latest there. Holly.
Well, Maddie seems to be getting bigger and uglier by the minute out here. We're in the midst of getting some really good gusts of wind. If you take a look behind me, we've been showing you the water out here all night. It looks like we're on the ocean. It's hard to believe that we're on the Intracoastal, the way that these waves are just barreling in here. This is typically a pretty calm river where people enjoy sailing and water skiing and wakeboarding. and that's definitely not something that you'd want to do right now. There's actually a couple of dinghies that have washed up that are getting banged around on the rocks right there. That one of them actually looks like the boat's actually coming apart at this point. It's getting so bad that the Melbourne police officer told us that with just about an hour ago, they pulled all of their officers off of the beach side and had them come over to the mainland. I asked him how his drive over the bridge was, and he said it was starting to get pretty dicey and that their officers are going to be staying on this part of the side of the river. Whew, there goes another big gust. Until after the storm comes and goes. So at this point, it is apparently starting to get real ugly beachside. We're just getting a taste of what's going on over here, and you can just see the way that the water is just barreling over in here and spraying all over the place. These waves are just absolutely amazing. I mean, these look like we should be looking at the ocean right now. This is a river that I've spent quite a bit of time in my childhood, wakeboarding and water skiing, and I can tell you I've definitely never seen it like this before. Another thing that I found of interest when we were over beachside earlier tonight and talking to a Satellite Beach police officer, he was guesstimating that probably only about a third of the folks living in Satellite Beach have evacuated. Another big gust of wind, which is pretty surprising considering the warnings that have gone out and just knowing how big of a storm it is that so many people would roll the dice and take a gamble and see how they fare in a storm like this, especially since this area has never seen a Category 4 hurricane or anything like this, at least in recent years. Wow, you're getting a good taste of some of the breeze that we're getting in here. I'll tell you, we're at the point now that I've got to make sure that my feet are flat on the ground, because the second I start swirling around here, I'm starting to get pushed forward by the wind, and it's definitely starting to pick up. Another thing that the police officer came over and told us a few minutes ago, there's some power lines that are going to a light pole that's on the far side of the camera. He's estimating that those are probably going to go in about 30 minutes because they're starting to swirl around. So I would bet the next time you see us, we're probably going to be at a different location because it is starting to get pretty ugly over here. Sunny, Bob?
All right, Holly, thanks so much for the update. We'll continue to check back with her throughout the night.
They are making sure that folks are staying off of the streets. There are 4 counties that have curfews in place.
Yeah, police officials saying they don't want you outside unless absolutely necessary. They also don't want too many people on the roads.
That's right.
Right now, Orange County under a curfew until 7 a.m. Saturday. That went into effect at 10 o'clock tonight. Flagler County has a curfew which runs from 7 p.m. or ran from 7 p.m. till 7 a.m. Volusia County with a curfew that starts at midnight and goes till 7 a.m. Saturday, and Seminole County with a curfew beginning at 5 a.m. tomorrow and running until 7 a.m. Saturday as well. Let's check in on some live pictures now from downtown Orlando.
Yeah, the downtown area, I mean, obviously the brunt of the storm has not arrived in this area. We can see that there's rain, obviously, but the power is still on. People are off of the roads for the most part. We've looked at this shot many times over the years, and often you see the movement. You can see I-4, just a few headlights going up and down I-4. But again, for the most part, things are quiet, but don't let that lull you into a false sense of security. The brunt of the storm is still supposed to be hitting in the morning hours going into Friday, with the strength of it hitting especially our coastal areas with all the damage between 5 and 7 tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's when the really hard stuff is supposed to hit. More team coverage of Hurricane Matthew will continue right after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News. We'll be right back.
For 10 years, Florida.
All right, you guys, we will go back to them as soon as their break is over. Again, we're covering Hurricane Matthew right now. Officials there say that winds are picking up and thousands are without power in Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches. The National Hurricane Center says that the eye of Matthew is northwest of Grand Bahama Island, which is about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, with a wind gust of 50 miles per hour. And that's been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. Again, No flights coming in, no flights coming out. And as you just heard, there have been several counties that are now under a curfew there in Florida because they do not want anybody out. They don't want to have to force people to stay in their homes, but they're starting to, because as you saw in that live shot earlier, a reporter was at the beach showing us the high winds, and there were people out there to come down and look at the waves. And there have been people that have been trying to go out and see what the hurricane looks like, but they're urging people to please stay inside your homes. This is not safe to go out and explore and look at the hurricane. So that's why they put in several curfews there in Florida. Orange County is at a curfew until 7 a.m. Saturday. Hagler County also on curfew until 7 a.m. Saturday, and Seminole County on curfew until 7 a.m. Saturday. They just want to make sure that people stay inside their homes and do not leave the area. Stay inside their homes or stay inside the evacuation centers. Some people chose to not evacuate and go to a shelter. Some people chose to stay home. There are a lot of people, in Florida that have been through many hurricanes before that feel like they can handle it, but thousands have evacuated to the centers, which is what they were supposed to do. Florida Power and Light Company says that more than 30,000 customers are already without electricity. That's about 24,000 people in Palm Beach County alone that are completely without electricity right now. Again, Hurricane Matthew is still considered a Category 4 storm with a maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. It's moving northwest at 13 miles per hour. And in Haiti, the coordinator for Haiti's Interior Ministry, that's the area that was hit the hardest by Hurricane Matthew. They say that the confirmed death toll in the southwest zone is now 283 people. That's the confirmed death toll. The overall death, not totally clear, because they've been seeing, as the storms clear out and they've been seeing water as it spreads out, they've been finding more bodies. Again, let's go to our sister station who's live right now giving the latest updates.
And have him go into depth with why they jogged it out a little farther.
Yeah, went out east, which is the direction we wanted to go.
Sure.
The direction we're going now, though, is to the social media center, checking in with Fox 35. I'm kind of loopy by now, Charles, so whatever works. Charles Belive.
I'm loopy all the time, so that's okay. I'll give you a pass on that.
People are tweeting about this, though, all night. They have been. What are you seeing out there in the social media sphere?
Well, that's a really good question, Sonny and Bob. We have seen all day long that people are engaged on social media, whether it's on Facebook or on Twitter. But it's not just people who are in the community. It is nationwide. It is big names. It's even celebrities. And we're going to show you some of those right now. And we're going to start with the big man himself, President Obama. When he puts out a tweet, you pay attention. It says Hurricane Matthew is as serious as it gets. Listen to local officials. Prepare, take care of each other. And for more information, you can go to ready.gov. He put that on there. And this is all following the hashtag that we created, Matthew on Fox. Now, I found this earlier, and I wanted you guys to watch this, and I'm going to play this. It's going to take about 20 seconds for this to develop, but people are out there driving on roads that are very close to waterways. Now, watch this. Check out this swell, and booyah! Look at those cars, man. They get nailed, and look at how far it pushes them. Good stuff. This is the stuff you see on Twitter. Here's one of your big stars. There's probably a lot of people in our community who remember I Dream of Jeannie with Barbara Eden. Beautiful woman, and she was with Larry Hagman, who was an astronaut. It all took place over on Cocoa Beach. And she says, my thoughts and prayers are with everybody in the path of Hurricane Matthew. And finally tonight, Charleston is getting ready. They are saying it is a ghost town as Matthew approaches. So big names, celebrities, and you guys are going to be talking to another big name right here in about what looks like 10 seconds. Toss it back to you guys.
Perfect timing, Charles.
Major Nelson wasn't available, so we're going to go talk with Ed Rabb. Major Nelson was Larry Hagman on I Dream of Jeannie. Yeah.
I got to write.
You just did it.
Cultural reference sphere is a little off.
Barbara Eden would appreciate that if she's watching, and we stream this out in Los Angeles as well. All right, we are going to go to the National Hurricane Center down in Miami.
Yeah, Ed Rappaport, we talked with him a couple of hours ago. Ed, we're so glad to have you back, and at a time when we got some some fairly good news about this system nudging just a bit eastward. We're hopeful that this could potentially mean some good changes for us here in Central Florida. What kind of impact do you think this will have?
Well, I'd rather put the whole hurricane back in the bottle, but since we can't do that, it is great news that the storm is going to be a little bit farther offshore. Still think there's going to be hurricane force winds along the coast, and there'll still be storm surge driven ashore, but the areas farther inland benefit a great deal from this, and so the probabilities, for example, for Orlando of hurricane force winds have come down now to about 10%, but we still think there's a significant chance of tropical storm force winds, perhaps even gusts to hurricane force from Orlando eastward.
Ed, Glenn was talking about how the storm itself may be skewed to one side. The right side, of course, is always the stronger side, but maybe more so in Hurricane Matthew. Are the really strong winds way off to the outer eastern side, and the left side of the storm is just that much more weak?
I don't know if the distribution is that asymmetrical, if it's that much off one side or the other. Clearly the most intense part of the hurricane is right here in that inner core region, and that's pretty circular there. It is a little bit distorted in other directions, but we still have hurricane force winds coming out to just about the coast now, and that area, as the center moves a little closer to the coast and up to the north, will begin to impinge more on the coast and move a little farther inland in time.
And I wanted you to expound a little bit more, Ed, about how you said this current change in the model could mean less significant winds inland. Can you tell us by how much those could die down with this latest update?
Yeah, first, I should mention it's not any particular model. We're referring here to the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. We take in all the data and all the models and come up with the forecast here from the Weather Service. But because the winds increase very sharply as you go towards the center, you just need to move the center offshore a little bit more, and the winds die down right along the coast. If you should bring that pattern a little bit closer, the winds go up significantly. So, for example, right here, the winds are maybe 60 miles per hour in gusts. Here they're 100 miles per hour, and here they're 140. So you don't have to go very far east to get to those really strong winds. And that's why if we can keep this pattern just a little bit offshore, it'll be much better for the northeastern part of the state.
And of course, Ed, the really telling question is, have you told your kids that it's safe to come back yet? They're Central Florida natives here. They're still staying out of town, right?
I haven't told them that yet. They, after spending 2 or 3 hours in traffic to go out of town, I'm not sure they're ready to come back yet.
I mean, Ed, still a good idea, obviously. I mean, we're in the beginning stages. We haven't even gotten into the serious part for people to keep their storm plans in place, because we hear what we interpret to be good news like this, and sometimes people are eager to say, oh, you know, told you so.
It's a bust, yeah.
But it is important to keep the plans in place right now, right?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I'm not even driving back home to Broward County this evening, because at night, when you can't see what kind of tree limbs have been down or if there are power lines down, it can be rather risky to drive. So I'm actually staying here closer to the Hurricane Center, and I would certainly not want anybody to assume that the risk is over farther north. Again, we're talking about maybe we don't have Category 3 or 4 conditions coming ashore here, but we're still talking about the potential for Category 1, Category 2, and maybe even hurricane force gusts, as we said, as far west potentially as Orlando.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you one last quick thing. As far as the storm re-strengthening, if it's staying over water and then making its way up towards Georgia, South Carolina, do you still see that being a major impact for those states?
Don't think that it's going to be strengthening anymore. It's probably peaked in intensity, and will probably weaken gradually over the next couple days. But we're still talking about, as the storm does something very similar to on their coast, just near or just offshore, as it makes it to Georgia and South Carolina, it will probably be still on the order of a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane.
Okay. All right, Ed Rappaport with the National Hurricane Center. It's been a real pleasure checking in with you. We hope to do so in the hours to come, but thanks for your time right now.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a short break. We'll have continuing team coverage here on Fox 35 as we track Hurricane Matthew.
Stay with us.
I apologize. We're going to continue to track Hurricane Matthew over in the Weather Center right now. Let's go in with a check-in with Glenn.
Misinterpretation of cues there, Glenn.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Not trying to take your airtime.
Not at all. It does happen. Right now, as you just heard from Ed out there at the Hurricane Center, again, we've noticed that little shift. Remember, we've had this line drawn here, and we've been noticing a little wobble to the north and kind of back. And now here at the end, a definite, distinct move to the north, and it's not wobbling back. So it seems to us that it's going to continue to widen that gap a little bit. That would keep the center offshore. And again, that is really the big news, and something, again, we have to watch and see how it slowly does develop as this situation evolves. Look at these anemometers spinning. Look at the anemometer up around Gainesville, just kind of lazily going around right now, 10, 15 miles an hour. Look at the anemometer down here. It's going. It's buzzing. Right now, winds are out of the north-northeast at 37 miles per hour, and they are even stronger as you go a little farther offshore. Wind gusts, of course, are getting up to 40, 45 miles per hour. So there will be tropical storm gust winds now moving into Brevard County very soon. Winds are really picking up, and the surge of waves is now beginning to increase currently, also back along the coastline in Brevard County and areas to the south. 135 miles per hour officially now from the Hurricane Center, moving northwest at 13. It will slow down a little bit, but also, as you heard from the Hurricane Center, it is not expected to get any stronger. What we've been watching here, Brooks and myself, is that as the drop sounds have been coming in from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, it has not been able to really pick up much in the way of strong winds on the western side. Again, all the strong winds have been on the east side. So again, there is some asymmetry to this system as it continues to work its way in our direction. Here is the latest official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Notice the brand new red line, at least, is offshore. And I always tell you, don't follow the red line. Well, we don't follow the red line, but we like to see the trend of the red line, and it's now trending away. Now, it could still be a little bit near. It could still just graze the coastline. But right now, it is looking better that the center will stay offshore. Winds at that time at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning would be 125 miles per hour, possibly even a little bit less. And all those winds would be offshore, which means onshore winds basically right around hurricane force. So a minimal hurricane conditions along the coastline, and back in Orlando, as Ed talked about, the winds possibly only around 40, 50 miles per hour with some gusts maybe getting up to hurricane strength. So that is the good news for tonight. Just enough offshore, and that's exactly what we have been wanting. And again, in the long-term forecast, you can see how it spins back around and ends up off of our east coast. One model, as you can see, does keep it offshore, moving off the coast of the Carolinas. Here's another model, also keeping it offshore. So pretty consistent, all the different model runs that are coming out for tonight, keeping the system a little bit offshore, keeping the strongest winds also off the coastline. Again, heavy rain is going to be of issue. We're still expecting about 6 to 12 inches of rainfall. And Brooks Tomlin, he has got much more information on that. Right now, again, we're looking at the heaviest rain, Brooks, again, sitting just offshore in Brevard County, moving towards the coast.
Yeah, and we're going to also have to keep an eye. Storm surge, we'll have to get the latest information. Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Good evening, Glenn. The latest information that we have from the National Weather Service in Melbourne, 7 to 11-foot storm surge maximum. That being said, that was based on the previous track. We'll have to adjust those numbers, more than likely, a little downward, because it does look like the center of Hurricane Matthew will stay offshore of Central Florida. We'll fine-tune those numbers in the overnight hours and make sure you have the latest information. That's good news. So it looks like the wind might be confined, at least the catastrophic wind would be confined offshore. Looks like the storm surge numbers might be going down. Right now, some very heavy rain through parts of Central Florida, especially Volusia County. Look at that, right along I-4, down into Seminole County and Orange County. We've seen a lot of rain already. Some spots in the dark green, already 3+ inches of rain, and that's parts of Volusia County, Seminole County, even into northern Orange County. We'll continue to watch the rain develop as we go into the overnight and early morning hours. It's 11:30 at night, and it looks like some folks in coastal Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler counties could pick up an additional 8, 9, 10 inches of rain, but it degrades quickly back to the west, where we see much less rain on the coast. Last thing we'll show you, view from Port Canaveral. Gusty winds outside, but a little bit better news right now that the latest official forecast from the National Hurricane Center keeps the center of Matthew offshore. We'll be right back.
Fox 35 News is brought to you in part by...
All right, you guys, well, we will take them back as soon as we can, as soon as their break is over. let's take you actually to a better feed. Let's take you to this while we wait. Just want to give you guys the best look right now of Florida. We'll switch feeds if this stays frozen. But yeah, so we're still covering Hurricane Matthew for you guys as the night goes on.
That's committed. That did chick used to ride on the back of a Harley like the joint or something.
So there are some high winds there right now. As you can see, it's pretty dark there. I do want to show you guys. Let me pull this up real quick. That is what President Obama tweeted about 4 hours ago. He said Hurricane Matthew is as serious as it gets. Listen to local officers, prepare, take care of each other. So when the president is tweeting about it, that it is absolutely serious. They've been urging people to really take this hurricane seriously. Let's take you back now to that live look here. So that's what the high winds look like right now. It doesn't look too bad right there, but as we were showing you earlier, the reporters that were out by the beach could barely stand because the wind was moving them that hard. Again, let me give you the latest information. Officials say winds are picking up and thousands are without power right now in Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches. So this is what you're seeing right now, is it's just coming through. We haven't even seen the worst of it yet. Our meteorologist Dave here said that it's going to come out of Florida and then turn around and come right back in and hit them again. The National Hurricane Center says the eye of the storm is northwest of Grand Bahama Island. That's about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach. There's also a wind gust of 50 miles per hour that's been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. And again, no flights coming in, no flights leaving. And there have been several counties that are now under curfew because they do not want people to leave their homes. They don't want people out messing around, trying to see what it's like outside. This is serious. There's a curfew right now in Orange County until 7 a.m. There's a curfew in Hagler County until 7 a.m. and a curfew in Seminole County until 7 a.m. Again, thousands have evacuated to shelters. The Florida Power and Light Company says that more than 30,000 customers, there's about 24,000 in Palm Beach County alone that are completely without electricity. Let me take you live back now to our sister station who's giving us the latest updates.
To stand up. So we're going to let her sit inside for a second and just show you the images that we're getting, and you can see the rain going right across the street. So yeah, yes, it may have weakened a little bit. Yes, it may have gone out to the east a little bit, but this is still a major storm that is going to bring hurricane force winds to the coast and is going to be a major event, and we're seeing it begin right now.
Absolutely. We want to check back in with Chief Meteorologist Glenn Richards to get one more look at the forecast here. Glenn.
Yeah, again, you hit it on the nose. Again, when you see what's really going on, there's still going to be extremely strong winds, still heavy rain going on. Are we talking 130 mile an hour winds any longer? No, we're not. That, it appears to be the best news of all. It's not a done deal, but seems to be a pretty good bet. Again, as you continue to follow Matthew along this line, it gets a little bit to the north. That, of course, would keep the center offshore. Again, that's where the catastrophic winds then would stay. We're still talking about damage. We're still talking about power outages, still talking about flooding. We're still talking about tree limbs coming down. That is all going to still happen, especially along the coastline. But inland areas, that decreases the amount of wind even in Metro Orlando. Look at the anemometers right now, really spinning away. Over in Melbourne just now, winds, this is sustained now, 33 miles per hour over in Melbourne. You can see how it drops off then down to 20 miles per hour in Orlando, and then only down into the teens as you head farther out to the west, out in Lake County. So again, as we anticipated, east of Orlando, the windy side of the state. 135 mile per hour winds officially from the Hurricane Center, but that is confined to a very tiny, small area, mainly east of the center, and that is the best news of all. Here is that brand new forecast track. If you did not see it earlier, here it is from the Hurricane Center, now keeping the center farther away. That puts it basically back out into that 50 to 80 miles away offshore, which is huge. Again, remember, the hurricane force winds are only reaching out about 40 to 50 miles to the west of the center. So if you're 40 to 50 miles offshore, it's bringing the hurricane force winds very near the coast or right along the coast, but that's it. So we're talking maybe 75 to 80 mile an hour winds now along our coastline, as opposed to the 110 that we were anticipating, with possibly some areas picking up 120 and 130. So that's just a huge, huge difference just with that little tweak, that little nudge towards the right. So I think everybody here in Central Florida was blowing to try and keep that thing away. So there it is now, staying just offshore, hopefully. And again, the forecast track continues to loop it back around and then throwing it back towards us, at least as an area of low pressure and some swirling winds across South Florida, potentially a little bit later on this week. So here are the current winds across the area. 33 right now over in Brevard County. Makes sense. Again, here's the center of circulation moving towards it. Again, the strongest winds are just offshore. West wind now down in Miami. So the winds have completely switched around. So this is going to start to come through as promised. We expected things to really ramp up around midnight. It is now 11:30 up in Brevard County, and that's exactly what's going on. Remember the NAM model? There it is, showing it just offshore, swinging away. Some of the other models, same thing, sitting just offshore and swinging away as we go through the latter part of tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. So again, our forecast models have really done a nice job. As Brooks talked about earlier, we're still expecting to see the pounding wave heights, at least 10 to 12 feet anticipated. I was plotting that earlier. We could see the surge of water approaching the coastline. It is there now in Brevard County. The core is now beginning to move into the Brevard County, or again, the outer core of wind. That storm surge still expected to be about 7 to 11 feet, so there will still be massive beach erosion. There is going to be some destruction of property, no doubt about it, along our coastline. It's just that we're going to take down some of the wind issues along the coast without, again, picking up those excessively powerful winds of 130 miles per hour. Here's live radar right now. Still, the heavy rain does continue through portions of Lake County. Lake Mary's getting the rain too, just on the west side of town there, Leesburg and Eustis. So again, these bands of showers will continue to move on through as we continue to go through the overnight. Rain totals continue to tally, but again, you can see where the main core is right here. This is exactly what our model was indicating. We would potentially in the end end up with about 8 to 12 inches of rain. Some areas, Bob and Sunny, have already seen over 5 inches of rain. So more rain, guys, is on the way for later on tonight. No doubt about it.
Glenn, thanks. We want to check in now with Fox 35's Tiffany Teasley. She's at the Emergency Operations Center in Orange County.
Tiffany, is there a lot of activity right now, or are they just sort of waiting and seeing how the storm goes?
Well, the good news right now, officials tell me that calls to 911 have been at a minimum. However, their 311 system has been overloaded with calls. They're actually urging people to download the 311 app if you need information. Again, they are still on a level 1 phase activation here at the Orange County EOC. You can see emergency support from across the county gathered here in this room. Everyone from Public Works to utilities to law enforcement, coordinating efforts to keep everyone safe in Orange County. We still have that curfew in place that just began earlier at 10 o'clock. Officials want everyone off the roads. Here's the latest from what emergency management officials want residents to know right now.
I think right now we're beginning to move into the actual impact phase of this hurricane, where the winds are going to start building up in the county. So to that, we've requested that people, it's safer to stay off the roads. In fact, there is a curfew that's been ordered for Orange County from beginning 10 o'clock tonight until 7 a.m. Saturday morning. So we want people to stay off the roads unless you absolutely have to get somewhere. It's not going to be safe, especially after the storm passes. It's not going to be safe on the roads because you won't be able to tell whether there's tree falling across the road, power lines down, things like that.
And officials tell me the latest numbers in terms of shelters, there's about 1,000 Orange County residents in shelters right now. Again, as I mentioned, they are urging residents to download that 311 app to get more information on shelters. For now, reporting live from Orange County, Tiffany Teasley, Fox 35 News.
All right, Tiffany, thanks. And as we've been saying, if for any period of time you're away from your TV, we're also simulcasting on several local radio stations so you can get the very latest on Matthew.
Yeah, if the power goes out, hopefully you've got a radio that's battery powered, or maybe you even got a generator. We're going to keep you updated on. These are some of the stations we'll simulcast on Real Radio 104.1, 101.1 WJRR, XL 106.7, 102.5 WFLA, 96.9 The Game, and 104.5 The Beat. And by the way, of course, you can get updates through our mobile app and through our Facebook page as well. We've got to mention that. We'll be back.
All right, you guys. Well, as you heard, they'll be back right after the break to give us the latest updates. Luckily, this is our sister station. They're giving us lots of updates from the Hurricane Center. Their meteorologists are doing a great job out there. I also want to take you to the tweet that President Obama put out. He said, Hurricane Matthew is as serious as it gets. Listen to officials, prepare, take care of each other. So you know when the president is tweeting, it's very serious. He had to address that because a lot of people were choosing not to evacuate earlier today. We've been watching press conferences live here on the Fox News Now stream all day, and the governors are in Georgia and in Florida have been really saying, please evacuate. This is a serious situation. Don't stay home. Because some people have chosen to think this is not a big deal. Again, this is being called a Category 4 hurricane. Officials say that winds are picking up and thousands are without power in Florida as Hurricane Matthew approaches. Now, when they say approaches, you can see how bad it is. Let me take you there. You can see how bad it is out there right now. You can see how the palm trees are just waving around super fast. You can see how bad it is. This is just approaching. We haven't even seen the worst of it yet. And the National Hurricane Center says that the eye of Matthew is northwest of Grand Bahama Island. That's about 70 miles east of West Palm Beach, Florida. A wind gust of 50 miles per hour has been recorded at Palm Beach International Airport. Now, the Florida Power and Light Center says that more than 30,000 customers are already without electricity. And that's 24,000 people in Palm Beach County alone that do not have electricity. Now, Hurricane Matthew is still a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Can you imagine how strong those winds must feel? Especially for the, even the reporters that we watched earlier who can barely stand on their feet as they're trying to give us the latest update because the winds are pushing them that hard at 130 miles per hour. Now, the coordinator for Haiti's Interior Ministry in the area that was hit hardest by Hurricane Matthew says that the confirmed death toll in the southwestern zone is now 283. That's the confirmed death toll in the southwestern zone in Haiti. They were able to discover some bodies as water cleared out there. They've been dealing with Hurricane Matthew for the past 2 days, and now Florida is getting ready to see some of the worst of this hurricane. Again, over 30,000 people are already without electricity there in Palm Beach County. Or no, that's 24,000 people in Palm Beach County alone. But overall, 30,000 customers are completely without electricity. Thousands have lost power. So hopefully people were safe and went to the shelters and decided not to stay home, because it can be extremely dangerous out there. I'm going to take you live now back to our sister station who's giving us the latest updates.
Places all across Central Florida and things fairly calm right now. But as Glenn has been saying, tomorrow morning early is the time when a lot of these winds will start kicking up.
I'm disappointed. We had a shot at Daytona Beach. I wanted to see what the world's most famous beach was looking like right now. But we're gonna go, not as good. But we're gonna go down to Melbourne. We're gonna go talk with Holly Bristow and see how things are there. Not the world's most famous beach, but it's darn famous in its own right. Holly, as I understand it,
Holly.
it's not good, my friend. I'm sorry.
I think that we're making the parking lot here at the Melbourne Library, or the O'Galley Library, famous as we speak. They're right on the water here, right on the Intercoastal. Matthew is getting uglier by the minute. If you take a look behind me, I'm not really going to turn all that way around because it kind of hurts my eyes. You can see that the rain is coming in sideways, that the waves are getting bigger. The water in the river seems to be getting higher, and the spray every now and then, woo, it's just flying right up here. It's getting uglier by the minute. Okay, whoo, we got a big gust coming in here. Every now and then we'll get a real good one that, if you watch, I can actually stand back and press my weight against it, and it helps me stand up straight, which is kind of fun in all the wrong ways. And as we turn around, let's go this way, Mike. This way, in case you're wondering where we've been seeking shelter. This is in our lovely little Explorer over here. And if you take a look in the distance, we've got a couple of Melbourne police officers in their cruisers that are, I guess, keeping an eye on us and this power line over here. If you can look up, that street light was on a little while ago, but it's been waving around quite a bit. The power lines have been wavering around quite a bit, and they're predicting, whoop, just came back on, that it's probably going to give way at some point. So we're obviously going to stay far, far away from that. But I'll tell you, the weather is, there goes another big gust. You can probably see the wind picking up just the way the rain's blowing around over there. We're definitely getting some really good gusts over here. It's getting stronger by the minute. And it'll be interesting to see what it looks out here in a few. We've got a couple of palm fronds in the parking lot, but, you know, if anything, we've just got a lot of wind at this point, and the rain's kind of been on and off. It's actually kind of hard to tell out here whether it's rain or whether it's been just the water coming off of these big waves that are coming off of the Intercoastal, but at this point we've got a good combination of both. And if you turn around, back around this way, you'll see that it's kind of fun to walk this way. Definitely have to keep my feet grounded. And the wind just keeps picking up.
Hey, Holly, can you hear us?
Yeah.
I just want to reiterate.
I sure can.
I just want to reiterate for the viewers, this is the reporter who brought her ski helmet to work tonight so that she could stay protected should any debris start flying around. So Holly's very serious about it. Yeah, it's a really smart move. And frankly, if you have to be out in this type of weather, which would only be news reporters or emergency personnel, it's important to protect yourself. But I had to give her that shout out because she's showing us exactly what it's like out there with her photographer, Mike Schlissel. And it's been pretty incredible to see through your lens, literally, Holly.
Holly, are you regretting all those spin classes you've been taking? You could use a few extra LBs right now, I bet, huh?
No, I think we're doing just fine. If anything, it'll just help me run a little bit faster when we need to go back to the car.
All right, Holly.
It's definitely, I will tell you, this is the first full-fledged hurricane that I've actually covered firsthand. I think the last one I actually experienced, I was in like 8th or 9th grade up on Cape Cod. So this is my first out and about in the Florida hurricane, which is pretty strange for a Florida native to be saying.
Try telling Holly Bristow that the hurricane has jogged a little to the east and has weakened a little bit.
Yeah, she's like not seeing it here. Like the touch of wiping off the lens, too, Mike, in the middle of that shot. Guys, do stay safe out there, and we'll be checking back with Holly and Mike as the night goes on. We want to continue our team coverage, though, in Volusia County right now.
Yeah, Matt Trezza, he's out there. I think he's having a little bit of a different experience. Let's see. The wind is, I can see the winds going on, but again, this is just the beginning. It's going to go all the way through the morning hours, Matt.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't bring a ski helmet to work today, and maybe I should have, because I was finding these all over the road here. This is a big palm branch, and it's not the only one that I found on Flagler Avenue here in New Smyrna. I mean, this thing, it's pretty light, but look at the edge of it. Like, those teeth could really do some damage. And I guess this is just a taste of what could be coming to this area if Hurricane Matthew decides to really vent his force on this street. Now, the only people who we've been seeing out here here besides us are police. So people are definitely heeding the warning of the governor to either get to safety, get to shelter, or evacuate the area and try and get as far away from you as you can, as far away from the force of Hurricane Matthew that is soon to bear down on this area. Now, we're not seeing a lot of rain at the moment, but of course we are seeing a lot of wind, and branches like this are flying around the area. But fortunately, not a lot of damage so far. The power has stayed on, except for a brief period about 10 minutes ago. The lights went out across the street, but then they came back on a couple of minutes later. But I mean, there's the possibility of power outages and the possibility of large debris flying around. So really be careful on the streets out there. There is a mandatory curfew in effect for Volusia County from midnight tonight until 7 a.m. in the morning. And the only exception that's being made is for anybody who is vacating the area and trying to get elsewhere to safety. So stay off the streets or find some shelter and, just stay safe as Hurricane Matthew is barreling down here on the Florida coast. Live in New Smyrna, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for that update.
Yeah, and it's the things is with those palm fronds, when that wind really gets whipping, those things that, as a projectile, that can be serious.
Yeah, this is a live look at Daytona Beach now, too, just to kind of give you an indication of how things are picking up in that part of Volusia County. So, as always, our cameras trained on all parts of Central Florida as this storm starts to approach. But we want to get back to the weather guys and check in with them.
Yeah, let's check in with Brooks Tomlin right now. We've had some good news recently, but don't want to let people, false sense of security here.
No, because we're talking about a fraction, and we're talking about maybe 1 or 2 geometric degrees. The National Hurricane Center, the good news, you said, close to an hour ago, Glenn Richards brought it to us. The National Hurricane Center officially shifted the track just to the east of Central Florida, and that's good news. This is not the official track. This is just a trend line that we put on Hurricane Matthew when it came within radar sight. We switched everything from satellite to radar, and we said, you know what, let's put a trend line on the eye. And earlier we saw it jog a little bit to the north around Grand Bahama Island, but now take a look, seeing a couple of things. An eye wall replacement cycle likely.
All right, bear with us, guys. It looks like we might have lost the feed.
Across Central Florida, it does look like the worst of the weather, the catastrophic Category 3 or 4 hurricane winds, in all likelihood, could stay offshore. Of course, we just brought you Holly Bristow down in Melbourne right now. Melbourne, sustained winds north-northeast at 33 miles an hour, close to tropical storm force strength, sustained. They are seeing tropical storm force strength gusts. East-northeast at 34 miles an hour right now in Volusia County. Sustained inland, we're still seeing winds 17, 20, 23 miles an hour, but nothing that we would call anywhere close to hurricane force. Now, the official winds, Glenn Richards has been bringing this all night long. 135 mile an hour winds. But the question is, where are those winds? And they're confined to the northeast quadrant or the east side of the hurricane. On the west side, we're seeing winds much less than that. And as a matter of fact, the latest Hurricane Hunter flight dropped a dropsonde, a little measuring device, into the western eye wall and found 60 mile an hour winds. That's not to say that will continue, but the west side has been the weaker side with this storm. 939 millibars. Now here's the spaghetti model forecast. These were some of the first hints that a few hours ago we thought maybe it'll stay offshore, and you can see some of these models do keep the center of Hurricane Matthew offshore, and that's good news for us as it continues on into time. So once again, Hurricane Matthew, the official forecast track, keeps it offshore, and that's good news for us. Let's go ahead and take one more look. I want to show you, this is the latest trend, and you can see National Hurricane Center does keep Matthew offshore. Now tomorrow morning, 125 mile an hour winds at 8 o'clock, relatively due east of Brevard County, due east of Volusia County, but the strongest winds remain to the east of the eye. On the west side, more than likely, we will continue to see hurricane force winds along the coast, more than likely coastal Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler counties. But that means with the eastward track that the extent that the hurricane force winds or tropical storm force winds will come inland will be less of a distance. And that's very good news for Central Florida. Florida. We're not going to let our guard down yet because the cone of uncertainty, it still could make maybe a westward jog. And then, of course, the official track takes it way out into the Atlantic, but a weak tropical storm as we go into days 4 and 5. Last thing I want to show you, the current winds. Once again, we're not seeing anywhere with sustained tropical storm force winds as it comes into play. We will start to see the winds increase as we go into the early morning hours from south to north. Talking about Brevard County, we're going to start to see the winds on the increase. Right now, we have 49-mile-an-hour gusts in southern Brevard County. I want to show you also about the wave heights. We're seeing increased wave heights. As a matter of fact, some of the nearshore buoys in South Florida have been showing wave heights 11 and 12 feet. We will see increasing wave heights at our beaches as we go into the early morning hours and continue to see that from south to north as we go into the next 12 to 24 hours, starting to decrease as we go through tomorrow afternoon with the west winds knocking it up just a little bit. Cape Canaveral near shore, water temperature 83 degrees, current wave height 7.5 feet, 8-second period. We'll see those wave heights go up to around 11 or 12 feet as we go into the coming hours. And once again, the tides, high tide tonight just after midnight. So we're about at high tide right now. Low tide tomorrow morning around 6 or 6:30, and then another high tide tomorrow afternoon around 12 or 1 o'clock. And right now, haven't received the latest information from the Hurricane Center in Melbourne. We will get the latest storm surge estimates with the track that was paralleling the coast, right along the coast. We were looking at a storm surge 7 to 11 feet. More than likely, that might be adjusted downward a little bit, but we are still looking at the flooding threat, 6 to 12 inches of rain for portions of Central Florida by the time it's all said and done. Once again, just following on the big story that happened about an hour ago, the National Hurricane Center official forecast track now is just offshore of Central Florida, and that maintains the strongest, most catastrophic damaging winds, more than likely, off the coast of Central Florida. We'll continue to keep you updated through the night. Back to you.
All right, Brooks, thank you. In Osceola County, some of the shelters are already full.
Let's go out to Kirsten Delgado. She's in Kissimmee right now. And Kirsten, have they gotten to the point where they're actually turning people away?
Hey guys, we're here in Kissimmee at Kissimmee Middle School. It's being utilized as a shelter, and Kissimmee PD tells me here that they're over capacity. There's 340 people plus in the gymnasium right now, and right now they're going to hold people here until they get to about 500, at which point they'll max out at 500. They're not turning anyone away at this point, but it is getting pretty close there. Now, we've spoken to a couple people here who tell me they've come as far as Putnam County, as far as Merritt Island, because of concern of storm surge in that area, so they came all the way to Kissimmee inland to make sure they got safe. Now, of course, the Kissimmee PD tells me they will be here. The shelter will be open until the storm is over. Reporting in Kissimmee, Kirsten Delgado, Fox 35 News.
It is not on the eastern coast, of course, but Sanford does have plenty of waterways.
Yeah, that's right. And the wind and the rain from Matthew has already been damaging, especially in the parts near Lake Monroe. This was the view across the lake earlier this afternoon. Sheets of rain really cutting down visibility severely. The Seminole County Sheriff's Office has already issued a curfew due to the extreme weather.
To realize the significance, in 2004, Seminole County ranked 5th in the amount of damage during the assessment process. So this is much more, potentially much more dangerous.
That curfew will remain in place for Seminole County until Saturday morning at 7. In Lake County, there are voluntary evacuations due to the possibility of the overflowing of the St. Johns River.
We've got Tracy Jason out there for us tonight.
Yeah, I'm here in Astor in Lake County, pretty far west, of course, from the coast, but there is an imminent threat here. And what I'm talking about sits right behind me, the St. Johns River. You can see right now, no big issue. We got a little bit of rain, but tomorrow afternoon sometime, this river is expected to flood in this area 2 feet over where it should be. And there's a reason why. It's a unique reason. Yesterday, I was over at the Riverwalk in Sanford, and we were talking about the fact that the St. Johns River is always an issue with the storm event. It flows north, and usually about 4 to 5 days after an event, that's how long it takes for the river to back up and then flood. And that's something we'll see here too.